The pomelo forest and the new lychee forest are both under the D1 protective shield area, not far from each other. At most 5 kilometers away, there is a temporary storage base for pure fruits and vegetables 2 or 3 kilometers away from both. So the pomelo, lychee and watermelon that Tang Ranran has planted these days are all in this warehouse. The loading site is also here. Kong Chen provided a detailed address, took the Yanqian brand space channel, and all of them went to the loading site. At this moment, everyone is sitting in the office of the storage base. On the coffee table of the sofa, there are 3 large basins of fruit plates: watermelon, pomelo and lychee. The taste of several people are very consistent, and they all prefer lychees. The taste of lychees is sweet and delicious, loved by both young and old. And the purification value of 7.7 is definitely good among fruits. While eating fruits and chatting, Kong Chen received a report that the space buckle had been fully filled. 2 minutes later, Secretary Wen Yang knocked on the door with a bunch of space buckles. 1,000 space buckles, even if packed in a bag, is a lot. Tang Ranran picked a few at random and checked them. The mixed load of grapefruit and lychee filled the entire 10 cubic space. The space utilization rate is definitely more than 85%. In addition to the space buckles, Wen Yang also brought relevant cargo data. The average cargo weight in each space buckle, 6.12 tons of grapefruit and 2.56 tons of lychee. The total cargo volume is 6,120 tons of grapefruit and 2,560 tons of lychee. And in the final statistics, the total amount of planting by Tang Ranran these days, 10,652 tons of grapefruit, 5,380 tons of lychee, and 2,770 tons of watermelon. So, there is still a lot of fruit in the warehouse. Therefore, Tang Ranran was very generous and gave 3 people at the scene, namely Yin Qian, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Yijuan, a 10 cubic meter space buckle each. The space buckle contained half grapefruit and half lychee, about 4 tons of grapefruit and 4.8 tons of lychee. In addition, Tang Ranran gave Yan Qian an extra space buckle, not for him, but to take back to LV Chuanping. A bowl of water should be even. Although LV Chuanping was not her type. Who would hate a handsome little milk dog? Of course, not all of it was given to them, but a portion was given to the soldiers stationed at the border. As for how much they were willing to share, Tang Ranran didn't care, and it was up to them to decide. Grapefruit with skin has a long shelf life. However, the shelf life of lychees is short, and eating too much will cause internal heat. After the goods are brought back, the lychees must be processed as soon as possible. Tang Ranran explained a few words, said everything that should be said, and then dispersed. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan went back together, while Yan Yijuan stayed behind. Because she was busy, Tang Ranran asked Kong Chen to entertain her. Let's talk about 2 things separately. The border of the 16 star systems. A large number of people gathered in the lobby on the ground floor of the building, where the items of the quartermaster's office were counted and stored, because of the last batch of grapefruits and the watermelons given as rewards. The generals and generals in this garrison knew more or less about Tang Xian, the wood element. Then many people who had a good relationship with LD Chuanping knew that Tang Xian, the wood element, was very generous. Marshal Yan Qian always received private goods when he went to get goods. Although Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan did not inform others when they left, they did not intentionally hide it. So those who had a good relationship with them could know their current location by swiping the smart brain. Those who were bored could find out that their current location was Su Ping Ruishing by swiping it. Who is in Su Ping Ruishing? There is Tang Xian, the wood element. He must have gone to buy goods. Someone asked LV Chuanping. Tang Xian fruits and vegetables were not for him, but for the military supply department. There was nothing to hide. So Lu Chuanping told the truth. Yin Qian went to buy goods. The news spread quickly, and a group of people knew about it. Then a large group of men who had a good relationship with Yan Qian and Lu Chuanping and were foodies gathered here spontaneously. Wait! Even if there were no private goods, the military supply department had a large number of pure fruits and vegetables in the warehouse. So some of them must be allocated to the reward exchange warehouse. Right? It is also possible to exchange some with military merits. You know, pure fruits and vegetables in the reward warehouse are in great demand. Unless they taste like shit, it is completely a matter of luck and hand speed to grab them. It is very important to master first-hand information. Everyone was looking forward to it. And after waiting for a while, a space crack appeared in the middle of the hall. Tang Ranran explained that lychees are not easy to store, and they were in their original state without even a fresh-keeping food box. Yin Qian was afraid that the pure factors would be lost and the purification value would decrease. So he sent them over immediately. Yin Qian suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Old Yin. Marshal. Brother Yin. A group of people immediately surrounded him. Fu Jingyuan, who was one step behind, was almost stranded in the space crack. Two people, What is it this time? Big red melon? Apple? Or grapefruit? There is no shortage of medical supplies now. I strongly request that you exchange more curry. I second. How about we vote by raising hands now? I agree. A group of big and strong men were talking at the top of their voices. It was not the chirping of sparrows in a meeting, but the roar of tigers. Yin Qian had a slight headache for this messy and noisy scene. Don't push. Don't push. Get out of my way. Lu Chuanping, who was also waiting here, shouted, pushed through the crowd, and squeezed into the encirclement. After squeezing next to Yin Qian, he shouted, This is my territory. Be quiet. Otherwise, get out. In the quartermaster building, Lu Chuanping was the boss. When he shouted, the well-trained people were instantly quiet, and they pricked up their ears to wait for the first-hand news. Satisfied with the shouting, he turned his body to look at Yin Qian, rubbing his hands, and the whole person looked very wretched. Old Yin. Is it full? Is it grapefruit? The space is not enough, Yin Qian said directly. Hiss. Lu Chuanping took a breath. 1,000 is not enough. No. Didn't Tang Ranran just finish the closed door? How could there be so many in just these few days? Well, as a large supplier with no pressure for 100,000 tons, he should have thought of it earlier. But he really couldn't mobilize more space for a while. Please count them. Yin Qian was holding a bag of space buckles in his hand, and he raised his hand and handed it to him. In addition to grapefruit, the fruit with a small head, Tang Qian said it was called lychee, which was quite sweet, but he said it was not easy to preserve. Please pay attention to it, and put the lychees into the warehouse for processing as soon as possible. I see. LV Chuanping made a note of this point, and after taking the bag, he picked a space buckle at random, and then checked it, and saw the lychee. It doesn't look very good, but it's very sweet. I'm curious. I want to try it. As a good friend, Yin Qian knew at a glance that LV Chuanping was greedy. Yin Qian glanced at the scene. There were about 50 or 60 people. Not many people. So he simply divided one portion. Yes, one portion. That is, 1. These 1,000 space deductions are regular trade goods, and they follow the normal process. I have some that Tang Qian gave privately. When Yin Qian said this, everyone's ears stood up even straighter, and their eyes were all glowing with wolf light. Green and green, including Lu Chuanping. He was also expectant and couldn't wait to ask. What good things did Tang Qian give? The same. Grapefruit and lychee. Yin Qian waved his hand, and the crowd spontaneously dispersed to make way for him. Looking around, Yin Qian walked to a table in a few steps, took out dozens of lychees from the space deduction, and piled them on the table. Line up. Line up to receive. 1 per person. After Yin Qian finished speaking, a group of big men lined up at the speed of light with a smile on their faces, and quickly received the benefits. Before distributing the lychees, Yin Qian demonstrated how to peel the lychees and then put them into his mouth. You have to peel them. There are cores, and the cores cannot be eaten. Without queuing, Lu Chuanping shamelessly stretched out his hand to Yin Qian. Mine. Yin Qian took a lychee from the space buckle and gave it to him. Old Yin, you have to be conscientious. You can't cheat me of my share. I have to ask Tang Qian to verify it. Taking the lychee with one hand and continuing to ask for it with the other hand facing up. Lu Chuanping argued. Tang Ranran must have given him one, although it may not be as much as Old Yin. It is definitely more than one, and there must be dozens of units. Glancing at him, Yin Qian turned to Fu Jingyuan and asked, 2 space buckles as welfare. Do you have any objection? Fu Jingyuan understood, and the 3 space buckles given by Tang Ranran were divided into 2 for the troops as welfare, and the remaining space buckle was divided among the 3 of them privately. Fu Jingyuan hesitated, and although he was a little reluctant, he finally nodded. Okay. After obtaining Fu Jingyuan consent, Yin Qian directly put the 2 space buckles into Lu Chuanping's hand. Here, take it. These 2 space buckles are given by Tang Xian as a reward for the army's welfare. You arrange it. Lu Chuanping responded reluctantly. Okay. I understand. Military welfare. That is, he has no share. After eating a lychee and tasting it, Lu Chuanping said, after the inventory and inspection are completed and put into the warehouse. The lychees and grapefruits in the 2 space buckles will be put into the exchange warehouse as rewards. At the same time, a batch of grapefruits and lychees purchased by the quartermaster department will also be put into the exchange warehouse. In other words, as soon as tomorrow, new grapefruits and lychees will be put into the exchange warehouse. After getting this first-hand information and being assigned a lychee, a group of people left happily, rubbing their hands and waiting for the time to compete with each other. Everyone else was happy, except for Lu Chuanping, who looked distressed. He already knew that Tang Ranran had given him 3 10 cubic meter space buckles in total. Full. A lychee is so sweet in the stomach and painful in the heart. Lu Chuanping was heartbroken. And he had given away 2 space buckles. He originally had 1 space buckle. But now only 1/3 of it is left. Cry. Cry to death. With a tearful and distressed mood, Lu Chuanping began to arrange work. Lychees have a short shelf life and must be processed quickly. On the planet Supingrui, the original Tang Ranran brought the small Tang Shi and the small Tang Xian to the farm to make pills. They were very busy. First of all, her big white worms, which were black and easy to feed. So there was no need to worry. The white flowers, ants, and the sweet honeys, bees, had small appetites. So there was no problem. The problem was the eggs of the big white worms. 3 months is enough time for hibernation. So the eggs will naturally hatch. But the survival rate is really low. The number of eggs that Tang Ranran dug out must be tens of thousands. But now, in the pond of the fairy cave, she looked around with her spiritual sense and only found dozens of small white worms, the size of a finger. They are really small and few. In her Tang Xian luxury residential area, Kong Chen had already dug a deep pond for her, and Tang Ranran moved the small white worms to a home. Then she threw 100 spirit stones into the deep pond, as well as some ordinary branch lotus and special pure branch lotus. After the living environment was built, Tang Ranran chose 2 big white worms that looked stronger, easy to keep alive, and made a spiritual pet contract. She thought the survival rate would be higher after the contract. Thinking that the big white worms were carnivorous, Tang Ranran bought a batch of small fish on the local website of the planet. They are still small white worms now. And if the fish are too big, who knows who will eat whom? After settling the future spiritual stone production factory system, Tang Ranran began to shop online. Her Tang Xian mansion has been completed. But there are only hard decorations. No soft decorations, furniture, etc. And she has to buy them herself. After 2 days of shopping, Xie had collected enough star diamond ore and asked her to buy white jade fruit. A large transaction of 50 trillion. The transaction address is Hengxing Big Starship. After an appointment, the small Tang Xian took the goods to Hengxing Big Starship. Because the amount involved was huge and the inspection procedures were rather cumbersome, Xie had treated her as a VIP while waiting for the test results of the inspection team. Xie was definitely a person who treated her well. When facing ordinary people, she was arrogant and cold. But when facing Tang Xian, a SSS level would type, she was enthusiastic and attentive. She had to be attentive. In Xie's eyes, Tang Xian was almost as important as the god of wealth. Xie's face was always filled with a smile like a blooming peach blossom. That smile, coupled with her appearance, had a gorgeous feeling that made all flowers pale. Although Xie was not Tang Ranran's favorite, beauties were always pleasing to the eye, especially those who were attentive to her. Isn't this much more fun than watching videos? It would be even better if she could perform a talent show for her. Oh, performances. Yes. It's a pity that the genders don't match. Xie arranged a man's favorite, singing and dancing performances. All beauties. They follow the classical style. So when they dance, it's really like fairy music. Fluttering clothes. Emperor-like treatment. Unfortunately, Tang Ranran prefers the treatment of the empress. If Xie personally goes down to dance for her, it will be perfect. The two chatted while watching the singing and dancing. The shelf life of the white jade fruit is not short but not long. Under the storage conditions of the top fresh keeping food box, It is about 1 month. As for processing into pure nutrient solution, the purification value is inevitably reduced. Tang Ranran is quite curious about how Xie Shihe will deal with these 50 trillion goods. After all, if he eats all of them himself, it is really too extravagant. Xie Shihe is very calm and directly stated that he will only keep 100 units, and he will take action for the rest. Research has found that the white jade fruit has a good nourishing effect on water-based superpowers. So after the first batch of goods was sold, Xie Shihe already had repurchase orders from many old customers of the water system. In addition to old customers, his grandmother is also a super big customer, selling goods to old customers and selling the rest at the auction house. Sales are not a problem at all, and they can be sold out in less than a month. As for who those big customers of the water system are, Xie Shihe didn't say, and Tang Ranran didn't ask tactfully. It's normal for middlemen to make a profit from the price difference. Tang Ranran's consistent philosophy is, you eat meat and others have to drink soup. Who would be willing to play with you if you make money from everything? In about 2 hours, the goods were counted, and Tang Ranran also counted the payment. And the money was paid, and the goods were delivered. Xie Shihe paid quickly, and Tang Ranran was very satisfied. Tang Xian's price was low, and the goods were sufficient. And he would even send a few more units, which Xie Shihe was also very satisfied. With the guests and hosts having a good time, the 50 trillion large-scale transaction was successfully concluded. Tang Ranran put all the 50 trillion star diamond ore into the farm, equivalent to 50 million VB. Maka Maka has a lot of money. Tang Ranran feels that she can spend money forever. The farm is rich, so she is not worried. Ha. The day after the 50 trillion yuan transaction, the starship from Baiki Star arrived on the planet. After the starship was put into the planet, Tang Ranran personally went there with a space buckle full of watermelons to trade. She had already planted 2 chrysanthemum teas. Because of the huge value, Lu Qinhua and Lu Jingxin came, and the armed guard lineup was so powerful. When the goods were handed over, it was customary to exchange pleasantries. Finally, the goods and value were finalized. 2 chrysanthemum teas. The total price was 2.45 trillion yuan. And 300 tons of watermelons. 60 billion yuan. The total was 2.51 trillion yuan. And Tang Ranran rounded off the difference. 2.5 trillion yuan. The settlement was settled with the original Star Diamond Oregon. The farm is not short of VB. Tang Ranran gave this batch of Star Diamond ore to Kongchen. All the Star Diamond ore went into the factory and was processed into various types of energy batteries. With the development of the planet, the demand for energy is increasing day by day. I have a heart that wants to give up, but the conditions do not allow it. Tang Ranran is so busy that Yan Yijuan is completely forgotten by her. Su Ping Ruishing is still under development, and the only place that is worth visiting is the several ready-made planting areas under the D1 protective shield area. After 2 days of shopping and buying a lot of pure fruits and vegetables, Yan Yijuan lost interest. Seeing that Tang Ranran was really busy, she consciously did not disturb her and said goodbye. The supernatural power of this old lady Yan Yijuan is so practical that she can catch the murderer accurately. In the last Wang Youqi incident, Fu Jingyuan had no place to use his power. Tang Ranran maintained a friendly attitude towards this kind of supernatural person. So before leaving, she painted a big cake for Yan Yijuan, saying that she had found several suitable raw materials, and the beauty pill was expected to be available before the end of the year. Yan Yijuan was looking forward to it very much. After sending Yan Yijuan away, Tang Ranran furniture arrived one after another. In addition to furniture, several special function protective shields she bought from the military began to arrive one after another. Kongchen was also busy with various things. Other tasks were assigned to secretaries, but Tang Ranran sighed. That is, the T1 protective shield area had to be supervised by him personally. In the busyness, Kongchen took time to report on official business. All trivial matters were skipped. Tang Ranran only paid a little attention to 2 things. The first was that with the death of Huang Youqi, the abnormal mental power parasitism in the brains of Yishi, Pan Feng and other 4 people gradually disappeared. Tang Ranran elixir has been refined, but it probably won't be used. The second thing is the key point. Kongchen has talked to the relevant person in charge of the 3rd Galaxy Administrative Command Center. The application for the 2nd level protection of the planet has been approved. However, it is not known which unit was sent here for the time being, because it is not paid in cash. We have to wait for the military to send people to collect the vegetables first. and then the station troops will move in. The military leader, who collects the vegetables, will arrive on the planet in about 3 days. As for the pure fruits and vegetables that are used as payment, the purification value must be above 1 and below 10. And there is no limit on the variety. Of course, those with strange tastes that are difficult to eat will be rejected. The 5 trillion military expenses will be paid in one lump sum. And then, there will be 1 trillion environmental subsidies. Because the planet is all radiation areas except for a few protective shields. It has a certain impact on the health of the soldiers. So this 1 trillion environmental subsidies are used to improve food and medical treatment. There are a lot of rules and regulations. And in summary, for 6 trillion pure fruits and vegetables, the military will send troops to protect them. So, Kong Chen is asking her for money. 6 trillion. Without Tang Ranran calculating, Kong Chen gave the data. There are about 4,000 tons of grapefruit and about 2,400 tons of watermelon in the warehouse over at the grapefruit forest. Although it is not a military quartermaster, the purchase price should be similar. And 1 ton of grapefruit is about 500 million. 4,000 tons. 2 trillion. Watermelons are not valuable. 2,400 tons. At most 480 billion. As for the remaining lychees, they were dealt with by Kong Chen long ago because of their short shelf life. Kong Chen threw the lychees into the processing plant and processed them into pure juice with a purification value of about 1. As a reward for the planet's armed forces and a welfare for residents under 16 years old to improve children's physique. A gap of nearly 3.5 trillion. Who will fill this gap? Of course, it will be Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran, hey. Those who are capable will do more work. In the D2 protective shield area, there are only building complexes, and planting work has not yet started. Although the protective shield officially started working a few days ago, the area has not yet completed further radiation cleaning work, so there are some radiation residues, which are not suitable for planting for the time being. Tang Ranran once again returned to the planting area of the D1 protective shield. What to plant? Looking at the 50 million plus VB in the farm, Tang Ranran decided to plant trees. Research shows that the first generation produced by the farm has the strongest vitality, while the second, third, and generations will gradually decrease in survival rate. During the 3 months of her retreat, none of the grapefruit trees she planted died. Although it was also related to Kong Chen careful care, the more important thing was definitely their own strong vitality. So, brush the trees. Not far from the grapefruit forest and lychee forest, several forest areas were planned, and Tang Ranran began to brush the trees, with a mental barrier to prevent peeping. The small Tang Shi and the small Tang Xian cooperated with each other, starting with the red day trees. Tang Ranran planted 10 trees in units, and released them after planting. The mental barrier was moved, and he continued to brush the fruit trees. Tang Xian was responsible for planting vegetables. Kong Chen was responsible for the relevant work of the D2 protective shield area, and Wen Yang, the first secretary, was arranged to assist Tang Xian and arrange the picking work as a logistics. Although it was strange why Tang Xian wanted to use a mental barrier to prevent being snooped. It was the boss's business. So as a younger brother, I shouldn't ask too much. Wen Yang was very perceptive and arranged the picking and storage work in an orderly manner. Brush the trees, brush the trees, brush the trees. While brushing the trees, Tang Ranran received a message from LV Chuanping. Beep, beep, beep. LV Chuanping sent a lot of messages. All voice packets. Tang Xian. Lychees are so delicious. Really sweet. Not only do I like them, my dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma all like to eat them. They are really awesome. But old Yin is such a bastard. That guy took the initiative and took away most of the portion you gave me. Oh. I only got 1/3 of the space deduction. Just a little bit. It was only a little bit to begin with. And my dad heard about it from somewhere, and told me to send it back to show my filial piety to my elders. I am miserable. I am so miserable. Oh. Lychees are really delicious. Look. 80,000 per unit. Can I buy a batch? Please. Please. That day, after receiving the goods, Lu Chuanping became busy, doing all kinds of inventory, testing, and measurement. After 2 days of busy work, all the work was finally implemented. Just as he was happily chewing on lychees, some wicked person leaked the news. Everyone in the first galaxy knew that there was a very delicious pure fruit called lychee with a purification value of 7+. His father knew that he had a batch of lychees, and repeatedly ordered him to honor his elders. What could he do? Lu Chuanping could only cry desperately, and send a batch back. The rest were shown off by him in 2 days. Before eating lychees, grapefruits were delicious. But after eating lychees, grapefruits were tasteless. What to do? Lu Chuanping decided to go to Tang Ranran with a thick face. And then, the news came. Tang Ranran thought that the goods were counted and she was paid. But she didn't expect that Lu Chuanping was greedy. But it was also true. A red dust concubine smiled. No one knew it was lychees. The fruit of lychees was really charming. And people wanted to eat more after eating it. After listening to the entire voice package, although LV Chuanping offered to buy it in the end, Tang Ranran would not really accept his money. Who can bear such a pitiful crying puppy? Forget it. She is brushing fruit trees and lychee trees anyway. It's a piece of cake. Tang Ranran replied to him. Tang Xian, the address hasn't changed. Right? I send you some. After receiving the message, LV Chuanping was overjoyed and completely stood up, letting himself go. Tang Xian, you are so kind. Thank you so much. Love you. Although his confession was rejected, Tang Ranran was so good to him. Could he still save himself? Although Lao Yan would definitely not give him a chance, he still had to save himself. What's more, Tang Ranran was such a generous big money sponsor. Even if he couldn't get the name, he could act like a spoiled child and cry miserably. Yes. It would be much easier to change the goal from becoming Tang Ranran boyfriend to being a little white face with Tang Ranran. A big money sponsor? Maybe it would come true? He is so smart. The work of brushing trees is boring and tedious. 20 labor robots have been added to Tang Ranran farm. And the brushing team is very efficient. With the cooperation of 2 numbers, Tang Ranran keeps brushing a tree almost every minute. He has brushed a whole orchard of several varieties of fruit trees that have been put on the table and registered for patents. After almost 2 days and 2 nights of sleepless overtime, Tang Ranran planted 4 orchards and expanded the lychee orchard. 500 red dates, 500 apple trees, 500 peach trees, 500 orange trees, and 100 lychee trees. The purification value of red dates is 1.6. And the output of each tree is about 800 kilograms. A total of 200 tons. Because of the low purification value, it cannot be sold at a high price. It is estimated to be 80 million per ton, with a total value of 16 billion. The purification value of apples is 2.1. And the yield of each tree is about 1,000 kilograms. A total of 250 tons, with an estimated value of about 150 million per ton, and a total value of 37.5 billion. The purification value of peaches is 4.2, and the yield of each tree is about 800 kilograms. A total of 200 tons, with an estimated value of about 350 million per ton, and a total value of 70 billion. The purification value of oranges is 3.7, and the yield of each tree is about 800 kilograms. A total of 200 tons, with an estimated value of about 300 million per ton, and a total value of 60 billion. The purification value of lychees is the highest, at 7.7, and the yield of each tree is about 1,000 kilograms. A total of 50 tons, with an estimated value of about 600 million per ton, and a total value of 30 billion. After brushing trees, she felt like vomiting. Seeing the data compiled by Wen Yang, Tang Ranran could only say, "Damn! She worked so hard." But the result was stupid. She spent a lot of money on VB. But the result was not as good as brushing a field of white jade fruit. Forget it. Is she doing this for money? No. She did it to enrich the variety of fruits. It was to improve the fruit and vegetable diet of the people of the empire. This cannot be measured by money. This is a major change in the fruit industry. This has special significance. Yes, she pursues spiritual significance. Because the total value is only 200 billion. Tang Ranran stopped brushing trees and chose to plant grapefruit. The person in charge of harvesting vegetables in the military still needs nearly 30 hours to arrive on the planet. There is still plenty of time. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry. After returning to the grapefruit forest, he slowly used the wood-type ability to slowly plant grapefruit. Under Tang Ranran wood-type ability to ripen. In about 2 minutes, a grapefruit tree was full of yellow and orange fruits. There are not as many as the farm produces. The number is estimated to be around 100. And the average weight is about 4 gene. That is, 1/400 gene every 2 minutes. Equivalent to 200 kilograms. Tang Ranran planted grapefruits. Planted grapefruits. And planted grapefruits. The sun rose and set. And the overtime pickers were replaced. Tang Ranran, the iron puppet, always fought on the front line of vegetable planting. Oh! Wen Yang, the unlucky one, worked overtime with Tang Ranran and didn't sleep for several days. Tang Ranran was afraid that he would accidentally die of sudden death due to staying up late. So she gave him 5 red ginseng pills. When the sun was high in the sky, Tang Ranran received a report from Kong Chen that the military starship had arrived at the neighboring Sushanchang planet and would arrive here in about 4 hours. Tang Ranran hurriedly looked at his achievements. So far, the number of grapefruits picked is 168 tons, according to the estimated price of 500 million per ton. The total is 84 billion. Tang Ranran, Suddenly I was speechless. Too little. Too little. I'm so annoyed. I won't plant anymore. Tang Ranran directly ordered Wen Yang to call for more people. She was going to expand. A large number of picking staff were temporarily recruited. Once the logistics were in place, Tang Ranran took a shortcut and expanded, with the use of Xingxi Ju Gongfa. As the spiritual power was consumed, all the grapefruit trees in the entire grapefruit forest were full of fruits. Growing vegetables with Gongfa is not only fast, but the fruits on each tree are also much more than when using supernatural powers. After a wave of picking, the data was counted. A total of 300 tons. Tang Ranran continued, waved her hand, and there was another forest of grapefruit. The logistics picking staff recruited were sufficient, so the picking work of a forest was completed in 10 minutes. Tang Ranran swiped. 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 4 hours passed in a flash. The military leader had landed on the planet, and the military starship had docked at the land space station. After reporting to Tang Ranran, Kong Chen went to receive people. After reading Kong Chen's message, Tang Ranran checked the results. Under the big move, cultivation method, the efficiency was extremely fast. After the last 168 tons, there are already 7,082 tons, with an estimated total price of 3.5 trillion. The current swiped, plus the previous inventory, 6 trillion. Almost enough. But just in case, Tang Ranran continued to swipe. And after another hour, she received another message from Kong Chen, who said the military leader wanted to come to the orchard to take a look, and he was on the way now. Kong Chen was obviously reminding her that whether to avoid or not was entirely up to Tang Ranran herself. The military man was an SS-level person, although his rank was lower than hers. But for the sake of caution, Tang Ranran decided to stop and go home to sleep. As a Bigwit type, she had to be a little more reserved, aloof, and keep a sense of distance. Well, the main reason was that Kong Chen sent her a photo. The military leader in charge of harvesting vegetables was estimated to be over 150 years old, and was an old man with a deep frown on his face. As a face watcher, Tang Ranran didn't want to pay attention to the old man at all. According to Wen Yang's statistics, nearly 1,800 tons of grapefruit were added in more than an hour, with an estimated value of 900 billion. 6 trillion is definitely enough. If it's not enough, she will brush again. After explaining a few words and leaving the scene of the grapefruit forest to Wen Yang, Tang Ranran left neatly and drove the mecha back to her big mansion. Tang Xian, the trumpeter, had just sat down on the sofa, and Kong Chen sent a message to ask less than 2 minutes later. Kong Chen, they want the lychees from the lychee forest. Can you give them to them? I don't know who spread the news, but now many people in the military know that there is a very delicious fruit called lychee, with a purification value of about 7.7. The old man who picked vegetables also heard the rumor about lychees. Accompanied by Kong Chen, the vegetable picking group went to the fruit forest in Area D1 and headed straight for the lychee forest with a clear goal. Tang Ranran planted 100 new lychee trees, making up a 500-scale lychee orchard. Because lychees can only be kept for 3 days under normal refrigerated preservation conditions, they can be kept for 7 days under storage conditions in fresh-keeping food boxes. Additional explanation: it doesn't mean that they will go bad after 3 or 7 days, but the purity value will start to slowly decrease because of the shelf life issue. Tang Ranran planned to put the fresh-keeping food boxes into fresh-keeping food boxes as soon as they were picked, and then send them to Lu Chuanping in box form. Because the fresh-keeping food boxes were not in place, the picking work has not yet been carried out. Arriving at the lychee forest, the old man couldn't walk anymore when he saw the small lanterns hanging on the branches. He immediately asked for the lychees in the field, as the fruits and vegetables for the discount. Tang Xian, sure, but lychees are in short supply, so the price is high. The price with shell is at least 65,000 per unit. Kong Chen, got it. About 10 minutes later, the news came. Kong Chen, it's settled. The price with shell is 68,000 per unit. They want all the lychees in the field. Tang Xian, okay. The 100 newly planted lychee trees were originally intended to be sent to LV Chuanping, but the army has reserved the land. Forget it. I plant them in my own farm garden. Everything has its pros and cons. The Qi Shao Sword Master version of the puppet can automatically consume spirit stones to replenish spiritual power. However, the disadvantage is also great. That is, the consumption of spirit stones has increased. For example, using the skills to grow vegetables is completely burning spirit stones. Although there are only dozens of low-grade spirit stones, Tang Ranran has only so many spirit stones, and one less spirit stone is used. So, I still have to save it in the future. You have to use your own spiritual power to grow vegetables. Tang Ranran doesn't need to absorb spirit stones herself. She can eat some spiritual plants on the farm, and her spiritual power will be full. The spirit stones must be saved for critical moments. Tang Xian entered a dormant state. Tang Ranran stood on the top balcony of the farmhouse, admired her own country for a few seconds, and then flew to the lychee tree in the garden. With the use of Xingxiju, in the blink of an eye, the lush lychee tree was full of fruits. Tang Ranran found a 95L fresh-keeping food box from the house's inventory and ordered the picking robot to work. After picking, continue to plant lychees. 1 wave of lychees. 2 waves of lychees. 3 waves of lychees. After storing lychees, the 95L fresh-keeping food box weighs about 70 kilograms. A 10 cubic meter space buckle can hold 100 fresh-keeping food boxes of this specification when neatly stacked. That is, 1 space buckle is about 7,000 kilograms. Tang Ranran swiped 5 space buckles, a total of 35 tons, at 68,000 per unit, or 680 million per ton. The total is less than 24 billion. For Tang Ranran now, her money measurement unit has been upgraded to trillions. Billions of dollars are already pocket money in her eyes. 24 billion. Just a small amount of money. Tang Ranran finished work and transferred the space buckle to the small Tang Xian through the medium of the farm. He stayed at the farm and connected with the small Tang Shi to continue the assembly line alchemy, while the small Tang Xian took the space buckle and went to the nearest express delivery point. 5 space buckles were stored in a locked password box, and Tang Ranran left a note in the box. Give Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian a share. Pack and send. After sending the package, he returned to his big mansion. On the way back, Tang Ranran received a lot of nonsense from Lu Chuanping, which was a bit, how to say it, tea talk. Green tea man. Don't say it. It's a bit intoxicating. After enjoying the tea art style care and greetings, Kong Chen came to report the business. Kong Chen has already negotiated the price with the old man who collects vegetables. Lychee. With shell. 68,000 per unit. 50 tons pre-collected. 34 billion deduction. Red dates. Weighed by the whole. 10,000 per unit. 180 tons pre-collected. 18 billion deduction. Apples. By weight. 16,000 per unit. 200 tons pre-collected. 32 billion deduction. Peaches. By weight. 36,000 per unit. 180 tons pre-collected. 64.8 billion deduction. Oranges. By weight. 31,000 per unit. 180 tons pre-collected. 55.8 billion deduction. Rice. By weight of finished rice. 8,000 per unit. 200 tons pre-collected. 16 billion deduction. Tomatoes. By weight. 11,000 per unit. 200 tons pre-collected. 22 billion deduction. Soybeans. By weight of finished soybeans. 22,000 per unit. 200 tons pre-collected. 44 billion deduction. Watermelons. By weight. 20,000 per unit. 2,200 tons pre-collected. 440 billion deduction. The above total deduction is 726.6 billion. And the remaining part is all deducted by grapefruit, which is weighed as a whole. 52,000 per unit. Tang Ranran decisively approved this price list and purchase details. Rice, tomatoes, and soybeans are available on the planet, so Tang Ranran doesn't need to worry about them. After her approval, Kong Chen and the vegetable collection team started the inspection and inventory process. Because there were outsiders, Tang Ranran stayed at home and on the farm, refining pills. During this period, the old man who collected vegetables proposed to Kong Chen to visit Tang Xian. But Tang Ranran refused with the word busy. Kong Chen had reminded her long ago that this old man was particularly good at sweet talk and playing misery. And he was definitely trying to get some wool from Tang Xian. A bigwit system. By crying poor. Although Tang Ranran was generous, she couldn't just give him fruits and vegetables as soon as they met. Okay. The most fundamental reason, he was a wrinkled old man. If the person in charge was the type she liked, a handsome man in military uniform with a good face and a good figure, who used a beauty trick to cry poor or something, she would definitely be fascinated by his beauty and give him a lot of gifts. But an old man? Forget it. Yes, that's right. She only cares about the face. She is a face party. She only likes to reward handsome guys. The whole fruit and vegetable handover process lasted 2 days. Because the vegetable collecting group did not bring their own fresh-keeping food boxes, it also boosted the economy of the local fresh-keeping food box production factory on the planet. Anyway, after 2 days, the handover was finally completed. The vegetable collecting group collected vegetables worth 6 trillion and left. As soon as the starship of the vegetable collecting group left, Kong Chen reported the situation to Tang Ranran. With the departure of the vegetable collecting group, the station troops on the star will be arranged within 2 days, and the troops will arrive within half a month. Tang Ranran counted on his fingers and realized that he had to do the big thing before the station troops arrived. Time was a bit tight, so he had to hurry up. So, let's act. The 5 defensive shields in the T1 shield under the D2 shield area have arrived and been installed. Tang Ranran issued a series of orders to Kong Chen. Complete the deep cleaning of the D2 area as quickly as possible. The T1 shield with pure plant protection function was activated and covered the entire 10 square kilometers area to the maximum extent. Because the T1 protective cover is a special protective cover with the function of protecting pure plants. The protective cover has a certain degree of airtightness. It is not as strong as glass, but more like a transparent greenhouse film. Once the protective cover is activated, except for the 4 specific gates in the southeast, northwest, other areas cannot be entered normally. But if someone breaks in by force, it cannot be prevented. The defense function of the T1 protective cover is not high, and the mecha can blast a gap with a random bombardment. After the debugging is completed and the T1 protective cover is operating normally, the 4 gates are heavily guarded. In addition to the gates, there are 10 core areas in the T1 protection area. 10 small planting bases covering an area of about 2 acres. These planting bases are definitely key core confidential areas. There is a guard every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. 3 of the core planting bases are in the retirement resort area, 3 in the leisure hotel area, and 4 are all in the school area. Tang Ranran plan is to use it to plant spiritual plants in the later stage, and then plant a few large spiritual fruit trees as the landmark building of the T1 protection area. Now, silver lotus branches are placed in the underground secret room of the base for cover. Kong Chen carefully selected 10 elite teams from his confidants, who swore allegiance to him. Each team had 200 people, and at least 1 mecha soldier with B-level mental power or above was the leader, responsible for the protection of these 10 core areas. Once the armed protection force was in place, Tang Ranran went to grow vegetables. The core of each planting base is the underground secret room, and Tang Ranran planted 5 lotus branches with spiritual stones in each small black room. Where does the high purification value breath, spiritual energy, in the T1 protective cover area come from? It is released by the silver lotus from the energy stone. 50 pieces of inferior spiritual stones. That is, all the spiritual power in them is released and transformed into spiritual energy. For an area of 10 square kilometers, it is absolutely like a drop of water entering the sea, which is completely invisible. The lotus branches are just a cover that Tang Ranran puts on the surface. In fact, it is farming. The luxury residential area of small Tangxian, the entire 100-acre area, has been covered with an F1 protective cover. The special defense protective cover also has a privacy protection function. After it is turned on, it is like glass and can automatically adjust the visible and invisible modes. In the invisible mode, the inside can see the outside, but the outside cannot see the inside, which is the same principle as single-sided glass. After turning on the complete protection without leaving a door to prevent others from breaking in, and setting the invisible mode to create an absolutely safe privacy space, Tang Ranran began to farm spiritual energy. From the unlocked spiritual plants, select the fairy grass with the longest maturity time. That is, 865 hours. Tang Ranran operates on the computer. Seeds one kind, fertilizers one kind, and then arranges robots to pull weeds. Simply and roughly pull out the roots and throw them in the basket. After a large basket is full, send it out of the farm. The small Tangxian takes the basket and directly scatters it on the land. If it can survive, it will live. If it can't survive, it will die. Tang Ranran uses spiritual plants to brush spiritual energy. Filling a whole 10 square kilometers of area with spiritual energy is definitely a big project. Krypton gold. During the day, Tang Ranran brushes spiritual plants on the farm by himself, and the small Tangxian throws spiritual plants in the luxury residential area. At night, taking advantage of the dark night and high wind, Tangxian runs around the entire T1 area and throws spiritual plants everywhere. After all, the progress is a bit slow to rely on the expansion of the luxury residential area alone. In the entire 10 square kilometers of T1 protection area, except for the 4 gates and the 10 core bases, there is no ghost in other places. It is absolutely safe and secretive. The fairy grass is thrown on the ground. Because of the harsh environment, no spiritual energy. It will die due to the loss of spiritual energy in a few hours. After death, the appearance is no different from ordinary dead grass. Tang Ranran was working hard on the big project of brushing up spiritual energy. The border of the 16 galaxies. 2 days ago, as soon as he received a courier message reminder that there was a courier from Su Pingruixing, LV Chuanping immediately sent a bunch of messages to Tang Xian. LV Chuanping was definitely not talking nonsense, but went to study the strategy of a pretty boy and learned how to send messages to win the favor of female sponsors. Send according to the strategy. A lot of soft and sweet messages. But unfortunately, after 2 simple replies, Tang Ranran went silent. LV Chuanping was not discouraged, but continued to study the strategy and waited eagerly for the courier. It was like a year. After 2.5 years, the courier finally arrived. LV Chuanping, who had been waiting at the courier station, got his courier as soon as possible. For small packages, it must be a space deduction, in line with the principle of not showing off wealth. Lu Chuanping immediately evacuated after receiving the express delivery. After all, once the lychees were exposed, he could not stop the bastards, who were obsessed with lychees. Retreating to his office, closing the door, locking it, Lu Chuanping opened the express delivery. There was a password box in the express box. Tang Ranran had already sent him the password, and Lu Chuanping opened it. Oh my god! 5 space deductions. 5 in total. If nothing unexpected happens, it is a lot of lychees. Then he looked at it, and it was indeed a lot. A space buckle of lychees. LV Chuanping instantly felt that he had reached a paradise of happiness. He could eat as much as he wanted. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. Sure enough, the route of a pretty boy was right. He was determined to follow the route of a pretty boy. Even if he didn't have a name, he would be full of fruit. After showing off hundreds of lychees in one breath, LV Chuanping stared at the note in the box and was worried. How much was this one portion? Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were 2 bastards. They didn't take him with them when they went to Su Xinrong planet. He was really wrong. He really didn't want to share a single lychee with them. But, forget it. Tang Ranran had specially left a note. It would be a bit unreasonable not to give any. Then 1 space buckle. 1 portion equals 1. No more. Took out 4 space buckles, leaving 1 in the password box. Locked it. LV Chuanping called his guard, and then handed the password box to the guard, asking him to send a courier. Lychees have a short shelf life, so he sent 1 home as a gift to them, so they wouldn't miss him every day. After the guards left, Lu Chuanping sent 2 private messages, asking Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan to come to him when they were free to get something. What? It was obvious that they were free. And Yan Qian sent a voice message. Lychees. Lu Chuanping replied unhappily. After the message was sent out, a space crack appeared, and Yan Qian arrived in seconds. Because of Tang Ranran blue bottle, Yan Qian has been very extravagant recently, teleporting at any time. You asked Tang Qian for lychees again? Yan Qian frowned and stared at Lu Chuanping, with a hint of criticism in his tone. LV Chuanping rolled his eyes to the sky and said contemptuously, TSK TSK. You are so noble. If you have the guts, don't take it. Yan Qian raised his eyebrows, ignored his rolling eyes, and stretched out his hand. There must be a share for me. Give it to me. Here. LV Chuanping threw a space buckle over. Yan Qian raised his hand and grabbed it, with a suspicious expression. Just one. Well, share one. Isn't this one? Heh. Sneering. Yan Qian's face was threatening. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict. Don't force me to do it. Damn. 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 I asked for this shamelessly. Giving you a space buckle is already very good. What else do you want? Ah. If you have the guts, go and cry poor and ask Tang Qian for it yourself. LV Chuanping shouted loudly, resolutely defending his lychees. After checking the space buckle and knowing that it was a space buckle of lychees, Yan Qian attached the space buckle to the smart brain wristband. Looking at LV Chuanping, who was possessed by the hedgehog and covered with thorns, he was very speechless and said, Okay. Okay. You can share some of the rest of my share as a welfare. Be more conscious. Lychees have a short shelf life. You can't eat so many, and eating too much will make you angry. You will get angry. Your whole family will get angry. Get out. Get out. Yan Qian backed down, and LV Chuanping immediately drove him away. In the end, Yan Qian gave a space buckle, and Fu Jingyuan, who didn't know the truth, also gave a space buckle. LV Chuanping was satisfied, and he still had 2. So many. So many. Eat. Eat as a meal. It was dark and windy at night. Tang Ranran was stealing, and the small account Tang Qian was walking around everywhere, throwing fairy grass everywhere. In this environment with almost no spiritual energy, the fairy grass will soon die, and most of the spiritual power contained in the spiritual plants will dissipate into spiritual energy to nourish the entire environment. While avoiding those places with people, there was news from Yan Qian. Yan Qian, are you there? Let me ask you. How many lychees did you send to Lu Chuanping in total? Tang Qian, 5. He didn't tell you. Tang Ranran told the truth, wondering if Lu Chuanping had embezzled and didn't share with Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan. And then? Yan Qian, oh, I see. Next time. Ignore him. He is a foodie, and he doesn't know how to count. Tang Qian, what's wrong? Yan Qian, he ate too many lychees and got seriously irritated. He couldn't stop his nose bleeding when he slept at night. When he was found, he had already lost some blood. He is now in the hospital for a blood transfusion. Tang Qian, although this is a very sad accident, Tang Ranran couldn't help but want to laugh. No way. How many lychees did Lu Chuanping show off? Didn't she say that eating too much will cause internal heat? Funny and a little speechless. Tang Qian, let him be careful. Although lychees are delicious, you really can't eat too much. Yan Qian, well, I will supervise him. I will leave the rest for him for a week, and the rest will all be added to the welfare to reward the soldiers. Yan Qian, on behalf of the soldiers here, I would like to express my gratitude again. Tang Qian, it's just a small matter. You're welcome. LV Chuanping from the quartermaster department hooked up with a wood-type Tang Qian, who was super good at growing vegetables. Whether it was the Imperial Army or the local planetary army, any well-informed general knew that there was an SSS-level wood-type named Tang Qian among the military suppliers, who was super good at growing vegetables. Everyone wanted to hook up with Tang Qian, but unfortunately, there was no way. At this time, Tang Qian honorary rank, colonel level, and he was close to the general level. If you want to take advantage of the privilege, few people can add him as a friend. Tang Qian, who refused to be strangers, was very cold and ignored any stranger. Just as everyone was looking for a way out, Su Pingruixing applied for the second-level protection of the planet. Supingruixing is an inconspicuous small planet in the third galaxy. But Tang Xian is on Supingruixing. Tang Xian is suspected to be the master behind the planet. If you grab this Supingruixing station guard mission, you can get in touch with Tang Xian. A group of people almost fought for this station star quota. It was originally just an ordinary second-level protection mission. But there were several factions in the third galaxy military headquarters, and everyone wanted to send their own people, and no one wanted others to go. Not only was there a fierce competition within the galaxy, but outside the third galaxy, a group of generals were committed to squeezing in to grab this opportunity. Yan Qian, who received the news at the first time, actually wanted to go, but he couldn't. What to do? They could only work hard in secret thousands of miles away to arrange suitable older married people in their family, and try to get an old married person to go. Oh, it would be best to send a female general. Not to mention, his sister is quite suitable. The station troops were originally scheduled to be arranged in 2 days, but because of the fierce competition, it has been a week and there is no result. After Kong Chen urged again and again, and threatened to return the money, it was finally arranged. Rulisheng New District. Government Compound. Small Villa. Tang Ranran sat on the sofa holding half a watermelon and eating it with a spoon. On the single sofa next to him, Kong Chen had already finished his half of the watermelon and was now reporting. So, it's already been decided? No. Hey, they gave us the right to choose. Kong Chen just felt it was magical. It could be like this? As expected, the Wood system has boundless charm. Ah. What? The right to choose? Tang Ranran was surprised. No way. It couldn't be what she thought. We choose the generals ourselves? Yes. That's right. The galaxy headquarters sent me a list. The generals who can come to the planet are all on the list. We decide for ourselves. Tang Ranran hurriedly urged. Hurry up. Show me. Oh my god. It's really a choice by ourselves. Internal military information cannot be forwarded. I open it for you to see. Kong Chen pulled out the smart computer light screen, opened the information, and said, those who are qualified to be garrison generals and voluntarily applied to come to the planet are all here. They are all SS level and above superpowers. And the lowest rank is major. On the square light screen, there are 20 on a page, arranged in the form of 5 rows and 4 columns. On the large page, you can only see an avatar, and next to it is a simple profile, including name, age, mental power level, special ability, etc. There are really quite a few generals who apply to garrison on the planet. There are several pages. A total of 122 people. Tang Ranran can only say that her nickname Tang Xian is probably already famous within the military. Tang Ranran looked at them one by one. Oh my! There are so many young and promising generals. One of her favorite dishes. 2 of her favorite dishes. Hey, there are actually female generals? Can I filter the conditions? Kong Chen, sure. Condition 1. Tang Ranran, pass for females. Then, after one filter, 26 people are missing from the total number in the lower right corner. Tang Ranran is definitely not gender discrimination, but the repulsion of the same sex. And if a woman comes, what if she falls in love with Tang Xian? She will be very distressed. So, pass. With one pass, the 2 female generals surnamed Yin, who did not appear on the following pages, were excluded at once. Yan Qian, who was far away at the border, never expected that he had worked so hard to put his sister and cousin on the list. But Tang Ranran didn't even look at them, and was eliminated. Condition 2. Tang Ranran, married people are pass. Kong Chen, This condition is a bit outrageous. After a screening, Kong Chen silently asked, are ugly people also pass? Tang Ranran said confidently. Of course. If there is a choice. Of course it must be a handsome guy. Kong Chen muttered silently in his heart, only looking at the face. Superficial. Can ugliness be a screening condition? Tang Ranran was puzzled. Kong Chen was speechless. Of course not. Then I look at it myself. After screening under 2 conditions, there are currently 65 people left. Among the remaining ones, you should first select those with SS level strength. Oh! Condition 3, SS level mental strength. Then there are 42 people left. 2 more on 2 pages. Don't want this one. This one is out. This one is really ugly. Tang Ranran manually screened. and kicked out those who were not good-looking enough for the audience, and those with ordinary looks. In the end, there were 17 people left. They are all young, promising and handsome military commanders. Tough and domineering. Cold and icy. Wild and uninhibited. Cold and rigorous. Sharp. Gentle and elegant. Upright and righteous. There are so many choices, each with its own merits. Oh my God! Who should she choose? Tang Ranran is in a dilemma. This is simply as happy as the emperor choosing a concubine. Looking at Tang Ranran's secretly happy expression, Kong Chen teased with a frown. Wake up! Your saliva is left. Ah! Tang Ranran, who was addicted to male beauty, instinctively raised her hand to wipe it off the corner of her mouth. And then she immediately shot a knife of eyes at Kong Chen, and explained with a strong argument, I am solemnly selecting our future new partner. She wants to develop a powerful younger brother, and the Star Station General is a suitable target. She is a little unsure about the SSS level, but the SS level has a high success rate of the contract. New partner? Kong Chen understood it all at once, and immediately felt a sense of crisis in his heart. A bad feeling. Will he fall out of favor? I think female generals are not bad. For the status of his first younger brother, Kong Chen tried to suggest, I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. I think handsome guys are better. Okay. You are the boss, and you have the final say. Kong Chen was helpless, and the sense of crisis in his heart deepened. Afterwards, after a difficult selection, Tang Ranran finally chose one person. Qi Xingyuan, male, 52 years old, major level, SS level gold type superpower, is currently the highest commander of the 3rd Galaxy Guard, Star Patrol, and 13th Fleet. Although Qi Xingyuan is not the most handsome among these candidates, he is definitely the most suitable. According to the detailed information of the generals, Qi Xingyuan is a lone man, who, like Kong Chen, fought his way up from the bottom. He has no family power, so he can be said to be a lone hero. Tang Ranran estimated that it would be difficult to sign a contract with someone with a family. It would be easier for a lone man to become his younger brother. After discussing with Kong Chen for a few words, Tang Ranran finally decided, this is the one. After selecting Qi Xingyuan, Kong Chen sent a message to the relevant person in charge, and made their decision clear. Almost half an hour later, the military responded that Qi Xingyuan would bring his troops to the planet after a handover process in 10 days at the earliest and 15 days at the latest. This matter was finalized, and Tang Ranran and Kong Chen discussed it. The overall environment of the 3rd Galaxy is stable, and another 500,000 troops have entered the planet. They don't need to worry about the overall environment of Su Pingruwei Star. The local military forces of their planet can be arranged elsewhere. On the entire planet, the top priority is the pure plant planting area, the D1 protective shield area, and the D2 protective shield area. The fruit forests in the D1 protective area are all Kong Chen treasures. Each fruit forest is guarded layer by layer, with 3 layers of strict protection and care inside and outside. After Tang Ranran efforts these days, there has been a hint of spiritual energy in the entire T1 protection area, but it is very faint. Tang Ranran believes that in 10 days, the entire area will be able to reach an ordinary spiritual level, and the entire T1 protective cover can feel the pure breath. At present, the central area, that is, the area around her 100-acre mansion, has the most obvious spiritual energy, followed by the areas around the 10 core bases. Tang Ranran is going to start planting in 5 days. As the planting of pure plants, especially spiritual plants, is carried out, the armed forces responsible for guarding must be arranged immediately. There are 2 core requirements for armed forces: loyalty and strength. In terms of loyalty, Kong Chen strictly checks it. Each of the pure plant guards is carefully selected. Almost all of them have signed a cell body contract to work for the planet for a lifetime, or swear allegiance to the Star Master or the planet, and never rebel. Anyway, Tang Ranran doesn't need to worry about loyalty. What she needs to worry about is strength. The strength of their planet's local army is really a bit low, excluding her as the boss. The second strongest person is S-Class Psychic Kong Chen, and the third is S-Class Ordinary Psychic Liang Chongquan. After this period of recruitment, there are 12 A-Class, 103 B-Class, and more than 1,000 C-Class in the military armed forces, and only half of them are Kong Chen confidants. There is also a small number of people headed by Liang Chongquan, who is also S-class. Although Liang Changquan is not a psychic, Kong Chen, a psychic of the same psychic level, obviously cannot convince him completely. But Liang Changquan has great respect and admiration for SSS-class Tang Xian. After knowing that Tang Xian is the master behind the planet, Liang Changquan's thoughts of whether to find another way out in the future have completely disappeared. Following an SSS with system, there is a bright future. Kong Chen mentioned before whether to summon Liang Changquan as Tang Xian, make a loyalty contract, and tie him up to death. On the one hand, she has no interest in married men, and on the other hand, she is really busy recently. So Tang Ranran turned around and forgot about it. Now that the old matter is brought up again, Tang Ranran feels that Liang Changquan can indeed be contracted. And as long as Liang Changquan is contracted, his group of diehards will be her subordinates. Right? Anyway, she is in the gened end stage, so it is no problem to contract hundreds of people. Well, you arrange it. Okay. After deciding on 2 subordinates, thinking that their planetary army is a scumbag level as a whole, Tang Ranran was worriedly thinking about whether to take out the marrow cleansing pill, or should she directly use the copycat version of JS Element. I tell you a secret. Hide it. Tang Ranran decided to discuss it with Kong Chen. Secret? Kong Chen couldn't help but move towards Tang Ranran, pricked up his ears, and an anti-spying mental barrier enveloped the two. I have developed a potion that is a little bit better than JS Essence to improve mental power talent. If this news spreads, will we become the target of public criticism? Tang Ranran was a little worried. Kong Chen was shocked and overjoyed. And then he pondered carefully for several seconds and asked, a little bit better? How good is this? Directly improve the level of mental power? Tang Ranran organized his words and explained. This is not so exaggerated. Directly improving mental power is definitely a small probability, and it is more likely to be a slow improvement. Anyway, in terms of probability, it is stronger than JS Essence, and it also has a certain effect over the age of 30, and there is a chance to improve the level of mental power. It is effective over 30 years old? So magical. Kong Chen's eyes lit up with ecstasy in an instant, and he hurriedly said, do you need human experiments? I can do it. I try the effect first. Why do you think your mental power will be upgraded? Tang Ranran asked back, staring at him with a look of you are not very smart. Ah? Ah! Kong Chen was stunned, and the ecstasy on his face turned into confusion. So, I have already used it. Yeah. Are those JS essences you gave me? Kong Chen understood a little after thinking about it. No. Those I gave you are counterfeit products that I prepared myself. But they are indeed similar to JS essences. I mean, let's call them marrow cleansing pills. That day, when I asked you to stay in the apartment in Shuntang Factory, I secretly fed you. That potion can improve physical fitness, remove toxins, and enhance mental talent. That day, Kong Chen immediately remembered it, slapped his thigh, and suddenly realized. No wonder I suddenly became more handsome that day. So, we still have to cooperate with JS Essence in the later stage? This promotion is too expensive. Can we afford it? Reference to the situation of 3 counterfeit JS essences that day. Kong Chen felt that this method could not be popularized at all. Not necessarily. Some people were promoted directly after taking it. So far, I have done several experiments. Tang Ranran blabbered and told the results of her marrow cleansing pill experiment again. Yan Xing, depromoted to C. Tang Shuwai, still a C, with an extra plus, and then maintained at C+. Butler Lin, Zhou Jian and Tang Chui. The mental power level remained unchanged, without even an plus. Tang Qianqian was promoted from D to C, and then remained at C. After understanding the experimental data, Kong Chen could only say that based on these examples, it is enough to prove that this marrow cleansing pill is indeed much better than JS. What about the production cost? What are the raw materials used? About 10 billion per pill. Marrow cleansing pills require chalcedony, blue spirit seeds, replaced by 7-color 5-spirit flowers, green spirit grass, spiritual ginseng, and 1,000-layer grass. Tang Ranran roughly estimated the price. It requires a variety of pure plants. The main raw material has a purification value of about 65. And it also needs to be mixed with a variety of materials. Purification value 65. So high. Of course, good things must be expensive. If you make this potion, will it delay your vegetable planting? It's okay. I have some stock. We can find someone to experiment first. But once the experiment is done, I'm afraid the news will spread. That's true. With a mental barrier, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen conspired for a long time, and finally decided that the marrow cleansing pill would go through Yanqian Channel and have a clear path in the military. If a mental power enhancing potion such as the marrow cleansing pill is held in one's hands, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble once it is discovered. After all, improving mental power talent is related to the overall comprehensive national strength of the empire. Moral kidnapping alone can tie people to death. For example, JS Essence. Almost all healers know how to refine JS Essence, and the production method of JS Essence is public. As for why JS Essence is expensive, that's because the cost is expensive. To put it bluntly, JS Essence is refining tons of pure fruits and vegetables into the essence of a potion tube. And the cost of the marrow cleansing pill is not cheap, although the pharmacists of the empire cannot master alchemy. According to the refining principle of JS Essence, it is definitely possible to take the essence and remove the dregs from the raw materials and make a marrow cleansing potion according to the gourd-like principle. The formula was generously given out, and the spiritual plant samples were also given out. However, due to the problem of raw materials, it could not be mass-produced. This had nothing to do with Tang Ranran. After the discussion, they went their separate ways. Kong Chen contacted Liang Chongquan and took him to see Tang Xian. During this period, he had to draw up a list of people who would take the marrow cleansing pill. The benefits of the marrow cleansing pill were definitely a great fortune, so he must have his own confidants. Tang Ranran gave 100 people in the first batch, and explained that the marrow cleansing pill was also divided into different qualities: 10 low grade, 40 medium grade, 40 high grade, and 10 top grade. Among them, 1 top grade marrow cleansing pill was reserved for Liang Chongquan. The 100 places also had to be divided into different degrees of closeness and intimacy. Kong Chen was very cautious about this. It took about 2 hours from Kong Chen's departure to Tang Xian Mansion. During this period, Tang Ranran sorted out the farm. After this period of one-on-one alchemy, her reserve of pills was very abundant again. There are about 500 marrow cleansing pills, of which 10% are low grade, 85% are medium grade and high grade, and 5% are top grade perfect pills. According to the grade, the same grade is put together. After sorting out the marrow cleansing pills, Tang Ranran began to brush materials. The 5 major materials of the marrow cleansing pills: chalcedony with a purification value of 67.2, 7-color 5-spirit flower with a purification value of 42.8, green spirit grass with a purification value of 36.5, 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng with a purification value of 53.7, and 1,000-layer grass with a purification value of 38.2. The main material, chalcedony, has certain requirements for the growth environment. It grows on dead trees in the snow and ice below 0 degrees. 7-color 5-spirit flower requires sandy land, not too much water, but not too dry, and sufficient sunlight. Green spirit grass, casual, under the spiritual conditions. The environment is not too bad. Of course, in this magical farm, this acre of land is covered with ice and snow. And across the ridge, next to it is a sunny sandy land. Qilin grass, 1 tree per square meter, 666 trees per field. After brushing a field, Tang Ranran arranged robots to pick them, transplanted 10 flower pots with roots as samples, and all the rest were cut like wheat and directly stacked into large capacity fresh-keeping food boxes. The 7-color 5-spirit flower looks a bit like a sunflower overall, with a straight branch, about 1 meter high, and a big peony-like flower on top. Colorful. Oh, wrong. It is a veritable 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. There are roughly 10 square meters per plant, about 66 plants per acre, and 10 flower pots are transplanted. The remaining flowers in the field are only picked with spiritual power, and the branches and leaves are useless. Jadeite. This field, the north wind was blowing. It was frozen 3 feet. There was a dead wood in about 60 square meters, and one on each wood. The jadeite looked like Ganoderma, but it was crystal white. The whole one was quite big, but the weight was not big, about 100 grams. Artificial cultivation of jadeite is also a long-standing problem in the world of immortal cultivation. In their Dan sect, they specially built a secret ice and snow realm, put a lot of dead wood, and then dug wild jadeite and put it in. Under the right environment, immortal masters who are proficient in planting can artificially proliferate. But the yield of jadeite has always been very low. For Tang Ranran, planting jadeite is very slow if she uses the wood type ability. But it is relatively simple to use the method. She estimated that at least the SS level big wood type can successfully grow it. As for the source of jadeite, of course it is Su Shinrong. Coincidentally, one of the places they visited was a frozen tundra with snow and ice. They didn't find the 80+ ice crystal flowers mentioned in the gossip, but they did dig up a lot of random things. As long as Tang Ranran insisted that the chalcedony was found in the frozen tundra, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan would not be able to verify the truth. Not to mention that the two would definitely not verify it. 11 chalcedony mushrooms per field. Tang Ranran put one in a fresh food box. Lingshan. Tang Ranran already has 1,000-year-old ginseng, but the yield is relatively low. Only one plant per acre. But each plant is very big. Like a baby. 5 pounds or more. Tang Ranran picked 2 adult ginsengs, and also threw them into the fresh food box. Finally, it was the 1,000-layer grass, which looks like cabbage, although it is a little higher than the green spiritual grass. It is also a common commodity on the roadside in the world of cultivation. 1 plant per square meter. 666 plants per acre. 10 plants are transplanted in 10 flower pots, and the rest are all picked, packed and thrown into a large capacity fresh food box. While picking materials, Tang Ranran also took the time to do an experiment. He tried to refine it by simply extracting the essence of spiritual plants, and finally successfully made a marrow-washing liquid. Liquid medicine meets the public aesthetics of the imperial pharmacists. As for the effect, as a master of alchemy, Tang Ranran felt that this marrow-washing liquid was equivalent to a low-grade marrow-washing pill. Anyway, with this marrow-cleansing liquid, she can openly improve the strength of her younger brothers. After finishing the work on the raw materials of the marrow-cleansing pill, Tang Ranran once again started the one-on-one alchemy mode. Marrow-cleansing pills need to be refined more. Tang Xian, who was waiting for others, was not idle either. He started to plant spiritual fruit trees in the garden area of his mansion. The entire T1 area already has a trace of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in the central area of her mansion has reached the general level. Planting some ordinary varieties of spiritual fruit trees, which are equivalent to ordinary fruits in the world of immortal cultivation, is likely to survive. So, plant spiritual fruit trees. One by one. After planting more than 20 trees, Kong Chen called and said that he had reached the gate outside the F1 protective shield. With such an operation on the intelligent brain, a temporary passable gate was opened on the protective shield. A tank-like standard military vehicle landed on an open space not far from Tang Ranran. As soon as he got off the car, Liang Chongquan felt the rich and pure breath in the air. He widened his eyes and instinctively took a deep breath. While taking a deep breath, he looked around and saw the towering ancient trees. Although there were only a few of them, the appearance of the abundant fruits was really tempting. Moreover, that tree was the white jade mysterious fruit tree. Right? White jade mysterious fruit. Purification value 56. A tree as big as several people, with such a large crown, full of white jade mysterious fruit. Liang Chongquan was shocked by what he saw. Kong Chen, who had a calm face, was also surprised in his heart. No. When he had a video call with Tang Xian yesterday, the background picture was still barren, with only a field of dead grass. Today, there are so many trees? This is not an ordinary tree. It is a high purification value fruit tree. Lord Tang Xian, I, Liang Chongquan, an S-level spiritualist, hope to follow you. Please give me this opportunity. Kneeling on one knee, Liang Chongquan expressed his determination with a solemn face and the most pious attitude. Already convinced by Tang Xian, Liang Chongquan became more determined to follow after seeing it with his own eyes. He is an ordinary S-level, and it is definitely a great opportunity for him to be accepted by an SSS level with system. Faced with Liang Chongquan's firm oath to follow, Tang Ranran frowned. So direct? Okay. It will save trouble for everyone if we go straight. On the way here, Kong Chen must have done some ideological work on him. And following Tang Xian, a bigwit system, has only advantages and no disadvantages. And Liang Chongquan is not stupid. Tang Ranran held a high attitude, looked at people with scrutiny, and was speechless for a while. Big with system. You have to have a shelf. In silence, Liang Chongqun was very nervous, and finally couldn't help but express his position again. Please give me a chance. I will go through fire and water. I will not hesitate. Boss, we are in need of people now. And Brother Liang is very capable. He is definitely a great help. Kong Chen acted and spoke for Liang Chongqun. Tang Ranran waited for a few seconds, and then said solemnly, I need loyalty that will never betray. Liang Chongqun was delighted and said immediately, I am willing to follow you, Lord Tangxian, for the rest of my life, and never betray you. Then are you willing to sign a loyalty contract with me? Of course I am willing. Tang Ranran used the contract, and it came to fruition. S-level younger brother. +1. But this guy is a married person, and he can only be described as an ordinary handsome guy. Tang Ranran was not interested. After adding a communication friend and saying a few simple leadership chicken soup words work hard, Tang Ranran sent him away. In the next 2 days, Tang Ranran was still brushing spiritual plants. The entire T1 protection area was already filled with thin spiritual energy. A small number of the spiritual plants that were randomly thrown around in her mansion garden survived. However, it was limited to her mansion garden. Outside her 100 acres of land, the spiritual energy was still too thin, and the spiritual plants could hardly survive, which meant that the death time was extended a bit. Tang Ranran was brushing spiritual plants, and after 2 days of careful consideration, Kong Chen drew up the first batch of 99 names. All of them were Kong Chen confidants. 5 A-level spiritualists, 40 B-level spiritualists, 40 C-level spiritualists, and 14 places were given to Kong Chen's secretarial team and administrative assistants, all of whom were clerks with only E-level and D-level spiritual powers. Liang Chongqun, who was newly promoted to a younger brother, had already taken a top-grade marrow cleansing pill on the day he was promoted to his own man. But unfortunately, it had no effect. Liang Chongqun was originally an S-level, and he was still an S-level after the marrow cleansing, without even a plus. Tang Ranran guessed that this guy might be too old and ineffective. Liang Chongqun is almost 70 years old, because there are a lot of people and worried about accidents. Tang Ranran went with the small Tangxian. The location was the new hospital in Ruili New District. Liang Chongqun used the marrow cleansing pill, and the first batch of 99 people used the marrow cleansing potion. Well, the marrow cleansing pill is dissolved in water and becomes a potion. The effect is not greatly affected if the pill is taken in time after being dissolved in water. Once the potion is taken, everyone enters the special sanatorium. The special sanatorium combines treatment and cleaning, and can also monitor various life characteristics. It is generally used for patients who cannot move or special paralyzed people. The small Tangxian is the monitor, sitting in the doctor's office in the ward area of the sanatorium, showing a semi-hanging dormant state. Switching to the small Tangxi, Tang Ranran continued to brush the spiritual energy in the T1 protective cover area without wasting time. The whole night was safe and sound, and no one was allergic to the marrow cleansing pill. The relevant data statistics are Kong Chen's job. After Tangxian withdrew and returned to the luxury residential area, he continued to brush the spiritual energy in a stereotyped way. Alas, she was really exhausted in order to create a spiritual environment. At about noon, Kong Chen sent her the data. This first batch of 99 people, 5 A-level, 2 of them have an additional plus, and the other 3 remain unchanged. 40 B-level, 4 of them have been promoted to A-level. 8 have an additional plus status. 4 have an additional plus status, and the remaining 44 remain unchanged. 40 C-level, 3 of them have been promoted to B-level. 8 have an additional plus status. 2 have an additional plus status, and the remaining 27 remain unchanged. Among the remaining 14 people, 8 D-level, 1 person was promoted to C-level. 1 person has an additional plus status. 1 person has an additional plus status, and the remaining 5 people remain unchanged. 6 E-level, 1 person was promoted to D-level, and the remaining 5 people remained unchanged. Excluding the addition and addition, the rate of mental power promotion is nearly 10%. This is definitely a legendary discovery among mental power enhancement potions. The 9 promoted personnel probably have no room for further upgrade. As for the 19 plus personnel, especially the 7 plus personnel, Tang Ranran estimated that if they were hit with high purification value pure fruits and vegetables, there was a high probability that they could be upgraded. However, it would cost money. If others knew about this extravagance, wouldn't they be jealous? There are a total of 26 people. Kongchen's plan is to arrange them to the core planting base of the T1 protection zone as guards and breathe high purification value air. Maybe they will be promoted after staying in the pure atmosphere for a long time. Anyway, observe first, and then decide whether to spend money according to the situation later. The two A+ confidants are definitely Kongchen key training targets. Absorbing spiritual energy can still have a little effect in a subtle way, and Tang Ranran agrees with this. In addition to the intuitive data, after a detailed analysis of the data, Kongchen came to several conclusions. First, the younger, the greater the probability of mental power promotion. Secondly, on the basis of genetics, the greater the probability of mental power promotion. What does it mean? It means that the C with the same 2 C levels, but with a B level father, has a higher chance of being promoted after taking the marrow cleansing pill than the C with both parents being C level. Then, the marrow cleansing potion has the function of beauty and skin care. That's for sure. Finally, the marrow cleansing potion is suspected to have the effect of prolonging life. Not the kind that directly increases lifespan, but a way to improve physical fitness and reshape health, so that people can live a few more years. Of course, this life extension still needs specific research. At this stage, Kongchen can't give the precious marrow cleansing pill to the elderly. The results obtained by the first batch of people are roughly like this. Finally, although these 99 people are Kongchen confidants, there are many people and many mouths. Even if they can keep their mouths shut, the 9 people who have been promoted in mental power are all over 30 years old. Suddenly, their mental power has been promoted. This news cannot be concealed. So-called Yin Qian. Rather than being exposed by others, it is better to be open and honest on your own initiative. There is no loss, and you can win a good reputation. Ever since Su Pingrixing applied for the second-level protection of the planet, Yin Qian has been paying close attention to the news. And then, Shi Xingyuan? Yin Qian was a little confused when he got this result. How could it be this unknown Shi Xingyuan? Was it Kongchen who chose him? Kongchen deliberately chose someone who was not as handsome as him. Yin Qian couldn't help it, so he called Tang Shi, and then got an automatic reply of "No one is here. Please leave a message." Tang Shi was not here, so he could only find Tang Xian, and the communication was connected this time. After a few formulaic opening remarks, Yin Qian tentatively began to get to the point. "Did you choose the garrison commander of your planet?" "Yes, I did. Did you see Xiaoyan?" Tang Ranran had a big question mark. "Who?" "My sister. Yen Yen." "Your sister? I didn't see her. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Tang Ranran inner OS. "I wouldn't have chosen it if I had said so earlier. She must have chosen a handsome guy. My sister is a foodie, and she's very interested in the food on Su Pingrixing planet." Yin Qian said it tactfully, but the subtext was obvious. "Can we change people?" Tang Ranran pretended to be confused and said, "That's a pity. Next time you come, I prepare some specialties for you, and you can bring some to her." After a few conversations, Yin Qian was basically sure that Tang Ranran was just perfunctory to him. She had no intention of applying for a change at all. And if Su Pingrixing planet didn't take the initiative to propose a change, he couldn't intervene. The dust settled, and even Yin Qian couldn't change the result that Qi Xingyuan led the army to station on Su Pingrixing planet. After ending the communication, Yin Qian depressedly studied Qi Xingyuan's detailed information, looking left and right. He didn't see anything special. Why did you specifically ask for this guy? In terms of appearance alone, Qi Xingyuan is a little worse than Kongchen, not to mention being on par with him. And he is only an SS level single system ability user. Could it be that because he is SS level and has no family or faction, he will not pose a threat even if he is placed on the planet? It can also avoid trouble? Thinking about it this way, Yin Qian felt that it made sense. Yes, it must be like this. Qi Xingyuan should not be threatening. Should be. Right? Once he was free, Yin Qian couldn't help but think about it. The worry of gain and loss, and the lack of status, was really worrying. Hey. This crappy class? I really don't want to go to it for a day. After being worried for several days, Yin Qian received a call from Tang Xian and answered it immediately. Tang Ranran said briefly, Are you free? Yin Qian, free. You can be free even if you are not free. Then you come over. Bring some high purification pure plant planting and protection equipment. And bring a few professionals, including a pharmacist who can make JS elements, and an authoritative person who has studied mental power enhancement potions. Yin Qian's expression immediately became serious. Did you find anything? Yes. I found a pure plant that can enhance mental power talent. I figured out a formula for mental power enhancement potions and have experimented on a small scale. The effect is quite good. The specific effect cannot be explained for a while. I will ask Kong Chun to send you some information. You can bring someone over after reading it. Notify me 1 hour in advance before departure, and we will meet in the relevant laboratory. Okay. I understand. As for the formula for enhancing mental power, Yin Qian took it seriously. After receiving the relevant information sent by Kong Chun, he carefully checked it. It was obvious that a general meeting was going to be held for discussion. Tang Ranran received his message 3 hours after calling Yin Qian. Yin Qian first sent a message, saying that 3 people would come over. All of them were authoritative people, and all of them had healing abilities. Is there any problem? Healing system. Tang Ranran estimated that as long as they didn't get close, it shouldn't be visible. After all, puppets are immortal cultivation magic tools produced by the immortal world that cannot be explained by science. After replying that it was no problem, Yin Qian said that they were already preparing and would set off on time in an hour. Xiao Tang Xian immediately went to the Pure Plant Planting Research Experimental Base in Ruili City New District. Tang Ranran had booked the core confidential area of the experimental base a few days ago, and the raw materials of the marrow cleansing pills that were transplanted with roots had been moved here in advance. When Tang Ranran arrived, Kong Chun was already waiting there. You are finally here. But I am so anxious. Kong Chun was anxious beyond words. Huh? Can't grow it? Can't grow it. Absolutely can't grow it. If you don't come, they will all die. Kong Chun was anxious and helpless. Pure plants with a purification value of 30 plus are definitely ancestors. They can't be served. Really can't be served. Only Wood type can be competent for this planting work. Welcoming Tang Xian's savior, Kong Chun kept urging her to walk faster. The two walked quickly, and soon arrived at the core confidential area of the laboratory. The area had been cleared in advance. There was no one in the entire area of more than 100 square meters. Only the plants covered by the protective cover. 5 varieties of spiritual plants were placed in 5 small pure plant protective covers of dozens of square meters in size, under strict protection and careful feeding. They were very disrespectful. Without exception, they were all dejected and drooping. Even the most popular green spiritual grass in the world of cultivation was listless, and looked like they were about to die heroically. The chalcedony in the refrigerator was on the verge of death. Tang Ranran hurriedly used his skills to rescue a wave. After a long time of hard work, he finally rescued them all. The task of planting seemed very arduous. After the work was done, he chatted with Kong Chun for a few words. Yin Qian sent a message. They were ready, except for an address. Tang Ranran shared the current location, and Yin Qian came over along the network cable. A space crack. Yin Qian led 4 people. 4 people? All of them were strangers. One was an old man with white hair and beard in a green shirt. A middle-aged bald man with a bald forehead and a very authoritative white coat. A young handsome man with fair skin, delicate features, tall and handsome, full of elegance, wearing a white military uniform. I think he is the boss of the military medical system. The last person was a woman, wearing a yellow sportswear, big eyes, white skin, a bun, about 1.6 meters tall, standing among the 4 men. She looked particularly petite and cute. Tang Ranran looked at the 4 people, and the 4 people looked at him curiously or scrutinizingly. The girl in sportswear spoke first, with an innocent and curious face, cheerful and straightforward. Are you Tang Xian? Wow. You look more handsome than in the photo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Really too handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Tang Ranran was stunned, and then distressed. She knew that Qin Shao Jianzun's face was attractive to both young and old. Thank you for the compliment. I have a girlfriend. Tang Ranran decisively refused. Although he was rejected, he did not give up. He kept talking like a machine gun. My name is Gu Jiajia, from the Gu family of the first galaxy in the Empire. I am 34 years old this year. an SS level wood type supernaturalist, who can do housework and grow vegetables, and has no bad habits. Handsome Tang Xian. Would you consider dumping your girlfriend and developing a relationship with me? I fell in love with you at first sight, at second sight, and at third sight. I want to spend my life with you. Really? I swear. Every word is true. And there is no falsehood. Gu Jiejia raised one hand to swear, with a serious expression. Tang Ranran, no. This girl is a face party. And she is even more shameless than her. Without Tang Ranran answer, the passionate and unrestrained Gu Jiejia was doubly punished. The handsome man in white military uniform said coldly, Jiejia, stop messing around. Yan Qian scolded. Gu Jiejia, shut up. If you say one more word, I throw you back. The lethality of these words was obvious. Gu Jiejia was immediately shocked and immediately made a zipper-up gesture in front of her mouth. Then looked at Tang Ranran with pitiful eyes. Tang Ranran was not moved at all, and turned away with a cold expression. The little white flower's pitiful trick. This is what she left over. She is crazy when she is around. Don't pay attention to her. Yan Qian threw Gu Jiejia a warning look, and then introduced the other 3 people who came with him to Tang Ranran. Although Gu Jiejia is an SS level wood type, she is definitely not in Yan Qian plan. She pestered Gu Xia to follow. Yan Qian introduced it in great detail, with a lot of titles and positions, and Tang Ranran only remembered a few key points. Bai Juni, Gu Xiao, Gu Jiejia's cousin, SSS level wood healing system. Not her type, but wood and healing system. As for whether he has a third system ability, only he knows. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Xiu is the Empire's #1 healer. The green-shirt old man, Chen Feng, is an academician and researcher in mental power and pharmacy-related fields. He has an SSS-level healing system and water system, and an undisclosed special ability. He is the president of the Pharmacists General Union. The bald man in a white coat, Zhu Dehai, is also an academician, SS-level wood and healing system, and is an expert in mental power potions and potion optimization and improvement. All 3 are authoritative figures in mental power potions, and were pulled over by Yan Qian from the highest research institute of the Imperial military in the First Galaxy. Hello. Nice to meet you. As the #1 healer, Gu Xiao, with a distant smile, obviously has a sense of aloofness that keeps people away. Hello. I'm also glad to meet you. Tang Ranran responded with a formulaic smile. I've heard of you for a long time. Chen Feng is obviously a serious old man who doesn't smile, and a rigorous academic. I don't deserve it. You're welcome. Tang Ranran replied politely. Tang Xian. Hello. Hello. Zhu Dehai was the most enthusiastic, smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum, and he came closer while talking, and stretched out his right hand, obviously wanting to shake hands. Kong Chen, who had always been a little transparent beside Tang Ranran, was very perceptive, and reacted quickly to shake his hand, shaking hands on behalf of Tang Ranran in a friendly manner. Tang Xian is a metal puppet, and these are all healing types. If they find something during contact, it will be troublesome. Sorry, I don't like to contact strangers. Tang Ranran smiled apologetically at Zhu Dehai. Oh, I see. I see. Zhu Dehai was not disappointed, and still shook hands with Kong Chen with a smile. After 2 simple sentences, they were considered to be acquainted, and Tang Ranran went straight to the point. I won't say anything else. Time is precious for everyone. This is the finished potion I made. Tang Ranran didn't intend to waste time, and took out a marrow cleansing potion from the space buckle. This was the marrow cleansing elixir water solution that had just been mixed a few minutes before Yan Qian arrived. Although she liked Yan Qian very much, one thing is one thing. At this stage, it is safer to dissolve the elixir in water. Yan Qian, this is the marrow cleansing potion I mentioned. Do you want to try it? Yes. After answering, Yan Qian walked over and raised his hand to take it. Wait, there is no clinical trial yet. Gu Xia disagreed, but before he could finish, Yan Qian swallowed it. Gu Xia frowned, silently condemned Yan Qian with a look of you are fooling around. New medicine. No clinical trials. Yan Qian really thinks he has lived too long. That? Tang Xian. Zhu Dehai rubbed his hands like a fly rubbing its hands, smiling a little flatteringly. Can I try one too? Gu Xiao and Chen Feng both think highly of themselves. But he... Zhu Dehai. is definitely a person with a keen eye. The products of the Big Wood system must be top-notch. Even if the medicine Tang Xian prepared has no effect, it is definitely a water solution with a high purification value. There is no ready-made one, but I can configure one on the spot. I will demonstrate it, and you can record it with the smart brain. Thank you so much. Zhu Dehai was overjoyed and praised him with rainbow farts. Tang Xian, you are so righteous. This selfless spirit is a role model for our generation, and is worthy of learning for all of us. This familiar compliment made Tang Ranran think of Lu Jingxing. Chen Feng's serious face was somewhat moved, and he expressed his gratitude with admiration. Thank you, Tang Xian, for your contribution to pharmacy. It should be. The main raw material of the marrow washing potion is this. I call it chalcedony. The purification value is about 67. It grows in the ice and snow, and it is difficult to grow. While speaking, Tang Ranran showed the living marrow washing Ganoderma under the protective cover. In the -18-degree environment comparable to a refrigerator, it is relatively fragile. Everyone be careful. Except for Yan Qian, the outsider. The three professionals and Gu Jiajia all came to the chalcedony Ganoderma. Does it have special living conditions? Does it need humus for Ganoderma? It looks like it's hard to keep alive. Wow. So beautiful. Just like a gem. The four of them started to discuss. I have kept living plants of these materials. You can take the samples back for careful study. The protective cover was only open for a few seconds, allowing them to take a few glances. And then Tang Ranran closed it. As soon as the protective cover was closed, a layer of white mist condensed on the wall cover due to the low temperature, and nothing could be seen clearly. This is Qingling grass, Qisai Wuling flower, Qianyan Lingshan, Qiansing grass. Tang Ranran introduced the living plants transplanted in the flower pots one by one, and finally took out a large pile of raw materials stored in the fresh-keeping food box. According to my personal research, the best potion is made with these four materials. Of course, I am not a professional. The specific formula will depend on your research and improvement. Tang Xian, you are so modest. The spiritual power formula. Our entire team has to study for decades, and you can figure it out by yourself. It's a miracle. You are so young. We are really ashamed. Our empire has a genius like you, and the future will definitely be a big takeoff. Zhu Dehai said a lot of good things, and his tongue was very sharp. Tang Ranran was a little flattered by the praise. Although this guy looked a little shabby. Who would hate a guy who is good at flattering? Extract the essence. Tang Ranran gave a simple explanation, a practical demonstration, and a series of operations. After half an hour, a marrow cleansing potion was completed. Zhu Dehai, if you don't mind, you can try it. No. No. Tang Xian, you are so amazing. Thank you so much. I won't be polite if you don't thank me for your kindness. As if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. Zhu Dehai drank it in one gulp after taking it from Tang Ranran. The material description and on-site demonstration took about an hour. When Zhu Dehai finished drinking the freshly prepared marrow cleansing potion, Yan Qian, who had taken the top-quality marrow cleansing pill water solution earlier, had already seen the effect. Yan Qian looked a little gray. I think they were afraid that he would have problems, so they didn't bother to study the potion. Gu Xiao and Chen Feng stood on Yan Qian left and right guardians, carefully feeling his condition with their healing abilities. Zhu Dehai, who took the potion, also carefully felt his own condition with his abilities, because he was the person involved. Zhu Dehai could clearly feel that as soon as the potion entered his mouth, it was like bathing in the spring breeze and warm sunshine. Very comfortable. And in this comfort, there was also a feeling of rebirth, like spring rain moistening all things. A vigorous and surging power nourished the limbs and bones, and the cells of the body were very active and excited, welcoming a new life. And faintly, there was a feeling of breaking and then standing, and constantly breaking through in the new life. Zhu Dehai is definitely a connoisseur. After feeling it for more than half an hour, the fiery and wolfish light in his eyes became more intense. Oh my god! It's amazing! He can be sure that this potion is effective in improving mental talent, and its effect is definitely greater than 10% and 20% concentration of JS element. As for 40% JS element, that thing is too expensive. He has never eaten it, so he doesn't know how effective it is and can't compare it. Gu Jiajia, who is not a healing type, is not interested in the two people who drank the potion. She prefers vegetables. Leaning next to Tang Ranran. Gu Jiejia opened her big eyes and looked at her with bright eyes. Looking forward to it. Can I try to plant it? Yes. I have seeds here. In addition to the marrow-cleansing Ganoderma, the 7-color spirit flower, green spirit grass, 1,000-layer grass and 1,000-year spirit ginseng are all seed-bearing. Tang Ranran has reserved seeds in her hands. She gave Gu Jiejia a few grass seeds for each and explained them one by one. Thank you, Tang Xian. You are so kind. Gu Jiejia was excited and couldn't wait to start the experiment of one seed after another. Then she was disappointed to find that she couldn't urge it. She couldn't urge it at all. Not to mention the zasuitsi that looked difficult to deal with. Just these 4 auxiliary materials of the medicine were difficult to deal with. After working hard for more than an hour, only the qingling grass with a purification value of 36 and the ginseng grass with a purification value of 38 sprouted. As for the 7-colored spiritual flower and the millennium spiritual ginseng, these 2 seeds had no movement at all. Gu Jiejia was very frustrated and defeated by reality. She should be able to plant a qingling grass with the lowest purification value in about 7 to 10 days. Yes. 1. This qingling grass is more difficult to grow than the other 35 plus plants she has grown. Hey. After trying it herself, Gu Jiejia felt that Tang Xian had become more impressive. She had only heard that Tang Xian was good at growing vegetables before. But now she had personally confirmed that Tang Xian was good at growing vegetables. Idol. From today on, Tang Xian is her #1 idol. Wow. She wants to date him. She really wants to date him. Handsome Tang Xian. Are you really not going to consider me? Gu Jiejia tried again. Her eyes with curved eyelashes almost formed a heart shape, staring at Tang Ranran's face with obsession and great expectation. Tang Ranran was speechless again. No. You should at least hide your face party attribute. Although she is also a face lover, she doesn't lick the screen. Even if she licks the screen, she will do it secretly when no one is around. Girl, restrain yourself. We are of the same gender. It's impossible. Tang Ranran's speechless silence made Gu Jiejia more excited. She carefully glanced at Yan Qian to make sure that they were not paying attention to the movement here, and hurriedly added, I really mean it. I have a girlfriend. Really? Rejected again? Tang Ranran turned on the smart brain light screen and showed Tang Xi's photo. Look! My girlfriend is taller than you, wider than you, and more beautiful than you. Gu Jiejia, no. Just refuse. It's a bit too much to hit her like this. However, after taking a closer look at Tang Xi's photo, Gu Jiejia was frustrated to find that she was actually taller, wider, and more beautiful than her. But I'm an SS level with type. I can grow vegetables. Gu Jiejia, who was at a disadvantage in appearance, tried to save herself by bringing out her biggest advantage. I'm an SSS level with type. The implication was, I can grow vegetables myself. But what's the difference between my girlfriend and me? Besides, she's an S level with type. She can grow vegetables too, Tang Ranran added. Gu Jiejia was completely shocked when her face fell. Oh, forget it. This corner is too solid. She probably can't pry it open. She still continues to care about the cute little vegetables, holding the sprouting qingling grass seeds very preciously. Gu Jiejia walked towards the location of Gu Xiao and the other 2. But just a few steps closer, she stopped, sniffed around, and finally confirmed the source, looking at Yan Qian with surprise and disgust. Ah, cousin, you stink? After saying that, Gu Jiejia immediately turned around and jumped 3 feet away. She was far away and could no longer smell the stinky smell. So she stopped, because of her exaggerated reaction. Yan Qian, who was originally talking about his feelings with Chen Feng and Gu Xiao, stopped talking, lowered his head, and sniffed himself. The next second, his brows frowned. It was really stinky. After a careful sniff, Yan Qian was sure that the stinky smell came from the black dirt on the skin that was like sweat beads. It's a normal phenomenon. The effect of the medicine will last for about 6 to 12 hours, depending on the person. During this period, some impurities accumulated in the body will be discharged, Tang Ranran explained, and then looked at Kong Chen. The little transparent Kong Chen immediately understood. There is a lounge next to it, and there is a washroom there. I take you there. Thank you. Yan Qian nodded in thanks. Now he couldn't stay here any longer in this state. It would affect his image. Zhu Dehai also thanked him. Thank you, comrade. Chen Feng and Gu Xia discussed for a few words. And finally Gu Xia followed Yin Qian and Zhu Dehai to the lounge. Chen Feng stayed and asked Tang Ranran about the marrow cleansing potion with a very humble attitude. And then he started to practice. The first step of practice is to grow vegetables. Chen Feng's special ability, time system. Different from Fu Jingyuan scene review and pause. Chen Feng's time ability is the standard vegetable planting, which accelerates the time of seeds to achieve the effect of vegetable planting. Compared to Gu Jiejia, Chen Feng is obviously much better. In about an hour, the Qingling grass seeds have grown to more than 10 centimeters, almost close to maturity. Wow, Mr. Chen, you are so awesome. Gu Jiejia cooperated and shouted 666. Chen Feng waved his hand at her, looked at Tang Ranran with eyes full of expectation, and praised, Tang Xian, your strength is really admirable. I believe that in the near future, our empire will be proud of you. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. Tang Ranran was modest. Yin Qian and Zhu Dehai were waiting for the effect of the medicine to pass in the lounge. Gu Xia followed them and kept abreast of their conditions. Every 15 minutes, he would use relevant instruments to test and record various physical data. In the planting area, after some experiments, Chen Feng came to the conclusion that the raw materials of the marrow cleansing agent were extremely difficult to plant. The 4 auxiliary materials, if possible, must be replaced by other materials with low purification values. Of course, the specific related materials need to be studied in detail, which is probably a long process. After the 4 auxiliary materials were tested, Chen Feng set his eyes on the Chalcedony Ganoderma covered with white mist and asked, Tang Xian, can I try to plant Chalcedony Ganoderma? The main ingredient cannot be replaced. So if Chalcedony Ganoderma cannot be planted, then everything is empty talk. Yes, Chalcedony Ganoderma is a fungus. It is absolutely impossible to reproduce with mycelium and cultivate it on a large scale. Tang Ranran used the most primitive way to grow vegetables. Tang Ranran adjusted the protective shield protecting the Chalcedony mushroom, expanded it to about 2 square meters, and then gestured to Chen Feng. Let's go in and plant it. Okay. I want to try it too. Gu Jiejia hurriedly spoke. Standard to join in the fun. Nonsense. You stay outside? Chen Feng scolded the dean with a stern face. If you don't want to try, then don't try. Gu Jiejia shrank her head, and the whole person was like a quail. Tang Ranran opened the protective shield, and with a long step, he entered the protective shield range to the side of the Chalcedony mushroom. Chen Feng followed closely. As the two entered, the protective shield closed again, and the warmth flowing in from the outside was immediately covered by the low temperature under the protective shield again, and the whole inside was cold. I usually plant it directly like this. Tang Ranran demonstrated on the spot, breaking off 2 small pieces as big as coins from the whole Chalcedony mushroom. One piece was handed to Chen Feng, and the other was placed in his palm. Tang Ranran used the wood-related ability combined with the spiritual power method to plant vegetables. Chen Feng also worked hard on the small piece of Chalcedony. Tang Ranran was very dramatic and slowed down the speed of planting vegetables. So after an hour, the coin-sized piece in her palm only grew to the size of a baby's fist. The coin-sized piece in Chen Feng's hand was almost unchanged to the naked eye. Obviously, his head was buzzing with disordered mental power. Chen Feng's face was solemn and full of fatigue. As an old man, he gritted his teeth and persisted for such an hour. But at most it grew by 1 millimeter. It's difficult to plant. It's really too difficult to plant. His head was swollen, as if a hammer was knocking on his head. Chen Feng stopped planting vegetables dejectedly and frustrated, and then gritted his teeth and gave himself a healing. Under the healing, the mental power gradually calmed down from the disorder. Looking at the Chalcedony he planted, and then at the one in Tang Ranran's hand, Chen Feng was helpless. According to his estimate, it would take about a month to plant such a large piece from the small size in his hand to the finished product. Even with his strength, in Tang Xian live demonstration, 1 marrow cleansing potion requires about 1/3 of Chalcedony. Even if he grows vegetables non-stop, he can only grow 36 vegetables a year. Not to mention that the actual planting will only produce fewer products. After the big setback, Chen Feng held a trace of unrealistic thoughts in his heart and asked Tang Ranran, Tang Xian, how long does it take you to grow such a Chalcedony? If the finished product is that big, it will take about a week. Currently SSS level, Tang Ranran estimated that it would take at least more than 30 days to rely on supernatural powers alone. And relying on the Xingxi Ju technique, if she didn't care about the loss of spiritual power, it would definitely be no problem to grow one a day. Of course, she was lazy to grow, and actually relied on the farm to brush. As long as she had money, she could brush chalcedony at will. 1 week. Qin Feng was surprised. So fast. Having already seen Kong Qin data on 99 people, and knowing the great effect of the marrow cleansing potion, Qin Feng blurted out, "Then, can we plant a batch? As long as there is the marrow cleansing potion, the military strength of their empire can be taken to a higher level." "No, I don't have time to plant." Without giving him a chance to finish, Tang Ranran interrupted and directly refused. He was speechless, thinking that he had no relationship with Tang Xian. It was indeed rude to say these things rashly. Qin Feng was a little annoyed for a moment, and apologized sincerely. "Sorry. I went too far, and didn't think before I spoke." "Yeah." Tang Ranran nodded and changed the subject. "In this environment, the seedlings can probably survive for 3 to 4 hours. As long as they are rescued every once in a while, there is a high probability that they can be grown into finished products. Mr. Qin, do you still want to plant? If not, let's go out first. Let's go out first." With a helpless tone, Qin Feng placed a small piece of zisuitsi on the rotten wood where the finished plants were planted, and Tang Ranran also put down a small piece of zisuitsi. After leaving the protective shield, Qin Feng took out his blue bottle, which was pure fruit, from the space buckle, ate a few, and received 2 more treatments. During this time, Qin Feng also went to the lounge to check on the status of Yan Qian and Zhu Dehai. When he came back again, Qin Feng, whose mental strength was already very stable, asked, "Can I try to prepare the marrow cleansing potion?" "Yes." Tang Ranran didn't care about it, thinking that she would definitely get a few samples for Yan Qian to take back. Tang Ranran said, "I will demonstrate it again. You can follow me." "Okay. Thank you very much. First is Qingling grass." Tang Ranran explained and demonstrated at the same time, like a first-grade teacher, teaching step by step, and deliberately slowing down the speed. The difficulty of the marrow cleansing potion is not great. As long as you master the steps and the ratio of various materials and ingredients, you can basically succeed. It took about an hour. As a veteran pharmacist, under the guidance of Tang Ranran, Qin Feng succeeded in the first configuration, taking the medicine prepared by Qin Feng. Tang Ranran felt it carefully. The medicine should be effective, but it is still inferior to the marrow cleansing medicine she prepared, which is not even as good as the low-grade marrow cleansing pill. If you want to describe it intuitively, it is about half a low-grade marrow cleansing pill. The first preparation was successful, and a hint of joy appeared on Qin Feng's rigid old face. He hesitated for a few seconds, and after weighing the number of raw materials, he asked shamelessly, "Tang Xian, can I prepare another one?" "Sure." Tang Ranran was very generous. "In addition to the living plants, I also prepared 30 sets of materials, which I will send to the Military Research Institute. I hope it will be helpful to you." "Thank you very much." Qin Feng solemnly half-bowed to Tang Ranran and expressed his highest respect and gratitude. Tang Ranran hurriedly helped him up. "Mrs. Qin is too polite. As a citizen of the Empire, this is what I should do. Tang Xian, you are so great." Gu Jiejia was touched. And then the next sentence was, "You really don't want to consider me?" Tang Ranran, "Thank you. I won't consider it." Gu Jiejia, "Woo." After nearly 12 hours, under the self-judgment of Yan Qian, Zhu Dehai, and Gu Xiao, the 3 of them unanimously determined that the medicinal power in the body had fully exerted its effect, and the effect of the marrow washing potion had completely passed. Yan Qian, who was covered with black dirt, immediately went into the bathroom and washed for half an hour before the smell of sourness that followed him like a shadow was removed. After Yan Qian was refreshed, Gu Xiao, who was waiting outside, checked him again. Zhu Dehai, who was not so particular, had finished washing earlier, had completed the relevant body data inspection, and went to the planting area. When Yan Qian and Gu Xia returned to the planting area, they saw Zhu Dehai showing off his elegant hair in front of Qin Feng. Yes, under the effect of the marrow cleansing potion, Zhu Dehai baldness has recovered, although it is only about 1 centimeter short hair. "What is this?" "It is beautiful hair. The beautiful hair he sacrificed for academics has returned again. Although my mental strength has not changed, I clearly feel that all the functions of my body have improved. Improved? Look. Look at my head. This is hair. Hair. Is it just hair? No. This is youth. It is my past glorious years. Zhu Dehai was so excited that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was dancing with joy. Zhu Dehai's monkey-like jumping posture made Yan Qian simply unable to bear to watch. Walking towards the location of Tang Ranran and the others. Before Yan Qian could talk to her, Gu Jiejia rushed over like a cannonball, stopped in front of him, stared at his face without blinking, and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! Cousin! You have become more handsome. Whiter and more handsome. Oh my God! This potion really has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin." Seeing Zhu Dehai, Gu Jiejia thought that the fat man seemed to have become a little more handsome. But because of his fatness, Zhu Dehai's face was fatter, and his skin was originally white and tender, except for his hair. The change was not too big. But when she saw Yan Qian, Gu Jiejia was completely sure. I can do it. I want to sign up to be a drug tester. I will sign up. Please give me a chance. Please. Otherwise I will die with my eyes open. Gu Jiejia turned around and came to Chen Feng again. Staring at the two finished marrow cleansing potions he was studying in his hands. Which woman doesn't love beauty and skin care? She hates it. Why didn't she learn from Zhu Dehai to be a drug tester? Mr. Chen. Please. Really please. Give me one. Really. Let me use it. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Gu Jiejia's standard is, if you don't give it to me, I will cry, make a fuss, and even hang myself. This? Chen Feng looked at Tang Ranran with some embarrassment. Although he configured it, the things belonged to Tang Xian. I donated all these to the military laboratory. You can decide how to distribute them. Don't ask me. Tang Ranran waved her hand, indicating that she would not express her opinion, and it was up to you. Gu Jiejia. Follow the application process. Gu Xiao said in a stern voice without allowing any rebuttal. Gu Xiao. This cousin is very lethal. Gu Jiejia dared not pester Chen Lao, and instead pitifully acted like a spoiled child to Tang Ranran. Tang Xian. Tang Ranran, if she were a man, she would probably appreciate the sympathy. But she is a woman, which makes people feel goosebumps. I will give Yan Qian a few. You ask him. Tang Ranran kicked the ball and threw the question to Yan Qian. With a turn of her eyes, Gu Jiejia threatened and lured Yan Qian. Cousin, whoever sees it will get a share. If you don't give me a hush money, I will publicize the dark history of you wetting the bed in my house when you were a child. And let everyone in the military know. I have photos in my hand. With pictures, there is truth. Yan Qian, shocked. I really want to slap her to death. Resisting his clenched fist, Yan Qian looked at Tang Ranran nervously. How could he let her know about the dark history? Tang Ranran's eyes lit up. Standard looked very interested. Photo? Yes. Yes. Photos. Tang Xian. Do you want them? I send you a marrow cleansing potion. Gu Jiejia climbed up the ladder. What's the big deal about betraying her cousin for beauty? At worst, she can run away immediately. Tang Ranran, deal. Gu Jiejia. You dare. Yan Qian roared and rushed over with big strides. But just when he grabbed Gu Jiejia's arm and tried to throw her away, he suddenly thought of something and paused. Gu Jiejia seized the opportunity and took advantage of Yan Qian's daze to break free with a clever force. Like a sprinting rabbit, she hid behind Tang Ranran and shouted, Hurry up. He's angry. He's angry. He's angry and wants to kill people to silence them. Add me as a friend and view your photo. Tang Ranran refused simply. Don't add. Just send it directly. Gu Jiejia has the characteristics of a successful person, thick skin. It must be annoying to add. Tang Ranran will not ask for trouble. Oh. After responding with disappointment, Gu Jiejia was not slow to find the photo and send it immediately. In close range, the two intelligent computers have a function similar to Bluetooth transmission. Ding! In less than a second, the photo was successfully received. Tang Ranran curiously clicked it and took a look. On the screen, there was a gorgeous big bed. A baby, about 10 months old, was white and fat and naked, and was being spanked by a woman on the bed. There was a big puddle of water on the bed sheet next to the baby. After seeing the photo, Tang Ranran couldn't imagine it at all. She couldn't match this baby with Yanqian at all. But it was true. Yanqian was a human being. And everyone had a baby period when they couldn't control their feces and urine. My cousin was so naughty at that time. He was left at my house for more than a month. My mother said that she almost went crazy taking care of the baby. She had a psychological trauma. It took decades for her to have the courage to give birth to me. I have been well-behaved and sensible since I was a child. I don't cry or make trouble. And I am a caring little cotton-padded jacket. It cured the trauma of raising a baby left by my cousin. Gu Jiejie was very proud, and was not afraid of death to publicize Yanqian's embarrassing story. Ha ha! Sneered twice. Yanqian stared at Gu Jiejie with a grim look. And he would definitely settle the score later. Curiosity was satisfied. Tang Ranran cast a sympathetic look at Gu Jiejie. Girl. You are dead. Gu Jiejie stretched out her hand nonchalantly. Tang Xian. Potion. Birds die for food. And people die for face. She is not afraid of being ugly. So why should she be afraid of her cousin? Well, I will match it for you before you leave. The effect is best if it is matched now. Oh, that's fine too. Seeing Yanqian coming over, Gu Jiejie was very timid and hurried to hide behind Gu Xia. Ignoring her and ignoring this little episode, Yanqian walked in front of Tang Ranran and couldn't help sharing the joy of success with her at the first time. My mental strength has increased slightly again, and it is currently SSS++. Yanqian couldn't help but raise his mouth, feeling extremely happy. On the one hand because of the improvement of strength, on the other hand because Tang Ranran researched something good, and thought of giving it to him first. Does Fu Jingyuan have it? He doesn't. What is this? This is love. So, as long as he has thick skin enough and continues to work hard, it is only a matter of time before he gets a high position. Congratulations. While saying congratulations, Tang Ranran was actually a little disappointed in her heart. Last time Yanqian absorbed part of the Thunder Tribulation. It was a plus. And now a top-grade marrow cleansing pill only gave a plus. It would be a bit difficult to successfully advance to 5S. Should I drink the fake JS mixed with elixir water, as water 3 times a day like Kong Chen? Apart from mental strength, are there any other changes? Tang Ranran stared at Yanqian's face without blinking. Soldiers have rough skin under the sun and wind. And the same is true for Yanqian, the marshal. Now, it's like a photorejuvenation and skin grinding. Less rough, more refined. The already super high appearance has been improved. My hands itch and want to touch it. But she has to hold back. She is worried that if she touches it, she will be responsible. Well, and Yanqian raised his hand, looked at his arm, and clenched his fist tightly. I feel that my strength has also increased a little bit. And my speed, reaction speed, and other body functions seem to have also increased a little. The specific details need to be confirmed through subsequent professional training. The overall sense of strength is more majestic. And the body's functions have definitely increased. Gu Xiao, the first doctor in the empire, gave a positive answer, and then apologized to Tang Ranran very sincerely. I apologize to you for my previous doubts. I'm sorry. I'm narrow-minded and suspicious. It's okay. It's normal to have concerns about new medicines. Tang Ranran was very generous and straightforward, and didn't take it to heart. They were strangers, and Gu Xiao didn't trust her. It was normal for him to doubt the marrow-washing medicine. Can I get started with the marrow-washing medicine? After confirming the efficacy of the marrow-washing medicine, Gu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little itchy and eager to try it. Sure, but I have something else to do, so I have to excuse myself. Mr. Chen has successfully prepared the medicine. You can ask him for advice. And here are the live plants and raw materials. You can discuss how to take them back. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tang Xian is really righteous. Gu Jiejie asked hurriedly. Tang Xian, where are you going? What about my medicine? I'm going to prepare the medicine now. I like quiet and no one, so it's more efficient. Oh. Gu Jiejie nodded hurriedly. About 4 hours. Yanqian, you can go back first. Or you can wait here. Then I wait here. Just in time for us to discuss the transportation of live plants. Tang Ranran, okay. Kong Chen stayed to accompany him, while Tang Ranran left the planting area and found an empty lounge at random. After closing the door and scanning the room, he confirmed that there was no surveillance and started to fish. In the world of immortal cultivation, The medicinal pills can maintain their medicinal properties for hundreds of years when stored in jade bottles and boxes. Here, they can also be stored in top-grade fresh-keeping boxes for 4 or 5 years. But after adding water, it is different. Tang Ranran has not conducted specific research and experiments, but she is sure that the medicinal effect of the pills will be easily lost after adding water. Unlike the copycat version of JS. Even if the medicinal effect of the copycat version is lost, it is a waste. But the first marrow washing is crucial. If the medicinal effect of the marrow washing pill water solution is slightly lost, the loss to the user is also immeasurable. The marrow washing pill water solution must not be left for too long, and it is best to prepare it for use. The private goods for Yan Qian must be prepared on the spot. Tang Ranran wasted time alone in the lounge, while Yan Qian, Gu Xiao, and others had a detailed discussion on the transportation problem in the planting area. When we came here, we were brought here hand in hand by the driver Yan Qian. But now we have to bring living plants with high purification value, which is not possible. When we came here, it was a temporary space channel. Such temporary space channels are unstable, just like a bumpy stone road, which will cause bumps. Such bumps are harmful. For example, Lu Chuanping, on the one hand, is because he is prone to motion sickness. But there is another very important reason. The road conditions are bad. How can you not feel dizzy after a bumpy journey, facing pure plants that are weak and can die at any time? It is natural to eliminate all factors that may threaten their lives. There is only one living plant of Chalcedony Ganoderma. What if it is dead? That's really a joke. Of course, if it is really dead, then we can only shamelessly ask Tang Xian for another living plant of Chalcedony Ganoderma. A temporary space channel is definitely not possible. But building a stable space channel from Su Pingerwei Star to the Research Institute of the First Galaxy? Just kidding. Such a big project. Even if Yan Qian has many blue bottles, it will be difficult to achieve in the short term. After much discussion, the few people finally decided to transfer an Aurora carrier from the neighboring Su Shunshang planet, plus a convoy fleet. After a quick process, the dispatch order was passed. S-level superpower Huang Youqi died strangely, and the Huang family was investigated for various reasons. The Su Shunshang planet, governed by the 4 major families, is a bit chaotic at the moment. After Yan Qian made such a secret move, the originally calm lake surface was completely muddied by him. The 3 major families keenly smelled the wind direction and targeted the Huang family together, trying to divide the Huang family interests. The Huang family resisted stubbornly. The invisible struggle for power and profit in the top class of the legitimate system of the Su Shunshang planet is just a wonderful thing. Although there is civil strife, the execution efficiency of the orders from the Imperial General Army is still very high on the planet. As soon as the dispatch order was passed, 2 hours later, the fleet group with the Aurora carrier as the core entered the star field of Su Pingerwei Star. After confirming that everything was correct, Kong Chen allowed them to enter the planet and dock at the designated land space station. Gu Xiao and his companions used various protective shields they brought with them to cover the living plants of the 5 materials tightly, and they were carefully carried to the parking lot and properly placed in their own pure plant special transport vehicle and headed to the designated land space station. Gu Jiajia, who did not get the marrow cleansing potion, looked back every few steps. After getting Yan Qian assurance that you wait for me at the space station, I will send it to you, she reluctantly got on the transport vehicle. Kong Chen arranged 8 mechas to accompany them to protect the safety of the group. Although each of these people is a top-notch expert, and 8 mecha bodyguards are nothing to them, they still have to show their attitude. The transport vehicle set off under the heavy protection of the mechas. After watching the vehicle leave, Kong Chen immediately sent a message to Tang Ranran. I have something else to do. I won't accompany you anymore. Kong Chen left Yan Qian and walked away alone. He knew without thinking that Mr. Tang wanted to give Yan Qian private goods. Although Mr. Tang's things could be given to anyone he wanted, he felt bad. It's okay to donate to the laboratory for the sake of the Empire's strength. But to Yan Qian? He felt so bad. So out of sight, out of mind, he left. After receiving Kong Chen's message, Tang Ranran glanced at the time. 3 hours and 16 minutes had passed. At the not-so-exaggerated speed of 3 bottles per hour, a total of 10 bottles of marrow washing liquid were almost done. The stock of top-grade marrow washing pills was small, so Tang Ranran used 3, and the remaining 7 were mixed with top-grade marrow washing pills. Add water. Finished. Call Yan Qian. In the lounge, Tang Ranran was trying to give Yanqian some private goods while explaining. This is a potion I made myself. It has the same effect as JS Essence. Kong Chen drank this 3 times a day, and his mental strength level was improved. If you drink it like this, your mental strength may be upgraded. These 3 space buckles contain some pure fruits with low purification values. 2 of them are the same. They are for you and Fu Jingyuan. The other one with the least lychees is for Lu Chuanping. This is the most important thing. I just prepared 10 marrow cleansing potions. These 7 have similar effects. Give 1 to Gu Jiejia, and you can arrange the remaining 6. These 3 are my extraordinary performance. And the same as what you take. The effect will be slightly better. You take it to Fu Jingyuan and Lu Chuanping. There is another one for Senior Yan Yijuan. I have just told her that you need to deliver it to her. These marrow cleansing potions are most effective when they are prepared now. So take them as soon as possible. Yanqian responded. Yes. After going through it in his mind and making sure that there was nothing else, Tang Ranran started to drive him away. If there is nothing else, then go and deliver the goods. Yanqian, who had collected the things, stood still and looked at Tang Ranran steadily. He took a deep breath to encourage himself and said with a serious face, There is one more thing. Yes. Tang Ranran waited for the next part. You have to be responsible. Yanqian's tone was particularly firm, with an attitude of sticking to his guns. Ah? What's the matter? Tang Ranran felt confused and couldn't react. What did she do? What should she be responsible for? Will the advent of the marrow washing potion cause trouble? Seeing that Tang Ranran really didn't understand, Yanqian gave a keyword prompt. Photos. Ah? Tang Ranran was at a loss for 2 seconds, and suddenly reacted. Photos? Responsible? Could it be that she had seen Yanqian nude photos when he was a child? So she had to be responsible? You have seen all of me. Of course you have to be responsible. Yanqian said it clearly and unambiguously with a thick face. Tang Ranran felt thundering and was speechless. Tang Ranran couldn't help but retort to him. No. Is it appropriate for you to say such shameless words with such a serious face? The photo shows that she is at most 15 months old. She is still a baby. There are so many people who run naked during the infant period. If you have the guts, send me a nude photo of you as an adult. This last sentence, Tang Ranran only dared to mutter in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. With that sassy move in moments, she was really worried that Yanqian would dare to post her private photos. That was me during the baby period. What's more, you took the initiative to see it. You have seen all of me. So you must be responsible for me. Yanqian had a rogue attitude. Gu Jiejia also saw it. Tang Ranran moved her eyelids and stared at him with a very speechless look, stating the facts and speculating on the basis of the facts. With her personality, she might have shared it with her girlfriends a long time ago. It was not difficult for Tang Ranran to guess that this was not the first time that Gu Jiejia, the loser, had cheated her cousin like this. They all saw it. So they all have to take responsibility? Faced with Tang Ranran's question, Yanqian said confidently, Gu Jiejia's mother is my aunt. She is my cousin. We are related by blood. As for the latter girlfriend's group you mentioned, it does not exist. She is not that brave. She dared to send it to you because she thought you were a man. After a pause, Yanqian stared at Tang Ranran with his dark eyes, full of seriousness. The most important thing is, I like you. I just want you to take responsibility. Yanqian's eyes were too hot and deep. The thick black in his eyes seemed to be able to suck people in, making people's hearts sway. Tang Ranran couldn't resist it. But prosperity, wise ruler, civilization, love-minded. She can't give up the forest because of a tree. She can't delay her career because of a tree. I'm not even 30 yet. I don't want to consider the relationship issue. Tang Ranran stood firm. This spare tire can't be promoted. Otherwise, how can she raise other fish? If she has a boyfriend or even a husband, how can she be the queen of the sea with 3,000 handsome men in a harem? She is a person with moral bottom line. Only single bad girls can be wild. Oh, it was another day without getting the status. Yanqian was like an eggplant hit by frost. But within 2 seconds, he cheered up again, and said to himself in a very shameless way, it has already happened. It is irreversible. So when you are over 30 and ready to talk about love, remember to be responsible to me first. Tang Ranran was so depressed that she felt like vomiting blood. He was blaming her just for looking at a photo of her in her childhood. If she couldn't help but touch him, wouldn't she be tied up immediately? I know. Tang Ranran said perfunctorily, and quickly sent him away. Don't waste time. You should deliver the goods to Senior Yenny Juan right now. She is so anxious. Remember? Those three are more effective. Oh! Frustrated by Tang Ranran's ruthless expulsion, Yanqian said angrily. Then I'm leaving. Tang Ranran waved her hand perfunctorily. Goodbye. Yanqian felt particularly frustrated by Tang Ranran's attitude of not wanting him to leave and wanting him to leave quickly. But he also knew that business was more important. Yenny Juan had already sent the address to Yanqian, and several urging messages had accumulated in the message dialogue box between the two. Yenny Juan was definitely urging him to hurry up. A space crack. Yanqian acted as a courier to deliver goods. Yanqian first went to the space station, and the time was just right. He waited for the transport vehicle in less than 2 minutes. After giving the marrow cleansing potion to Gu Jiejia, he set off again. Arriving at the current address, Yanqian's feet just landed on the ground, and before he could stand firmly, Yenny Juan rushed to him with a strong and vigorous look. Xiaoqian, hurry up. Tang Ranran. This little girl. Didn't lie to her. Maintenance and beauty. There is a finished potion so soon. As an elderly person, Yenny Juan has no hope of improving her mental power level. She is more concerned about maintenance. Here, Yanqian was a little speechless, and took out a separate marrow cleansing potion. Yenny Juan immediately took it, opened it, took it, and drank it all. The whole process was done in one go. After drinking it, he took out a small handkerchief from the space buckle and wiped his mouth. Yenny Juan asked about the current situation. Xiaoqian, how are you and Ranran? To be honest, do you think you have hope? After a pause, Yenny Juan exclaimed, staring at Yanqian's face, and then directly raised her hand, trying to pinch his face as if pinching a child. Yanqian reacted quickly, and retreated several meters in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand, Yenny Juan didn't care about anything else, and shouted, Xiaoqian, what's wrong with your face? Why does your skin change? Okay. What's going on? You secretly went for cosmetic surgery. Ah! The effect of beauty care? Yenny Juan reacted. Yanqian snorted, then hurriedly said goodbye. Grandma. It's okay. I'm leaving first. I'm busy. After that, without waiting for her to speak, Yanqian left directly. Hey. Yenny Juan waved Erkong's hand, but Yanqian didn't even leave her a trace of his back, and disappeared without a trace. After being annoyed for 2 seconds, Yenny Juan pulled out the smart computer light screen, said a few words of thanks to her friend Tang Xian, and then couldn't wait to look in the mirror. She wanted to watch herself recover her beauty bit by bit. Then, the beauty was temporarily invisible, but her face began to darken. After everyone left, Tang Ranran immediately returned to her mansion, and then continued to brush spiritual plants on the farm, throwing them everywhere. Throwing spiritual plants. Throwing spiritual plants. Throwing spiritual plants. Tang Ranran was throwing spiritual plants to brush spiritual energy 24 hours a day. The day after Yanqian left, the feedback on the effect of taking the marrow cleansing potion came one after another. First was Yenny Juan. The old lady was very happy and excited to thank Tang Ranran, and mailed a return gift. The gift was received in the evening of the next day. Tang Ranran checked it with a smart brain. It was a limited edition set of jewelry that could not be measured by money. It included a crown, necklace, earrings, bracelets, and a scepter. It was shiny and looked like a combination of platinum and diamonds. But it was a higher grade precious metal and jewelry. It was the pinnacle of a certain deceased jewelry master, worth about 200 billion. It must be said that Yenny Juan was very satisfied with the marrow cleansing potion, and this return gift was a huge investment. Originally, Yenny Juan went there for beauty care, but she never expected that the marrow cleansing potion would give her an incredible surprise. Everyone knows that when people reach old age, their mental power will gradually decline. Once the mental power degenerates to the point of disappearing, it is not far from the end of life. As an elderly person, Yenny Juan's mental power has already degenerated, although she still maintains the SSS level. She is already SSS. It will only take 3 to 5 years for her to degenerate to the SS level. To her great surprise, after drinking a bottle of marrow cleansing potion, her mental power which was already SSS, was restored to SSS. This means that in the next 3 years, her mental power level will tend to be stable. You know, with a minus. Although the mental power level remains unchanged, it will affect the continuity. Compared with SSS mentalists of the same level, SSS minus will be more likely to enter a disordered state. Not to mention SSS. Although it cannot be said that the mental power has been improved, it can definitely be said that it has returned to its peak state. In addition to Pingbai's mental power, Yeni Juan's whole person is also glowing with new brilliance. Her skin is whiter and tenderer, and her wrinkles are mostly reduced. Except for the crow's feet when she smiles. They are almost invisible. She looks much younger. Yeni Juan happily sent several selfies to Tang Ranran. Now she walks out. And no one will doubt that she is not yet 120 years old. After sharing the joy and thanking her, Yeni Juan finally mentioned tactfully that she has several old friends whose mental power levels have also entered a state of reducing or even reducing. And some have even degraded. If the marrow washing potion is available for sale, please notify her as soon as possible. In response, Tang Ranran naturally replied Tang Xian, okay. After Yeni Juan, it was LV Chuanping. It may be bad luck, or it may be affected by mental power genetics. Lu Chuanping's father is SS level, and his mother is A level. In terms of mental power genetics, Lu Chuanping, who is SS level, is a lucky child who has inherited advantages. After taking the marrow washing solution, Lu Chuanping was not so lucky. He was still SS level, and did not even have a plus. Full of great hope, the reality was a large basin of ice water. Lu Chuanping cried, and complained to Tang Ranran. After lamenting his ill-fated fate and hopelessness of upgrading, LV Chuanping still complained in a tea-like manner. Why did Yanqian have so many lychees? But he only had so few. He loved eating lychees the most. Tang Ranran was speechless about this. She ate lychees without restraint, and ate herself into the hospital for a blood transfusion. With such a shameful black history, he actually wanted to eat a lot of lychees? It's true. He would eat pufferfish at the risk of his life. Go to hell. After reading all the information, LV Chuanping didn't change except that he became a little more handsome. After obtaining this key information, Tang Ranran ignored him. LV Chuanping is definitely a chatterbox. If you give him a little color, he can open a dyeing factory. If she pays attention to one sentence, he can reply to her 10 sentences. Look! After Tang Ranran didn't respond, LV Chuanping talked to himself for several sentences, and finally came up with this. LV Chuanping, Tang Xian, are you selling this marrow cleansing potion? If you sell it, let me know. Tang Xian, okay. After dozens of sentences of nonsense, the message dialog box was silent. After more than 2 hours, Fu Jingyuan also sent her a message. A lot of nonsense of thanks. Compared with Lu Chuanping, Fu Jingyuan was obviously much luckier. His mental power went from SSS level to SSS++. The breakthrough of 2+ states is definitely a significant effect. SSS++. It is expected to break through to SSS level. Fu Jingyuan struck while the iron was hot, and applied for a leave of absence. For mental plus and plus people, the Empire has a special training camp. Just like physical training, mental power can also be improved through training. Of course, this improvement can only increase the probability a little bit, and its effect is not great. But it is always more hopeful to work hard than to do nothing. Fu Jingyuan is going to the training camp, and the training camp is in the first star system. As a non-space system, Fu Jingyuan has to take the starship back honestly. Fu Jingyuan said that he hopes to purchase a few marrow cleansing potions, and he will go to Su Pingrui Star when he comes back. Tang Ranran had expected that once the marrow cleansing potion came out, it would definitely be a fight for it. Look! Everyone wants to buy it. So, do you want to put it up for auction online? Well, talk to Kong Chen. It is better to act than to be moved. Tang Ranran simply called Kong Chen with a communication. The two talked about it on the smart brain screen and finally decided that they must sell it. But they have to sell it one by one. The increase in mental power level is too tempting, and it will definitely attract star pirates. As long as the human star pirates are not strong, it is still a small problem. I was afraid that a foreign star pirate who could parasitize and attack in groups would sneak in. Just like what Tang Ranran experienced on Bakey Star. A parasite and a tsunami sea dragon. 2 foreign star pirates harmed the people of Bakey Star. The marrow cleansing potion needs to be prepared and taken immediately. They can only produce one every 7 days. Moreover, it is auctioned online and delivered to the door at the designated location of the seller. They only need to recruit a space courier and develop the courier into their own people. In this way, the risk is minimized. So the focus is on recruiting couriers. Although space courier is rare, there are still tens of thousands of them. There are also some space courier who choose to be mercenaries. But the delivery fee for space errand runners is so high. The starting price for one trip, 10 million. This delivery fee is paid by the sheep. After the communication ended, Kong Chen launched a notice on the general website of the Mercenary Union to recruit space courier mercenaries with superpowers at a high price. Meanwhile, Tang Ranran also opened the main website of the Mercenary Union. Tang Xian was a registered mercenary. But except for logging in when he was in Baki Star, Tang Ranran never opened the website again. After opening it, Tang Ranran realized that she could also develop younger brothers from the mercenaries. Yes, develop handsome ones. So she would have a handsome younger brother group. Right? The plan is beautiful. But the reality is cruel. High-powered mercenaries, especially those with special abilities, only have code names, but no photos. Most of the powerful and famous mercenaries on the mercenary website keep their true identities secret. Perhaps because they want to keep a low profile. Or because they have made too many enemies and are afraid of being sought after by their enemies. Hiring mercenaries is like opening blind boxes privately. And being a high-value boy group member, etc., is ruined. Tang Ranran, oh, keep brushing the spiritual energy. Throw spiritual plants. Throw spiritual plants. Throw spiritual plants. Then the feedback of Yin Qian marrow washing potion came. Yin Qian remaining 6 marrow washing potions were distributed as soon as possible because he was worried about affecting the efficacy. People have closeness and distance. And Yin Qian is no exception. Not to mention the big family of the Yin family. There are many people in his parents' small family alone. So of course, he will focus on his own people first. Yin Qian father's mental power was also SSS level at his peak. But because of old hidden injuries, although he had not yet entered the aging period, his body was overdrawn in advance and went downhill. Decades ago, his mental power degenerated to SSS level. Mental power will not only decline during the aging period, but also when the body suffers great damage, or when the body's various functions decline and age prematurely. Such situations will also cause mental power to decline. And there is even the possibility of direct collapse. Kong Chen father is a ready-made example of mental power collapse caused by mental power riot. After taking the marrow washing potion, Yin Qian father's mental power recovered to SSS level. It didn't even decrease. It was a stable SSS level. In addition to the recovery of mental power, various body functions have also improved. Although it has not recovered to the peak state, it has definitely recovered 70% to 80%. Yin Qian mother, whose mental power is SSS level, became whiter and tenderer after taking the marrow washing potion, with fewer wrinkles, and looked more than 20 years younger. The beauty and skin care effect is very outstanding. As for strength, there is no change, and it is still a stable SSS level. Sister Yin Qian, whose mental power is SS level, became more beautiful after taking the marrow cleansing potion, and her mental power also showed a state of ++, and she is expected to break through to SSS level. Sister Yin Qian, who happened to be stuck at the 30-year-old level this year, had a mental power of SS++. But after taking the marrow cleansing potion, she broke through to SSS level directly. Brother Yin Qian, who is still a young boy under 20 years old and still in school, has a mental power of only S++. After taking the marrow cleansing potion, the effect is significant and he directly becomes SS+. The last marrow cleansing potion, Yin Qian gave to his elderly grandparents, and the two old people pushed each other. And finally, it was grandmother Yin Qian who took it. Grandma Yin Qian, who is already 188 years old this year, was a strong person with SSS level mental power at her peak. But now her mental power has degenerated to S. And she can't keep the S level for at most 2 years. After taking the marrow cleansing potion, not only did Grandma Yin Qian look 20 to 30 years younger, her mental power also recovered from S to SS. This span of mental power levels, in terms of the speed of mental power degradation, is at least 15 years. According to the existing academic research on the correlation between mental power level and lifespan after entering the aging period in the empire, It can be said that Grandma Yanqian lifespan has increased by more than 15 years. This is the preliminary result. Now Grandma Yanqian and Dad Yanqian have entered the highest medical research institute on the planet to test various physical data and conduct relevant harmless human experiments. After providing detailed data, Yanqian called Tang Xuanhao, and the two discussed it through video. The potion to enhance mental power is very valuable. But with a 40% JS element as a pearl, even if the marrow cleansing potion is better than it, it will not cause any big trouble. But if it is verified through testing that the marrow cleansing potion really has the effect of increasing longevity, and this longevity increase is not a long-term process like eating pure food, but an immediate effect within 24 hours. For the elderly who have entered the aging period, this is a completely irresistible temptation. And the older generation, after years of precipitation, has accumulated wealth and power in their hands, which is absolutely unimaginable. If the old people go crazy, it can definitely be solved harmoniously within the empire. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The Federation next door, the Zerg on the border, and the aliens of the Free Alliance will also move when they hear the news. By then, Tang Xian, who can grow vegetables and grow the raw materials of the marrow cleansing potion, will be a living target. My head hurts. It really hurts. I just thought about auctioning the marrow cleansing potion. And this happened. What to do? Yanqian gave two suggestions. First, Tang Xian, Tang Ranran, go to the military star to avoid the limelight. The military star, which ordinary people cannot enter, has greater security guarantees. However, if Tang Ranran accompanies them to the military star, she will inevitably be exposed to the eyes of outsiders. Even if others cannot guess that Tang Ranran is the real boss, she must create an identity such as Tang Xian girlfriend or sister. Then Tang Ranran herself is likely to become a live target. And if Tang Ranran is unwilling to go to the military star, the military will send a strong guard to Su Pingrui to protect Tang Xian. The Imperial Military Headquarters has already held a meeting to discuss how to protect Tang Xian's safety. The final result is almost certain. Either go to the military star, or the army sends a guard. This choice is definitely inevitable. Then, Yanqian also suggested that the raw materials of the marrow washing potion, that is, the living plants, be distributed to share the risk. Yanqian has already contacted Gu Xiao. According to the relevant experimental feedback, Gu Xiao of SSS is confident that he can grow 1 Chalcedony Ganoderma in half a month with all his strength in growing vegetables. Shin Feng, who is an SSS-level time-farming vegetable system, can grow 1 Chalcedony mushroom in a month if he grows vegetables with all his strength. Zhu Dehai, who is an SS-level vegetable system, can grow 1 Chalcedony mushroom in 3 months if he grows vegetables with all his strength. Gu Jiajia, who is an SS-level vegetable system, is a rookie and cannot grow vegetables at all. She can only be an emergency doctor and input somewhat energy into the Chalcedony mushroom from time to maintain the immortal state. Therefore, the Chalcedony mushroom with a purification value of 67 should be able to be grown by powerful SS level with systems. As long as Tang Ranran sells the live plants, more with systems will have the raw materials in their hands. Then the probability of foreign forces targeting her will be smaller. Right? It has a little meaning of diverting troubles. Wrong. The raw materials of the marrow washing potion cannot be said to be troubles, but rather to be extremely rich. And high returns often coexist with high risks. Want to be rich but don't want to take risks? There is no such a beautiful thing. Tang Ranran and Yanqian discussed for a long time about the huge risks and consequences of the marrow washing potion with the effect of prolonging life. And then a call came in. The call came from Xiexia. Why did this guy look for her? The discussion with Yanqian was almost coming to an end. Tang Ranran said a few simple words. I know. I have a plan in mind. I will pay attention to safety. Let me think about it again. And then ended the call. Xiexia communication connection was still hanging there. Tang Ranran connected seamlessly. And after hanging up Yanqian phone, he connected Xiexia phone. Tang Xian, where are you? Can I come to see you? Xiexia was yelling, and his face was full of anxiety. Tang Ranran, who was still planning to throw spiritual plants, of course refused. It's not convenient. Just tell me if you have something to say. This. Xiexia was embarrassed and asked in a low voice, like a thief. Is it convenient for you to talk? Yes. I'm alone. Tang Ranran was puzzled. Did something confidential happen? Xie no longer hesitated and started the topic. I heard that there is a new mental potion that can even increase lifespan. The source is from you. Tang Ranran was shocked. What the hell? She knew that the news would leak out sooner or later. But she never expected it to be so fast. Really? This is too fast. Right? Yeah. Tang Ranran nodded with a heavy heart. Are you in stock? Buy it at a high price. You know, my grandma is old. If it can really increase her lifespan, how much money is not a problem. Xie is particularly rich. Increase lifespan. If he can really make grandma live longer, then he will be the heir. And that's a sure thing. Oh, it's a pity that the position of the crown prince will probably be extended. His grandma is the one in power. And it is impossible to completely give up power unless the end is near. But everything has its pros and cons. And there is no such thing as a perfect solution. First take the position of the crown prince and heir. Xie calculations were crackling. And he was very straightforward and unconcealed. Tang Xian, you helped me with this. And I owe you a favor. When I inherit Hengxin Group in the future, you will definitely benefit from it. Tang Ranran remained silent and fell into thought. There was no response. And Xie began to feel a little uneasy. Could it be that there was no stock left? Or did Tang Xianquan give it to the research institute? And he didn't have any left? He couldn't be so stupid. Could he? After a long silence, Tang Ranran suddenly asked. I have a huge fortune here. Do you want it? Xie? Question mark. Xie was stunned by this topic jump. And then blurted out. Yes. Tang Ranran explained in detail. The mental potion you mentioned is a marrow cleansing potion, which is indeed developed by me. It has the effect of improving mental talent. As for increasing lifespan, it is not clear yet. But the old man looks a few years younger after taking the potion. And this effect is indeed there. Younger. Isn't it increasing lifespan? Xie was extremely excited. Probably. Anyway, I say it in advance. I don't know whether it can increase lifespan. I have to wait for the results from the laboratory. Yeah. I know. No matter what the result is. I am very grateful. I will remember your favor. Xie quickly expressed his opinion. The main material of the marrow cleansing potion is Chalcedony Ganoderma, with a purification value of about 67. 4 ingredients are needed. This is the case at present. It is not clear whether the laboratory can change the formula in the later stage. 1 trillion. I will give you all the live plant samples, plus 3 raw materials, and a video of the potion configuration. If you really can't learn it, I can also provide on-site guidance. The potion configuration is not difficult. The difficult part is the planting of the raw materials. Whether you can grow them alive depends on you. There is a ready-made risk sharer. Raw materials? Live plant samples? Xie breathed rapidly and couldn't believe his ears. Only 1 trillion. The formula and live plant samples. And he was guaranteed to teach? Did he hear it right? Xie confirmed to Tang Ranran in disbelief. In other words, I can configure the marrow cleansing potion you mentioned by myself? Yes. Tang Ranran nodded. But you can't resell the live plants. You can only sell the finished marrow cleansing potion. And I don't want vicious competition. Of course. Xie promised. Also, this cooperation will be made public on the planet's official website at an appropriate time. If the marrow cleansing potion is proven to really prolong life, you will also have some trouble. Tang Ranran made it clear. I understand that the risks brought by the marrow cleansing potion are related. And I know it in my heart. As a businessman, Xie is very clear that interests and risks are linked. The marrow cleansing potion will definitely attract looting by scoundrels. But Hengxin is not a vegetarian. Finally, if you sell the marrow cleansing potion in the later period of Hengxin, the transaction location cannot be in Suping Ruixing. Okay. No problem at all. Xie fully understood Tang Xian risk avoidance. That's basically it. If you agree, talk to Kongchen about the details. I agree. Of course I agree. I talked to Kongchen right away, fearing that Tang Xian would go back on his word. Xie immediately expressed his attitude and said excitedly, Tang Xian, you are closer to me than my brothers. Yes. His brothers, nephews, and uncles all fought to the death with him for the family property. But only Tang Xian gave him money. He only hated that he was born with the wrong gender and was not a girl. Oh! If Tang Xian was a girl, it would be even better. Tang Ranran, you're welcome. After saying a few more words, Xiexia couldn't wait to end the call and go find Kong Chen. Tang Ranran called Kong Chen first and said, 1 trillion. Live samples of the marrow cleansing agent will be packaged and sold to Xiexia. You need to get a specific contract. The leader said one word, and the subordinates ran around. Kong Chen was the type who was so busy that he was dizzy. Yes, another task. But it didn't matter. He just had to talk to Xiexia about the general situation and leave the details to the secretary. After assigning a task and briefly talking about her risk minimization plan, Tang Ranran finally received a data from Kong Chen. Gu Xiao and his party had already left on the fleet. During this period, Gu Jiejia took the marrow cleansing agent brought to her by Yan Qian. Chen Feng prepared 2. One for his own use and one as a research sample. Gu Xiao started the experiment and successfully prepared a marrow cleansing agent at once. He produced and sold it himself and took it himself. At this time, the results have come out. Gu Xiao, who was at SSS level, was promoted to SSSS at once. He was very lucky. SSS level Chen Feng. His mental state remained unchanged, and his originally wrinkled face looked a little younger. SS level Gu Jiejia not only became prettier, but her mental power became SS+. The marrow cleansing potion was produced by Tang Xian, and the relevant data was naturally shared with Su Ping Ruixing. So Kong Chen received this detailed data just a few minutes ago. For these 3 people, Tang Ranran could only say that Gu Xiao, the first healing system in the empire, was really lucky. The higher the mental power level, the lower the probability of upgrading. For him, skipping 2+ and directly upgrading to a level, it was really a dog shit's luck. The empire has one more SSS level, which is definitely a great thing. However, at the current stage, it should be kept secret. After ending the communication with Kong Chen, Tang Ranran continued to throw spiritual plants while thinking secretly. Lifespan. One of the eternal pursuits of life. If she could monopolize the marrow cleansing potion, it would be a huge fortune. However, with her current strength, she certainly cannot monopolize it. Moreover, monopoly has risks, and the risk level is not ordinary high, but the highest orange level. Tang Ranran is not worried about ordinary masters, but she is worried about SSS level or even 4S level space system. Although there is no public information, it is impossible that Yan Qian is the only 4S level space system in the entire galaxy. The core level royal insects on the Zerg side are all very powerful, especially the 9 Zerg swarms. One Zerg swarm has 3 combat capabilities equivalent to SSS level. That is definitely there. Tang Ranran could probably resist a non-space SSS level, but if several SSS levels join forces to besiege her, she would be finished, monopolizing the marrow cleansing pill. Hee. And now, the highest laboratory of the Imperial military also has live plants of raw materials for the marrow cleansing potion. But they are picking on the weak. And compared to the military laboratory, they will definitely rob her. There are only a few who dare to rob a bank, and most of them are burglars. Military laboratory, Hengxing, and Su Ping Ruixing. Choose one of the 3. Tang Ranran thinks that Su Ping Ruixing is still the most likely to be robbed. No. Hengxing alone is not enough, and more development is needed. And during the period of developing the brothers in distress, she, the source, had better go to the outside world to avoid it. But Tang Ranran suddenly thought that when she was in the foundation building stage, the puppet control range could not go out of the planet. But now she is in the golden elixir stage. It should be possible. Right? Not sure. Have to try. Tang Ranran sent a message to Kong Chen, asking him to talk to Xiexia and reply to her when he is free. Kong Chen replied immediately with an I know. Tang Xian, the alias, threw away the spiritual plants indifferently. Tang Ranran, who was responsible for collecting spiritual plants and transporting them to the basement, stopped her work as a porter and ran to the core computer in the study. On the old screen of the desktop computer, Tang Ranran checked the spiritual plants that had been unlocked in her farm. In addition to the raw materials of the unlocked spiritual plants, she had stored many seeds and live plant samples in the farmhouse when she was in the immortal world. In the form of check and lottery, Tang Ranran had obtained more than a dozen samples. Most of these live plant samples were what she could plant at this stage. Tang Ranran picked up the 2 small notebooks on the desk, one of which recorded the plantable spiritual plant samples obtained in the lottery, and the other recorded all the pill recipes she could recall. She remembered that the main ingredients of the Shoyuan pill had been unlocked. Then after verification, it turned out that the longevity fruit, a spiritual plant unlocked at level 120, had 4 auxiliary ingredients in addition to the main ingredients. The farm unlocked 2, and she drew 1. Although she didn't have the other one, she could find a substitute. In other words, she could refine the longevity pill. However, the longevity fruit is definitely the lowest quality one among the longevity series of spiritual plants. The pill recipe with it as the main material is to refine the first-grade longevity pill in the longevity pill series, the longevity pill. This is a longevity pill suitable for mortals and cultivators in the qi refining stage. After taking one pill, it can roughly increase lifespan by about 10 years. Tang Ranran vaguely remembers that the lower grade can increase lifespan by about 7 years. The middle grade can increase lifespan by about 9 years. The upper grade can increase lifespan by 12 years. And the best grade can increase lifespan by 15 years. Only the first 3 pills can increase lifespan. It is useless to eat too much. Of course, some lucky people with special physiques can break this rule for ordinary people. Anyway, relying on the longevity pill, ordinary people can increase their lifespan by about 30 years. The average life expectancy of the interstellar world is 200. About 150 die early, and more than 250 live long. If the news is released, it will be a life and death struggle. It's a good thing, but it has to be hidden now. Tang Xian has already taken out the marrow cleansing potion, which is a conspicuous bag. Now, it is necessary to be low-key. Tang Ranran looked at other unlocked pill recipes and found a small gathering spirit pill. This small gathering spirit pill is different from the Qingling pill. The Qingling pill is an authentic small blue bottle. After taking it, it only increases spiritual power, not cultivation. However, this small gathering spirit pill does not increase spiritual power by a small margin, but increases cultivation by a small margin. It does not increase spiritual power, but cultivation. After taking a small gathering spirit pill, and then practicing for 3 days to digest the effect of the medicine, the effect is equivalent to practicing for a month. So, rich cultivators, when practicing with pills, the effect of Krypton gold is something that even the liver emperors can't catch up with. The pill is quite good, but the Xiaoju Ling Dan is for cultivators in the qi refining stage, and has no effect on cultivators above the qi refining stage. It's just like eating a candy bean. At most it can only restore a little spiritual power. When Tang Ranran unlocked the recipe for this small gathering spirit pill, she was already in the foundation building stage. And now seeing this, isn't the qi refining stage S level? Will it be useful to Kong Chen? Can the pill be used to smash Kong Chen into SS? Well, but Kong Chen doesn't know how to practice. Will it backfire and kill him? It's a bit uncertain. Forget it. Wait until I have time to experiment. She will be watching the whole process. It shouldn't be a problem. After checking the pill formula, and then found nothing useful, Tang Ranran continued to act as a porter, brushing spiritual plants and throwing them into the basement. After working for 4 or 5 hours, the sun gradually rose in the east in the D2 protective shield area, and the sky became brighter and brighter. Tang Ranran ended the project of secretly throwing spiritual plants, and continued to throw spiritual plants in his own luxury residential area under the F1 protective shield. After throwing for more than 2 hours, Kong Chen sent a message. He was done. He had already reached an agreement with Xie Shihe on the live plants of the marrow cleansing potion sample, and the rest was the communication between the secretaries of both parties. Kong Chen sent the preliminary contract with only a few key points to Tang Ranran for her to review. Tang Ranran read 10 lines at a glance, then typed the word Yushi in a big U. After the approval, the small Tang Xian stopped throwing the spiritual plants, and Tang Ranran left the farm and called Kong Chen. As soon as the communication was established, Tang Ranran said, "Aren't there a few small starships on the planet? You arranged so many empty starships. I want to leave the planet for a while." Kong Chen was shocked. "Ah, no. Although you are the boss, you can't do whatever you want." Frightened and terrified, Kong Chen immediately protested. "Leaving the planet? Where to go? This is too sudden." "Nowhere. Just a walk outside the planet. I have something important to do. I have to test the control distance of the puppet." After hearing this, Kong Chen understood, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked in surprise, "It's okay if we are not on the same planet?" Is it so amazing? I don't know. So I have to try it. You arrange it. Okay. I know. About 2 hours later, Kong-chan arranged it. Under the name of dating, Kong-chan played the role of a good boyfriend who spent money, energy, to drive a starship to space to see the stars in order to make his girlfriend laugh. The reason is outrageous. But it's okay as long as others are willing to believe it. Just like that, Tang Ranran boarded one of the few small starships on her planet for the first time. Let's go! Like an arrow piercing the sky. The steel behemoth with cold and hard lines and sharp edges rushed out of the clouds and rushed towards the vast stars. Starship is definitely a good thing. Worth having. Standing in the cockpit of the starship, looking at the vast stars, Tang Ranran felt a surge of excitement in her chest. And there was a special feeling of euphoria for no reason. Indescribable. Passionate. Euphoric. Excited. Probably the spirit of conquering the world. Anyway, as a woman determined to be the queen of the sea, how can she not have a star fleet? Decided. Work hard to make money. She wants to buy a large fleet. The budget for a large fleet. Well, about 100 trillion. It seems. Not much? Well, it's quite a lot. Hey. The starship rushed out of the planet. And Tang Ranran put aside his distracting thoughts and felt it. The trumpet Tang Xian was still online. This is really a surprise. But don't be happy too early. We haven't left the star field yet. Right? Tang Ranran asked Kong-chan. Yes. Kong-chan confirmed. Then asked, do you want to go outside the star field to take a look? Yes. I want to take a look. Kong-chan understood immediately. And immediately issued orders to several starship pilots. About a quarter of an hour later, the main pilot. Report. We have left the star field of the planet. Please clarify the direction of travel. Just take a walk first. Kong-chan perfunctorily said, looking at Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran lips curled slightly. Obviously in a good mood. How can I not be happy? It's possible. It's possible. The small Tang Xian is still connected. Even at this distance, she can connect to the small Tang Xi. This is so nice. Does this mean that the puppet and herself can be on different planets? We still have to test it. Can we go to other planets? Such as Su Shachang? Because of the distance, the planet Su Shachang looks so big. And it is big and beautiful. Of course we can't go there. Kong-chan shook his head and explained. According to the firepower load, our starship is a combat ship, without special circumstances and without a pass. Once we enter the star field of an administrative planet or a private planet, we will be attacked as an invasion. And it is best to go around your own door. If you go too far without applying for a route, you will be stopped by the Starry Sky Patrol team. Oh! Tang Ranran was a little disappointed. And then looked around on the surround-type Starry Sky panoramic screen. And finally stretched out his hand and pointed at the ugly neighbor next to him. That? Over there. Let's go to that planet and take a look. That satellite is also Su Xuancheng's. But that satellite is a rocky planet without an atmosphere. It is ugly, and you can tell at a glance that there is no sign of life. This kind of lifeless planet is just for fun. Okay. Kong-chan gave the order, and the starship went full speed ahead. It looked close, but it was actually very far. Even with the starship running at full power, it still took more than 2 hours to land on the planet. The surface of the planet was a pile of rocks. Nothing to see. Tang Ranran was very curious. But she continued to connect. The small Tang Xian was still connected. And the small Tang, she could also be connected. It is really no longer limited to the planet. But what is the maximum distance? Will it be limited to the planetary system of Su Shachang? Or is the range as large as the third galaxy centered on the star? Tang Ranran dared not think about intergalactic or something. It is not appropriate and safe to use this small starship to travel too far. If there is an accident, even if she is in the gened-in stage, she will still die. Tang Ranran thinks it is more reliable to find Yin Qian. Anyway, she is an insider. After pretending to be interested for a while, Tang Ranran said, I'm tired. I want to go back. Kong-chan naturally did as he was told. While in the starship, his heart was with Tang Xian. Tang Ranran entered the farm as the trumpet Tang Xian and swiped a lot of raw materials for the marrow cleansing pill from the farm, most of which were thrown in the basement. 3 chalcedony mushrooms were prepared, as well as other auxiliary spiritual plants, which were cashed out from the farm and moved to the dedicated indoor planting area in his mansion. A small set of pure plant protection covers of several square meters were prepared for each, and the temperature conditions were adjusted to the appropriate conditions. After confirming that there was no problem and no abnormality was found, Tang Ranran contacted Yan Qian and sent a call. Due to the time difference, it was the middle of the night for Yan Qian. As a normal person who was not a cultivator, he had to sleep. As soon as the video communication was connected, the video screen was dark. Just when Tang Ranran thought that the signal was delayed. Yan Qian's voice sounded. And then the screen suddenly lit up. Obviously the light was turned on. And what came into view was a muscular upper body. The lines of the muscles were particularly perfect and full of temptation. Yan Qian sat on the bed, shirtless, with a hazy look on his face. And it was obvious that he was woken up by Tang Ranran's call. Tang Ranran, shock! Tang Ranran's eyes were bright, and she opened them as wide as she could. She was a little confused by the impact of the picture, but her body quickly pressed the screenshot and recorded the video. This is a fucking seduction. This guy actually slept naked. I don't know if he was wearing anything underneath. Stop. Rich and powerful. Wise leader. Civilized. Yan Qian is just a tree. And her goal is the forest. Yes. 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 She must be determined. And she wants the forest. Hey. 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 Yan Qian. Are you awake? There's something important to do. Awake. After replying, Yan Qian raised his right hand that was not wearing the smart brain, and patted his cheek a few times to wake himself up a little. As for the clothes, show them to my wife. That's my duty. Don't you have a lot of relatives there? But I don't have time. I'm very busy. I thought about it. Anyway, the raw materials of the marrow cleansing potion need to be distributed. I give you a few. You can find someone to grow them yourself. For me? Yan Qian was delighted, and his sleepiness was gone. As expected, Tang Ranran treated him the best. If this is not love, then what is? If you give it to me, will you have enough? 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 You know, I grow vegetables very quickly. But keep it secret? Yes. Arrange the transportation. And are you free these 2 days? I have to do the handover tomorrow. And I be free the day after tomorrow. Handover? Tang Ranran was puzzled. You're not going to do it? Yes. I'm going back to the first star system to conduct auxiliary training to improve my mental strength. There are 3 days of vacation in between. I come to find you. Oh, is it the training camp that Fu Jingyuan mentioned? Tang Ranran asked casually. Almost. But we are at different levels, so we are not together. Fearing that Tang Ranran would ask him to bring Fu Jingyuan, Yan Qian hurriedly said. Oh, is that so? Forget it. He is going to look for you again? Yan Qian suddenly felt jealous. It seems that he has not fought enough these days, leaving Fu Jingyuan too idle. He also wants the marrow cleansing potion. I plan to give him a portion of the raw live plants. Tang Ranran was very frank. Yan Qian, so angry. You can come the day after tomorrow. Right? Yes. Okay. Then let me know before you come. We have something to discuss. Okay. I understand. In the midst of the busyness, Tang Ranran mourned for herself. She was obviously a hands-off boss. Why did she work so hard? She just wanted to be a salted fish. Okay. Okay. Only she can grow vegetables. And the farm cannot be exposed. She has to do it herself. The small account Tang Xiang continued to grow spiritual energy. While on the other side, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen took the starship back to the planet. Back to the ground. They took Kong Chen's Star Master's special anti-assassination tank and returned to the family compound in Ruili New District. Said Tang Ranran back to the villa under her name. And the tank hover car was parked in the yard. Kong Chen originally didn't plan to enter the house. He had been working non-stop for more than 80 hours without closing his eyes. Although drinking a fake JS can refresh his mind, he was still tired. Mental fatigue must be cured by sleep. Tang Ranran got out of the car and waved goodbye to him. Watching Tang Ranran enter the house, Kong Chen was about to let the guard drive when another report came in. After a quick look, Kong Chen sighed and said, "Forget it. It doesn't take that much time anyway." After getting off the car, Kong Chen followed him in with big strides. He went straight into the house before the door was closed. In the eyes of the guards, this posture was like the Star Master and his girlfriend being so affectionate and reluctant to be separated for a moment. What's wrong? Tang Ranran asked curiously as she saw Kong Chen following in. After the door was closed to block the outside world's view, Kong Chen reported the business. I just received news that the Star Station troops have set off and are expected to enter the star field of our planet in 38 hours. Ah, so soon? Tang Ranran was slightly surprised. It's been many days. This is considered slow. Oh, the station troops have arrived. You will make the arrangements when the time comes. If you are too busy, you can let Liang Chongqing go to connect with him. Anyway, he is one of us now. You should focus on observing this Qi Xingyuan and see what kind of character he has. Also, feel out the strength of the entire army, especially those sergeants who are about to retire. They have good character and strength, and they are not from aristocratic families. Try to recruit them. Tang Ranran was ready to dig into the military without any psychological burden. She had enough food and grass, so it was reasonable for her to raise some troops. I see. Well, there is one more thing. You should have relevant information about the generals of the garrison troops. Right? In addition to Qi Xingyuan, the SS-level general, there should be S-level and A-level ones. Right? Please sort them out and find all the high-quality stocks among the S-level and A-level ones, who are over 1.8 meters tall, handsome, young, and single. I will pick a few to develop into my own people. Tang Ranran was very excited and looked forward to it. She now has 4 younger brothers: Yan Xing, Lin Guanjia, Kong Chen, and Liang Chongqing. Among them, only Kong Chen meets her aesthetic standards and can join the boy group. And now, her younger brother boy group can finally add people. After listening to Tang Ranran words, Kong Chen was speechless. You are here for a beauty pageant. It was quite speechless. But Kong Chen agreed reluctantly with a blank expression. I know. Although the request was outrageous, it was my boss's request, so I had to complete it. After discussing the matter of the station troops, Tang Ranran asked again. By the way, each galaxy has a military star. Do you know the military star of our 3rd galaxy? Each galaxy generally has 1 to 3 military stars. The military star of our 3rd galaxy is Su Jingong, which is the satellite of Su Fengmao planet. As for whether there are other military stars that are highly confidential, I don't know. Su Fengmao's satellite? Tang Ranran quickly pulled out the Empire Galaxy map and locked onto the 3rd galaxy. Then he checked and found out. Su Fengmao is the 4th planet, and Su Shancheng, where they belong, is the 5th planet. So their Su Pingerwei star to Su Jingong star is not too far away. It's a pity that they are not in the same planetary system. Doesn't Su Shancheng have a satellite of a military star? Tang Ranran asked with a glimmer of fantasy. I don't know about that. Oh! Tang Ranran was disappointed. And then she told him her plan. Yin Qian said he would come the day after tomorrow. And then I asked him to take me to Su Jingong. If this distance can be controlled, Tang Xian will go to Su Jingong to avoid the limelight, and then discuss with them, if possible, the delivery place of the marrow cleansing potion transaction will be set at Su Jingong. It's not that you are afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. At this stage, Tang Xian is at too great a risk. And once illegal elements enter, fighting is not terrible. But she is afraid that the flowers and plants she has worked so hard to plant will be destroyed. Pure plants are so weak that the residual power of a bomb can kill them. Hey. Endless worries. If possible, going to the military star is indeed a solution. Kong Chen agreed, and then raised a question. But this will delay our planting progress. Even if Tang Xian is not here, Tang Shi can be responsible for the vegetable planting work. Tang Ranran took it for granted. Kong Chen was a little annoyed. Mr. Tang had too many identities. Recently, Tang Shi seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He had forgotten that he had such an identity. Well, this is indeed feasible. In this way, the risk to our planet will be much smaller. But if it is not possible because of the distance, the military should send an elite force to protect me. My safety will definitely be no problem. But I am worried that there will be extremely vicious and powerful people who will retaliate against society and kill people to vent their anger. Our city's defense is too weak. Kong Chen was also worried. This is indeed a problem. After discussing the safety issue, Kong Chen went back to sleep because he couldn't resist the sleepiness. After his special tank left, Tang Ranran locked all the doors of the house and pretended to sleep. but actually went into the farm. Another day of throwing spiritual plants. With Tang Ranran unremitting efforts, the entire 10 square kilometers of T1 protective cover area is full of spiritual energy. That is, the breath of pure plants. Although it cannot be called a high purification breath. As long as you are a spiritual power user, you can feel that this is a feng shui treasure land that can nourish spiritual power. It rained heavily the night before, just like spring rain moistening everything. The T1 protective cover area, which was originally a little desolate, was full of green, and countless grass tips drilled out from the ground. I believe that in just a few days, the entire area will be full of vibrant green. After observation, the spiritual fruit trees planted by Tang Ranran a few days ago are alive and well, without any signs of withering. Generally speaking, everything is fine. The only drawback is that many of her big white worms have died, and there is a trend of total extinction. She can't solve the problem of acclimatization. Anyway, the spiritual energy brushing project can come to an end for the time being. Now we can start greening. Fearing that her home would be stolen when she was gone, Tang Ranran did not dare to plant spiritual fruit trees anymore. She had picked all the fruits from the fruit trees she had planted before. Well, plant some ornamental ones. Tang Ranran picked some local interstellar species, selected those with a purification value below 30 and a beautiful flowering period, and planted them one by one. The greening work was not urgent, so Tang Ranran planted slowly with her mental power. After working all morning, Kongchen called. Hengxing fleet has arrived. Kongchen talked a lot, and the main point Tang Ranran extracted was, Hengxing lineup coming to pick up the goods, this time was too powerful. All the heavy firepower escort warships were blocked outside the planet by Kongchen, and only the main transport ship was allowed to land on the planet. Although it was a transport ship that came in, its combat power should not be underestimated. Regarding the live plant samples of the marrow cleansing potion, Hengxing lineup to receive the goods this time is simply powerful. Although the fleet was blocked outside the planet, the incoming transport ship included 2 SSS-level superpowers. According to public information, Xie Zhonghua, an SSS-level gold and reinforcement type, is a standard combat type superpower, and he is probably a bodyguard. Another SSS level is Xie Chong, who is said to be the chief planner in the Xie family. Then there are 6 SS-level superpowers, including Xie Jiang, who was a wood type last time. Finally, there are 20 S levels, half of whom are superpowers. With such a powerful team of superpowers, it is easy for Su Pingrui to take down the entire planet. Faced with such a lineup, although knowing that Hengxing was buying things with real money and not robbing, Kongchen, a scumbag fire type, and a novice who had just been upgraded to S level and activated his superpowers not long ago, could not hold this big scene. He was a little bit reluctant and needed Tang Ranran, the backer, to give him some courage. Because it involved the configuration of potions, Tang Ranran originally planned to meet him in person. So just bring him here directly. The work of brushing spiritual energy has been completed. Even the SSS level big with type can't see any clues, and Hengxing superpowers have personally gone there to feel it. So they have become potential customers for the planned projects in their T1 protection area. Who can refuse a place full of pure atmosphere, safe and secure, and adjacent to the big with type? I'm getting off topic. Kongchen, who had made clear the instructions, began to act. First, he approved the entry, gave the landing address, and designated the land space station closest to the D2 protective shield to dock. Kongchen was on time and arrived at the space station one step ahead of time. 4 secretaries and 4 bodyguards accompanied them. When Kongchen and his party arrived at the space station, Xie Shihe and Tao Shen and dozens of other people had already been waiting in the rest hall of the space station. The two groups met and exchanged some hypocritical and polite words. About 5 minutes later, the transport ship appeared in the sky above. After the transport ship landed and completely merged, Kongchen and Xie Shihe each took a hovercraft and logged into the deck cabin of the transport ship. Xie Zhonghua, a square-faced middle-aged man about 120 years old, was tall and burly. He looked like a powerful fighter with absolute combat power. Xie Chong was also a middle-aged man, wearing a retro green robe, which was retro and looked very elegant. The two sides met in the deck cabin. After a few simple greetings, everyone set off. Led by Kongchen, more than a dozen hovercrafts, under the protection of a group of mechas, rushed to the distance. Soon, everyone entered the D2 protective shield area. At present, the planting work is basically concentrated in the D1 protective shield area, so the entire D2 protective shield area looks desolate. Looking around, the ground below is lifeless. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the T1 protective shield area and entered from the east gate. As soon as they entered the protective shield, Xie Chong, who was originally leaning on the back chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and moved his nose with suspicion, opening the car window. As the strong wind poured in, Xie Chong couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. It's really pure. Everyone knows that only the original undeveloped areas where many pure plants grow, or the surroundings of high net worth pure plants, can form an environment full of pure breath. And here, looking around, Xie Chong only saw buildings, and didn't see many plants. Why is this? Not only Xie Chong. Almost everyone has this doubt. Everyone observed calmly. And soon, the answer was revealed. The closer to the center, the thicker the pure breath. It was only about 10 square kilometers in size. At the speed of the hovercraft, it took less than a minute to reach the core area, where Tang Ranran Mansion was located. The convoy and the mecha group stopped in front of the F1 protective shield that blocked the view. The rich and pure breath was emitted from the protective shield. Under the protective shield was Tang Xian private mansion, which was naturally not suitable for so many people to enter. Kong Chen got off the car and explained the situation to Xie Chong and his group. Finally, Kong Chen, Xie Xia, Xie Chong and Xie Jiang. 4 people in one car. There was another car behind, with Xie Zhonghua, 2 SS-level healing systems, and an S-level wood system. Kong Chen made a phone call, and Tang Ranran, who knew that people had arrived, opened a door on the F1 protective shield. 2 small hovercrafts drove in one after the other, and finally stopped in the large square in front of the building. When the door was opened, Tang Ranran stopped planting vegetables. But she was not as fast as the hovercraft. The group got off the car and looked around for 2 minutes before Tang Ranran flew over from behind. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Welcome everyone. Tang Ranran, the host, was very polite, but her smile was very standard, definitely to cope with the situation. Before setting off for Su Pingrui, Xie Chong and his group had investigated Tang Xian relevant information, so they were naturally able to recognize Tang Xian. As the leader of the group, Xie Chong took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the crowd. Greeting Tang Ranran. Hello, Master Tang. I have long heard of your name. Master Xie. You are too polite. I don't deserve it. After a few commercial exclamations, Xie Chong couldn't wait to get to the point. I don't know what Xia is talking about. Everyone follow me. Tang Ranran didn't keep anyone in suspense and walked directly in front to lead the way. The Chinese-style courtyard and the winding corridors. After walking for dozens of minutes, the group entered the planting room. Tang Ranran introduced the live plant samples under several protective covers in the planting room one by one. The raw materials of the live plants for the medicine are all here. This is the auxiliary material, the colorful spiritual flower. This is the green spiritual grass. This is the 1,000-year spiritual ginseng. This is the 1,000-layer grass. And this is the main material of the medicine, the jadeite. After the introduction, Tang Ranran also gave some seeds with sincerity. After trying to grow vegetables, he asked about the living habits of plants for a long time. After confirming that there was no problem with the live plants as raw materials, he entered the next step, and Tang Ranran demonstrated the preparation of the medicine on the spot. In addition to the live plant samples, there were only 3 copies of the raw materials, so there was only one Xie Chong on the scene, and the actual hands followed Tang Ranran and operated synchronously. Half an hour later, 2 marrow cleansing medicines were successfully produced. Tang Ranran gave Kong Chen the one directly, and let him arrange it himself. As for Xie Chong's one, because Tang Ranran had reminded him before, it is best to prepare and take it immediately to avoid the loss of the medicinal effect. So it was given to Xie Xia. Xie Xia, who connected with Tang Xian and facilitated this huge deal, naturally enjoyed the priority right to use the medicine. The deal was done, and Tang Ranran immediately euphemistically drove them away. Xie Chong didn't want to leave, and wanted to get close to Tang Ranran, so he proposed to it friends. Tang Ranran immediately refused, saying that if there was anything, Xie Xia could convey it. Xie Xia, who was quietly waiting for the effect of the medicine, was excited. In fact, he wanted to receive the goods himself, but he was worried that something might happen to the live samples. So Xie Chong and his party came. Along the way, Xie Shihe was always uneasy. If Xie Chong got in touch with Tang Xian, then Tang Xian would go from being his Hengxing Investments connection to Hengxing Group, or even the entire Xie family connection, and he would have nothing to do with him. But now, Tang Xian is indeed his good brother. This is secretly supporting him. Tang Ranran refused only because having too many friends would cause trouble. The most important thing was that Xie Chong was a middle-aged old man. Although he looked elegant and extraordinary, he was still an old man. And not only Xie Chong was an old man, but Xie Shengwa was also an old man. And Xie Jian was also an old man. Except for Xie Shihe. All the people who came in from Hengxing were old men. Tang Ranran really had no interest at all. She went through the process in a business-like manner, explained what should be explained, and taught what should be taught. She immediately asked people to leave politely, without any intention of keeping food. Xie Shihe was moved and whispered, "Uncle, Tang Xian has something to do, so let's not disturb him." Fearing that Tang Xian would regret it, Xie Shihe was also anxious to send Xie Chong away. We can't lose Tang Xian connection. Xie Chong, who didn't add Tang Xian as a friend, was obviously unwilling to accept it. He didn't follow Xie Shihe's steps down, but stared at the hazy white protective cover, which was the protective cover covering the chalcedony. After careful consideration, although he knew it was a bit abrupt, he couldn't resist the temptation of the marrow cleansing potion. So Xie Chong still spoke. "Master Tang, I just saw 3 living plants of chalcedony under the protective cover. I wonder if the other 2 can be sold to us. The price is negotiable." After the hands-on experiment just now, Xie Chong has roughly understood that this chalcedony is not easy to survive and difficult to grow. Even for him, it would take more than a month to catalyze a finished product. For SS-level Xie Jiang, it would take at least 2 months. In other words, even if they did their best, the Xie family could only make 7 or 8 marrow cleansing potions a month, which was a bit slow. Moreover, the other 4 auxiliary pure plants also come with seeds. But there is only 1 living plant of Chalcedony Ganoderma. What if it dies accidentally during transportation? That would be a disaster. So, buy as many as you can. Xie Chong coveted the other 2. Sorry. The other 2 living plants of Chalcedony Ganoderma have been reserved, so we can't give them to you. Tang Ranran waved his hand to refuse. Master Tang, the price is negotiable. We can double it. No. Triple it. Xie Chong stretched out 3 fingers with a lavish attitude. Tang Ranran, shock. 3 times? 3 trillion? This money is too easy to make. Right? This? Tang Ranran sank her eyes, and was a little shaken. It was impossible for her not to be tempted. Although she was rich, arms were really super expensive. If she could get some from Hengxing. Just thinking about this, Yanqian message came. Beep. Beep. There were several messages at once. Yanqian, I have completed the process here. Yanqian, I come over now. Is it convenient? Yanqian, if it's convenient, give me an address. Yanqian, in addition, our Yin family transport fleet will arrive at Su Ping Ruishing Star region in about 2 hours. You can ask Kong Chen to let them pass by then. Tang Ranran, well, the transport ships are here. Forget it. Tang Xian, it's convenient. Tang Ranran sent an address, and controlled it on the intelligent brain to temporarily turn off the protective shield function above the area. Tang Ranran then looked up, and shifted his eyes from the intelligent brain light screen. Master Tang. Xie Chong looked at her eagerly, his eyes full of determination to get the other 2 Chalcedony Ganoderma. The price can be negotiated. I have a friend coming, and the other 2 Chalcedony Ganoderma are prepared for him. You can talk to him. Tang Ranran was passing the buck. Huh? Xie Chong was stunned and asked in confusion. Now? Yes. Tang Ranran nodded. Xie Shihe reacted instantly. It was Yin Qian. So the other 2 Chalcedony Ganoderma. No hope. No need to think about it. Xie Chong also reacted. It should be a large space system that can travel through the universe. Just when he was about to ask who it was, a space crack appeared in the room, and Yin Qian appeared out of thin air. It took only 2 seconds for Xie Chong to see the person clearly, and then it was as if he was poured with a basin of cold water, and his heart was chilled. Xie Chong smiled at Tang Ranran apologetically. Sorry, I am presumptuous. Yin Qian, that is, the Yin family. It is impossible to sell it to them. The Xie family. Master Xie. There are only 3 living plants of Chalcedony Ganoderma, except for the ones I want to keep for seed. I really can't share them with you. However, the marrow cleansing potion is of great importance. If more growers can grow them together, it will be a great thing for our entire empire. So in a few days, our superannuation will publicly recruit partners. If you still want more living plant samples, you can also participate. Tang Ranran smiled and said in a high-sounding manner, such high-quality customers, who are not short of money, must be retained. Master Tang is righteous. Thank you very much. Please notify me in advance when the time comes. Xie Chong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, I will notify Xie Shihe when the time comes. Uncle, given the relationship between me and Tang Xian, if there is any cooperation, I will definitely think of our Hengsheng first. Xie Shihe climbed up the ladder and put gold on his face. Xie Shihe's words were vague, but when Xie Chong heard them, he thought of cooperating with Hengsheng as soon as Tang Xian marrow cleansing potion came out. Xie Shihe and Tang Xian had a strong relationship. However, the fact is that because he had been squatting on Su Pingrui for a long time, Xie Shihe would often receive news first if there was any movement on the planet. Look! A fleet group came to the neighboring Su Shunchong star. How could such a big movement be concealed? After following the clues, Xie Shihe knew about the marrow cleansing potion, which led to this transaction. Good. Good. Xie Chong said 2 good words in a row, and his favorability towards Xie Shihe rose several levels. He just felt that he was really capable and the leader among the younger generation. After negotiating with Tang Ranran, Xie Chong greeted Yin Qian. Marshal Yin. Long time no see. Master Xie. Long time no see. Yin Qian naturally knew Xie Chong. After some polite words, there was nothing much going on. Xie Chong and his team carefully packed each variety, especially the live samples of Chalcedony Ganoderma, and protected them tightly. They also used special vehicles and seats to transport high-purification live pure plants. The transport team was mighty. Kong Chen and his team also left the T1 area. As soon as the group of people left, before they even left the D2 protective shield area, Kong Chen received a big news and hurriedly reported to Tang Ranran. The Yin family fleet is about to enter our star field and send us an entry application. Tang Ranran waved his hand and let them go. The same treatment as the Xie family. Only the main transport ship was allowed to land on the planet, which was also the space station closest to the D2 area. Isn't your family's speed too efficient? Tang Ranran was amazed. I just told Yin Qian a few days ago that the transport team is coming today. It seems that the charm of the marrow washing potion is extraordinary. Yeah. Yin Qian responded sullenly, feeling depressed. He originally had 3 days of vacation, but it was all disrupted by the marrow washing potion live plants. Because his great-aunt Yin Yijuan and his grandmother, the 2 elderly and powerful elders of their Yin family, all knew about the anti-growth effect of the marrow washing potion. He just said that Tang Xian was willing to give him a sample of live plants, and the elders in the whole family were all furious. Look! His old man has been telling him to escort the live plants back as quickly as possible, and he said that if one plant died on the way, he would break his dog legs. Yin Qian, ugh! Dad, who is holding you back? Ah? You want to go back with the transport fleet? After just a few words, Tang Ranran knew that Yin Qian, the unlucky guy, was captured by his father as a soldier and ordered to go with the transport fleet to escort the live samples back. Yes. Yin Qian was very unhappy. Then hurry up. Hurry up. While the transport ship has not landed yet. Knowing that time was running out, Tang Ranran hurried to act. Sent a current address to Yin Qian on Tangxi. Go over there. I get someone else to explain to you. Oh. Confused, Yin Qian did as he was told, and followed the URL to the small villa where Tang Xi lived in the family compound of Ruili New District. Tang Ranran sat in the living room with Tang Xi as his name. As soon as Yin Qian appeared, he explained, You also know that my ability is a bit special. I can control puppets with my ability. This ability has a distance limit. I want to try whether the distance between Su Pingruixing and Su Jingdong can be controlled. Tang Ranran kept it short and to the point. Yin Qian understood. Although he still had many questions, he was very tactful and did not ask more questions. He nodded directly and said, I know. We are going to Su Jingdong for experiments. Right? Yeah. That's what I thought. Can we go to Su Jingdong secretly? Yes. Just turn off the intelligent brain. Otherwise, there may be a little trouble. Although it was an illegal infiltration. If they didn't say it, who would know? The wife's request must be met. Yin Qian has always been very flexible. Oh, I turn it off right away. Tang Ranran hurriedly turned off the intelligent brain and reminded him. Pay attention to the situation. If you find that I'm not in a good state, that is, the kind of indiscriminate attack due to loss of control, then quickly control the situation. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter if this puppet is broken. Although Tang Shi only drew one standard puppet now, she remembered that there were hundreds of the same model in the farm, which was her alchemy assembly line. If this one is destroyed, the next one will appear sooner or later. And Tang Shi is just an alchemy puppet in the qi refining stage. Even if it explodes, it is impossible to hurt Yin Qian. Tang Xian is different. Once it loses control and enters the indiscriminate attack state, Tang Ranran is afraid that Yin Qian will not be able to suppress the puppet. I understand. After Yin Qian had a basic understanding, he used the intelligent brain to select the wilderness on the Su Jingdong planet. After determining the target address, he also turned off the intelligent brain. Okay, let's go now. Yeah. Tang Ranran nodded hurriedly. Raising his hand, Yin Qian created a space channel. A space crack. Yin Qian stretched out his hand to Tang Ranran. Let's go. Okay. Tang Ranran naturally held his hand. After putting a different invisible space on the two of them, and making sufficient preparations, Yin Qian set off. Teleport. The next second, the scene changed drastically. The wind was whistling, and the Yishui River was cold. A very desolate place. Tang Ranran was pleasantly surprised to feel her own existence. She was still there. In other words, it could be connected. Shaking his hands and twisting his neck, Tang Ranran moved around in place. And there was no problem at all. Wait a minute. I observe it again. Jumping in place. Going online and offline for many times. And tossing in place for dozens of minutes. After confirming that there was no problem at all, Tang Ranran continued the experiment. Let's go to the traffic star to try. The traffic star of the third galaxy is the satellite of the planet farthest from the star. An absolute marginal area. If there is no problem on the Su traffic star, it means that it is possible throughout the third galaxy. Okay. Yin Qian took a Qingling pill and eased his tired mental strength. The two set off again. And after another teleportation through a space crack, they sneaked into the Su Jiadong star. Tang Ranran was surprised again. She's still there. Offline. Online. Offline. Online. No problem at all. Tang Ranran was overjoyed. The experiment proved that there was no problem with the third galaxy. So what about the intergalaxy? Tang Ranran continued the experiment in one go. Let's go to the fourth galaxy next door. You can find any planet. Okay. Yin Qian continued to be the driver without any objection. Another teleportation. And then? No more. The screen flashed. And after the scene switched, Tang Ranran saw the standard model room style living room of the small villa. She returned to Tang Ranran's original account. Okay. It's disconnected. Intergalaxy really doesn't work. Do I have to wait until I reach the nascent soul stage? Tang Ranran pondered for 2 seconds, shook her head and stopped thinking about it, and tried to connect with the small account Tang Shi. Failed to connect. Failed. Failed. After 4 or 5 failures, she finally succeeded in connecting. As soon as she went online, Tang Ranran saw Yin Qian standing 4 or 5 meters away from her with a defensive look on his face. And she herself was tied up tightly by invisible restraints. Yes, it must have been done. Staring at the puppet's face, the big eyes changed from empty and ruthless to bright and energetic. As soon as he noticed the change, Yin Qian asked, "Are you back?" "Yeah," Tang Ranran hurriedly responded. And then the restraints around her disappeared. After a simple move, Tang Ranran said disappointedly, "It's still not possible to cross the galaxy. It should be that the strength is not enough. You are still young and have unlimited potential." "Huh. I borrow your good words. By the way, where is this? We have returned to Su Pingrui Star. Do you want to continue the experiment?" Tang Ranran waved his hand. "No. I know it." The intelligent brain turned on. Tang Ranran looked at the time and said, "Open a space channel for me and send me back to the original villa. And you go to find Tang Xian." "Okay." The two parted ways. Wrong. It was Tang Ranran who changed his identity. Tang Ranran, wearing the shell of Tang Xian. continued to chat with Yin Qian on the topic of marrow washing potion for a while. Yin Qian felt that he and Tang Ranran had only been on loan for a short while. And the intelligent brain was beeping, as if it was summoning souls. And the information kept ringing. Then he looked at it. And there was a lot of information. Their family transport ship had landed. And those people couldn't wait for a moment. And asked him to go to the space station to pick them up. According to seniority, they were all his elders. What could he do? He could only go to pick them up. Before leaving, Yin Qian carefully explained, I will pick them up. You don't have to be polite to them. Those old guys are shameless. The more polite you are, the more they will push their feet. Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned by Yin Qian dismantling of his own stage. And then nodded. Oh! Tang Ranran was disappointed. Well, it was probably another group of old men. Originally, I was thinking whether there would be a cousin who looked 70% similar to Yin Qian. But now, there was no expectation at all. After explaining, Yin Qian set off. About 5 minutes later, Yin Qian brought 4 people back. An old man, an old woman, and 2 middle-aged men. Yin Qian introduced them. This is my third uncle. A family has an ancestor. The 4 people from the Yin family are all Yin Qian elders in terms of seniority. Yin Qian briefly introduced them. And Tang Ranran only remembered the key points. The old man was not ordinary. He was the head of the family before him. He was once a top SSS level expert, and is now SS level. He can grow vegetables and make medicine. The old lady was once SSS level. But now she is SS level. She is on the verge of being downgraded, and is in a critical situation. The 2 middle-aged men are both SSS level. One is a wood type healing and water type. And the other is a wood type and healing type. They are all great pharmacists. As Yin Qian arrived at the scene, the 4 people could not hide their surprise. This rich and pure breath. Sure enough, a feng shui treasure land. After sighing in his heart, the old patriarch in Zhongshan suit greeted Tang Ranran as a representative. Young friend Tang Xian, I have heard of your name for a long time. Today I see that you are indeed young and promising. Senior, you are too kind. I don't deserve it. Remembering Yin Qian, don't be too polite. Tang Ranran maintained a cold personality and responded to the 4 people with a polite and distant attitude on the scene. After a few simple greetings, there was another process of understanding the raw materials, planting the raw materials, and preparing the medicine. Tang Ranran reserved 2 samples of live plants for Yin Qian, which can produce 6 marrow washing medicines. And then, there are 5 samples. The 2 SSS levels are not counterfeit, but have a strong professional level of medicine. And both were successfully configured at one time. As for the cultivation of chalcedony, it takes about a month to catalyze a finished product. 2 ready-made potions, one for the old man and one for the old woman, were drunk on the spot. And then, as Yin Qian had said, the old man shamelessly pestered Tang Ranran to ask for more raw materials. Tang Ranran, who had already taken precautions, refused with a cold face and gave a firm attitude. Want? Buy. We want to sell for money. Tang Ranran was stubborn and refused to give in. So the old man had to give up. And then the process of carefully packing the live plants began. The same high purification value pure plant special transport vehicle. The 4 people not only got on the vehicle themselves, but also carried Yin Qian on board. In the words of the old man, we are too old and weak and 2 assistants. What should we do if our things are robbed? You are responsible. Helplessly, Yin Qian can only be the escort. As the transport truck sent the people to the transport ship, Yin Qian struggled to save himself again. They were already on the starship. And there were 8 escort warships outside the planet. With this lineup, who would dare to rob? Are you going to die? Yin Qian felt that even without him, it would be safe and worry-free. But unfortunately, this was just his idea. Others said, no. You have to escort. Knowing that Yin Qian was unwilling to deliver the goods, Yin father directly called and roared like a dragon. What is more important than the marrow cleansing potion? Yes. Chasing his wife. Yin Qian was so confident in his heart to fight back. But he couldn't say it out loud. Tang Ranran's identity must be kept secret. Why does he have a father who is holding him back? Oh. 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 So sad. Extremely depressed. With a low pressure. Yin Qian became the bodyguard to protect the goods. Before leaving, while there was still internet, Yin Qian sent a lot of messages to Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran read 10 lines at a glance, and perfunctorily said, oh, Oh, okay. The fleet of Xia family left. And the fleet of Yin family also left. So Tang Ranran could continue to grow vegetables peacefully. After growing vegetables for a day, when night fell, Kong Chen reported again that the station troops had arrived. Kong Chen also took a video for her. The fleet composed of large and small starships was magnificent. And the scene was really spectacular. Seeing this grand scene, Tang Ranran was just overwhelmed. Their little broken ball finally had some regular defense force. Tang Ranran watched a few videos and stopped paying attention. Connecting with the military was the job of Kong Chen and Liang Chongquan. At this stage, the troops had just arrived and had to stay and repair. So they were very busy. So she would not get involved. About 3 hours later, Kong Chen called again. Kong Chen said that Qi Xingyuan and his troop leaders wanted to visit Tang Xian. Tang Ranran replied that she would not see outsiders. Tang Ranran asked Kong Chen to first investigate the character of the garrison commanders. If they were good and willing to follow her, she would find time to meet them later. Now, she was busy. After asking for instructions, facing a group of garrison commanders headed by Qi Xingyuan, Kong Chen pushed back like Tai Chi. Qi Xingyuan and his party were not stupid either, and they tasted some meaning from Kong Chen words. Everyone in the army knew that Tang Xian, a big wood supplier, was very generous. So as soon as they arrived at Su Pingruixing, they wanted to get close to Tang Xian. But it was obvious that Tang Xian was not stupid or rich. If you want to get close to Tang Xian and get benefits from it, you must be one of your own. That is, join Su Pingruixing camp. Those who can climb from the bottom to the top, in addition to strength, are not stupid. Qi Xingyuan quickly understood the twists and turns. Qi Xingyuan definitely came for Tang Xian, but it was a bit too hasty for him to decide whether to join now. The news about the marrow cleansing potion was still circulating internally, and Qi Xingyuan's news network was not so well informed. So he had not yet known about it. As a newcomer, he chose to wait and see for a while before making a field visit. Unless there were any accidents, the generals of the troops stationed on the star would only be replaced every 5 years. So he had plenty of time to settle down first. Her 100-acre small garden was full of flowers, grasses, fruits and trees. Looking at the colorful flowers in the garden, Tang Ranran was very satisfied. The only flaw was that the big white worms in her deep water pool were wiped out. The ones she had contracted were no exception. Yes, they were all dead. There was no other way. Tang Ranran could only ask Kong Chen to buy some deep water big meat fish online as a substitute. But she didn't know if the lotus flowers were picky. After checking the deep pool, Tang Ranran quickly thought of another problem. Because of the problem with the protective cover, the outside bugs can't get in, except for the earthworms, worms, eggs, etc. that were originally hidden underground. Other flying bugs can't get in. The farm is a bug, and pollination is not required. But this is reality. Without butterflies, flies, and bees, how can pollination be completed? Tang Ranran immediately thought of the 3 nests of big bees in the fairy cave. Quickly moved 2 nests of big bees out. After placing the 2 big beehives at the easternmost and southernmost sides respectively, Tang Ranran gave Tianmini number 3, Queen Bee, the task of population reproduction. That is, to produce new little queen bees and set up a new home. For such a large place, 2 beehives are too few. At least 8 are needed. In addition, Tang Ranran also gave the white flower, Ant Queen, in the fairy cave, the task of reproduction. If the ants can adapt to this new environment, she is ready to let the ants build a nest. Finally, Tang Ranran set Kong Chen a task, to look for small bee species, like the yellow-feathered chicken, that eat pure food and produce pure nectar. The bees she raised were too big. Each one was as small as a palm. So small ones were also necessary. After a lot of trouble with her pets, Tang Ranran suddenly thought of her number 1 pet, Haikiki. Recently, because she was busy, once she received the message of On Translation Hungry, Tang Ranran would throw a lot of spiritual plants and fruits into the spirit beast bag. It is not good for the physical and mental health of pets to be locked up in the spirit beast bag for a long time. Haikiki has been locked up for more than half a year. If it was a spirit pet with a weaker mind, it might have died. Yes. Let it out to get some fresh air. She took out her pet bag from the farm, and as soon as she put it down, a large black thing rolled to the ground. Tang Ranran, The last time she saw Haikiki, It looked like a fat salamander. But now it is so big. Almost more than 1 meter tall. And so fat. How to describe it? Just looking at its appearance. Tang Ranran felt that Hijiki looked like Toothless in Dragon Tamer. But just a fatter version. It was obviously because the environment suddenly changed. Hijiki's dark face was confused and dazed in a human way. His big head looked around, curiously looking at the new environment, and finally locked on Tang Ranran, the owner. Once the big head was raised, awing, it didn't have any real meaning. Just like Wonkai at home shaking his tail and making a wong sound. Tang Ranran communicated with mental power. Are you hungry? Awing. Not hungry. Attack. Tang Ranran issued an attack order. His body size had increased so much, so his strength should have increased a lot. Right? As soon as the order was issued, Hijiki immediately entered the attack state, baring his teeth at the air like a dog, and his mouth opened. Puff! A large ball of black flame shot out, eating more, growing stronger, and his strength must have increased, compared with the small flame of the lighter the first time. The flame this time was huge. A big fireball like a balloon. A big black fireball. About 20 centimeters in diameter. Not only big, but also far away. This black fireball showed a beautiful parabola in the air, and then fell among the beautiful flowers she planted, just like a gasoline bottle falling to the ground. The 20-centimeter fireball burned an area of 3 or 4 square meters. Whoosh! The black fire flashed, and the flowers turned into dry stems. And Tang Ranran big garden full of flowers became barren. That look. The standard is a bald spot on the hair. Tang Ranran, Silence is the garden tonight. She is so stupid. So stupid. What is Hijiki attacking? Hijiki is really strong. Tang Ranran is a little worried at this moment. Don't be like Era. Destroying her garden. You can't destroy the garden. Understand? Tang Ranran tried to communicate with mental power. With 2 front paws in front, and 2 hind legs bent. Hijiki squatted on the ground like a dog. Tilted his head. On? What? You can't eat this. Tang Ranran continued to repeat. Hijiki still dug his head, looking confused. On? What? Tang Ranran felt a little disgusted. Well, he only grew taller but not smarter. His eyes were still as clear and stupid as ever. Fearing that it would not be full and go to Huahua Garden, Tang Ranran decisively fed it, and pulled a lot of ready-made fairy grass from the basement of the farm, and threw it on the ground. While feeding, Tang Ranran carefully felt that Hei-Chi-Chi's originally weak mental power, which was almost not even at the E level, was now very stable. Probably E++? Maybe her judgment was not so accurate. But she was sure that as she fed it more, it would soon rise to D level. In the world of immortal cultivation, the elixir of the cultivators is useless for spiritual pets. There are special elixirs for spiritual pets. And most of the spiritual pet elixirs require the material of demon elixir. Tang Ranran did not have demon elixir. So forget about the elixir assistance and feed more spiritual plants. Fairy grass, purification value 86, is something that people would fight over outside. But in Tang Ranran place, it is almost like a weed. And Hijiki, as a spiritual pet, is obviously being taken advantage of by her. Look! He nibbled a little bit, and the little flame absorbed a little bit before stopping. With a burp. Ignoring the 86 fairy grass piled up like a mountain, Hijiki walked with his big fat legs, moved to the sun, basked in the sun, curled up, and fell asleep. His posture was just lazy. Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed to watch. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. No wonder he is so fat. Tang Ranran didn't care about it. She went to repair her garden. As for the fairy grass on the ground, let them rot. Rotten can still return some spiritual energy. After repairing the bald spot in the garden, Tang Ranran used her not very professional feng shui formation level to plant spiritual fruit trees in the garden, and tried to create a feng shui treasure land. One's own nest, after all, needs to be spent more time. Spiritual fruit trees are still collected from farms. After planting, the fruits must be picked. They cannot be stolen by others. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Always busy with planting vegetables. Tang Ranran was just about to let the small account Tang Xian go offline when Kong Chen called to report again. This time the news came from the Empire's General Military Headquarters. The news about the marrow cleansing potion was known by the highest laboratory of the military. The Yin family knew. The Xie family knew. The Fu family knew. And the Lu family also knew. It can't be hidden. It definitely can't be hidden. In a week at most, the news will spread out of the empire. So the empire's general military made arrangements, which were similar to what Yan Qian said. Invite Tang Xian to go to the military star to avoid the limelight. Tang Xian can freely choose to go to any military star, including the military star of the first galaxy. If Tang Xian is unwilling to leave Su Pingrui planet, then the military can arrange a 10,000-man force, similar to the A's division of special forces, with all sea-level mental power, or above, to act as a guard to protect Tang Xian nearby on Su Pingrui planet. Of course, if Tang Xian feels that he is very strong and awesome, and does not worry about safety issues, he could also refuse the military's guard. Anyway, it is not mandatory, but negotiated. Tang Ranran is really not worried about the Qi Shao Jinzu inversion of the trumpet Tang Xian. But she is worried that the war will spread to Su Pingrui star and burn down her old nest that is still under construction. She spent so much money and so much energy. And finally the planet has improved. And it can't be destroyed by the stubborn illegal forces. So, go and hide from the limelight. After a lot of discussions and inquiries from the military, Tang Ranran learned that there are 2 military stars in the third galaxy. One is Su Jingong, and the other is Su Chongong. Both military stars are home to the military and military-industrial enterprises. Su Jingong focuses more on defense, mainly producing protective shields and pure crop planting bases. Su Chogong builds mechas, starships, and high-damage missiles and heavy weapons. Tang Ranran intends to stay in the third galaxy, and the military prefers her to go to Su Jingong. After all, they are professional counterparts. Finally, with the intelligent brain as the medium, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen, plus Wen Yang and several other secretaries, represented Su Pingrui star, while on the other side were the highest military department of the third galaxy and the highest person in charge of the Su Jingong military star, several generals and several political commissars. Nearly 20 people, who opened a large conference room. After more than an hour of discussion, the two sides reached an agreement. The leaders of Su Jingong warmly welcomed Tang Ranran to Su Jingong. As for Tang Ranran's request to use Su Jingong as the trading place for the marrow cleansing potion and the raw material live plant samples, Su Jingong also agreed. However, there is a risk of attracting thieves. So Su Jingong, as the trading place, requires 10% of the transaction price, and they want a live plant sample. The deal was settled on the intelligent brain, fearing that Tang Ranran, the god of wealth, would run away. Su Jingong immediately sent a starship to pick him up. Before Tang Ranran vegetables were planted, Kong Chen informed her that the starship from Su Jingong was about to enter the star field of their planet. Tang Ranran, this is urgent. Su Jingong's starship has arrived at the doorstep. What can be done? Tang Ranran can only make relevant arrangements in the shortest time. In fact, there is nothing to arrange. The main task is to pull out the little Tang Shi who is still enjoying the cool in the corner of the villa in the family compound, and let Kong Chen pull Tang Shi, cross a clear road, and send her to Tang Xian luxurious courtyard. After the handover between the little Tang Xian and the little Tang Shi, the little Tang Shi's intelligent brain obtained all the control rights of the D2 protective shield, T1 protective shield, and F1 protective shield. Tang Ranran is deeply afraid that there are advanced space systems on Su Jingong's planet, and the space buckle must be well organized. In addition to equipment, vehicles, mechas, working robots, and daily necessities, Tang Xian's space buckle is filled with numerous seeds, and then a lot of spirit stones are also loaded. The space buckle is full of things. And the next is the living plants. After Hengxing and Yan Qian took away the raw material plants of the marrow cleansing potion, Tang Ranran immediately replanted a wave. Other auxiliary materials were not important. Tang Ranran brushed a field and moved 3 of the raw material chalcedony to the outside world. In order to ensure the survival rate, the live plants cannot be packed and put into the space buckle, but can only be covered with various protective covers for pure plants layer by layer. Pure plant protective cover, anti-vibration and anti-shake cover, radiation isolation constant light environment, constant temperature environment. Anyway, there are many names. After counting and checking, Tang Ranran repeatedly confirmed 3 times to make sure that there was nothing missing. and then the small Tangxian set off. The high purification value pure plant special transport vehicle was purchased by Kong Chen not long ago. The price of this vehicle is hundreds of millions, which is definitely the top product among the suspension vehicles. The special vehicle is used for special purposes, and the pure plant live plants are pulled. Tang Ranran and Kong Chen are the escort personnel. They set off under the escort of 8 mechas. The group arrived at the nearest land space station. At this time, the starship from Su Jinggong had already been waiting at the land space station. The person in charge was already looking forward to it on the deck of the starship. The two sides met on the deck. The person in charge was very enthusiastic. His name was Chen Yongyang. But unfortunately, he was an old man and currently an SS level with type. The people who received Tang Ranran, in addition to the old man Chen Yongyang, followed behind him were several middle-aged people, and finally 4 young people, probably the presence of guards. They were all very handsome. But unfortunately, the 4 young people did not even have the qualifications to talk to Tang Ranran. After a simple greeting, the key work was the placement of live plant samples. After sending Kong Chen and his group back, Tang Ranran was in charge of the command, and the old man Chen Yongshan assisted. The group moved a group of live plant samples to the special planting room in the starship and properly placed them. After all the various protective covers in the planting room were opened, it was confirmed that the plant samples were all alive and well, and the old man Chen Yongzheng ordered to set off. Military starships are fast, and the entire journey from Su Pingrui to Su Jinggong takes less than 24 hours. Tang Ranran simply stayed in the pure plant planting area. The old man Chen Yongzheng also stayed here, talking a lot and being particularly long-winded. Tang Ranran lost interest after a few words. After all, she was only interested in handsome guys and old men. Hee. So, Tang Ranran said tactfully that growing vegetables is a bit tiring and needs to rest to recuperate. And Chen Yongzheng was very tactful and stopped disturbing her. Although his mouth was closed, Chen Yongzheng's eyes were wide open, staring at the plants in the protective cover. Chen Yongzheng stared the whole way without sleeping. Tang Ranran could only say that although he was an old man, his energy was really not inferior to that of young people. Well, it was probably because the marrow washing potion was very tempting to the elderly. After all, this guy is already 150 years old, and his mental strength is also SS. Now, when he encounters the great savior of the marrow cleansing potion, he must be in a hurry, because the news of the marrow cleansing potion is still spreading in a small range. The starship has a smooth journey and arrived at Su Jinggong safely. The starship is parked, and there is already a pure plant transporter waiting at the space station, and it is carefully transported, led by Chen Yongzheng. Tang Ranran went all the way to the first military district of Su Jinggong. The first military district is the place with the most elite troops, the best weapons, and the most powerful combat effectiveness. It is the safest place on the entire planet. Nothing else matters. The most important thing is the live plant samples. So after arriving at the first military district, the group went straight to the planting base. The planting base inside the military district covers an area of more than 200 acres. And there are many planting experimental bases. Because of Tangxian arrival, the military specially started a vacant small planting base. The area is 3 acres, and is covered by a pure plant protection cover. The outdoor planting area occupies more than 2 acres. There is also a large villa covering an area of 400 square meters. The villa has 5 floors. The first floor is a warehouse. The second and third floors are indoor planting laboratories. The fourth floor is the living area. And the fifth floor has a rooftop, which is a semi-open tree planting area. The military was also considerate enough to arrange 10 guards for Tang Ranran. That is, able-bodied men who worked. 5 men and 5 women. 5 people in a shift. 1 shift for 12 hours. At Tang Ranran's disposal. After settling the live plants of the marrow washing agent and making sure they grew well, Tang Ranran had nothing to do. After all, she didn't have to worry about cleaning. Although they had met through a screen, they had to be polite as newcomers. So Tang Ranran asked Chen Yongzheng to visit the person in charge of the planet. However, before Tang Ranran could visit, the 2 leaders of the planet couldn't wait to come over. Just when the live plants were settled, a group of dozens of people arrived. There are 2 leaders of Su Jinggong, the planet-level general commander and the general political commissar, 1 military and 1 civil, and the commander is called Chen Yongfeng. Well, you can tell from the name that he is related to Chen Yongzheng. Yes, the 2 are brothers. and Qin Yongfeng is Qin Yongzheng's younger brother. Qin Yongfeng is 128 years old this year. Although he is a little younger than Qin Yongzheng, he is also a man who is about to enter the ranks of old men. The political commissar is called Gu Yele, who is 109 years old this year. He cannot be called an old man, but a middle-aged fat man, the type of Methre Ya Buddha. You can tell from looking at him that he is a smiling tiger with many cunning minds, because she had seen him on the video a long time ago. Tang Ranran did not talk about disappointment now. After all, she had been disappointed during the video conference. Qin Yongfeng is a serious person with the style of a general, while Gu Yele is obviously a chatterbox. Blah blah. And he compliments Tang Ranran with a lot of good words when he meets her. And he compliments Tang Ranran with one high hat after another. It must be said that with Gu Yele's art of speaking, Tang Ranran would feel guilty about the empire and her conscience would hurt if she did not donate 2 marrow washing potions. After a warm greeting, they got to the point. And the point was naturally the marrow washing potion. Promise Su Jingong a raw material live plant, a chalcedony, plus auxiliary materials. The live plant is the amount of 3 marrow cleansing potions. Under Gu Yele's subtle rainbow fart offensive, Tang Ranran generously demonstrated the configuration of the marrow cleansing potion on the spot. The accompanying pharmacist watched on the spot and watched the video 3 times. Finally, under Tang Ranran guidance, the accompanying pharmacist successfully configured the marrow cleansing potion. The pharmacist, an S-level healer, is a young man under 50. Although he is not Tang Ranran ideal type, he looks clean, handsome, white and tender. Against the background of the old men, Tang Ranran looks particularly pleasing to the eye. The raw materials for 2 potions were provided by Tang Ranran, and she generously gave the finished potion to the Su Jingong military. After all, she came to stay, and it was right to give a gift. As for how they would divide it, will they fight because of this? That has nothing to do with her. 1 sample of live plants of the marrow cleansing potion was part of the previously agreed remuneration, and 2 finished products of the marrow cleansing potion were definitely a pleasant surprise. Qin Yongfeng, Gu Yele, and his party were very happy. In addition to being happy, the 2 old men used the advanced military strategy of beauty trap with a careful mind to get more wool. Yes, Qin Yongfeng and Gu Yele, these 2 guys, each introduced a beauty to Tang Ranran. Qin Yongfeng and Gu Yele were busy with government affairs, especially now that they had a live sample of the marrow cleansing potion. They were eager to start related research immediately, and naturally they could not take care of Tang Ranran needs all the time. So they each left an assistant for her. Qin Shuiyan, S-level water system, is only 26 years old this year, with big eyes and round face, and belongs to the cute type. They all have the surname Qin, and are related to Qin Yongfeng. She is his niece's granddaughter. Gu Yi, S-level with type, 32 this year, with long wavy legs and a capable temperament. A typical queen type, surnamed Gu, naturally a relative of Gu Yele. Gu Yi is probably born not to like to laugh, and her temperament is cold. After greeting Tang Ranran, she didn't talk much and stood quietly aside. Chen Shuiyan is a self-acquainted chatterbox, and her enthusiasm is comparable to Gu Jiejia. As soon as she came, she opened her eyes wide and looked like a little fangirl worshipping her idol. Major General Tang Xian, I finally met you. You are my idol. Give me an autograph. Tang Ranran, I would like to add here that because of the merit of the marrow washing potion, the honorary military rank of the small Tang Xian has risen again, from the school level to the general level. Tang Xian identity is now a major general, a standard general level. Although he is the kind of person with no real military power, he is also considered a high-ranking official. In addition to military ranks, there are also bonuses. But the military has always been poor, so they give discount coupons. The discount coupons worth 1 trillion have been deposited into Tang Xian military exclusive account. On Lu Chuanping's side, the payment for the last 1,000 spaces has also been settled, with a total of 459.8 billion for grapefruit and lychees. Per trillion was given in discount coupons, and there is 59.8 billion in cash. Therefore, Tang Xian military exclusive account currently has about 5.6 trillion. The money looks like a lot, but it is not enough to buy a city protective shield. So save it first. Let's get off track and get back to the present. Although Qin Shuiyan is called Shuiyan, her temperament is really passionate and hot, and she keeps talking to Tang Ranran. After dealing with a few words, Tang Ranran sighed in her heart. Oh, disappointment. Big disappointment. It's a beauty trap. But the gender doesn't match. She doesn't like little sisters. She likes little brothers. But Tang Xian is a man. Tang Ranran can only hold it in. Forget it. Just be a liaison assistant. In this way, after this meeting, Tang Xian's smart brain has a lot more friends. Tang Ranran specially listed a group. And these people were assigned to Su Jinggong's friends. Because there is nothing to do for the time being. After Chen Yongfeng and his group left, Tang Ranran sent away 2 assistants, Chen Xueyan and Gu Yi. The 10 guards assigned to her are according to the duty schedule. The 5 who are not working go back to rest. And the 5 guards, who are supposed to work. 2 guards are responsible for security at the gate. And the remaining 3 clean up and do miscellaneous work. After tidying up the whole villa and getting familiar with the environment, there was no problem with pure plants and live plants. Tang Ranran also set down the 3 guards and told them not to disturb her unless necessary. The guards only needed to be responsible for safety on the first floor. There were still 2 finished products of the chalcedony, which were growing well. Other auxiliary spiritual plants were also growing luxuriantly. So there was no need to worry. Tang Ranran moved a recliner and basked in the sun on the balcony on the 4th floor. On the surface, she looked relaxed. But in her heart, she was busy reviewing the situation. Chen Yongfeng and his group asked her a lot of questions. And she also asked a lot of questions accordingly. On this planet of Su Jinggong, the strongest individual should be the General Commander Chen Yongfeng, who is SSS level gold and special strengthening. As for the specific skills of the special strengthening, Tang Ranran didn't know yet. She guessed that it was probably something like a golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt. Then, there was indeed a space system on the planet. And it was none other than Gu Yele, the fat man who looked friendly. SS level. Space system. In addition, there are 2 SSS level people on the planet. According to public information, neither of them has spatial abilities. And they are not in the 1st military district but in other military districts on the planet, far away from Tang Ranran. On the entire planet, there are about dozens of SSS level and SS level people, and dozens of S level people with abilities, which is about the scale. Anyway, after this secret investigation, Tang Ranran estimated that it would not be a big problem for her to secretly move something from the basement of the farm. If she is a little more cautious, she will not be exposed. After reviewing the situation, Tang Ranran took a nap in the sun. The location returned to Suping Ruishing. Tang Xian left, and he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. Everyone got the news. Xie Shiho was full of regrets when he heard the news of Tang Xian's departure. But he was not stupid. He knew that Tang Xian went out to avoid the limelight and would definitely come back after a while. So he continued to stay here. Suping Ruishing is definitely a feng shui treasure land. The newly arrived station troops also got the news. Although Qi Xingyuan felt a little regretful, he did not care much about Tang Xian's departure because he did not know about the marrow washing potion. The environment of Suping Ruishing is too bad, and the location of the troop base is a big problem. Qi Xingyuan was busy negotiating with Kong Chen. After dealing with it, he generally recognized a group of generals of the station troops. And after feeling the factions in the troops, Kong Chen threw all the relevant handover tasks with the station troops to Liang Changkun. And he once again shifted his focus to planting and marrow washing potions. Tang Xian is gone. Kong Chen pretends to be a fake boyfriend and is dating Tang Ranran. But in fact, he is reporting to her. First, the detailed information of the garrison. The 500,000 troops stationed on the planet are led by General Qi Xingyuan, who is SS level, followed by 10 S level psychics, 50 ordinary S level, 5,000 A level, 20,000 B level, and 50,000 C level. Among the 10 S level psychics, 5 are from big families in the empire, 3 are from small families on the planet, and only 2 are grassroots strugglers. As for whether these 2 grassroots strugglers have joined big families, it is not known yet. Anyway, it is not easy to develop psychic brothers, poaching or something like that. Those with families are basically impossible to poach. The 2 can only focus on ordinary S-level non-psychics, as well as those small families and grassroots people in A level, B level, and C level. Tang Ranran checked the population and read a lot of information. There are quite a few young and handsome officers, and many of them are in her heart. But most of them are children of aristocratic families. so she can only watch and not take them into her own hands. Hey, hey, hey. Developing younger brothers is not something that can be done in a hurry. And it is useless to be in a hurry. You can't develop all the bad guys. So just observe slowly. The focus of work should still be on planting. To get rich, you must first grow vegetables. The security of the planet is taken over by the garrison. And Kong Chen has idle soldiers in his hands. The scale of planting can be expanded on a large scale without worrying about security. The current military and police forces are sufficient for security, even if the D1 and D2 areas are all planted with pure plants. In addition to the fruit trees planted by Tang Ranran, the D1 protective cover planting area currently has the multi-mount insectivorous titan planting area in the original garbage dump area. There are currently 10 pasture planting areas, each of which covers an area of about 100 acres. Among them, 7 pasture planting areas are used as farms to raise yellow-feathered chickens and some low-purification vegetarian meat beasts. The largest area is the tomato, rice, and soybean planting area. The current planting area of these 3 crops is about 2,000 acres. Then, there are some experimental fields with only a few acres of land, which are planted with farm crops that Tang Ranran took out after returning from Su Xinrong and crops from Su Xinrong planet. The experimental fields are in the exploration stage and cannot be officially planted for the time being. The entire D1 area, including functional buildings, has only been used for about 8 square kilometers. A total of 100 square kilometers. Only 8 square kilometers have been developed. And the development rate is 8%. It can only be said that the efficiency is low. Under the natural development state, it will take at least 5 years to fully develop the D1 protective shield area. Not to mention the empty D2 area. What can be done? The more capable, the more work. Tang Ranran. She is really a hard worker. After discussing with Kong Chen, it was finally arranged that Tang Shi would come forward to plant. But not in the D1 area, but to plant a kind of plant in the D2 area first. After planting a few iconic orchards and gardens, the D2 area can be opened. Now that the garrison is in place, the planet's safety is guaranteed. If we do some publicity, won't all the tourists come? With the arrival of wealthy tourists, won't the economy go up? After laboratory planting research, the survival rate of species on Su Xinrong planet is so low that it is really difficult to grow unless there is a wood element to serve by the side. The only ones that can resist are those produced by Tang Ranran Farm. After browsing the existing patent form, Tang Ranran decided to start with vegetables. Corn, potatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins. You guys. The work for today was discussed. And when they parted, Tang Ranran gave Kong Chen a big box of red breath fire element grass. 440 hours of spiritual plants. Purification value 44. Tang Ranran originally used it as a snack for Hei Chi-Chi. But then he thought that the red breath fire element grass is also useful for low-level cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots. Is it useful for Kong Chen? A small fire element? I don't know. Let's eat it first. Of course. Tang Ranran did not forget to remind, don't eat too much. Use the right amount. As soon as the two of them separated, the camera turned. Kong Chen gave a few orders, and his right-hand assistant Wen Yang took people to the T1 area, picked up Tang Shi's version of Tang Ranran at the door, and then started working. Just outside the T1 protective cover, under the D2 protective cover area, Tang Ranran randomly chose a piece of land and started planting. With a handful of corn seeds, Tang Ranran used the wood-type mental power to plant vegetables. After the dozens of corn stalks matured, the planting staff were responsible for picking and sowing. Tang Ranran took a few steps, a few potatoes, and gave birth to a lot of sprouts. The sowing work was still the responsibility of the planting staff. In this way, Tang Ranran was only responsible for planting vegetables, and planting vegetables. The employees were responsible for picking, harvesting, and sowing. 1 became 100. 100 became 10,000. 10,000 became hundreds of thousands. After a busy morning, countless baskets of corn seeds, potatoes, cucumber seeds, and pumpkin seeds were harvested. Tang Ranran didn't care about the site selection of the crop field. She was only responsible for the seeds. As an S-level vegetable grower with a bit of poor ability, Tang Ranran announced that she was tired today and would call it a day and continue tomorrow. Taking the identity of Tang Xian girlfriend, Tang Ranran returned to the F1 protective shield, entered the house, and went offline. Switching to the original body again, Tang Ranran ended her practice with a sluggish look. Although she was very busy, she still did not forget to practice in her busy schedule. But since the Jin Dan, although Tang Ranran has been practicing hard every day, the progress is really hard to describe. According to her current automatic practice speed, it is conservatively estimated that it will take about 100 years for her to be promoted to Yuanying. It's really slow. What to do? Still have to retreat. After the Jin Dan, such automatic practice of meditation and adjustment is definitely a drop in the bucket. The key is to rely on retreat. But retreat requires spiritual energy. As a cultivator, you know that retreating requires a feng shui treasure land with abundant spiritual energy. In the last 3 months, Tang Ranran had used up all the spiritual energy under the protective cover of the farm. That was just to stabilize her Jin Dan cultivation. Now she is already a mature Jin Dan. Tang Ranran estimated that the spiritual energy in the farm, which is less than 10 acres, could be used up by her in less than 2 weeks. What to do? Get another spiritual land? The soul locking array that Tang Ranran placed on the number 2 field can definitely not only cover 1 mu of land, but can cover thousands of mu of land. At present, the farm is more than 200 pieces of land. Tang Ranran is not in a hurry to upgrade. This amount of land is enough for her. So, open up a feng shui treasure land of 50 mu. The land is still planted with vegetables for the time being. And Tang Ranran is not in a hurry. After all, it can't be wasted. The automatic harvesting and planting function of the farm assistant was suspended in advance. And then Tang Ranran led the alchemy. Alchemy. After refining a lot of pills, it was finally time to harvest vegetables. Tang Ranran harvested the vegetables manually. After harvesting the vegetables, he planted the fairy grass with the highest purification value in the fields from number 1 to number 50, and then sealed it with the soul locking array. After raising it for 2 weeks, the soul locking array will definitely be full of spiritual energy. Oh! Double insurance. The other fields were fully planted, and Tang Ranran left fields 51 and 52 alone to grow vegetables. Grow a lot of fairy grass and throw them all under the soul locking array to accelerate the growth of spiritual energy. Completed. The sky outside the T1 protective shield area has brightened, and it is another day of work. Little Tang Shi left the F1 protective shield and arrived at the east gate of the T1 protective shield, and then called Wen Yang. Wen Yang led people very efficiently and arrived here within half an hour. Grow bananas today. Choose a plant orchard. Tang Ranran planted a banana tree, and after the small banana trees grew beside the roots of the big banana tree, the planting staff were responsible for transplanting, and Tang Ranran was responsible for catalyzing the small trees into big banana trees. Planting and planting at the same time. Hundreds of banana trees were there in one morning. Tang Ranran kept a hand, and most of them did not produce bananas. Let them grow. Grow naturally. After planting this banana plantation, the remaining maintenance and protection and surrounding construction work were all Wen Yang work. Tang Ranran didn't care and left without hesitation. Go home and continue to refine the elixir. Before refining 2 furnaces of elixir, Tang Shi received a call from Fu Jingyuan. Seeing this call notification, Tang Ranran slapped her head and remembered that Fu Jingyuan was coming to see her. Yanqian is a space system. If there is no shortage of blue bottles, he can come and go freely. Fu Jingyuan, who is not a space system, can only take the starship honestly. Look, he is much slower than Yanqian. He just returned to the 3rd galaxy. I heard that Tang Xian went to Su Jingong, because Tang Xian was on hold. The news fell into the sea, and Fu Jingyuan called Tang Shi. Tang Ranran answered the call, and after a few simple words, asked him to go to Su Jingong to find Tang Xian. The 2 met at Su Jingong, and Tang Ranran gave him a sample of live plants, plus the raw materials of 3 marrow washing potions. It was much less than Yanqian, but as a reward for Su Xingrong and his party, Tang Ranran gave a lot. As for transportation, you can handle it yourself. Tang Ranran doesn't care. Tang Ranran used Tang Xian to give Fu Jingyuan a copy of the marrow cleansing potion. Seeing that the person had left, Tang Ranran switched to Tang Shi and continued his planting business. A piece of sugarcane forest, a vineyard, finally, peach trees, orange trees, grapefruit trees, and lychee trees. A few hundred of each. Not the towering ancient trees that were brushed out of the farm. but ordinary specifications that Tang Ranran planted with the Xingxiju. That is, fruit trees that are decades old. The small account Tang Shi is manually charged, and Tang Ranran can replenish it by eating some spiritual plants. Tang Shi uses the method to plant trees, and it is not a waste of a spiritual stone. The main point is a frugal style. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Tang Ranran quietly planted vegetables for several days, while the outside world, because of the advent of the marrow cleansing potion, has been surging in undercurrents. Because they couldn't contact Tang Xian, a large group of people asked Kong Chen through various relationships. Under the guise of a date, Kong Chen and Tang Ranran held a private meeting. After a lot of discussion, Tang Ranran decided, let's sell. On July 1st, Imperial Time, Su Ping Ruixing officially sold live samples of raw materials for marrow washing potions, sold in the form of an auction. At 8 a.m. Imperial Time, the auction news was directly posted on Su Ping Ruixing official website. At the same time, Tang Xian sent out several invitations, and Kong Chen sent out a large number of invitations. At 1800 hours p.m. Imperial Time, the auction officially opened. Online auction in the holographic world. This auction will auction 10 live samples of raw materials for marrow washing potions, guaranteed to be live plants, and each sample is the amount of 3 marrow washing potions. The highest bidder wins. The quantity and quality of the 10 products are absolutely the same. The difference is the delivery time, because Tang Xian, the shipper, also needs to sell and grow them now. Kong Chen has already learned the latest data from the military laboratory. Gu Xiao, the guy with great luck, has been promoted from the original SSS level to the SSS level. With the improvement of his mental power level, his supernatural power has naturally increased. According to Gu Xiao's latest prediction, his vegetable planting speed should be able to reach 1 chalcedony mushroom every 10 days. Gu Xiao is 10 days, so Tang Xian 7 days is not too much. Right? Yes. 7 days. So, the delivery time is 7 days apart each time. And according to the auction order, the delivery time is relatively delayed. At 1600 hours in the Imperial Time, Kong Chen opened the holographic auction venue. There was no need for him to urge. As soon as the auction venue opened, a lot of people rushed in. Tang Xian did not show up, and Tang Ranran went in to see the excitement under the identity of Tang Shi. It must be said that the charm of the marrow cleansing potion is really great. There were already crowds of people more than an hour before the opening. However, most of them were those who had heard the news and came to watch the excitement like her. The real big buyers were all sitting in the VIP room. CS Hingxing, Guy Group, Fuxing Manufacturing, Chen Jingxue, Levi Heavy Industry, etc. Almost all the big families in the First Galaxy were present, and all the famous planting groups in the Empire were also present. In addition, many planting bases of the planetary government and the military were also present. Almost all the big groups in the entire Empire gathered together. The auction started on time at 1800 hours Empire Time. First, there was an introduction to the marrow cleansing potion, then an introduction to the raw material live plants of the marrow cleansing potion, followed by an explanation of how to configure the marrow cleansing potion, and finally the product description. There were many rules and regulations, and it was emphasized that the buyer could not sell the raw material live plants of the marrow cleansing potion for a second time, and the final sales rights of the live plants belonged to Su Pingruixing. Finally, the description of the delivery time. The first bidder can pick up the goods immediately at Su Jinggong Planet. Then, after 7 days, the second bidder can only pick up the goods at Su Jinggong Planet after July 8th. And so on. A total of 10 goods. After saying what needs to be said and answering some questions raised by customers, the first auction of live plants of raw materials for marrow washing medicine began at 2000 hours. The reserve price is 10 billion. Each bid increase shall not be less than 1 billion. As soon as the auction started, Heng Xingxia, 1 trillion. Tang Ranran, who was watching silently, had to give a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of Xie Shihe family, they were really rich. Those who could sit in the VIP room had well-informed information channels. Many people knew that Hengxing had the advantage of being close to the water and had purchased a live plant sample. You already have it. But you're still fighting with them? It's so abominable. Mrs. Liu, 2 trillion. Mrs. Chen, 2.5 trillion. Tang Ranran, shocked. In the end, Tang Ranran could only say that she really underestimated the appeal of the marrow cleansing potion to the rich old men and women. Really, the rich old men and women in the empire are even richer than she thought. In the end, this first sample of the live plant of the marrow cleansing potion was bought by a nutrient solution group under the Liu family. Tang Ranran also knew the boss behind the nutrient solution group. He was the third grandfather of Liu Chuanping, who bought her chrysanthemum tea. Transaction price, 5.8 trillion. After the first lot was auctioned, the second lot was auctioned. Relatively speaking, the price of the second lot was naturally not as high as the first one. In the end, it was won by Chen family at a price of 5.2 trillion. Next, the third lot was auctioned at 4.8 trillion. And the winner was the Gu family. One after another, all 10 lots were auctioned. The winners were almost all big families in the first galaxy. Those powerful families with big groups in the front row of the empire. Maybe it was because the competition was too fierce and the price exceeded the psychological price. Or maybe it was because there was already a live strain of the marrow washing potion. Although the Yin family, Xia family, and Fu family participated in bidding, they did not win in the end. After the auction, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen immediately got together to count today's gains. 10 copies. 5.8 trillion. 5.2 trillion. 4.8 trillion. 4.7 trillion. 4.5 trillion. 4.1 trillion. 3.8 trillion. 3.7 trillion. 3.5 trillion. 3.8 trillion. A total of 43.9 trillion. The auction venue, which is a holographic virtual venue, will take 2% of the total transaction amount. And then Su Jinggong, the place where the goods are picked up, will take 10% of the total transaction amount. Finally, there is a tax issue. The tax issue is more complicated. Anyway, including the transaction tax that their planet has to pay, a total of 12% will be deducted. So after deductions, the total transaction amount is 43.9 trillion. And they actually get 33.364 trillion. Selling live plants of marrow washing potion is really a big money-making business. However, the two estimated that this was the only deal. 2 months later, the next auction of 10 copies would definitely not be able to sell at such a high price. However, Tang Ranran could predict that for live plants, the raw materials for the marrow cleansing medicine, they would be in short supply for at least the next 3 years. Because it was a prepayment and the goods were picked up later, the payment had almost been received. After checking, Kong Chen happily made a shopping list. He had a lot of things he wanted to buy. And now that he had the money, he had to buy them. Of course, his authority was only to make a list. And Tang Ranran still had to make the final decision on what to buy. Back then, a Su Pingrui star cost only 2 trillion yuan. So the rough cast was really cheap. But the decoration, Tang Ranran could only say, decoration is a bottomless pit. Look! After pouring in the money, only a sound could be heard. Relying on the live plants of the marrow washing potion, Kong Chen just made 33.4 trillion yuan. And the next day, he threw her a shopping list of 100 trillion yuan. Protective shields, starships, planetary star network monitoring systems, planetary defense systems. Hard decoration is really damn expensive. After choosing and choosing, Tang Ranran finally decided to get a few starships first. There are only 10 small starships on the entire planet. And transportation depends entirely on cooperation with transportation companies. It is equivalent to being strangled by others. And transportation is inconvenient. It is really too shabby to say it out. And if something happens, there will be no means of transportation to escape. So, a few civilian transport spaceships will be used first. Passenger spaceships with a load of less than 10,000 people are relatively cheap. Less than 1 trillion yuan. So Tang Ranran directly got 2. Then, there are 2 cargo transport ships. 4 ships. A total of 3 trillion. The expensive ones are military starships. The planet's existing 10 small star battleships, placed in space, are equivalent to fighters. Regular starship fleets are equipped with a main ship aircraft carrier. There must be one main aircraft carrier. And then, well, the remaining 30 trillion is gone. This is just the bare one, without any additional equipment. Bottomless pit. Bottomless pit. Forget it. Forget it. The rest will be done slowly. Only slowly. The things were selected because Tang Xian account had the largest discount. So Tang Xian account was used. As for the original 5.6 trillion in Tang Xian account, Tang Ranran wanted to get another 500 square kilometers of protective cover. However, Tang Xian focused on growing vegetables recently as chalcedony mushrooms. And Tang Ranran chose to temporarily keep to himself and not be a conspicuous bag. Tang Ranran had just finished shopping here. And the little girl Chen Shuyan sent several voice messages on the smart brain. The winner of N01, the third grandfather of the Liu family, has arrived. And the Liu family team coming to pick up the goods is about to arrive at Su Jinggong. This speed is really as fast as the express delivery bought at night arriving the next day. Now that everyone is here, it is natural to deliver the goods. However, Tang Ranran is too lazy to deal with people. The goods in the auction house only have living plants of raw materials for marrow washing potions. And no raw materials for finished marrow washing potions are included. Without materials, there is no need to teach the potion configuration on site. So it doesn't matter whether Tang Ranran shows up or not. Su Jinggong takes a 10% commission. And it can't just take the money without doing anything. So Tang Ranran has full authority to leave the delivery to Chen Shuyan and Gu Yi, two beautiful assistants. The plants are shipped from Tang Xian, and the quantity is no problem. After the inspection, Chen Shuyan and Gu Yi, with professional wood planting personnel, carefully transported and escorted them all the way to the designated space station. The people who received the goods from the Liu family were obviously very sorry that they didn't see Tang Xian. But Tang Ranran avoided them, and they had no choice. After counting and verifying, the Bigwood system confirmed that there was no problem with the plant. After the relevant procedures were signed, the goods were successfully picked up. The transaction was officially completed. Tang Ranran originally brought 3 finished chalcedony mushrooms, one from Su Jinggong's planting base, and one from Fu Jingyuan. After she only had one left, Tang Ranran secretly moved one out of the farm, claiming that she had grown it herself. In her planting base, the activities of the guards were limited to the first floor. The second floor and above were all Tang Xian private areas. Unless it was time to pick up the goods, she was usually alone at most times, with absolute privacy and privacy. Now that she had sold one, she only had one left on the surface. In the days to come, she would naturally work hard to grow chalcedony mushrooms. In the name of growing vegetables, the small account Tang Xian was openly slacking off. Before July 8th, Tang Xian was in a state of idleness. The location switched back to Su Ping Ruishing. After buying things, Tang Ranran continued to work hard to grow vegetables with an empty wallet. Because it is easier to plant fruit trees, Tang Ranran decided to plant more fruit trees. So she continued to plant peaches, grapes, oranges, grapefruits, lychees, red dates, apples. There are only so many fruit trees that were moved from the farm and registered for patents. Tang Ranran urged to plant 50 fruit seedlings of about 10 years old every day. As for where to plant them later, she didn't care. In addition to planting fruit seedlings, every few days, Tang Ranran would go to the fields that had been sown and urge planting on a few acres of land to speed up the progress of planting. Although she has been planting vegetables, Tang Ranran has always implemented Tang Xi's character of being a scumbag with type. Tang Xi's working hours every day are at most half a day, and the rest of the time is to calm her mental energy. In a blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. That day, little girl Chen Shuyan chattered again. It was the second buyer. That is, Chen Shuyan family, the Chen family, and the delivery team came. Tang Ranran still did not show up. Her 2 assistants and professionals took the goods from her and went to the delivery space station. As expected, it was another smooth delivery. And then Tang Xian continued to slack off. Returning to Su Ping Ruishing, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen held another meeting. The planting business is booming, and the planned scenic spots under the D1 protective cover have become more and more presentable as the planting progresses. So Kong Chen is a little impatient and wants to vigorously promote the tourism industry. Tang Ranran thought about it and finally decided to open the D1 area first. As for the D2 area, the planting area is too small, and there are still a lot of things to be planted. And D2 has a T1 protection area. Because of the matter of the marrow washing potion, Su Ping Ruishing is still at the peak of the storm. At this juncture, Tang Ranran does not want to cause trouble. So the D2 area is temporarily closed to the public. After the discussion, before the meeting ended, Tang Ranran cared about Kong Chen's strength and asked him to show his supernatural powers. After eating the Qixi Fire Yuan grass for more than 10 days, Kong Chen fires supernatural powers. How to say it? Kong Chen feels that he is very awesome. He can throw fireballs, swing fire whips, and do a cool flame slash. But in Tang Ranran's opinion, he is just dregs. Oh, this dregs is relative to the fire system, compared with the S-level fire system of the same strength. Based on her experience of watching supernatural live broadcasts, Kong Chen level is just average. Not very powerful, but not bad either. So, did you eat so many red breath fire element grass in vain? Here, you eat it. Tang Ranran took out the Xiaohui Lingdian. Kong Chen took it and ate it without hesitation. If you are busy, work here and record how you feel. Oh! Fearing that Kong Chen would be eaten to death, Tang Ranran squatted beside him, watching videos. She has been busy recently and hasn't watched videos for a long time. She doesn't know if those anchors she follows are there. She has to go and take a look. Spend a little money to have fun. Oh my god. It feels like I took a magic pill. I feel full of strength. It feels like strength is flowing through my body. I feel so good. I can work for 3 days without closing my eyes. Kong Chen shared his feelings in real time. Xiaohui Lingdian is probably the source of power. After taking the pill, Kong Chen was in a state of bursting power, which made people very excited and wanted to vent. Kong Chen couldn't help but said, No, Mr. Tang. I have to go to the gym to find someone to fight with. This feeling of being full of power makes people feel suffocated, and fighting can't solve it. No need to go to the gym. You can fight with me, Tang Ranran said casually. She estimated that because Kong Chen didn't know how to practice, the effect of Xiaohui Lingdian was manifested in the form of power and wandered in the body. Ah! Kong Chen was stunned when he heard Tang Ranran words, and subconsciously refused. Isn't this bad? Kong Chen knew that Tang Ranran had high mental strength and powerful superpowers. But fighting? What if he got hurt by a punch? Would he be so angry that he wanted to peel off his skin? What's wrong with that? Just treat me as your opponent. Okay then. Based on the principle of ladies first, Kong Chen did not make a move, but waited for Tang Ranran to make the first move. In this case, Tang Ranran was not polite to him. As fast as a shadow and as swift as the wind, Tang Ranran made a move. And before Kong Chen could react at all, she knocked him down and pressed him to the ground. Kong Chen, ? My mind was confused at first. And then, I said it was out of this world. After being KO'd in the first round, Kong Chen came to his senses and realized that Xiao Tang Dong only looked cute and harmless. But in fact, his combat power was off the charts. Not only his supernatural powers were off the charts, but his physical damage was also off the charts. Adjusting his mentality and facing his opponent, Kong Chen was in high spirits and took the attitude of going to the battlefield. Then, knocked out again. Fighting, the so-called battle was actually Kong Chen being beaten unilaterally. Tang Ranran looked soft and cute on the surface. But who among the immortal cultivators was not made of iron and steel? What's more, she had already reached the golden core stage. Tang Ranran estimated that with her defense, ordinary laser guns could not break through it. The fact that he was KO'd 10 times made Kong Chen realize the bloody reality. It was fine that he couldn't beat Yin Qian, but he couldn't even beat Xiao Tang Dong. It was simply, alas, life is full of setbacks. No, he had to go to the gym to find his confidence. Kong Chen insisted on going to the gym. Tang Ranran was afraid that he would be killed by the power of Xiaohui Lingdian, so she simply followed him. The gym, right next to the family compound, is the favorite place for armed forces personnel to go when they are free after get off work. The gym is equivalent to a large fitness club. There are various fitness projects inside. In addition to physical battles, there are also holographic battles. Anyway, there are many types. It is the best place for men to vent their excess energy. Arriving at the gym, Kong Chen went straight to the fighting venue in the actual combat area. There were originally dozens of people in the fighting venue. As soon as Kong Chen, the Star Master, stepped onto the ring, a group of people were ready to fight him. Soon, the first challenger came up. Then the fight began. Barehanded melee is Tang Ranran's favorite event. Tang Ranran took the first seat in the audience and took out a bag of homemade dried fruits from the space buckle. While watching the show, he ate snacks and occasionally shouted, "Come on!" Fighting and fighting. Fighting and fighting. Kong Chen seemed to have chewed Xiaomai with endless energy and couldn't stop at all. Although he was suppressed by Tang Ranran just now, here, it was Kong Chen who suppressed others. 1, 2, 3, killing more than a dozen people in a row. Kong Chen's confidence returned, and the whole person stood up again. After fighting for several hours, the fighting field was dispersed, and Kong Chen finished his work with reluctance. The effect of Xiao Lingdan was obviously not over yet. After fighting more than a dozen fights, Kong Chen was still full of strength and full of energy. Tang Ranran checked him. After the spiritual power check, there was no sign of spiritual power accumulation in Kong Chen's body that would explode, and there was a high probability that there was no problem. After a few words of advice, contact me immediately if you feel abnormal. Pay attention to your own status at any time, etc. Tang Ranran ignored him. Kong Chen, who couldn't sleep at all, started to work in a hurry. Tang Ranran was either growing vegetables or refining pills every day. Time passed quickly, and July 15th arrived. The third buyer came to Su Jinggong to pick up the goods. Tang Xian usually did not show up, and his two assistants Qin Xueyan and Gu Yi were responsible for the delivery. As expected, it was another successful handover of live samples. The next day, Tang Ranran fed her pets in her F1 area garden. She didn't need to worry about the big bees and small ants. In this spiritual environment, they flourished in groups, and the number of insects increased day by day. What Tang Ranran needed to worry about was her little fat dragon cub. Even if it was moved out of the spiritual pet bag, it still ate and slept in the dark, just like a pig. When she was free, Tang Ranran would give it some exercise, just like walking a dog. If she threw a piece of red breath fire element grass out, Blackie would jump out like picking up a bone, and then eat the red breath fire element grass accurately. This guy was a little interested in the red breath fire element grass. While walking the dog, Tang Ranran received a message from Kong Chen. Kong Chen said that the feeling of being full of strength after taking a shot of chicken blood was finally gone. Tang Ranran quickly called him to meet her original body. After the meeting, she carefully examined him with spiritual power. According to Tang Ranran medical skills and experience, Kong Chen did not have any abnormalities. However, Tang Ranran was not very reassured. So she sent Kong Chen to the hospital for a series of comprehensive physical examinations. In the afternoon, the results came out one by one. Mental power, S. No fluctuations. All indicators of blood and other things were normal. As for physical strength, agility, etc., there was no temporary change. Preliminary results, equivalent to 7 days of chicken blood. After the examination, Kong Chen was a little overwhelmed as soon as the effect of the elixir disappeared, because he had been busy for a week with great enthusiasm these days. It was roughly equivalent to a week period after excitement. After the examination, it was confirmed that there was no problem, and Kong Chen went to catch up on his sleep. Tang Ranran summarized and analyzed the relevant data. Tang Ranran felt that it was probably because he did not absorb the power of the elixir. Of course, it was also possible that he absorbed a little bit. In any case, most of the power of the Xiao Lingdan must have been lost. In this situation, does he have to teach Kong Chen the immortal cultivation method? Tang Ranran pondered for a while, and finally gave the option of teaching the method a pass. Everything has its pros and cons. Although immortal cultivation is good, it also has disadvantages. The disadvantage is spiritual power. People will die if they don't eat, and cultivators will also die if they don't absorb spiritual power. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the consumption of spiritual power. Tang Ranran has a farm himself, so he doesn't worry about running out of spiritual power. But ordinary people, only things with a purification value of 30 or above have spiritual power. Without her subsidy, Kong Chen alone, relying on a purification value of 30, can't even survive, let alone practice. For people who don't have a golden finger and don't have the ability to spend money, cultivating immortals is a huge pit. Oh, there is still some spiritual energy on the Freedom Star, but there are many dangers in the deep mountains and old forests. Forget it. Observe first. If Xiao Lingdan has no side effects, take 3 pills a month. Eat them for fun. Maybe your strength will increase. The fragrance of lychees is as warm as frost, and the fragrance lingers on your teeth and cheeks forever. With lychees as the main focus of publicity, Kong Chen began to lay the groundwork for advertising for the tourism industry. Although the big anchor Tang Mu has not broadcast live for more than half a year, his influence still remains. Look, There are still many netizens who are waiting for the sales channel of Su Ping Ruishing Agricultural and Forestry Network. Titan milk fruit is definitely a hot-selling product. Tomatoes are also liked by many people. Soybeans, which can be eaten in a variety of ways, are also very popular. That is, rice is a little bit difficult to sell. Red dates and apples, etc., have not been harvested by artificial planting. Only Tang Ran Ran, a wood-type vegetable, has not been sold to the public for the time being. Product, lychee. As soon as the new product was put on the shelves, it immediately caused heated discussions. Although the garrison where Lu Chuanping is located is far away from the border of the 16 star systems, the generals and friends in the army are all over the world. There is a kind of delicious fruit that makes people want to swallow it, called lychee. This news, centered on the garrison troops at the border of the 16 galaxies, has been spreading outward. As of now, not only people in the military system know about it, but many relatives and friends of the military also know about it. Delicious fruit, lychee. It's a pity that it is a special supply from the military, and ordinary people can't eat it. It is said that the more you hear about this kind of thing, the more it itches. No, the less you can eat it, the more delicious it tastes. Then, the netizens who were waiting for Titan milk fruit discovered this legendary thing with their sharp eyes. Lychee? The legendary delicious special supply from the military? 88,000 per unit. Free shipping. So cheap? One word, buy. On the first day, the 1,000 lychees that Kong Chen asked people to put up were snapped up in 5 seconds. No need to say anything. Arrange the delivery. In order to develop the tourism industry, Tang Shi's current job is to grow lychees. Lychee trees are ready-made, and Tang Ranran doesn't need to farm trees, but just urge them to bear fruit. 3 trees are planted every day, and each tree bears about 100 kilograms of fruit. There are red and green lychees on the trees. Tang Ranran did not control it, so a lot of immature green lychees were left. The ripe red lychees were picked and shipped, and the green lychees were left as a gimmick for the tourism industry. The 1,000 lychees on the second day were even more popular than the first day. They were almost sold out in the blink of an eye as soon as they were hung up. On the second day, most of the netizens who bought yesterday had already received the goods. So after eating them, they received rave reviews online. The legend is true. Is this a lychee? It's so delicious. Oh my god. How can there be such a delicious fruit? Oh my god. It's so delicious. Bad review. There are only 1,000 servings per day. Only 1,000 servings. I can finish them all by myself. Lychees are really delicious, but there are only a few per unit, which is not enough to eat at all. Just filled a gap between my teeth, and it's gone? I can tolerate this? Strongly request the official website to stock more. Stock more. At least 100,000 servings per day? Question. Where do these lychees come from? Is it a wood-type plant? Tang. Brother Mu planted them? Just asking. Where did Anchor Tang Mu go? This 88,000 is really worth the money. It's worth it. I've never eaten such delicious fruit. Excuse me, is there a purchase limit at the lychee forest on the planet? If there is no purchase limit, I will buy a spaceship ticket now. For lychees. I want to go to Suping Ruishing. No one can stop me. Brothers, go! There was a very popular green-skinned big red melon festival a while ago. I suggest that Suping Ruishing learn from it and hold a lychee festival. 1,000 lychees a day are almost sold out the moment they are put on the shelves. As more and more buyers receive the goods, the online praise explodes, and more voices ask whether there is a purchase limit at the fruit forest. July 21st, the 4th delivery day, was another successful transaction. On the same day, the atmosphere was almost set, and Kong Chen issued a lychee purchase voucher on the official website's Agricultural and Forestry Specialty Shopping channel. Tang Ranran, nicknamed Tang, she has always maintained the persona of a vegetable farmer, so she definitely doesn't bring more than 300 kilograms of lychees per day. There are only a few lychees left in the lychee orchard in Area D1. If you buy them without purchase restrictions, they will definitely not last for a few days. Purchase restrictions are necessary, so after arriving at Su Pingrui's Star, one on-site purchase voucher can be used to buy fresh, on-site picked lychees in the lychee forest. Up to 5 units. 500 on-site lychee purchase vouchers are issued daily. Once the purchase vouchers are issued, they are also sold out in the blink of an eye. After buying the purchase vouchers, you naturally have to come to the planet to consume. Kong Chen has a plan in mind that the planet's tourism industry will soon become popular. Sure enough, within 2 days, the number of tourists with tourist visas began to gradually increase. The tourist reception team, that had been trained long ago, immediately arrived at their posts. Although many large-scale entertainment projects have not been completed due to time constraints, there are still many unique local scenic spots in the entire D1 protective shield area. First, go to the lychee forest and buy a few units of lychees. Then go to the red date forest, peach forest, grapefruit forest, orange forest. After playing in all the forest areas, go to the tomato field area to eat tomato scrambled eggs with rice. Go to the pumpkin field area to eat pumpkin porridge, pumpkin cake, steamed pumpkin. In the soybean field area, have soy milk, tofu, tofu brain, stinky tofu. Go to the pasture planting area and the breeding farm again, and have a meal of pure chicken, beef, mutton and other meats grown locally. Take a one-day tour to the former garbage dump site. Take a look at the Titan milk fruit tree, and buy a Titan milk fruit on the spot. After visiting the entire D1 area, finally, give tourists a push and divert people to Hengsheng. Because of its wealth, Hengsheng project progress is far ahead of them. Hengsheng large-scale non-GLA has been built in good shape. Although they don't eat as much as they do, they definitely have more beautiful scenic spots than them. With the gimmick of lychees, tourists are attracted. First, they take a walk around the D1 area, and then go to Hengsheng. Almost 2 weeks have passed. The tourists' wallets are almost deflated. Well, they can go back to work and make money. Tourism is definitely a big income to drive the economy. Kong Shifeng vigorously develops tourism to promote the economy, while Tang Ranran maintains his frequency of growing vegetables slowly. He grows more lychees every day and occasionally grows some other things. In the blink of an eye, July 28th is the 5th delivery day. The buyers are so anxious that they have been waiting at the space station in the star field of Su Jingdong planet since early in the morning on July 27th. Tang Ranran usually does not show up, and his 2 assistants deliver the goods. It is another smooth delivery. The 5th transaction was successfully delivered. But there was a follow-up. Buyer number 5 was also a big family in the first galaxy. But for some reason, the Bigwood system in the family was in the 11th galaxy. So after they received the goods, the starship fleet that transported the goods went to the 11th galaxy. Obviously, the news leaked out, and when they arrived at the 11th galaxy, they encountered robbers. It is said that there was an SS-level space system among the robbers. However, the news that was finally sent back was that there was no danger, and the live plant sample of the marrow cleansing potion was not lost and was saved. Although Tang Ranran is a homebody, Tang Xian has a lot of information channels. As soon as the robbery happened, a lot of people sent messages to Tang Xian, detailing the robbery. Among them, Qin Shuiyan version was the most detailed. Qin Shuiyan information all came from Qin Yongfeng. The 10% commission of the transaction amount is not taken for free, and the risk must be very high. Since Tang Xian arrived at Su Jingdong, Qin Yongfeng has never dared to relax on the issue of planetary security. He is always on guard, fearing that illegal elements will sneak into the planet. In addition to passive defense, it is also very important to update information in real time and understand the current situation. As soon as something happened, Qin Yongfeng mobilized his network and found out the relevant situation clearly. The fleet of buyer number 5 happened in the starry sky area where the 5th planet of the 11th galaxy was heading to its satellite. The fleet of the illegal star pirate force hid on a large meteorite and launched a sneak attack when the fleet passed by. The 2 sides exchanged fire in the starry sky. During the exchange of fire, the space system in the star pirate force brought a group of superpowers and quietly sneaked onto the main starship of buyer number 5. And the superpowers of both sides fought on the main starship. In the end, after paying a heavy price in death, the star pirates successfully snatched the raw material of the marrow cleansing potion and then withdrew. During the escape, the star pirates were killed by the starry sky bandit suppression fleet of the 11-star system. Anyway, the star pirates suffered heavy casualties. And as for the result, fake. It must be said that buyer number 5 is also smart. He made a fake and real thing. The raw material of the marrow cleansing potion. The official website of Su Pingruixing put a photo openly. Anyone who can surf the internet knows what it looks like. Long before coming to pick up the goods, buyer number 5 got a fake, just in case. During the battle, the space system who robbed the things did not have time to look carefully. since the appearance was consistent. Of course, they quickly snatched it and left. So, they took the fake as real. The robbery process was almost like this. The accident is still under investigation. At present, we can only confirm that the perpetrators are the Mu Yilin Star Pirates from the Free Alliance, a large star pirate group ranked about the fourth among the star pirate forces. It is said that there are signs that the Federation is involved. The marrow cleansing potion has been on the market for more than a month. It has almost been confirmed that the marrow cleansing potion can alleviate the decline of mental power, and thus prolong life for the elderly over 150 years old. This news has been spread, and has long been spread out of the Empire. Because of the different races, most of the alien Zergs don't care too much about the marrow cleansing potion. They only think that humans will be stronger with this potion, which is not good for themselves. For the Mazat Federation, which is also a human race, the marrow cleansing potion is a great thing. Especially for those old guys in the Federation whose mental power is weakening. Can't sit still. Can't sit still at all. So, it's normal to have a lot of trouble. Tang Ranran read the robbery news carefully. And then she was glad that she was smart and ran to sue Jinggong in advance. Otherwise the Mu Yilin Star Pirate might have come to her home to rob. Although there are garrisons on their planet. Once a war breaks out, war is accompanied by burning money. After the robbery incident, Tang Ranran's life remained the same. Tang Xian has always been in a state of borrowing other people's territory to play soy sauce. Tang Xi is busy for a while every day to grow vegetables. And then it is Tang Ranran's daily life, refining pills, playing mecha, watching videos, cooking, walking the dog. It is worth mentioning that her number one spiritual pet is black, and its mental power has finally been promoted to D level, and the little black flame is burning more vigorously. Time flies. Another week has passed, and buyer number 6 came to pick up the goods. After the successful delivery, this time, there was no accident. The fully armed buyer number 6 fleet returned to the destination safely, and without any problems. 2 days later, the busy Chen Yongfeng contacted Tang Xian. After making an appointment, Chen Yongfeng came to meet with Tang Xian in person to discuss. What to discuss? Of course, it was still about the marrow cleansing potion. The Imperial military suspected that the robbery of the Mu Yilin Star Pirates was the work of the Federation. But there was no evidence. The blame was all on the Star Pirates. This matter could only be attributed to the Star Pirates. After all, it was not possible to go to war with the Federation because of such a suspicion without evidence. And now, the Mazat Federation has sent an envoy to visit the issue of marrow cleansing potion, and asked to start a friendly trade with the Empire on marrow cleansing potion. Simply put, the Federation wants to buy the raw material live plants of the marrow cleansing potion, in order to achieve the purpose of the transaction. The federal envoys also pulled a big banner that said, "We are all human beings. We must watch over each other," which was quite a moral kidnapping. Chen Yongfeng came for this reason. But his main purpose was not to discuss with Tang Ranran whether to sell the live strain of marrow cleansing medicine, but to secretly test Tang Ranran's attitude. To this day, Tang Xian information has been thoroughly checked. Although everyone thought that Tang Ranran's fabricated life story was not credible, Tang Xian did appear out of thin air, and was most likely a member of the Federation. If Tang Xian wants to return to the Federation, this is not possible. Absolutely not. How can he be allowed to run back to the Federation after he has already entered the Great Wood system of their empire? Chen Yongfeng mainly wanted to figure out Tang Xian's attitude. If Tang Xian had any nostalgia, yearning, thinking about, and caring for the Mazat Federation, then what's the point of trading? Get lost. Kill the Federation envoys out as soon as possible. Tang Ranran didn't react at first, but finally understood the meaning and firmly stated that the Empire is my home and development depends on everyone. Tang Xian is a member of the Empire in life and a ghost of the Empire in death. The Federation has nothing to do with Tang Xian. Not even a trace of relationship. After figuring out Tang Ranran's attitude, Chen Yongfeng left happily. As for whether to trade the live plants of the marrow washing potion, Tang Ranran doesn't need to worry about this. She estimated that considering that everyone was human, the final result should be that they would be sold to the Federation. But it was definitely a blackmail. After sending Chen Yongfeng away, Tang Ranran returned to the 3rd floor of the villa, which was the planting site of the chalcedony mushroom. While no one was around, Tang Ranran secretly moved one out of thin air from the farm. Facing the protective cover, Tang Ranran counted with her fingers. and the entire empire already had more than 10 live plant samples. The great wood systems of the empire have also been working hard to plant the raw materials for the marrow cleansing potion recently. But even top masters, like Gu Xiao, need more than 10 days to plant. The entire empire can only produce 100 marrow cleansing potions a month at most. This manufacturing speed can only be said to be very slow. Tang Ranran couldn't help but think of the pile of marrow cleansing pills in her basement. She alone is comparable to a processing plant. Of course. Let her take it out. Impossible. Busy times always fly fast. Time flies. July, August, and September pass by in a flash. September 12th. Imperial time. Su Pingruishing held the second auction of live plants of raw materials for marrow cleansing potions. It was still an online auction at the holographic auction site. And there were still a large number of people. But this time, the price suffered a big decline. The second auction of number 1 was sold at 2.8 trillion. The later it was, the lower the price was. The price of number 9 was 1.5 trillion. The price of the last number 10 was slightly higher. And the price was 1.6 trillion. This auction totaled 22.6 trillion. After deducting handling fees, commissions, taxes, etc., 16.7 trillion was obtained. Tang Ranran felt that after this wave of live plants of marrow cleansing potions were sold out, those capable big wood systems in the empire would basically have a live plant of raw materials for marrow cleansing potions to plant. Which was about the same. Well, after this wave, we call it a day. On the planet Su Pingrui, the tourism industry is booming. All pure fruits and vegetables are almost in short supply. Especially lychees. The few lychees planted by Tang Ranran are not enough for the tourists, who come here for their fame. What to do? Cold salad. Tang Ranran is not spoiled. Tang Shi's ability to grow vegetables is limited. As for more, there is no more. Pure fruits and vegetables are not enough. So they can only be purchased in limited quantities. And efforts are made to create surrounding entertainment attractions to divert and attract tourists' attention. The economic center city area of the 500-kilometer protective shield under planning and construction has built several large theme parks and is now in use. Kongqin is still building a regular entertainment park, while Hengqin has already progressed to a marginal project. Seeing the signs of the upcoming rise of the tourism industry, Xieshi had directly applied for 2 major projects. One is the casino, and the other is the arena. Hengqin main project, the 700 square kilometers area, has now reached 1/10 of the progress bar. That is to say, a full 70 square kilometers of area has been developed. Flower sea area, orchard picking area, leisure area, food area, entertainment area. Everything is available, including several marginal projects. For example, high-end clubs. Kongqin basically turned a blind eye. After all, the gray industry cannot be completely banned. It is better to standardize it. In addition, Hengqin also built an arena. Because it is a beast fight, Kongqin approved it on his own. Now, Hengqin openly built a casino, and an arena involving people fighting beasts, and people fighting people. Kongqin was a little undecided, and the project approval authority was transferred to Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran simply glanced at the relevant project plans. Since ancient times, the most profitable things are nothing more than pornography, gambling and drugs. Pornography and drugs should be severely cracked down. As for gambling, just gamble for fun. As for the arena, Tang Ranran himself likes to watch this kind of fighting and killing project. Fighting is the most exciting thing. However, it was limited to just enough competition. The kind of killing and hunting with a huge difference in strength was absolutely prohibited. Seeing that Hengqin plan was quite formal, Tang Ranran read it and approved it. Tang Ranran flipped through Hengqin existing projects on the planet. At a glance, Hengqin planning, construction and development of the 700 square kilometers of the area were almost the same as theirs. It's just that they focus on planting. So the construction of surrounding entertainment is relatively slow, and the progress is far behind Hengqin. In surrounding entertainment, they are behind. But in planting, they are far ahead. For example, rice, soybeans, pumpkins, cucumbers, watermelons, etc. After the finished products of 1 acre of land are planted, the new seedlings can be planted on hundreds of acres of land. Although Tang Shi has always behaved very badly, he is definitely enough for low purification value crops and fruit seeds. Look! The entire D1 protective shield area, 100 square kilometers of land, including the 10 square kilometers of multi-mount insectivorous titan breeding area in the original garbage dump area. The alfalfa planting area is 20 square kilometers in total, of which 10 square kilometers are for breeding various small pure meat animals. Banana forests, sugarcane forests, vineyards, red date forests, apple forests, peach forests, orange forests, grapefruit forests, lychee forests and other fruit forests account for a small proportion. And together with the functional building areas outside the fruit forests, the total area is about 5 square kilometers. The focus of artificial planting is crops. The planting area of rice, tomatoes, soybeans, pumpkins, cucumbers, watermelons, etc. accounts for about 30 square kilometers. The remaining area under the protective cover, in addition to the original rivers, ordinary woodlands, lakes and hills, is scattered with some experimental fields, some landscape flower fields, and some pure plant planting areas with higher survival rates. By the end of September, the D1 protective cover area was considered to be full of progress. Even without Tang Ran Ran, it can operate autonomously and in an orderly manner. The D1 shield area is on the right track, and the next step is naturally the D2 shield area. Kong Chen has long been thinking about the spiritual energy under the T1 shield area. Everyone knows that living in a pure atmosphere environment has many benefits. At this time, the D2 shield project was officially launched, and Kong Chen naturally brought it up again. Tang Ran Ran thought about it. Although the storm of the marrow cleansing pill has not completely passed, it is still okay to open the T1 shield area to the inside. With Tang Ran Ran efforts, the entire T1 area is full of spiritual energy. Living here for a long time and breathing spiritual energy every day, your strength may improve. I have to mention here that Kong Chen, who has eaten dozens of Ziowiling pills, is still an S level at this time, without any improvement. That is, there is no improvement in mental strength. Although Tang Ran Ran has given up hope, it is always beneficial to absorb more spiritual energy. At present, under the T1 protective cover area, only the 10 bases with lotus branches are distributed with guard teams. And then, there are guards at several gates of the protective cover. Finally, there is a Tangxi exclusive F1 protective cover area, and other areas are vacant. The 3 functional areas of school, convalescent resort, and hotel leisure area are not open for the time being. The commercial residential area located in the west, covering an area of 2 square kilometers, can be opened to the inside. In this residential area, there are 280 high-rise apartment buildings, 175 small high-rise buildings, 68 villas, 32 townhouses, and only 12 single-family villas. Tang Ran Ran and Kong Chen each grabbed a villa, the 2 adjacent villas in the center, and the remaining houses were naturally arranged by Kong Chen. For safety reasons, Kong Chen temporarily reserved all residential areas for internal personnel, in the form of property purchase and welfare housing allocation. For example, Tang Ran Ran younger brother Liang Chongquan and Kong Chen younger brother Wen Yang. Such trusted personnel are the first batch of welfare housing residents. Welfare housing only has the right to live in it. If you want to own the property, you must pay for the property yourself. Before the internal confidants move in, they have to grow vegetables first. The luxury residential area under Tang Ran Ran F1 protective cover is already full of colorful flowers. But the entire T1 area, except for the buildings, is weeds. Weeding. Planting pure plants. Tang Ran Ran selected easy-to-care fruit trees. After brushing hundreds of towering fruit trees from the farm and creating several iconic fruit forests, Tang Ran Ran changed to cultivating ordinary small fruit trees. The T1 protection area only has an area of 10 square kilometers, and most of it is buildings, with a very small proportion of green area. Plant a batch of century-old fruit trees on the farm. Then arrange the small fruit trees that you catalyze, and finally get some ornamental landscape flowers. Tang Ran Ran just did a few strokes, and the greening project was completed. Kong Chen, who was anxious to move in, was very efficient and supervised the work himself. After the greening project was completed, various inspections were carried out to confirm that there were no problems. Then, the auspicious day of October 8th was selected to hold the moving-in ceremony. Life must have a sense of ritual, and this is definitely the top residential area on the planet Su Pingruixing. And it must be grand. Named Fu Xianting. It is said that Kong Chen racked his brains and thought about it all night before finally deciding on this name. After the lively celebration ceremony, move in. Tang Ranran moved into Villa number 2. Next door is Kongchen Villa number 1. As for Liang Chongquan, although he is also her younger brother, there is a difference between younger brothers, because that guy is married and his wife is a troublemaker. So Liang Chongquan was treated as a small townhouse. Then those close friends of Kongchen lived in high-rise apartment buildings. The first batch, a total of about 30 households. Of course, even close friends have to settle accounts clearly. The house is definitely not given for free. Either only temporary residence rights, or selling the body to carry a mortgage. Because of the pure aura, spiritual energy, Fu Xianting is absolutely worth every inch of land. And Kongchen is also counting on selling the house to recover a sum of principal. Changing to another place. Tang Ranran and the small Tang Shi are quite close. Only separated by an F1 protective shield. But from the surface, Shi, Tang Ranran, and Tang Shi are definitely two strangers who have nothing to do with each other. Because of staying at home, Tang Ranran has almost no sense of existence on the planet. It was because of the false title of Kongchen girlfriend that she had such a little exposure. Otherwise others would not know her at all. Tang Ranran felt that she was very successful in hiding in the city. Tang Ranran was not so concerned about changing places. But for others, Fu Xianting was really a feng shui treasure land. This pure breath. You will earn money if you take a breath. As soon as Fu Xianting was opened, the news of the top residential area spread, and a group of buyers swarmed in. The first buyer was Xieshihe, who was always paying attention to the dynamics here. As early as when picking up the goods, Xieshihe entered the T1 protection cover area. He had long coveted the original and pure environment here, which was comparable to a highly natural star. As soon as the property was opened, he rushed over to buy it. Xieshihe wanted to buy a house in Fu Xianting, and the details were naturally discussed with Kongchen. According to the plan, Fu Xianting is an internal house, similar to the military compound and the administrative compound. And in principle, it is not for sale to the public. Kongchen introduced the soon-to-be-open sanatorium villa area to Xieshihe. In order to penetrate the power system of the planet, Xieshihe not only wanted to sell the houses in the sanatorium villa area, but also wanted to buy the houses in Fu Xianting. The two of them went back and forth for a while. After asking Tang Ranran for instructions, Kongchen gave him a convenience, allowing him to purchase the right to live in the house, with an 80-year residence period. When the period is up, he can either repurchase it at the market price, or it will be recycled by the planetary government. Although it was only the right to live, Xieshihe wanted to buy it all. Knowing his second-hand middleman nature, Kongchen imposed a purchase limit on him. The final transaction was 1 villa, 2 townhouses, 5 houses, and 10 high-rise apartments, totaling 1.3 trillion. Although ordinary people cannot practice, the spiritual energy is sucked into the human body and circulated around. So there must be loss. Tang Ranran planted a lot of spiritual plants and trees under the F1 protective cover. Just like photosynthesis, they are breathing in and out spiritual energy every moment. However, if there are too many people, the spiritual energy consumption rate is much faster than the spiritual energy increase rate. In the long run, the spiritual energy will be exhausted. So the flow must be limited. Fu Xianting prohibits the entry of idle people. Only owners and family members can enter. In order to facilitate the restriction of the number of people, Kongchen designated the number of places available for residence. There are 10 places for each household in the large villa, 8 places for each household in the townhouse, 5 places for the foreign house, 4 places for each household in the small high-rise, and 2 places for each household in the high-rise small apartment. In other words, Xieshihe spent 1.3 trillion and bought 71 places for residence. In addition to Xieshihe, some group bosses on the planet also came to see the excitement. But the purchase right blocked people, and the villas in the sanatorium area were very expensive. Even so, Kongchen received orders for villas in the sanatorium area sporadically. On this day, Tang Ranran was watching videos on the balcony while basking in the sun. The sound of the hovercraft came closer and closer. Then he looked over and saw someone coming from next door. Villa number 3. Xieshihe. As soon as the purchase procedures were completed, Xieshihe could not wait to move in. Xieshihe, Assistant Tao Shen, plus 4 male and 4 female attendants. A big move. Although it is a single-family villa, the distance between each other is very close. For example, Tang Ranran is on the third floor balcony, which is enough to see the entire yard next door. In this way, Tang Ranran watched Xie Shihe and his group of people file into the new house. Although they are neighbors, Xie Shihe is so arrogant and cold, not to mention greeting. He didn't even look at his neighbor Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran, TSK. After a few glances, Tang Ranran retracted his gaze and continued to bask in the sun. He thought belatedly in his heart. It seems a bit inconvenient. Xie Shihe likes to turn on the mental radar. Well, forget it. In Xie Shihe's eyes, Tang Ranran is just a passerby, not worth paying attention to. It is impossible for him to pay attention to her deliberately. Moreover, Xie Shihe is a weak scum. If he is really discovered, she can also wash his memory. As people gradually moved in, although there were not many people with the right to live there, the whole area was still quite lively because the Fuse Fairy Court itself was small. And there were also security, cleaning, and planting workers. A few days after the opening of the Fuse Fairy Court, Tang Shui found Tang Ranran. Tang Shui was always worried about Kong Chen, so she would come to see Tang Ranran every 10 days or half a month to make sure she was fine. This time, Tang Shui brought Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian with her. After giving a housewarming gift and chatting about family matters for a while, Tang Shui tactfully stated her purpose. Tang Shui meant to ask Tang Ranran to help arrange Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian to work in the Fuse Fairy Court, guarding the gate and cleaning, as long as they could stay. Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian were both learning mechas, and they had passed the theoretical exams, and were now studying in the mecha crash course. Although the two brothers and sisters were both scumbags, they were at least sea-level mental power, and could be incorporated into the mecha team in the future. Tang Ranran pretended to be a little embarrassed, and agreed to go to Kong Chen to use his connections. Then, after the three left, she casually gave an order and got a temporary residence quota for a high-rise apartment. High-rise apartment. 2 quotas per household. Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian. Just 2 people. At Tang Shui age, it is basically impossible for her mental power to improve. So as long as a pair of children move in, she will be satisfied. After arranging 2 people, Tang Ranran thought of Yanxing. But with Yanxing conditions, no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach this level. Yanxing's sea-level mental power was enough to run Shuntang Biological Company. After a series of wrangling and bargaining, the high-ranking officials of the Empire and the envoys of the Federation finally reached an agreement. The Empire used the raw materials of the marrow cleansing potion to exchange a lot of things they needed from the Federation. The raw materials of the marrow cleansing potion were provided by the military laboratory. It had nothing to do with Tang Ranran. What had to do with her was that Tang Xian, the inventor of the potion, won another first-class merit, plus a bonus of 2 trillion. However, this bonus was still in the form of a discount voucher. As time went on, Tang Ranran still planted vegetables every day. The planting work in the D2 area focused on the creation of fruit forests. She planted fruit seedlings every day. On the intelligent brain communication friends, Beiki Star would send greetings every now and then. After Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan entered the mental training camp, they seemed to have lost contact. Tang Ranran seriously suspected that the two were thrown into the wilderness of the Free Star where there was no signal. LV Chuanping was blabbering, with frequent messages, and accumulated a lot of messages every now and then. At the end of October, after several small-scale battles on the border, the mineral trade with the Zerg finally officially started. If you want to trade, you have to pay. The Zerg requires pure fruits and vegetables as payment, and grapefruit and watermelon are included in the payment. Lu Chuanping means that if you have extra energy, you can grow some grapefruit and watermelon, because it is a designated purchase. The purchase price will increase. Originally, the price of watermelon was 20,000 and the price of grapefruit was 50,000. This time the purchase price has increased by at least 20%. Plant or not? Tang Ranran chose not to plant. It would be a waste of spirit stones to use Tang Xian to plant low purification value. It would be better to brush the farm and sell high purification value. It was dark and windy at night. The wind was a bit strong tonight, and it might rain heavily at night. As a night owl who doesn't sleep, Tang Ranran pretended to sleep in the room with the dark mode of late night sleep turned on. But he was actually refining pills on the farm. She was refining the elixir seriously when suddenly, a warning came from her pet queen bee. In her F1 protective shield area, Tangshi was the only one on the surface. But in fact, there were tens of thousands of sentinels. Pets were definitely not raised in vain. Although the Queen Ant Biwawa and the Queen Bee Tiamimi did not open their spiritual intelligence, they had more or less IQ under the nourishment of spiritual energy. And they were still able to take on the task of security sentinel. Look! The big bees and small ants in the area are all small sentinels. When outsiders broke into the F1 area, the bee sentinels immediately launched an attack and issued a warning, which was transmitted back to the hive. And the queen bee warned Tang Ranran, a very advanced insect security system. After receiving the warning of the enemy breaking in, Tang Ranran was stunned for 0.01 seconds, and a big exclamation mark appeared on his head. Someone is actually planning to take advantage of her. The furnaces were not taken care of, and the materials of the 2 alchemy furnaces were directly scrapped. Tang Ranran immediately finished work, left the farm, and returned to their respective positions. She was sleeping in Villa number 2, and Tangshi was sleeping in the master bedroom, keeping a high degree of vigilance. Tang Ranran used the small account Tangshi as the main account and immediately launched a spiritual sense to investigate. With a sweep of the spiritual sense, Tang Ranran saw that a little thief had entered under her F1 protective shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 figures, wearing black combat uniforms that matched the night. And they didn't look like good people at first glance. It was obvious that one of the 5 people was a space system. So he penetrated the F1 protective shield without making any noise and entered her mansion area. The little thieves looked around curiously like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Such a strong smell. Oh my god. This tree is so big. It can't have a high purification value. Isn't it said that Tang Xian is very good at growing vegetables? So his garden should be full of good things. Right? What's going on? The bees here are so big. Shut up. Be quiet. Don't alarm people. The leader shouted in a low voice and ordered. Old 4. Quickly find the location of Tangshi. Not wanting to cause trouble, the boss planned to make a quick decision. Kidnap the person and retreat. Old 4 is a special ability user. His ability is to sense life forms. For non-plant life forms, he can sense the general situation. Although insects are also life forms, they are just fluorescent dots compared to humans, which are easy to distinguish. Once the ability is used, it is very simple to find Tangshi's location. Unfortunately, reality is more magical. After holding his breath and concentrating for 2 or 3 minutes, the 4th brother shook his head as if he had seen a ghost. Boss, I can't find him. I can't find him. Can't find him? The boss took a breath, his face gloomy and full of vigilance. Could it be that Tangshi is not here? Impossible. According to the intelligence, Tangshi produced a batch of fruit seedlings this morning. Could it be that he had something to do in the afternoon and left? And our spies didn't see him? Could it be that they discovered us and hid their mental barrier? The 3 of them talked back and forth. Old 4. Look again. The leader gave another order, and at the same time carefully detected the construction area with mental power. Okay. After listening to it for a few times, Tang Ranran understood everything. They wanted to kidnap Tangshi. Probably for the marrow cleansing potion. Kidnap. Ransom. Even if there is no ransom, Tangshi is a wood element, so it is not a loss to capture her. As for finding someone, Tang Ranran guessed that it was because Tangshi was a puppet, and the 4th old man's ability did not react to puppets, so he could not determine her location. As for the leader, because mental power detection is 2-way, Tang Ranran can judge SS level mental power, probably SS level space system. The thieves have come in, so of course they have to fight. But Tangshi, a small-scale chi refining stage, is a big useless, so he still has to do it himself. To be conservative, Tang Ranran decided to close the door first. As the saying goes, close the door and beat the dog. No one can escape, especially the leader of the space system, who must not be allowed to escape. Tang Ranran secretly arranged, and the 4th brother, who was still in the garden area, looked strange and frightened. No, I didn't find it. And there seems to be a group of very strange life forms here. Seems? Strange? Well, I can't explain it clearly. It's just that I can't tell the type of strange life forms I have never encountered before. And it flashed by. This life form seemed to be able to sense me and disappeared in an instant. Now I can't sense its existence at all. The 4th brother described his discovery intuitively. Strange life forms? The eldest brother looked suspicious, looked around, and immediately gritted his teeth. Go! Intuitively, he had a bad feeling. So it was better to retreat today. With a word of go, the eldest brother pulled his hands in front of him like a curtain. And the next second he froze. Space can't be pulled. One of the necessary skills for cultivators in fighting. Confinement. In the world of immortal cultivation where teleportation talismans and teleportation magic tools are rampant, how can you fight without confinement? Just when you are about to knock the opponent down, the opponent runs away with a teleportation talisman. Isn't it infuriating? It's so infuriating. So first of all, you must be able to confine. Regional confinement. So that the teleportation talismans, teleportation arrays, teleportation jades, etc. in this area are in a state of failure. Tang Ranran estimated that the space teleportation confinement can also be banned for the space system. And this is it. It really is banned. Seeing that the little thief boss tried hard to pull, but the shadow of the space crack was not pulled out. Tang Ranran knew that he succeeded. The door was closed, and Tang Ranran was about to take action. But someone took the lead. Black flame balls that merged with the night shot towards the five-man thief group one after another. The space channel could not be formed, and the leader knew that it was bad. They were exposed, so they had been prepared to meet the enemy. When the flame ball came, the boss responded quickly and shouted, "Water shield." The five thieves were all superpowers. The fat third one was a water superpower. They were suddenly attacked. Seeing that the flame covered a large area, they could not hide. At the reminder of the boss, the third one immediately unfolded the spherical water shield, just like a big umbrella, protecting the five people tightly under the water shield. Ordinary flames are extinguished when they meet water. But unfortunately black fire is not ordinary flames, and this water shield can't stop it at all. The black flame ball penetrated the water shield and fell down. The five people dodged one after another, but they were infected in the end. The flame did not cause excessive burning pain, but it made people feel depressed. With a weak body, fatigue and weakness. Be careful. Realizing that something was wrong, the boss used his mental power to search while dodging the flame ball. Soon, he locked onto a weak D-level mental power fluctuation. Without saying anything, he threw several space blades at them. On! Pain. Although his skin was thick and fat, the space blades did great damage. Hey Gigi, who had several large cuts, screamed in pain. With a flash of flame, his entire body seemed to be inky and disappeared completely in the darkness. The incident happened in an instant. Tang Ranran was furious. He broke into her house and dared to hit her dog. This is too much. Go! As soon as Tang Ranran used the spell, countless vines broke out of the ground, like arrows, shooting at the five-man team. Red and blue have been a CP since ancient times. Tang Ranran likes to use the combination of magic vines and blood-sucking vines. Be careful. What's going on? It's the wood system. The wood system. Help. Save me. Under the sudden attack of the vines, 3 of the 5 people were unable to dodge and were tied up. Once they were hit, the vines were like nails on the tarsal bones. Unless the damage was enough, they could not get rid of them at all. The 3 people who were tied up struggled in vain, but to no avail. The Space Master and the Gold Master escaped the vine combination by chance and fled to the air with their mental power, trying to gain air superiority. However, before they could start the rescue, the ant army had surrounded them. Tang Ranran ant army is not only a sugar factory, but also a veritable arsenal. Although each flying soldier ant has only 0.01 damage, it is too large in number. To date, her ant army has multiplied to hundreds of millions. Relying on the red and blue vine combination and the ant army, Tang Ranran easily captured the 5 little thieves without even showing her face. After the mental power was sucked out and the health bar was hit to the bottom, it was determined that the 5 people had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Tang Ranran called Kong Chen to clean up the mess. Kong Chen, who was sleeping soundly, was shocked. What? There is a thief. What? Has he been caught? This is really... Kong Chen regarded security as the top priority and never dared to relax for a moment. Unexpectedly, someone still got in. It's so annoying. He must be tortured and find out the insider. Very efficiently. It only took 2 days for the relevant investigation report to reach Tang Ranran's hands. The 5 thieves came from a black organization in the Empire, an illegal force lurking on the Free Star, most of whose members are wanted criminals. The boss of the Black Force is a nearly 150-year-old SSS level. He is afraid of death when he is old, so he is particularly concerned about the marrow cleansing potion. The Black Boss has coveted the marrow cleansing potion for a long time. After thinking about various plans and deployments, he finally decided to take action against Su Pingruixing, a mentality of picking the weak persimmon. The SS-level boss in the 5-man group is the second in the force. He leads the team, and the other 4 are all S-level psychics. The 5-member team forged false identities, disguised as tourists, and relied on their strength to deceive the immigration inspection personnel, thus sneaking into the planet, and then lay dormant on the planet. The 5 people have been lurking on the planet for nearly a month. After finding out the situation, they decided to kidnap Tangxi and girlfriend. As for the insider, they did bribe several planting employees, and the relevant information about Tang she was obtained from the planting employees. Money can make the devil go, and people die for money. These are all truths, so it is normal for planting employees to be bribed. Of course, this kind of behavior of selling secrets must be strictly stopped. After finding the person who leaked the information, Kong Chen killed the chicken to scare the monkey and had a public execution. The death penalty was not negotiable. As for the 5 kidnappers who were caught, Tang Ranran was actually a little tempted to recruit the SS Space Department. But the investigation found that this Space Department was a villain with countless lives on his hands. It's a scumbag, so naturally he doesn't want it, but it can be used as a waste. Kong Chen and Qi Xingyuan of the garrison held a public trial for the 5 people, and finally publicly executed them, also with the death penalty. However, there was a wave of shady operations. On the surface, the SS-level space was executed, but in fact, it was used by Tang Ranran to refine the living dead puppet. A puppet without self-thinking, only obeying orders. Tang Ranran had a good idea, but unfortunately, he was not proficient in the business, and he failed with a slip of the hand, and the man really died. Well, the courier is gone. 5 superpowers, including the SS-level space system, were publicly executed in such a way that it was definitely a deterrent. If other illegal forces want to take action, they should also consider it. The kidnapping incident was just a minor episode. The following days were calm, and time flew by, and it was early December. On December 3rd, the last buyer, Lufeng Group, came to Su Jingdong to pick up the goods. Tang Ranran, who also made a fortune in the Bigwood system by planting, has always been curious about Lu Feng. Qin Shuiyan told her that Lufeng Group's pickup fleet had arrived. Tang Ranran asked a few more questions, and then she knew that Lufeng himself came in person. Because of his status, Tang Ranran knows more. Lu Feng, a legendary male protagonist template person, grassroots, does not conform to the SSS level of spiritual power genetics, wood and water system, and is also one of the heavyweight partners of the military. Because of curiosity, Tang Ranran decided to meet him. So after packing the raw materials of the marrow washing potion, Tang Ranran followed the transport vehicle and went to the Starry Space Station. Lu Feng, wearing a neat, high-end suit, tailored to his body, is definitely 180 centimeters tall. But he is thin, looking a bit tall and thin. He has a fair face, delicate features, and a gentle air. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He looks like, how should I put it? It's probably that word, a gentleman scum. Yes, that's the word. Tang Ranran's first impression of Lu Feng was that he was a gentleman scum with deep scheming. But it's easy to imagine that a grassroots wood type has developed into a business empire today. And he must be full of conspiracies and tricks. And he is cunning. Tang Xian has always avoided the buyer of the marrow washing potion. But this time, Tang Xian appeared here, and Lu Feng was only surprised and delighted. After being surprised, he naturally tried to make connections. Although he is also a big wood type, Lu Feng has studied that Tang Xian's ability to grow vegetables is definitely several times stronger than his. He always takes a friendly attitude towards the strong, especially the wood type. Lu Feng was very enthusiastic. Major General Tang, I have heard a lot about you. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. Tang Ranran kept a polite smile. After getting to know each other, they added each other as friends. And then, they started to brag about each other's business. You are so awesome. You are even more awesome. Anyway, they are all quite hypocritical. Business communication is like this. After a round of flattery, some discussions about vegetable planting among the wood type were held around the topic of marrow washing potion. After all the living plants were properly placed, it was almost time to leave. Tang Ranran said goodbye at the right time and wished him a safe journey. After Tang Xian and Su Jingdong's personnel left, the starship completed the relevant inspections. And after going through the departure procedures, the transport star fleet of Lu Feng Group left the space station. Standing in the planting room, where the live plants of the marrow cleansing potion were placed, Lu Feng dismissed his attendants after the starship left the Starry Sky station and joined a kind of escort warship, and stood alone in the planting room. After dismissing his attendants, he stood alone in the planting room, staring at the protective cover covered with the chalcedony mushroom, and subconsciously rubbing the green ring on his left thumb with his right hand. Lu Feng's eyes were dim and unclear. The big ring on his thumb was fresh and dripping, and the green luster was very misty, and it looked very valuable. All 10 places for the second auction have been picked up. Tang Ranran pondered for a while, and there were nearly 25 samples of the live plants of the marrow cleansing potion that she had given away and sold. Although the agreement stipulates that it cannot be resold, it does not stipulate that it cannot be given away. Those buyers are very smart, and they must have spread it privately. So the forces in the entire empire that have live plants of the marrow cleansing potion should be 50. Generally speaking, the risk is very small. Since the last home invasion, their planet publicly executed an SS-level space system. Not to mention, the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is not ordinary. Anyway, until now, there has been no second wave of illegal gangs that want to target the jadeite. This wave of the marrow cleansing potion should have almost passed. Tang Ranran packed up her bag and prepared to leave. Knowing that Tang Xian was leaving, Qin Yongfeng and his group tried to keep her. But unfortunately, she was determined to leave. In the end, according to Tang Ranran's wishes, Su Jingdong sent a small starship to send her to Su Delin, which is also in the planetary system of Su Fengmao, and is also a satellite, right next to Su Jingdong. Su Delin, Freedom Star. It is said that Tang Ranran once had a one-day trip to Su Delin, the old place, revisited. The starship arrived at Sidlin very quickly. Tang Ranran generously gave the starship crew a large box of about 100 units of lychees, and then waved his sleeves. Tang Ranran drove the mecha by himself, and disappeared into the deep mountains and old forests of Sidlin. Arriving at the no-signal area, looking around to make sure there was no one, the small Tang Xian returned to the farm. Small Tang Xian officially entered the missing state. One account was done, and for the rest, Tang Ranran decided to play missing on Suping Gruixing. Small Tang Shi, in the name of exploration, drove a hovercraft to the deep mountains and old forests without signal, and also recovered to the farm. Tang Ranran's original body was I want to challenge nature, and chose the highest and widest mountains in Suping Gruixing. Tang Ranran went mountaineering. Of course, it was fake, and he actually went to the farm. When Tang Chui knew about it, Tang Ranran had already disappeared in the no-signal area. What can I do? I can only worry. Tang Chui was angry and anxious, but had no other options. So she turned around and sarcastically scolded Kong Chen. Kong Chen, he was really miserable. Xiao Hao. Xiaoxio Heo. I gathered at the farm myself. And Tang Ranran could finally retreat without any worries. The fields on her farm, the 50 acres of land under the soul-locking formation, had been nourished for several months, and the spiritual energy was very abundant, which was very suitable for retreat. For double insurance, Tang Ranran brushed the fairy grass in the field 20 times, and threw them all under the soul-locking array. Finally, he still used the basic divination set to tell his fortune. Very good. A good fortune. Today is suitable for retreat. After getting into position, Tang Ranran entered the immersive retreat mode. Time flies, and the stars move. It seemed that he just closed his eyes for a while, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a desolate scene. It took 2 seconds for Tang Ranran to clear his mind. Sure enough, the spiritual energy was consumed again. Tang Ranran used his spiritual power to check his own status. It was still the early stage of the golden elixir. A little stronger than before the retreat. Really a little. To be more intuitive, it is about 0.1% with the experience bar. Yes, it is at most 1,000th of an improvement. The higher the cultivation level, the slower the cultivation speed. Tang Ranran counted with his fingers. And at this speed, it might not be possible to cultivate to the nascent soul in 100 years. Well, if someone cultivates to the nascent soul stage at the age of 3 or 500, they are already geniuses. So her speed is already very fast. More haste, less speed. So we can only go with the flow. Tang Ranran checked the time. It was December 26th, Imperial time, which was less than a few days after she had been in seclusion for a month. Coincidentally, she came out of seclusion before the Chinese New Year. After consolidating her cultivation a little, Tang Ranran completely ended her cultivation, stood up and stretched her muscles, and then planted fairy grass on the 10 plots of land to artificially create a spiritual land again. After checking on the computer, Tang Ranran left the farm. At this time, she was at the foot of the mountain range, surrounded by vast and desolate mountains and ridges. Tang Ranran identified a direction based on the position of the sun, took out the hovercraft, drove the vehicle for a distance, and after entering the signal range, the intelligent brain beeped. A lot of information poured in. The destination was set to the Fuse Ferry Court in the T1 area of the D2 area. Tang Ranran turned on the automatic driving mode and checked the intelligent brain information. In nearly a month, the accumulated information was not just a lot, but a lot. However, most of the information was insignificant and trivial in Tang Ranran's eyes. As the year draws to a close, workers are all in high spirits. The entire Suping Ruishing is also filled with the joy of the new year and a joyful atmosphere. Tang Ranran Shuntang Biotechnology has also entered the period of annual leave. Tang Ranran Brain has accumulated a lot of company annual reports. Tang Chui, Yin Xing and Lin Guanjia each sent her a lot of reports. And the information content of the 3 people has reached more than 80% duplication. Tang Ranran reads 10 lines at a glance. Because of the patent rights, Shuntang Biotechnology's performance is not just good. It can be said to be booming. As of mid-December, that is, this year's annual summary report, in the year 2318, Shuntang achieved a total profit of 865 billion. Although it cannot be compared with Tangxian's sale of pure fruits and vegetables, which costs trillions of yuan. You should know that Shuntang Biology's initial capital is only 100 billion yuan. And it actually cost less than 5 billion yuan to establish this company. It is absolutely a good product at a low price. Such a doubling of annual profits is a miracle for a company. Tang Ranran, the major shareholder, made a fortune. Tang Chui and Yin Xinglin, the 3 small shareholders with 1%, can get 8 billion yuan in dividends. It's simply a huge profit. Because it is a huge profit. At the end of the year, the company distributed big red envelopes to each employee. And the year-end bonus is simply generous. Because Tang Ranran lost contact. In addition to reporting official business, Tang Chui also left her a lot of personal information. A few days ago, Tang Chui and her group set off to return to Sutterstar to celebrate the new year. After reading the information accumulated on the smart brain, Tang Ranran began to reply one by one, mainly to inform, "I'm online." After receiving the reply, Tang Chui called soon. "Ranran, you finally showed up. Just be safe." Tang Chui blabbered a lot, and finally said, "Ranran, will you go back to the mansion for the new year?" Tang Ranran, "No. Why go back?" A bunch of relatives who were upset. Yin Xing and Lin Guanjia called one after another, and Tang Ranran also responded with a few words. Kong Chen sent a message, asking her when she could arrive, obviously looking for her for a face-to-face meeting. Soon, the hovercraft arrived at the D2 protective shield area. After entering the D2 area, you can't fly around, but have to take a specific air route. After all, the pure plants are delicate and precious. The hovercraft whizzed over their heads, and the whirring engine could scare a lot of people to death just by the noise. The hovercraft drove along a specific route, and after about half an hour, it arrived at the T1 protective shield area, and Tang Ranran entered from the Great East Gate. When I arrived at Fuse Xianting, I swiped the smart brain to confirm the owner's identity, and then I was allowed to enter. Soon, the hovercraft stopped in the yard of Villa number 2. Tang Ranran went home, because there was a housekeeping robot cleaning the house. Even though no one had lived there for nearly a month, the house was still clean and tidy. Tang Ranran asked the robot to work, change the sheets, and do some simple tidying. While the house was being cleaned, the doorbell rang. Tang Ranran looked at the door mirror connected to the smart brain and saw that it was Kong Chen. Opened the door and let the person in. As soon as Kong Chen entered the door, his face was full of eagerness. "Little Tang Dong, you finally showed up." Although it was known that Tang Ranran would not encounter any danger at all with her strength, it was always worrying that there was no news at all. Now that Tang Ranran appeared safely, Kong Chen was finally completely relieved. "Well, sit down." Knowing that Kong Chen must have a lot of nonsense to say, Tang Ranran prepared a large fruit plate, and she wanted to eat while listening. Sitting on the sofa, Kong Chen did not forget to cover the two of them with a mental protection barrier. After doing a good job of privacy protection, he really started the reporting mode. During this period, there was a lot of blah blah, but in fact, there was nothing big. All insignificant little things. During the nearly 1 month that Tang Ranran was in seclusion, nothing big happened. The entire planet was developing prosperously according to the existing rhythm. If there was something, it was that a group of criminals who had ill intentions and attempted to steal pure fruits and vegetables were arrested. They were just petty thieves, and they were all caught in one fell swoop. Overall, stable. Several major projects on the planet. The pure plants in the D1 planting area are growing well. Although the per acre yield is very low in Tang Ranran eyes, it is really very high compared to the same type of pure crops in the empire. The planting work in the D2 area is proceeding in an orderly manner and has not stagnated because of Tang Ranran departure. But it is inevitable that the progress will slow down without her. The progress bar of D3's economic city has reached over 50%. Looking down from above, it is definitely the prototype of a prosperous city. Currently, nearly 300,000 people have moved into D3 economic city, in addition to administrative management and armed police. Most of the first batch of urban personnel are plantation employees in D1 and D2 areas, as well as staff serving the tourism industry and surrounding entertainment industries. In short, the D3 economic city is developed around the D1 and D2 areas. Generally speaking, it is thriving. The only thing that worries Kong Chen is that there are not enough pure fruits and vegetables to sell. There are too many rich people who come to travel, and they buy dozens of units at a time. Pure fruits and vegetables are in short supply, and they are out of stock, especially lychees, which are really popular. Now there are second-hand scalpers who make a fortune by selling lychees. While complaining, Kong Chen looked at Tang Ranran with an expectant look. The subtext is obvious. How about planting some? Tang Ranran was speechless and perfunctorily replied, "I know. I plant some when I have time." After talking about the business, Kong Chen talked about some surrounding information. First, his mental power. When tested a few days ago, mental power, S+, an extra plus. Kong Chen saw the hope of upgrading again. Tang Ranran checked him and found that there was nothing wrong with his body. It was probably because he took too much Shelly Ling Dan, and it finally took effect. It may also be because he has been living in Fu Xiating to absorb spiritual energy recently. In addition to Kong Chen, the last 99 people who took the marrow cleansing potion had a follow-up. There is another S level on their planet. He is one of the 2 A level who appeared among the A level psychics who took the marrow cleansing potion. That person is Yipeng, 37 years old this year, and can be said to be a young man. He came to the planet with Liang Chongquan at the beginning, and now he is with Kong Chen. Because he is an A+. Kong Chen arranged Yipeng in one of the 10 core bases in the T1 protection area, guarding the lotus branches there. Maybe he absorbed too much spiritual energy, so he has been upgraded. But he has not yet stimulated his superpowers, and is still an ordinary S level. So, spiritual energy is definitely useful. In addition to Yipeng, among the group of people guarding the core base, there are 6 people who have also been promoted, including Kong Chen right-hand man Wen Yang. Wen Yang, the weak clerk, upgraded his mental power from D level to C level. He is now on annual leave and is racing against time to learn Mecha in the Mecha crash course. C level is definitely a watershed. The difference in combat power between D level and C level is definitely a chasm. The new year is coming, and the atmosphere is festive. Tang Ranran, who has nothing to do, decides to relax and go out to play. Where to go? First choice, Shangmo City. There are already many complete tourist attractions on the planet, and among them, Shangmo City, which is invested and built by Hengsheng, is definitely a popular option for tourists and a check-in destination. Almost every tourist who comes to the planet will go to Shangmo City. Xiangma City is the project under the 700 square kilometers of protective cover. And it is an entertainment city project that Hengxing has already built and completed. Because Kongqin is very busy, Tang Ranran simply pulled Yinxing, who is alone and does not need to go home for the new year, and 2 bodyguards from the security department, 1 man and 1 woman, to form a 4-person tour group. The 3 companions are public funds, and all expenses are paid by Tang Dong and Tang Ranran. It takes 5 hours to drive there by car. After arriving at Xiangma City, the first stop is the Xiangmo Flower Sea area, which is the center of Xiangma City. The Xiangmo Flower Sea under the pure plant protective cover is the main promotion and central attraction of Xiangma City. Shangmoxia, a pure flower plant, is as red as the sunset. It is a special gas-soluble pure plant with a gas-soluble purification value of about 10. The pleasant fragrance is faintly pure, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. It is not only a olfactory enjoyment, but also a visual enjoyment. Just like the rose, Shangmoxia is a perennial flower. The continuous sea of flowers is really beautiful. After watching it on the spot, after feeling the faint aura, Tang Ranran confirmed the gas-soluble equals aura. There are many special peripheral products such as flower crowns, flower clothes, flower tea, flower food, etc. And the most famous one is Huaxianfang, located in the center of Xiangmo Flower Sea. Huaxianfang sounds like a fairy, and looks like an old European castle on the outside. The castle is covered with rose vines, which is beautiful and fairy tale scene. In fact, it is a comprehensive singing and dancing theater. 2 large-scale singing and dancing performances every day. This is the official program on the table. And there are also VIP paid programs. As long as you have money, a group of beauties will surround you. If you stay here, you can enjoy the emperor-level treatment. Xie Shihe obviously has a special liking for singing, dancing and music. So this Huaxianfang is a beautiful dance and fairy music. It is definitely a good place for men to be happy and linger. As a rich woman, Tang Ranran followed the local customs and ordered a few performances with VIP recharge. Then I can only say that the artistic level is very high. Yin Xing and another male security guard were both stunned. Tang Ranran looked at the program list, looking left and right, and searched the entire program list, but couldn't find the male group dance. The Huaxianfang is full of female flower fairies. No male flower fairies. Tang Ranran bah. Bad review. This is fucking sexism. After spending 2 days wandering around the Xiangmo Flower Sea, Tang Ranran decided to copy Xie Shihe homework, get some roses out, and create a rose sea, a love paradise. After making an outline and sending it to Kongqin, he was responsible for all the specific plans. Tang Ranran 4-person tour group set off again. And the second stop was the Brilliant Entertainment City. The Brilliant Entertainment City is a gambling city with a number of gambling projects. It is magnificent and full of sensuality. There are not only beautiful female dealers, but also handsome male dealers. Tang Ranran, who has a lot of money, went around every big place and eventually lost 20 billion. It has to be said that 9 out of 10 gamblings are lost. The reason why Tang Ranran lost money was mainly because she was moral and did not cheat. If she cheated, she could win until the casino went bankrupt. The third stop was the O'Hara hunting ground. That's right. Hengxing has even set up a hunting ground. But it's just an ordinary hunting ground. Most of the prey in the ground are small ordinary animals. For excitement, there are also some large beasts. Of course, these beasts are relative. All of them are ordinary beasts that can be dealt with by a laser gun. In Tang Ranran's eyes, this hunting ground is like playing house. So he spent a morning wandering around and then passed it. Tang Ranran is more interested in the Colosseum and the arena. The Colosseum is a beast-to-beast battle, often between 2 beasts. The scene is very bloodthirsty and brutal. But for Tang Ranran, the fight between ordinary beasts is almost the same as chickens pecking each other. There is nothing to see at all. The arena is divided into man versus beast, and man versus man. However, the gladiator warriors in the arena, those popular star gladiators, are almost all Hengxing internal agents. And there are also mercenaries. Most of the ordinary gladiators are those who dream of getting rich overnight, or are forced by life to gamble for wealth. Ordinary gladiators only train a little before going on stage. So most of the gladiator fights here are of very low gold content and full of water, which is nothing to watch for Tang Ranran. After a week, Tang Ranran couldn't find a high-quality male model club in such a big Shanghai entertainment city, which made her very disappointed. There were no high-quality handsome guys, but many ugly guys tried to chat her up along the way. Tang Ranran announced the end of this public spending in a mediocre mood. The four-person tour group went their separate ways. Yin Xing and the other three returned to the company to be on duty, while Tang Ranran returned to Fu Xianting. At this time, on January 4th, still on annual leave, Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, decided to let Tang Xian out and do something. Taking advantage of the dark night, in the invisible state, the small Tang Xian came out of the farm and went directly back to the mansion under the F1 protective shield. Sitting down on the big sofa, Tang Ranran turned on the smart brain. As soon as the smart brain was turned on, a lot of messages poured in. A lot of messages accumulated on Tang Xian's smart brain. But there was no substantial content, either wanting to buy goods or greetings for a happy new year. Reading them one by one, and by the way, popping up a bubble to indicate that he was online. Tang Ranran spent 2 hours dealing with friends on the smart brain. When the dawn light first appeared, the smart brain gradually became quiet, after picking up a field of fairy grass and red fire grass, which served as pet food and a source of spiritual energy, and throwing a lot of spiritual plants on the ground. Tang Ranran went out. Now that I'm back, let's plant some vegetables first. Tourists who came here for the sake of fame but couldn't buy lychees have left a lot of bad reviews on the official website, which will affect the tourism industry. After contacting Kong Chun and asking him to make arrangements, Tang Ranran went directly to the lychee forest. After arriving at the destination, she waved her sleeves and planted a forest of lychees. Planting 1 is planting. Planting 2 is planting. And since everyone is here, Tang Ranran simply planted all of them. Grapefruit, grapes, oranges, red dates, apples. The fruit forest has a bumper harvest. So many fruits must be enough for a month. After work, Tang Ranran called Kong Chun and put forward her idea. She wants to hold a martial arts meeting. Kong Chun, what? What? Martial arts meeting. Tang Ranran, yes. That's right. A martial arts meeting. Carry forward the fighting spirit of martial arts and enrich people's spiritual life. Okay. The above is pure nonsense. Tang Ranran was bored and wanted to watch the game and look at some handsome guys to enrich her life and see if she could develop her own boy band. Su Ping Ruixing First Martial Arts Competition. Organizer, Planet Government. Sponsor, Tang Xian. Anyone with sea-level spiritual power or above can sign up to participate. The rest are all imaginary. The most real thing is that the first prize, 10 units of pure fruits and vegetables with a purification value of 50, equivalent to a total value of more than 10 billion. Second prize, 6 units of pure fruits and vegetables with a purification value of 50, equivalent to a total value of more than 6 billion. Third prize, 3 units of pure fruits and vegetables with a purification value of 50, equivalent to a total value of more than 3 billion. Fourth, 2 billion. Fifth, 1 billion. The top 10 prizes are all over 100 million. The top 100 are 10 million. For the top 1,000, a million is guaranteed. Then there are basic benefits. If you sign up, you will get a unit of rice. Although it is only 10,000, it is equivalent to free without the registration fee. Then, as long as you win the first preliminary game, you will get a lychee worth 80,000. For ordinary people, the prize money is generous. But for Tang Ranran, it is less than 30 billion in total. The leader said a word, and the subordinates ran around. Tang Ranran said, I want to hold a martial arts meeting. Kong Chun had no choice but to do it. After a simple meeting, the detailed rules came out. Once the announcement was issued, most people knew about it. Once the online registration system was opened, the registration applications poured in like a tide. There were only a little over 1,000 sea level and above on the planet. But there were nearly 80,000 sea level and above on the garrison side. The overall environment of the third galaxy was stable, so the garrison on the planet was relatively idle, and they definitely had time to participate in a competition. In the end, when the 24-hour registration period ended, the total number of applicants was nearly 70,000, which means that 9 out of 10 sea level and above in the garrison troops had signed up. Registration requires photos, age, mental level, and other basic information. So the list of players was immediately in Tang Ranran's hands. Tang Ranran focused on young men between 30 and 60. She wanted to take a good look and find some handsome guys. Not to mention, the quality of men in the army is high. There are so many handsome guys. And, look, SS level Qi Xingyuan and S level generals have all signed up. Above S level, it is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. Tang Ranran guessed that they came for the prizes. After all, the rewards she gave were very rich. The first martial arts meeting. When Qi Xingyuan heard the news suddenly, he laughed it off and didn't care. He just thought it was a gimmick made by the planet to attract tourists. It's just that the soldiers in the camp were discussing this matter, and he talked about this martial arts meeting wherever he went. So after hearing it, Qi Xingyuan was shocked. The first prize is 10 billion? You can get a portion of pure rice after signing up? Win a match, and you will get a portion of that delicious but expensive lychee? Win 2 matches, and you will get a pure fruit and vegetable exchange voucher worth 200,000. Win 3 matches, and you will get a pure fruit and vegetable exchange voucher worth 300,000. This martial arts competition was initiated by Tang Xian. Perform outstandingly in the competition, and you may be noticed by Tang Xian and be included in his personal guard. The news won by one shocked Qi Xingyuan. Since he knew the news about the marrow cleansing potion, Qi Xingyuan was annoyed and regretted that he did not visit Tang Xian as soon as possible. If he was lucky enough to join Tang Xian camp, wouldn't the probability of using the marrow cleansing potion be greater? Not to mention that the marrow cleansing potion is not on the exchange list of the military department now. Even if it can be exchanged for the marrow cleansing potion, the military merits required are probably sky high. If you want to exchange for the marrow cleansing potion through your own efforts, it is unknown when it will take. Now that Tang Xian has returned to the planet, Qi Xingyuan's mind has become active all of a sudden. It is completely different from when he first arrived on the planet. After staying on Su Pingrui's star for more than half a year, Qi Xingyuan has fully realized Tang Xian's strength and money ability, and he is eager to get on Tang Xian thigh. This martial arts meeting is a good opportunity. Qi Xingyuan thought that even if he didn't get on Tang Xian thigh, with his strength, he would definitely have no problem getting the top 3. With a guaranteed minimum of 3 billion. This money is like picking it up for free. Register. You must register. And not only do you have to register yourself, but you must also mobilize all eligible people to register. There are gifts for registering, which is simply giving benefits to their garrisons. Only fools don't want it. The total number of registered people is 70,000. So it is naturally impossible to gather them together for the competition. So 100 temporary competition areas have been set up on the entire planet. Contestants choose nearby competition areas on their own according to the principle of proximity. In 2 days, the competition area selection was completed. And on January 8th, the first elimination match officially began. Tang Ranran chose the East 13th Division and came to the competition venue openly under the identity of Tang Xian. Watching the scene in the VIP box. In the East 13th District, near a military base, there are nearly 6,000 contestants, and almost all of them are sergeants. And the quality is excellent. Tang Ranran watched the competition with great interest. Barehanded hand-to-hand combat is her favorite. Dozens of temporary rings were opened at the same time. For those who wanted to fight quickly, the winner could be decided in less than 3 minutes. But if the strength of the 2 people was equal, it would take half an hour to fight back and forth. Except for a very small number of ordinary people. The majority of the spectators under the ring were soldiers from the military base, who kept making noises and cheering. And the whole competition area was full of people. The arena was kept at a constant temperature of 25 degrees. The fighters on the ring were either wearing close-fitting camouflage short-sleeved shirts or going shirtless. All of them had great bodies. Tang Ranran felt that she had too few eyes. Only 2. And couldn't see them all. After sitting in the box for a whole morning, the guard at the door suddenly reported, "Report to the chief. General Qi Xingyuan wants to visit you." Tang Ranran? Huh? It was a little unexpected, but also expected. Let him in. Tang Ranran decided to meet him. According to Kong Chen's secret investigation, Qi Xingyuan was capable and had a good reputation in the army. And his character was still good. After the news of the marrow washing potion spread, Qi Xingyuan repeatedly asked Kong Chen for information about Tang Xian and asked for an introduction. It was obvious that he had decided to join. As soon as Tang Xian appeared in public, this man couldn't wait to come to the door. As soon as Tang Ranran finished speaking, Qi Xingyuan, who was already waiting at the door, strode in. After entering the box, The first thing he did was a formal military salute. Major General Tang. Although it was an honorary military rank, Tang Xian's current rank was very high. He was about 1.85 meters tall and handsome, and his military uniform made him look very rigorous and cold. Although he was not as good looking as Kong Chen, because of his strength, he looked more powerful and gave people a sense of oppression. Summary: a cold officer type. Although he had seen the photo a long time ago, Tang Ranran still stared at it for 3 seconds, then responded lightly, with a very casual attitude. Well, sit down. Thank you. Sitting on the sofa in the box, Qi Xingyuan looked at him calmly. He had heard a lot of rumors about Tang Xian, but this was the first time he saw him in person. He could only say that he was handsome, elegant, and a godlike figure. Putting aside his strength, Tang Xian's status in the military was equivalent to the existence of the god of wealth. Tang Xian's personal donations to the military had surpassed many large imperial groups. In Qi Xingyuan's view, this martial arts meeting was purely Tang Xian's own payment to give benefits to the garrison. No wonder he almost broke his head for the quota to garrison Su Pingruixing. After secretly looking at him for a while, because Tang Ranran didn't speak, Qi Xingyuan could only find a topic to speak first. I wonder if Major General Tang has any opinion on the military. No opinion. It's pretty good, Tang Ranran said casually. This unconventional response was too much for Qi Xingyuan. Shouldn't he talk about the situation in the military? Especially the situation in the third star system? Tang Ranran didn't respond. So Qi Xingyuan could only speak on his own and continue to talk to himself. The third star system of Suzy, the top commander of the current star system's general military, is now over 140 years old and will reach retirement age in a few years. I wonder if Major General Tang has any ideas about that position. Tang Ranran looked at him with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She thought he was going to say something. Was he encouraging her to fight for power? Tang Ranran said directly. No. Why did she bother to fight for the position of the leader of the third star system's military? Did she think she was too empty? After getting such an answer, and looking at Tang Ranran's indifference to power, Qi Xingyuan remained silent. He wanted to cling to Tang Xian. But Tang Xian was a person who did not fight with the world. What should he do? After pondering for a few seconds, Qi Xingyuan organized his words. Major General Tang, forgive me for saying so much, but I am in a situation where I cannot help myself. Although the overall environment of the entire third galaxy is comfortable and stable, once there is an emergency, assuming that, for example, the Zerg War breaks out and the war spreads here, without real power, Su Pingrui's planet will be in a very passive position. Qi Xingyuan said it tactfully, but Tang Ranran understood it clearly. For example, if Su Pingrui and Su Shanchong were invaded by the Zerg at the same time, with limited manpower, the military would give priority to rescuing Su Xuancheng's planet. To put it bluntly, it is a power issue. The planet has just developed, and the power issue of the third galaxy is purely too far-fetched. Not to mention that Tang Ranran, as a cultivator, pays more attention to personal strength. In just a few words, Tang Ranran knew that the person in front of him was ambitious, and would not live on Su Pingrui's planet for a long time. Tang Ranran asked back, do you want to be the supreme commander of the third galaxy? There is no soldier who doesn't want to be a marshal. Qi Xingyuan frankly admitted his ambition. And then helplessly, but I'm not strong enough. That's true. As far as Tang Ranran knew, the military chief of each galaxy was at least SSS level. And secondly, they were all children of the nobles from the big families in the first galaxy. Since the development of the empire, the dignitaries at the top of the pyramid are all those clans. It's not easy to break the class. If it's you, you can fight for this position, Qi Xingyuan said sincerely. With Tang Xian's strength and financial resources, he will soon have a place in the military if he officially enters the military. Not interested. Tang Ranran refused straightforwardly. Qi Xingyuan was silent again, with a choke in his heart. He didn't understand. Really didn't understand why some people would be indifferent to fame and fortune. The topic was a bit stuck here. In Qi Xingyuan's original mind, Tang Xian should be ambitious and aspiring, so he could be his vanguard. But Tang Xian had no intention of entering the military. So, forget it. Keep it simple. Keep the way of speaking simple. Qi Xingyuan got straight to the point. I hope to get your help. Finally getting to the point, Tang Ranran replied directly. I only help my subordinates. My goal is not Superway Planet. I want to have a place in the headquarters of the Third Galaxy. Or even in the headquarters of the Empire. Everything that should be said must be made clear. Qi Xingyuan made it clear that if he recognized Tang Xian as the boss, he could only develop in Superway Planet. So it would be better to maintain the status quo. Okay. I can support you in terms of materials. Qi Xingyuan was ambitious and wanted to climb up. And Tang Ranran certainly had no objection. Having friends in the court and having younger brothers in the court were two different things. Having said this, Qi Xingyuan no longer had any concerns. He immediately stood up, knelt on one knee facing Tang Ranran with the most sincere attitude, raised his hand and swore, I, Qi Xingyuan, am willing to be loyal to Tang Xian and never betray. Then let's sign a spiritual loyalty contract. No problem. Tang Ranran directly signed a master-servant contract. Although Qi Xingyuan was an SS level, it was obvious that he surrendered sincerely. So it went smoothly and was okay. Tang Ranran remained calm on the surface, secretly happy in her heart. She finally had an SS-level powerful younger brother. Just think of it as a spiritual power loyalty contract. Then after recognizing Tang Xian as the financial boss, Qi Xingyuan was not polite and said, I want a marrow cleansing potion. Tang Ranran was very generous and directly gave him a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Qi Xingyuan's strength is high, and only top-level strength like Yan Qian can interrogate his mental power. So safety is guaranteed. And there is no need to worry that he will leak secrets. I have newly researched it, and the effect of the pill form will be better. Although she was not worried about leaking secrets, Tang Ranran still made up a lie. Thank you, boss. Qi Xingyuan was very polite and even changed his address. He took it with great joy. And Qi Xingyuan looked at the marrow cleansing pill in his palm as if he was holding a rare treasure. You know, on the black market, the value of a marrow cleansing potion is currently more than 100 billion. And it is still in short supply. And most of them are fake. He just tried it. But he didn't expect the boss to give it to him directly. 100 billion. He has never seen so much money in his life. This is a high purification value. I don't know if he can become the lucky one who upgrades his mental power. However, 100 billion is a bit hard to swallow. Looking at his rare expression, you can tell that he is another poor guy. Tang Ranran sighed in her heart, and then continued to feed Qi Xingyuan after he took the marrow cleansing pill. For single handsome guys, Tang Ranran has always been very partial. So, this is a healing pill. A box of small red medicine, red ginseng pill, is given. This is a mental recovery pill. A box of small blue medicine, Qingling pill, is given. This is the JS essence I refined. A dozen of mixed pill water, counterfeit JS essence, are given. Because he had changed to a more advanced Xiaohuiling pill, Kong Chen no longer drank the mixed pill water. Tang Ranran's basement was filled with a lot of pill water. As for the pills, she was making pills whenever she had time. So there were a lot of red and blue pills. Qi Xingyuan, from ecstasy to shock to gradual numbness. He knew Tang Xian was very rich. But he never expected Tang Xian to be so rich. What kind of immortal boss is this? It's simply overwhelming wealth. Having a powerful younger brother is like turning the garrison into his own army. And the safety factor has been raised to a higher level. After all, working for a salary is different from having shares. In the following days, Tang Ranran watched the game in the East 13th District leisurely every day. The next day after taking the marrow cleansing pill, Qi Xingyuan excitedly sent a message to Tang Ranran and reported the results. After various physical tests and taking the marrow cleansing pill, Qi Xingyuan's physical fitness, that is, strength, agility, defense, etc., have improved a little. As for the most critical mental power, he was originally SS, and now has a plus state. At the age of more than 50, the hope of mental power promotion is very slim. But having a plus is definitely something to be happy about. What's more gratifying is that Qi Xingyuan was originally only a gold-type superpower. But after the marrow cleansing, he awakened his second superpower, the fire type. On the spot. From a single system to a gold and fire dual system. Just by recognizing a boss. He got a huge fortune. In ecstasy, Qi Xingyuan started to work as a pimp. The garrison of 500,000 soldiers has complicated factions. Although Qi Xingyuan is the leader of the garrison, there are many people who are ready to make a move. Qi Xingyuan simply introduced all the S-level generals who have no faction, no family, and are unwilling to be loyal to him to Tang Ranran. Rather than letting other competitors win people over, it is better to win them over to one's own camp. There are a total of 60 S-level generals in the garrison, a small number of whom have no faction, no family, and no faction. Qi Xingyuan directly won 8 S-level subordinates for Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran asked Kong Chen to prepare a list of S-level and A-level handsome men in the garrison. The handsome men on the list have their own merits, and many of them are her favorite dishes. However, because of being busy, Tang Ranran has not taken action to poach the army. Unexpectedly, now she has delivered them to her door. Collect. Must be collected. Tang Ranran signed all the contracts one by one. Among the 8 people, one of them named Chu Hao is a water-based supernatural person, and the other 7 are ordinary S-level people without supernatural powers. All 8 are young people under the age of 60. But 4 of them, including Chu Hao, are married. Among the remaining 4 single guys, 2 are ordinary looking. 1 is fair-skinned and handsome, and only 1 named Li Zheng is very handsome, which is very consistent with Tang Ranran's aesthetic taste. 8 new brothers have just been released, and 2 of them said on the spot that they want to change jobs. From the military to the planet Su Pingrui. Tang Ranran agreed. The 2 who changed jobs have completed their service years, and can apply for transfer on their own. One is called Shinshin, tall and handsome, but unfortunately he is married. The other is called Fanling, the fair-skinned handsome guy. For married men, even if they are handsome, Tang Ranran will not have much contact with them, so Kong Chen will arrange the position. As for Fanling, after asking for his opinion, he was directly put into his personal guard team as the captain. In name, he was protecting Tang Xian's safety, but in fact, he was just an ornamental labor force doing odd jobs. Tang Ranran currently has a personal guard team of 10 people. They are 10 handsome guys she selected from the local army of Su Pingruixing. Each of them is good-looking, but their strength is scum, either D or E, and they don't even reach the threshold of sea level. On weekdays, when Tang Xian goes out, the guards are drivers and bodyguards. When Tang Xian is at home, the guards only need to guard the door of the F1 protective shield, and go to the garden every 4 or 5 hours to stroll around and patrol. It's very leisurely. For the 8 newly recruited S-level brothers, whether they are handsome or not, whether they stay in the military or change jobs, in front of everyone, Tang Ranran treats them equally. The greeting gift for the 8 people is a marrow cleansing potion made of water mixed with a marrow cleansing pill, plus more than 20 kilograms, which is more than 100 units of spiritual rice. Because he loves to eat, Tang Ranran planted a lot of spiritual rice, and the basement was almost full. In addition to giving benefits, accommodation must also be arranged. The entire T1 protective cover area was named Fuse Lingjing by Kong Chen. To this day, everyone on the planet knows that Fuse Lingjing is the best feng shui treasure land on the entire planet. Tang Xian, a bigwit system, lives in Fuse Lingjing. The entire Fuse Lingjing is full of pure plants and pure breath. Breathing it can prolong your life and live a few more years. Of course, the rumors are exaggerated, but everyone knows that living in a pure atmosphere has many benefits. Therefore, including Qi Xingyuan, a group of 9 people, must give such a place. There are a total of 12 villas, because they are not for sale, except for number 3 of Xiexia, the partner. The other 9 are still empty. Tang Ranran actually wanted to arrange the handsome guy Li Zheng nearby for easy viewing, but this was too deliberate. A bowl of water must be balanced. Therefore, only SS-level students Qi Xingyuan were arranged with a villa, while the others all had a multi-story house with 5 quotas. They can give the quota attached to the house to whoever they want. Among them, Fanling, who is Tang Xian personal guard, moved directly into the core F1 area. After making a general arrangement, Tang Ranran directly informed Kong Chen, who was in a very complicated mood after knowing this. On Su Pingrui's star, Tang Ranran, the boss behind the scenes, does not care about anything at all. It can be said that Kong Chen is the top leader, although Liang Chongquan, who is also S-level, was added before. Liang Chongquan is not a superpower, and he is not as handsome as him, and he is married, so he is not a threat to Kong Chen. Qi Xingyuan is stronger than him, but he is not interested in the planet, but in the military, so he does not conflict with him. But now, there are 8 more S-level colleagues, and 2 of them are going to enter the planetary power system. Why did these two people change jobs from the army? It must be a mentality of better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. So they want to kick him out and become the head of the planetary management. The married one is not very threatening. But the one who becomes the personal guard of Mr. Tang is finished. It is to compete for favor. It must be to fight for power. The pressure is full. Kong Chen just feels a huge sense of crisis. No. He has to take a small healing pill to calm down. The next day, the feedback from taking the marrow washing potion came out. Among the 8 people, 5 of them have slightly improved their physical fitness. Xu Hao, who is a water element, has a mental power of plus. And then the most handsome single guy among the 8, Li Zheng, has a mental power of plus. And finally the ordinary-looking Wu Pingyang, who was originally an ordinary S level, has activated his supernatural power. And it is also a wood element. Wood type. The development in the army is often auxiliary route, generally arranged to enter the military planting base. The marrow cleansing potion was given by Tang Xian, and he certainly could not enter the military planting base to grow vegetables for the military. Wu Pingyang simply applied for demobilization and completely joined the Su Pingrui planet system. Although Wu Pingyang was still a scumbag when he just awakened his superpowers, he was professionally matched. Kong Chen separated the planting part and arranged a Minister of Agriculture and Forestry for him, in charge of the planting of low purification value plants. After the episode of recruiting younger brothers, Tang Ranran continued to watch the game slowly, occasionally partial to him, and opened a small fire when meeting alone. Although Fan Ling was not her favorite type, he was a little milk dog type, and he was also very attractive. And he was right next to her. So today he had a piece of fruit. Tomorrow he had a pill. And the day after tomorrow, he had a spiritual plant. Li Zheng was the most handsome, and she loved him deeply. And S++. If he was forced to grow, he might reach S level. So he stuffed a lot of fake pills in water. Realizing Tang Xian ruthlessness, Qi Xingyuan shamelessly came to see her every now and then whenever he had time. And he never went back empty-handed. In reality, Tang Ranran was quite happy to be fed with handsome guys. But she could only look at them, not touch them. Hey, after all, Tang Xian was a man. The martial arts competition sponsored by Tang Xian is going on vigorously. After 5 days of competition, the first elimination match officially ended, and half of the players were eliminated, from 70,000 to 35,000. The second elimination match started immediately. The elimination match was in full swing, and the new year was over, and the workers began to go to work one after another. In the new year, Kong Chen consulted with Tang Ranran to summarize the achievements of the past year, and then look forward to the future and plan the relevant development of this year. There are several key projects that Kong Chen needs to ask Tang Ranran for instructions, and the most important one is school project. The Fuse Lingjing in the T1 Reserve is open. The sanatorium area full of villas and the hotel leisure area have been put into use. But because of the high price, there are not many tourists at present. So can the planned school be prepared? There is no problem with the hardware facilities. At present, we lack software teachers. Once the teachers are in place, we can start to put up enrollment advertisements. Recruiting teachers and carrying out enrollment and other related work are naturally the responsibility of Kong Chen. What Tang Ranran is concerned about is whether there is enough spiritual energy. Now that there are more and more people in the entire T1 area, the spiritual energy consumption rate is rising. Tang Ranran is thinking that she still needs to plant more spiritual fruit trees. No one will bother to steal spiritual fruit trees without fruits. So there is no need to worry too much about safety. Kong Chen planned the planting site of high purification value spiritual fruit trees. Tang Ranran decided to secretly plant some spiritual fruit trees when she was free. Tang Ranran has nothing to worry about the development of the planet. As her Shengtang biology started work again, Tang Ranran, the chairman, showed up and participated in the opening ceremony of the new year. Tang Ranran, the hands-off boss, rarely came to the company. He had to make a pot of chicken soup and show up on the stage to give the employees some chicken soup. Tang Ranran held a high-level meeting. As a company that relies on the patent rights of pure plants, Shengtang is definitely making a lot of money and is a leader in the industry. Tang Ranran held a meeting and mainly announced 2 things. First of all, it is to do good deeds. On the surface, it is a generous and righteous way to give back to the people. In fact, it is to brush merits and restore the cause and effect of the owner. Tang Ranran proposed to allocate 200 billion to Shuntang charity, which is still engaged in children's charity and rescue children. 389 billion. Minus 200 billion. There are still 189 billion. Not much. By next year, the original owner's cause and effect should be cleared. Although Su Pingruixing has solved the problem of food and clothing, the radiation problem has not been solved. Most people still live in a low radiation environment, even in areas where the radiation value is close to 20. Living in a radiation environment for a long time will always have an impact on health, especially for children. There are still many children who die from radiation sickness every year. If it is impossible to eliminate radiation in the short term, we can only start with food. Provide children with pure food, and reduce the probability of radiation sickness. In addition to charity, there is another thing. That is, she wants to open a new company. Shuntang Entertainment. Watching the video, looking at the big wolfhound, the little milk dog, the green tea man, the double-door refrigerator man on the light screen, there is always a sense of powerlessness that the husband can't get out of the smart brain. As a rich woman who is not short of money, how can she be limited to online rewards? She wants to support herself. Support in reality. So she set up an entertainment company to cultivate handsome men and beautiful women. For Tang Ranran's sudden impulse to open a new company, Tang Chui Yinxing and other senior executives were speechless. It's fine if she doesn't care about things on weekdays, but she always makes trouble when she returns to the company. What can she do? She can only listen to the boss's words. Because Tang Ranran has the largest shares and has the final say? Entertainment companies. The process is very simple. Not to mention that there is a relationship with Kong Chen. And the green light all the way. The next day, Su Ping Ruixing Xingtang Huanqi Entertainment Company Limited was officially established. Tang Ranran transferred 100 billion from Shuntang Biology as the initial startup capital of Shuntang Entertainment. As for the office location, we bought an 18-story commercial and residential office building directly in D3 Economic City as the company's headquarters. One building, 500 million, is just a drop in the bucket for Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran is definitely a hands-off boss who only gives orders and does not do anything. After the establishment of this entertainment company, Yan Xing, the unlucky guy, temporarily took on the responsibility of Shuntang Entertainment. He recruited various people and poached people from other entertainment companies. Yan Xing spent a week to finally put together a basic team of employees. This week, the second and third elimination rounds of the martial arts competition have ended, and the number of contestants has been reduced to about 8,600. The fourth elimination round was launched in full swing. There is a certain connection between mental power and combat power. Those with high mental power may not have strong combat power, but those with strong combat power must have high mental power. Among the remaining 8,600 contestants, there are almost no C-level mental power players, and most of them are B-level and A-level. Higher martial arts. More exciting fighting. Tang Ranran watched the fighting with relish while she started the interview for temporary HR. The framework of the entertainment company has been established, and the employees are also there. The next step is to recruit handsome men and beautiful women to act as actors, anchors, and singers, because the basic salary is generous. The prospects are broad, and the pie is round and big. A lot of people signed up. The application resume requires a 9-square grid of original photos without filters or beauty. Those who do not meet the appearance standards will be eliminated directly at the first stage. Those with appearance scores above 85 will enter the interview stage. What is the interview about? Naturally, singing, dancing, and other talent shows. This one has broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and a good-looking face. She likes it. This one is a double-door refrigerator with a great figure and face. She likes it too. This one is a coquettish man who looks like a fox. She also likes it. Tang Ranran felt that she was too stupid. What had she done earlier? If she had opened an entertainment company earlier, wouldn't her handsome boy band have come? The happiness of a rich woman is to contract a group of idols. Wow. Ha ha ha. Tang Xian was watching the duel of men full of hormones at the martial arts competition. And Tang Ranran was an interviewer in the company's office building, enjoying various talent shows. This life is definitely colorful. Time flies, and a month has passed. Here, the martial arts competition has already selected the top 100 players. Almost all of them are A-level and S-level spiritualists. And then, there is Qi Xingyuan, the thick-skinned SS level. After this period of time, Tang Ranran discovered that Qi Xingyuan is a man who can do big things. And he has the characteristics of a man who can do big things. Thick skin. Really. He gets her things every day. And he has already gotten a lot of things from her. And he is still thinking about the 10 billion prize money of the martial arts competition. Really. I don't want to say anything. After the top 100 players are born, the next qualifying competition will be played slowly. The venue of the competition is the competition hall in D3 Economic City. There are 10 games every day, and tourists will come to watch the live games. It is also one of the tourist check-in points. Tang Ranran estimated that Qi Xingyuan should be the first in the martial arts competition. After all, SS level hitting S level is a cross-level attack. As of now, Tang Ranran has already figured out the top 10 rankings. Although the result can be predicted, the process is still very exciting. Continue to watch. As for Shutang Entertainment, after rounds of appearances, the company has recruited a total of 100 artists. Half of them are men and half are women. All of them are handsome men and beautiful women. As long as Tang Ranran appears in the company, there will be a group of handsome men in front of Tang Dong and behind Tang Dong to show their courtesy. This is the happiness that only rich women can have. Question Princess Shawnee. Understand Princess Shawnee. Become Princess Shawnee. And surpass Princess Shawnee. Oh, she hasn't surpassed it yet. Her cultivation is low, and she has to concentrate on cultivation with a pure heart and few desires. So Tang Ranran can only appreciate it now, and can't make unspoken rules. The happiness of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. Tang Ranran, who founded Shutang Entertainment, lives a very chic life. The life of a rich woman is very beautiful, but she cannot indulge in pleasure and miss the main business. The main business of cultivation cannot be neglected. At the end of February, Tang Ranran started to disappear again. Tang Xian, as a person, went to Sutherland, the free planet. In the name of adventure, Tang Xi did not show up at first, and was always in a no-signal state. So don't worry about it. Tang Xian disappeared again, and waited for 3 more days before Tang Ranran went to climb the mountain. Under the guise of extreme sports, Tang Ranran went to the highest peak of the planet again. In the no-signal area on the mountainside, Tang Ranran explored with her spiritual consciousness and confirmed that there was no one around. So she entered the farm. In the farm field area, the 50 acres of land covered by her soul-locking array disc were already full of spiritual energy at this time. After brushing the fairy grass from 20 fields and throwing it under the soul-locking array, Tang Ranran also got a divination set. And after occupying the best feng shui position for himself, he took his place, posed, and immersed himself in cultivation, cultivating immortals without knowing the years. The feeling of depression made Tang Ranran regain consciousness from cultivation. When he woke up and felt it, he found that his spiritual energy was exhausted again. Before the retreat, he saw a lush fairy grass. But now, it is withered and dead. Tang Ranran maintained his cultivation posture, circulated his spiritual power, and regulated his breathing, consolidating the gains of this cultivation. Then Tang Ranran could only say that it was really slow. He glanced at the intelligent brain. The day of retreat was March 1st. And now it is April 3rd. A month has added 2 days. As for the improvement of cultivation, Tang Ranran estimated that it was 1,000. Without opportunities, enlightenment, and shortcuts, conventional cultivation, even in a dead retreat, is generally slow. Alas, the higher the realm, the slower the cultivation level increases. Getting up, a cleansing tactic. The whole person is refreshed. Tang Ranran got stuck on a bug. One left the farm, and the other entered the farm, and went to the study computer in the farmhouse. First, the 50 acres of land under the soul-locking array were replanted with fairy grass. And then Tang Ranran looked at the situation of the farm. Although she was in seclusion, the assistant was conscientiously planting and harvesting vegetables automatically. So at present, her farm level is 215. Compared to before the seclusion, it has increased by a few levels. No more words. Buy land. A lot of gold coins have been brushed. Enough. After buying new land, the total land of the farm is 221 pieces. Looking out of the window, the farmland area is really vast and endless. Ah! Her country. After admiring her own country, Tang Ranran sorted it out and replanned the planting tasks. After looking at the newly unlocked spiritual plants and checking his own recipes to make sure there were no new useful products. Tang Ranran went to brush the fairy grass 20 times, and threw all the fairy grass into the Lok Seoul town area. After working on the farm, Tang Ranran turned on the invisible state, left the farm, and carefully checked with his spiritual sense to make sure there was no one around. Then he lifted the invisible state. After finding an open space, Tang Ranran got on the hovercraft and started to drive away from the uninhabited area. The hovercraft drove nearly 200 kilometers and entered the signal area. As soon as the intelligent brain was online, it kept beeping. Obviously, a lot of news has accumulated in a month. The hovercraft selected Fuse Xianting and Fuse Lingjing and turned on the automatic driving mode. After the intelligent brain stopped vibrating, Tang Ranran began to check the news. Pulling out the intelligent brain screen, Tang Ranran was suddenly stunned. The intelligent brain light screen was not the main interface of the intelligent brain that Tang Ranran was familiar with, but a big red exclamation mark. Well, what's going on? Citizen status abnormal? Tang Ranran clicked in and took a closer look. And then she found out that her identity account, Tang Ranran, was locked. Why? Because missing. She was missing? According to what Tang Ranran knew, in the Interstellar, you can report missing within 24 hours. If there is no news within 72 hours, it will be defined as suspected missing. And if there is no news within 7 days, it will be temporarily missing. After 3 months, it will be confirmed missing. And after 3 years, it can be applied for death. Of course, the above is the case of relatives reporting. If there is no report, the intelligent brain will be defined as suspected missing only after 3 months of loss of contact. The relevant personnel in the background will track the people who have no signal from the intelligent brain for 3 months. It will be confirmed missing after 1 year. And it will be confirmed dead after 7 years. That's roughly it. So someone reported her missing? And relatives reported it? It can't be Tang Chui. She had already explained it to Tang Chui before she went into seclusion. And Tang Chui was obviously used to her playing missing from time to time. Then the people in the Tang family mansion? Her idol grandparents? They probably wouldn't know. Tang Ranran cursed in her heart, not expecting anything, and then began to restore the state. Then, she performed various operations, and finally scanned her face and fingerprints, and passed the real name authentication. Finally, the intelligent brain was restored to normal use. Open the contact information column. A lot of 99 plus. Tang Ranran first looked at the information from Kong Chen. A lot of voice packages. No substantial content. Basically, are you there? Are you there today? Is there a signal? Because of the marrow washing potion. Su Ping Ruishing is also well known. And there are many pairs of eyes secretly staring at Kong Chen. So that Kong Chen now dare not say more to Tang Ranran on the smart brain. All reports on planetary affairs are contacted with Tang Xian account. Tang Ranran, the mountain climbing is over. On the way back, Tang Ranran replied to a message. It is late at night in Fuse Xianting, and it is estimated that they are sleeping. So Kong Chen did not reply for a while. And Tang Ranran checked other messages. Tang Chui, Yan Xing, and Lin Guanjia have accumulated a lot of information. In addition to official business, there is also a big thing. Tang Chui, Ran. Where are you? Are you still in a no signal area? If you have a signal, please reply when you receive a message. I have something to tell you. When you receive a message, please read the message your grandfather sent you. Your grandfather said that someone claimed to be your uncle. They went to Sutter's mansion to find you. They were not the uncle of the Qin family, but the uncle of the Bai family. They said that the third sister-in-law was their daughter. This is a bit mysterious. How should I put it? Anyway, I don't know them and have never seen them. But they said it in a very convincing way. And they have a DNA test report with the third sister-in-law in their hands. I can't tell you the details. If you have a signal, please contact me in time. Tang Ranran was a little confused. Uncle? And what do you mean that he is not the uncle of the Qin family, but the uncle of the Bai family? The bizarre life experience of the original owner's mother? Tang Ranran thought carefully and checked all the relevant information. The original mother Qin Yu was born as a mercenary. She and the original father Tang Qingji met on the Free Star. Qin Yu did not mention her natal family, but the original owner of the money-giving virgin had a good relationship with her aunt Tang Fei, who shared a lot of gossip with her. According to Tang Fei, her grandfather was an A-level mercenary, a small leader in a large mercenary group. Later, her grandfather died unexpectedly, and her uncle kicked her sister Qin Yu out of the house in order to fight for the property. The brother and sister severed their relationship. Later, when Tang Qingji became rich, Qin Yu's elder brother tried to ask for money, but was naturally scolded and driven away. But obviously, it was not Uncle Qin who came this time. Uncle of the Bai family? Tang Ranran listened to Tang Xian's voice. Perhaps because the message was not clear, Tang Chui did not say much, only saying that she would contact her as soon as possible. Tang Ranran glanced at the other information on the smart brain. Grandfather Tang Ming sent her a lot of private messages. On March 20th, a man named Baizhen brought a large group of people to the Tang family mansion and claimed that he was Qin Yu's brother. Tang Ming said that Qin Yu, the third daughter-in-law, died a few years ago and showed the relevant death certificate. After hearing the news of Qin Yu's death, Baizhen and his group paid tribute to her with a sad face, and then proposed to bring Tang Ranran, the blood of the Bai family, back to the Bai family to raise her. Of course, old man Tang Ming disagreed with this. Tang Ming sent a lot of messages to Tang Ranran, all of which were bad things about Baizhen and his group. He made it clear that he felt that Baizhen and his group had bad intentions and might be targeting the property under her name. So Tang Ranran must not believe them. Tang Ming also sent her a photo of Baizhen. Tang Ranran was sure that there was no such person as Baizhen in the original owner's memory. After reading the message, Tang Ranran checked the time difference. It should still be working hours at Shuntang Biology. So she called Tang Chui directly. Ranran, where are you? As soon as the communication was connected, Tang Chui was very anxious. Auntie, I just arrived at the signal area. I read the message. What happened to Baizhen? Are you okay? Have you encountered any danger during this period? Are you on the way back? Are you going back to Fuse Hianting directly? There was no answer. Tang Chui asked a lot of questions with concern. It's okay. I'm safe. I'm on my way back to Fuse Fairyland now. Well, that's good. Be careful on the road. Tang Chui felt relieved a little, and then said, I don't know much about the Baizhen who suddenly appeared. My third sister-in-law didn't say anything about it when she was alive. I only know that she has a brother who is no longer related to her, whose surname is Qin. I asked my parents, my eldest brother and my second sister, and they didn't know about it. Baizhen and his group suddenly appeared. My second sister suspected that they were just scamming money, but they have a certificate proving their relationship with my third sister-in-law. And Baizhen also retrieved your information. He has a DNA certificate proving that you are relatives. So, what he said might be true. He might really be my mother biological brother? Tang Ranran was surprised. Yes. I asked Kong Chen to verify the relevant information. He said it was all true. So you are related by blood. But, as for Baizhen and his group, everyone in the Tang family unanimously believed that they came for money and had no good intentions. Tang Chui also had such conspiracy theories. It's been so many years, and the third sister-in-law has been dead for several years. They just came to our door. I suspect they have some ulterior motives. Maybe they are interested in Shuntang Biology. With the development of Su Pingruishing planting industry, Shuntang Biology, which holds many pure plant patents, is definitely making money. Tang Chui seriously suspects that the other party came for these patents. Kong Chen also knows. So has he checked Baizhen's background? Tang Ranran asked. I checked. Tang Chui told the truth. According to the information Kong Chen found, Baizhen is an SS-level wind-type mutant from the Bai family of the First Galaxy. Do you know Fengshua fruit industry? Yes. I've heard of it. As a vegetable grower, Tang Ranran has some knowledge of some of the Empire's large planting groups. Fengshua fruit industry is probably a second-tier planting group. Fengshua fruit industry belongs to the Bai family. Kong Chen said that a few hundred years ago, the Bai family was considered one of the top families in the First Galaxy. But now it has declined, and is probably a third-tier family. Of course, even a third-tier family is a behemoth. Kong Chen also said that the Bai family is mainly engaged in planting, and it is very likely that they have set their eyes on our pure plant patent. So, Ranran, don't think that the Bai family is a big family in the First Galaxy. But there are dark things inside the big family. So you must be more careful. Your uncle is definitely not a good person. By the way, Ranran, you should have seen it. Right? Your status is missing. Yes. I saw it. It was your uncle who did it. Kong Chung said that Baizhen was an official, and his rank seemed to be quite high. So he said hello to the government on the planet Sitter. And you became missing. If you show up later, you might be dead. Once you die, the company will have to change its name. Speaking of this, Tang Chui's tone was full of indignation. And she was a little scared. Since Tang Ranran disappeared, she has been worried every day, and her hair has fallen out because of worry. Although Tang Ranran's niece has no legal heirs, there is a term called abusing power for personal gain. When the power is great enough, it is easy to use some small tricks. Ah, my disappearance was caused by Baizhen? Tang Ranran was completely sure that this uncle, who suddenly appeared, was really up to no good. Yes, that's right. The abacus was so loud that it jumped on my face. Ranran, you must be careful. Where are they? They came to our Su Pingruate planet on the 23rd and visited both companies. I saw them. Don't say. They are SS-level superpowers. They are really impressive and scary. Speaking of this, Tang Chui still had some lingering fears. We stayed on the planet for a week, because we didn't find you. Most of the people, including Baizhen, left, but they left a few people on the planet. Tang Chui was worried. They also forced 2 people into Shuntang biology, although I arranged them to unimportant and idle positions. This behavior is nakedly treating Shuntang biology as their own possession. Ran, what do you think if the Bai family is determined to take Shuntang biology? Are they going to kill me? Tang Ranran imagined the worst. This is not the case. Right? Tang Chui's heart skipped a beat, and she hesitated to deny. He is really your uncle. He won't be so cruel. Right? But I doubt that they will arrange a marriage for you under the status of an elder. Marriage. The most effective way to legally annex property. If I don't agree, can they still force me to get married? Besides, this is Su Pingruating. Kong Chen is here. Baizhen is too powerful. I'm afraid Kong Chen can't handle it. And he's an SS-level superpower. What if he's a fake uncle? He might really kill you. When Tang Ranran disappeared, Tang Chui was worried. And now that Tang Ranran has appeared, Tang Chui is still worried. The prosperous Tang creatures that make money every day will be coveted by the scoundrels. Tang Chui has long been prepared for this. In her opinion, with Kong Chen as a backer, no one dared to openly target Shuntang in recent years. But she never expected that a person like Baizhen would appear. I'm worried. For someone like Tang Chui, at best, she can only be considered a rich person among ordinary people. And she is still an ordinary rich person. When she meets an SS-level superpower official like Baizhen, she is helpless and can only worry. So at the end of the communication, Tang Chui reminded Tang Ranran to be on guard against the Bai family and pay attention to safety. Yeah. And I know. A few times, Tang Ranran ended the communication. With the intelligent brain, Tang Ranran checked the information of the Bai family. But unfortunately, she could not find any substantial information on the internet. So she could only turn to Fengshua Fruit Industry. Fengshua Fruit Industry is a large planting group with hundreds of patented pure plants. The group has 2 planting planets and a large planting scale. Although Shuntang Biology had a high output value last year, it is completely incomparable with Fengshua Fruit Industry, a well-established large group. A company with an annual output value of less than 1 trillion yuan would not be targeted by the big families of the first galaxy. Right? Tang Ranran felt that there must be something she didn't know. As for whether the original owners Mother Qinyu and Baizhen are siblings, Tang Chui said that Baizhen had forced 2 people into Shuntang Biology. One of them was called Bai Shan, and the other was called Bai Dehui. Among them, Bai Shan was Baizhen's nephew. In other words, Bai Shan and she were cousins. Technological detection methods can detect kinship. Well, 10 hours later, the industrial park entered the late night, and she went to steal a sample. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran simply stopped the vehicle, and after a spiritual sense scan, confirming that there was no one around, the small Tang Xian took on the invisible and left the farm. According to the principle that the puppet was nearby when the original body was outside, the small Tang Xian swiped outside Tang Ranran hovercraft. Act separately. Invisible. Stepping on the flying sword. The small Tang Xian flew to the industrial park where Shuntang Biology was located. The hovercraft resumed automatic driving, and Tang Ranran paid more attention to the flying Tang Xian. Because of the distance problem, the hovercraft arrived at Fuse Lingjing first. After scanning her ID, Tang Ranran entered from the east gate, and soon arrived at Fu Xianting. She scanned her ID again, and was allowed to pass. Tang Ranran soon returned to her villa number 2 in Fu Xianting. At this time, it was still late at night in this area. There was no light tonight. It was quite dark, and the visibility was relatively low. Tang Ranran simply explored with her spiritual sense. After scanning the entire residential area of Fu Xianting, there was nothing unusual, and Tang Ranran felt relieved. Kong Chen in the villa next door was still snoring. It seemed that she had to wait until dawn, so she laid down for a while. On the other side, facing the cold wind, Tang Xian finally arrived at Shentang Biology. At this time, this area had just entered the evening, and the sky was not dark yet. Most people did not go to bed so early. Tang Xian was lurking patiently with an invisible body. Time passed in a flash. A few hours passed. Except for the night watchman, other personnel fell asleep one after another. During the previous call, Tang Ranran had already obtained the information of Bai Shan and Bai Dehui from Tang Chui. Bai Dehui is just a C-level secretary-like civilian, while Bai Shan is an A-level spiritual power. In short, they are two scumbags without fighting power. Sneaking into the apartment building next to the factory, the two lived in the same apartment. Number 501. Standing outside the door, Tang Ranran swept her spiritual sense and took in the scene in the room. In the master bedroom and the second bedroom, both of them were sleeping like pigs. Entering through the wall, Tang Ranran first gave Bai Dehui a sleeping spell, and then gave Bai Shan the same sleeping spell. Well, the two will not wake up even if thunder is struck. Recalling the spell, Tang Ranran began to act, and directly used a soul-searching technique on the unconscious Bai Shan. With her strength in the Jinan period, searching the soul of an A-level who has lost consciousness and has no resistance is absolutely easy. Sure enough, the skill was very successful. Tang Ranran successfully read Bai Shan's memory. Others are pass. Tang Ranran focuses on the key points. Bai Shan's father is Bai Wei, who is the third child, with 3 brothers and a sister. The eldest is Bai Jin. The second is Bai Yang. The third is Bai Wei. The fourth is Bai Xiong. And the youngest is Bai Mo. The father of the 5, Bai Shan's grandfather, is Bai Chengyun, who is an SS-level soldier and developed in the military when he was young. His grandmother, Bai Ting, is an A-level soldier. In the entire Bai family, Bai Chengyun's branch can be regarded as a powerful faction. When Bai Shan grew up a little, he learned that Bai Mo, the most favored aunt in their big family, was not the biological daughter of his grandparents, but adopted. Then, when Bai Shan was probably in his teens, his grandparents found their biological daughter and brought her home. Because Bai Shan was studying in a closed semi-military academy at the time, he knew that when he was 17 years old, he met his biological aunt, who was once called Qin Yu and now changed her name to Bai Yu. During the Chinese New Year, Bai Chengyun and his wife publicly acknowledged Bai Yu as their daughter. Although she was their biological aunt, they had no feelings for each other after all. Bai Shan and Bai Yu did not have much contact. After spending the New Year at home, Bai Shan returned to school. Half a year later, when the school was on vacation and he returned home, Bai Shan found that his aunt, who had just returned, was missing. The servants said that she died accidentally. Some said it was a car accident. Some said it was radiation sickness. And some said she was sent away because of an unknown infectious disease. Anyway, there were many different opinions. Bai Shan asked his parents curiously, and his father Bai Wei said directly, "She is dead." His mother told him, "Don't mention Bai Yu at home in the future." In Bai Shan's memory, there is only this much information about his aunt, and he doesn't know what happened in the past 6 months. Although Tang Ranran has never seen the original owner's mother Qin Yu in person, there are a lot of photos. The aunt Bai Yu, Qin Yu, in Bai Shan's eyes, when he was a teenager is very similar to Qin Yu in the photos. It is likely that they are the same person. After reviewing it, Tang Ranran was slightly disappointed to confirm that there was only this much information about Qin Yu in Bai Shan's memory. There was no positive information. So Tang Ranran observed from the side. Focus of observation, the adopted daughter Bai Mo. As far as Bai Shan knows, after having 4 sons, Grandpa Bai Chengyun wanted a daughter. And finally, he got his wish. At that time, Bai Chengyun was in the exploration unit of Freedom Star, and Bai Ting was a military doctor. So the husband and wife followed each other. Bai Yu was born on Freedom Star. Although the planet was Freedom Star at that time, the exploration level of the planet was already very high. So the couple lived with their daughter in the military base. Then, when Baiyu was 4 years old, something unexpected happened. A group of flying deep-sea monsters suddenly appeared in the deep sea of the planet. The deep-sea monsters were like radars, attacking crowded cities or military bases. Because of the monster attack, Baiyu was lost in the chaos. Later, the monster was destroyed. But Bai Chungyun and his wife could not find Baiyu no matter how hard they looked. 3 years later, the couple had to accept the fact their daughter was gone. Then, the couple adopted the daughter of their fallen comrade and named her Baiyu. Obviously, the love for the deceased daughter was transferred to Baiyu by Chungyun, and his wife doted on their adopted daughter Baiyu. Of the 4 sons of the couple, the youngest, Bai Xiong, was already in his 20s at that time. So the 4 brothers also loved the youngest Baiyu very much. And each of them was a sister control. From Bai Shan's perspective, Aunt Baiyu was the family favorite. She had good innate conditions. Her biological parents, who sacrificed, had high spiritual power talents, plus good acquired conditions. That is, she ate well, used well, lived well. And the school was also a higher education institution in a pure environment. With the innate conditions plus the acquired bonus, Baimu's spiritual power was S level. And she was also a water-based psychic. Her own excellence made Baiyu not only loved at home, but also favored by the entire Bai family. After all, among high-level psychics, the ratio of men to women was seriously unbalanced. A female S-level psychic was definitely a sweet deal. In her early 30s, Baiyu married a young talent in the Bai family who was a powerful SSS-level psychic. They now have a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter is about 20 years old and has outstanding qualifications. She is currently an A-level spiritual power, and it is only a matter of time before she breaks through to the S-level. The youngest son is less than 10 years old and is still a little kid. Anyway, the adopted daughter Baiyu is very good, and Baimu's man is the best among his peers. Even their children are very outstanding. That's about all Bai Shan knows. Based on this information, Tang Ranran, who is well-read, immediately imagined a $1 million novel True or False daughter. The lost biological daughter can't live at home, which must be related to the fake daughter. This kind of thing can be known without thinking. Therefore, the departure of the chief mother Qinyu from the Bai family is definitely related to the adopted daughter Baiyu. Tang Ranran estimated that Baijin should know more, but she didn't know whether she could successfully search the soul of SS-level Baijin. Maybe. Okay. Anyway, the worst result of the soul search failure is Baijin's death, and she will not be affected at all. It's a pity that he is not here now. Combining what she knows, Tang Ranran checked the timeline. When Qinyu, her chief mother, returned to the Bai family, she was about 35 years old. And then she stayed in the Bai family for half a year, and the relationship broke down. When Qinyu and Tang Qingji met, they were about 40 years old, which is still young for an interstellar person in his 40s. The two got married a few years later. And then a few years later, when Qinyu was about 50 years old, she gave birth to the original owner, the current her. After guessing a few things about the real and fake daughter, Tang Ranran checked the purpose of Baijin's trip. Bai Shan didn't know much. Before leaving, he was told that his Aunt Baiyu was driven out of the house because she did some bad things. And now grandparents are old, and the elderly like to reminisce about the deceased. When reminiscing, they think of their biological daughter. So they sent Baijin to find Baiyu's whereabouts. Baijin found the Tang family based on the clues. And then he knew that Baiyu was no longer alive. Finally, Bai Shan stayed in Sheng Tang Biology to find out about Tang Ranran. Obviously, he was a simple person, and that was all Bai Shan knew. The information was very limited. After Tang Ranran checked again and confirmed that Bai Shan was completely unaware and had no negative effects from the soul search, Tang Ranran decisively took out a small knife and stabbed the back of Bai Shan's hand. After making a small cut and collecting a little blood sample in a container, Tang Ranran used a healing spell, and the small wound on Bai Shan's arm was as good as new. With a wipe of wet wipes, the blood was wiped off, and there was no trace at all. After finishing this, Tang Ranran went to the next room. The person next door was Bai Dehui. According to Tang Chui observation, this person was Baijin's subordinate, a C-level scumbag. It was even easier. Another successful soul search. Bai Dehui is Bai Zhen's right-hand man. A senior secretary like a special assistant. He knows much more than Bai Shan. Bai Dehui doesn't know much about the real or fake daughter. What he knows is that as the news of the marrow cleansing potion spreads, it can restore the mental strength and prolong the life of the elderly in the aging period. Once this effect spreads, those in the Bai family who have entered the aging period, especially those who are over 150 years old, are all frantically inquiring about the news of the marrow cleansing potion. Although Fengshui fruit industry participated in the 2 auctions, it did not win the quota for the live plants of the marrow cleansing potion. As for whether the Bai family has exchanged the marrow cleansing potion or the live plants from other forces, Bai Dehui does not know. He only knows that the marrow cleansing potion is hard to find. Bai Chengyun and his wife are both over 180 centimeters tall, so they pay special attention to the marrow cleansing potion. After a detailed investigation, the creator of the marrow cleansing potion is Tang Xian, who is the master behind Su Pingrui Star, and the current manager of the planet is Kong Chen. After a big screening of the relationships between the relevant people, they found that Kong Chen has a girlfriend named Tang Ran, who opened a Shitang biological company, and she used to be the heir of Xinliang Group. Although they severed their relationship, they still paid some attention to Bai Yu. So they also knew that Qin Yu was married to a woman named Tang, and the man also opened a small company called Xinliang on the 3rd star system. Suitor. They knew some news, but did not specifically inquire about it. This time, after such detailed inquiries, it turned out to be Bai Yu. After a detailed investigation, Bai Zhen naturally knew that his sister Bai Yu was dead, and the reason they found the Tang family was definitely for Tang Ran. As far as Bai Dehui knew, Bai Zhen wanted to play the emotional card, relying on Tang Ran to get in touch with Kong Chen, and then rely on Kong Chen to get to know Tang Xian. After knowing Tang Xian, wouldn't it be much easier to get the marrow washing potion? Maybe they could even get the raw material live plant samples of the marrow washing potion at a low price. Then a group of people came. First, they went to the old Tang family to play the emotional card, and then came to Su Pingrui Star to find her Tang Ran openly. But to Bai Zhen's surprise, she disappeared. Tang Ran disappeared, and Tang Chui and Kong Chen were skeptical of Bai Zhen as their uncle. Without Kong Chen introduction, Bai Zhen's plan to meet Tang Xian would fail. After searching the planet for a while, Tang Ran was not found. He thought she had died accidentally. Bai Zhen changed his plan according to local conditions and turned to the patent rights of Shentang biology. So he reported the missing case as his uncle. Then, because Tang Ran could not be found, Kong Chen was not available, and Tang Xian could not be seen, Bai Zhen went back first. Bai Dehui, who stayed here, not only learned about the relevant information of Shentang biology, but also had a group of investigators hiding in the dark, who continued to investigate Tang Ran whereabouts. Tang Xian relevant information, and the relevant news of the marrow washing potion. Tang Ran, TSK. It turns out that you are here for the marrow washing potion. She said that she was so sneaky that ordinary forces would not pay attention to Tang Ran. This time, the Bai family was really wrong. After searching the souls of Bai Shan and Bai Dehui, Tang Ran went home and Tang Xian returned to the farm. Tang Ran was already online, and Tang Xian would be online later. It would take some time, and the policy of go must be implemented to the end. After taking back Tang Xian, Tang Ran first sat on the sofa and bought a lot of meat, pure food that her farm could not produce or grow. After shopping, seeing that there were still a few hours before dawn, Tang Ran went into the kitchen and released 2 nanny robots to help with the existing materials in the basement of the farm. They began to cut, chop, stir-fry, and make lunch boxes. Cooking time. Unknowingly, when the doorbell rang, Tang Ran was still squeezing soy milk. The intelligent brain connected and checked, and it was Kong Chen who was standing outside the yard and ringing the doorbell. It was still 5 o'clock in the morning. Tang Ran secretly sighed. Kong Chen is really diligent. Tang Ran opened the door with his mental power and continued to finish his soy milk. You are finally back. As soon as he entered the door, he listened to the noise and found Tang Ran location. Kong Chen stood at the door of the kitchen, his voice slightly excited. Well, you sit down first. I will be ready soon. Oh, by the way, have you had breakfast? No. Kong Chen shook his head decisively. If you don't eat, you are a fool. I know. Wait. 5 minutes later, Tang Ranran came out of the kitchen, followed by 2 Nani robots, each carrying a tray. On the tray, soy milk, tofu brain, pumpkin pie, meat porridge, juice. Breakfast is very rich. After having breakfast together, the two moved from the dining table to the sofa. Kong Chen began to report blabberingly. He had accumulated a lot of affairs. First of all, it was Baizhen's matter. Baizhen claimed to be Tang Ranran's uncle, so Kong Chen conducted a detailed investigation on him. However, his ability was limited. The result of Kong Chen's investigation was, Baizhen had a sister named Baiyu. As for whether Baiyu was Qinyu, he didn't know. Although the relevant appraisals issued by Baizhen were all real, Kong Chen knew that it was easy for someone of Baizhen's level to forge several appraisals. Kong Chen asked Baizhen to do an on-site DNA test. In addition to the detailed data, he also kept a jar of blood samples. He personally supervised the extraction, and it was impossible to fake it. Now that Tang Ranran is back, as long as a little blood is drawn for comparison, we can know whether Baizhen is her uncle. But even if he is her uncle, Kong Chen feels that Baizhen and his group have impure intentions and are definitely up to something bad. Baizhen's matter is just one of the affairs, and there are many things to come. As for planting, because of Wu Pingyang, a wood type, although he is still a scum who can only plant plants with a purification value below 5, he is still a wood type. So even if Tang Ranran is not there, the planting progress in D2 area is still quite fast. Regarding the long-prepared school in the T1 protection area, Fuse College has officially opened on March 12th. Relying on the spiritual environment of the T1 area, Kong Chen has recruited many retired old teachers who specialize in mental power, including some who are SSS-level strongmen in their peak period. Anyway, the teaching staff is not as good as the top, but better than the bottom. As for the students, there are more than 100 people at present, most of whom are the children of the CEOs who invest and develop on the planet, and a small number of children of planetary cadres. Fuse College has a special mental power discipline. So after reporting, Kong Chen also made a small suggestion. Little Tang Dong, do you want to improve your mental power and learn it? Kong Chen used to be an A. There is a gap between A and S level, although he has been upgraded to S level. As a wild road, he doesn't know a lot. Systematic learning is necessary. So Kong Chen set up a special advanced class for mental power in the college. It is a special class with relatively free time. It is the same as the elective courses in college. It is divided into online courses and offline courses. If you don't have time, you can directly study online courses. With the beta teaching for 3 years can be evaluated, and excellent ones can get marrow washing potion. Kong Chen dug up 5 old teachers who were once SSS level. The professional quality of the teachers who teach the course is absolutely enough. Tang Ranran was a little moved. She really needed to go to school. She originally planned to go to school, but she built a school at home. Why go to another school? Tang Ranran, well, I think about it. The school-related report was completed, and the next thing was a few trivial matters. During Tang Ranran retreat, many people came to her. Because they couldn't contact her, they sent messages to Kong Chen and chased him every day to ask, when will Tang Xian appear? In addition to the online intelligent brain inquiry, Yan Qian actually came here. Here, Kong Chen added a good news. Yan Qian mental power has been successfully upgraded. He is currently the only 5S level person in the Empire. However, this news is still in the confidential stage. Whether to make this news public to deter other races or something, the military is still holding a meeting to discuss. This has nothing to do with them. It is related to Yan Qian, who was worried that Tang Ranran would have an accident on the planet, and wanted to use a big move to find her, which scared Kong Chen half to death. He persuaded him with a lot of persuasion. As for whether Yan Qian looked for someone privately, Kong Chen didn't know. Tang Ranran had been in seclusion for less than a week, and Yan Qian came to Su Pingrui Star to find her, because he didn't find anyone and left. And now, it is said that a kind of pure fruit and vegetable with a purification value of more than 100 and containing many IQ factors, longevity factors, was found on a free star with a very low development level in the 13-star systems. The Empire dispatched a team of high-level wood system to search the planet. A lot of wood elements, all of which are the Empire's treasures. So Yan Qian, a top-level warrior, went with him. In addition to Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan also sent a message to Kong Chen. His mental power has also been upgraded. and is currently at level 4S. Because Fu Jingyuan ability is comparable to that of a plugin during investigation. He is also in the team looking for 100 plus pure plants. I don't know the details. Is that Tang going to show up? They should have left messages. Kong Chen asked, telling what he knew, and then added, Xie Shihe also looked for Tang Xian. It seems that there is something important. He asks me every now and then. Don't worry about them for now. Don't show up for now. Tang Ranran shook his head. I'm not going anyway. As a Go Emperor. Let Tang Ranran go to an unknown and underdeveloped free planet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Ranran asked one more question. Did Xie Shihe say what it was? Buying high-purity fruits and vegetables? Not buying goods. It seems that he asked Tang Xian to help plant a special high-purity plant. He didn't say the details. Then a week ago, Hengxing starship left the planet. And he is not here now. Oh, don't worry about him. Anyway, it will take some time. In that case, but there is something that only Tang Xian can solve. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat and realized that it was not good. Sure enough, Kong Chen said in a heavy tone. Just half a month ago, Kong Chen described a major accident in a solemn tone. Last November, Tang Ranran caught 5 petty thieves, including an SS-level space-type thief. This act shocked many illegal forces that were ready to move. It may be that time has passed, or the news that Tang Xian left the planet has spread, and some illegal forces can't hold back and take action for the marrow cleansing potion, because the raw materials are difficult to grow, especially the cultivation of chalcedony. The top wood types in the Empire need half a month to catalyze one. So the monthly production of the marrow cleansing potion is extremely low. Basically, it is produced by large families for their own use. And there is no stock on the black market. In the case of a serious shortage of marrow cleansing potions, the leaders of those illegal forces, who are over 150 years old, and in urgent need of marrow cleansing potions are ready to move and take risks. Now, someone has set his sights on the planet Supingrui. At the entry point, 4 waves of suspicious people were intercepted, 3 of which were cannon fodder for small-scale exploration. And they were successively caught in one net. It's just that there was a wave of illegal invasion, and the leader was an SSS-level psychic. In the entry inspection of Supingruixing, the mental power level determination is the key. In the conventional mental power skills, there are no hidden levels, fake levels, and other related skills. Only special abilities, such as Tang Ranran fake mental power level, will be identified as special auxiliary abilities. However, high-level mental power users can often confuse the inspectors and get away with it. It is clear that the leader of that wave of illegal entry is an SSS-level psychic, whose main superpower is Earth system, and whether there is a second system and a third system is unknown. The SSS-level Earth system criminal used mental power to control several security personnel for entry inspection, trying to get away with bringing people into the planet. And during this period, an S-level general of the garrison, who was patrolling, discovered the abnormality. The S-level general reported the situation. The original plan was to lead the people to an empty and uninhabited place outside the space station and then arrest and kill them. Unfortunately, the SSS-level criminal discovered the clues in advance and realized that his whereabouts were exposed and the military was targeting him. This SSS-level criminal directly used a big move, Earth Crack. Under the Earth-related skills comparable to a major earthquake, the entire land space station was shaken down. Fortunately, the land space station was relatively remote, and there were not many flights at the time, so there were not many other passengers in the space station, and the casualties were more concentrated on the local people on the planet. Even so, the dozens of tourists with Imperial household registration who were killed and injured by the attack on the space station. This vicious incident caused a major blow to the tourism industry on their planet. Kong Chen is still trying his best to clean up the mess and try to reduce the adverse effects of the terrorist attack. After the SSS-level criminals made trouble, a group of invaders sneaked into the planet in the chaos. So far, more than 20 illegal intruders have been tracked and killed, including 2 S-level and other psychics. As for the SSS-level criminal who led the group, he should be dead. Why you should? Because no bodies were found. Only some debris of related personal belongings were found. After the space station attack, the Earth-type SSS-level criminal escaped in the chaos, and then sneaked into the T1 protection zone, which is Fuse Lingjing. The next night, everyone knows that Fuse Lingjing is the treasure of the entire Supingrui planet. and many pure plants with high purification values are planted. Apparently thinking that the raw materials of the marrow washing potion are also in the T1 protection zone. The SSS level criminal took a few people and sneaked in from the north gate of the T1 zone at night. That night, the 12-man gatekeeper team at the north gate were all controlled by mental power. And then, there was Tang Ranran team of guards guarding under the F1 protective shield. Tang Ranran was going to retreat. So Tang Xian was naturally going to disappear. During Tang Xian's absence, Tang Xian guards led by Fan Ling were on paid leave. Although it was a vacation, everyone knew that the place where Tang Xian, a bigwig type, lived had the strongest pure atmosphere and was a great treasure land. Therefore, the 11 people on vacation, including Fan Ling, spent more time in the F1 protective shield of Tang Xian luxury residential area, including S-level Fan Ling. 11 people were either killed or controlled by mental power. This happened early the next morning when Kong Chen went to feed his pet, Black, and many large fish. When he was still at the gate of F1 area, Kong Chen keenly noticed that the state of the gatekeepers seemed a little abnormal. Thinking of the invasion incident 2 days ago, Kong Chen was very alert and did not enter, but found an excuse to turn back and leave. Away from F1 area, he made a call to contact Fan Ling, but no one answered, so Kong Chen was sure that something was wrong. He quickly contacted Qi Xingyuan, and the military force rushed to the scene as quickly as possible to carry out a large-scale roundup. Speaking of this, Kong Chen was still a little scared. If he had entered the F1 protective shield at that time, or if the SSS level Earth-type criminal was at the door, then he estimated that he would have been dead. After all, there is a difference of 2 levels. If an SSS level person launches a sneak attack, killing him is as easy as cutting vegetables. Qi Xingyuan is SS level, and he knows that he cannot beat an SSS level person. So he brought a large force of high combat mechas. The movement of a large force cannot be hidden. The SSS level criminals realized that their whereabouts were exposed and fled. However, there are special ability people in the garrison who can track by breath. In the space station incident 2 days ago, the breath could not be locked because of the short stay time. This time, the SSS level criminals stayed in the F1 protective shield for more than dozens of hours, and the breath left behind met the conditions for tracking. Led by an officer with special tracking ability, Qi Xingyuan led the mecha troops to track and lock all the way, and successfully surrounded the people. The 2 sides launched a fierce exchange of fire. In the end, relying on the advantage of numbers and concentrated fire, the military won the battle. In this encirclement and suppression operation, hundreds of people in the garrison were killed and injured, including 2 S-level people, which can be said to be heavy casualties. After the mecha's energy cannons concentrated their fire, the body may have been burned to slag. But it is also possible that he escaped and no bones were found. Only some severely damaged metal objects were left at the scene. Although the breath tracking was broken, and the trace of this SSS level criminal has not been found again so far, Kong Chen estimated that the possibility of the other party escaping the shield is greater. The Earth element has a special Earth escape skill for escape. As an SSS level, I think he has the Earth escape skill. Hiding underground? Hiding underground? No matter how many energy cannons are used, they can't kill him. If the SSS level criminal is really not dead and doesn't show up, they can't do anything. After all, the planet is so big. Originally, they could call for rescue. But unfortunately Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan have already gone to the Free Star, and now they are in a state of no signal and lost contact. Kong Chen also contacted Aunt Yin, but she said that without items closely related to the SSS level criminal, she could not use her supernatural power to find him. Aunt Yin enthusiastically said that she could get someone to help. But considering that the debt of favor had to be repaid, and she didn't know what the price would be, Kong Chen finally declined. Now that Tang Ranran was back, Kong Chen naturally threw this difficult problem to her. Since Kong Chen began to narrate this major accident, Tang Ranran's brows have been furrowed, and the stone pressing on her heart is getting heavier and heavier. After Kong Chen finished telling the whole story, she asked in a deep voice, with both anger and worry, "Do you have a specific death report and loss report? Send it to me." "Yes, I send it to you." Kong Chen sent the information, and Tang Ranran checked it after receiving it. First, the loss report. The accident caused direct economic losses, including pensions and compensation for various casualties, totaling 58.1 billion. This amount of money is a drizzle in Tang Ranran's eyes. But casualties are always heavy in her heart. And the indirect economic losses are huge. The tourism industry has suffered a major blow. The number of tourists coming to the planet has dropped in a straight line. Su Pingruishing main economic sources are only planting and tourism. And now the tourism industry has suffered a Waterloo. Which makes people very sad. Alas. With a sigh in her heart, Tang Ranran continued to check the death report. The attack on the land space station was a serious man-made accident. With 78 deaths, including 39 garrison soldiers, 20 local residents, 6 of whom had imperial household registration, and the remaining 18 tourists from other planets. In addition to the deaths, there were 356 injured in the accident. Later, in the process of chasing and exchanging fire with the illegal intruders, 121 garrison soldiers died, 45 local soldiers died, and more than 1,000 people were injured. The list of casualties of the garrison was particularly long. The first one was an S level, an ordinary S level in the garrison. But he was not her younger brother. Tang Ranran did not know him. She knew the local soldiers of the planet. The deaths of the local soldiers were more concentrated in the T1 protection zone. The 12 soldiers on duty guarding the North Gate, and Tang Ranran 11-man guard. After the SSS level criminals were exposed, they simply and roughly strangled the 31 people under control with mental power, causing most of them to die under mental power riots. Only 5 people were lucky enough to survive. 3 of the 12 people guarding the North Gate survived. But even if they were alive, their conditions were not optimistic. 2 of them had lost their mental power, and 1 was in a mental disorder and was receiving treatment in the hospital. There were only 2 people left in Tang Ranran team of beautiful and high-looking base guards. Van Ling was S level and had a certain resistance, so it was just a mild mental disorder. Although he was still lying in the hospital, he was basically fine with the red and blue pills given by Tang Ranran. His mental power has now returned to normal. He can be discharged from the hospital after 2 or 3 days of recuperation. The other base guard was not so lucky. His mental disorder caused a mental breakdown. Although he was still alive, his mental power collapsed, and he became one of the 5% of people without mental power. At present, this guard is still lying in the hospital in a state of despair. The blow of mental breakdown is no less than bankruptcy, debt, and serious illness for interstellar people. Tang Ranran was angry, anxious, and distressed about this. The high-value guards she carefully selected were almost wiped out. You know, the guards were definitely selected by Tang Ranran according to her own preferences. They were all her favorite types. They were all her favorites. Now they were all taken away by someone. Tang Ranran gritted her teeth and felt furious. She wanted to chop the SSS-level gangster into 108 pieces. So, is it uncertain whether the SSS-level leader is dead? After reading the report, Tang Ranran asked with gritted teeth. This? Kong Chen hesitated and was very uncertain. It's hard to say. Theoretically, under such intensive artillery fire, there is a high probability that there will be no body left. But in fact, because he is an earth element, it is not 100% certain that he is dead. Didn't you find an earth element to check the scene afterwards? If the escape shield of the earth element ability was used, there should be traces to follow. Right? Tang Ranran questioned. Qi Xingyuan sent the earth element to investigate the scene for 3 days. But as you know, the S-level earth element ability users are limited by the difference in mental power level. And the difference in ability power will also be very large. So the 5 earth element ability users in the garrison did not see any traces of earth escape. Although he is still investigating, Qi Xingyuan is more inclined to believe that the person has been killed. Wait. Tang Ranran raised his hand and asked curiously. I remember that there are only 4 earth element ability users in the garrison. Right. There are not many ability users in the garrison. And Tang Ranran has carefully read the information. So he remembers a few. Yes. It turns out that there are 4. And the other one is Li Zheng. Kong Chen explained. Huh? He activated his ability? Tang Ranran guessed with a little surprise. Li Zheng, the most handsome one among the 8 younger brothers that Qi Xingyuan brought to her, is a single handsome guy. And because he became Jia after taking the marrow washing potion, Tang Ranran can't help but be a little partial to him. Yes, his mental power was promoted more than 10 days ago. And then he activated the earth power. And 3 days ago, he activated the space power. When Kong Chen said this, his tone was full of sourness. Li Zheng is single and young. although Kong Chen feels that he is not worse than him in terms of appearance. This guy is now SS level, and has become a dual-power user of Earth and space. He was left behind by several streets. If Li Zheng jumps from the garrison to the planet, Kong Chen feels that he is finished and his position is not secure. There are more and more beautiful women around Mr. Tang, and he is in trouble. This feeling of being threatened is not only felt by Kong Chen. Qi Xingyuan also regrets it. Qi Xingyuan's position, as the most powerful younger brother, is a little shaky. He shot himself in the foot and found a competitor for himself. Tang Ranran is not concerned about the competition among the younger brothers. Her focus is on space. Tang Ranran's eyes are bright. A space-based kid? Isn't that a personal driver? In the future, you can be like Yin Qian. Wherever you want to go, you can go there in a flash. Kong Chen knew what she was expecting at a glance, and poured a bucket of cold water on her. Don't hold your expectations. Li Zheng's space ability is just rubbish at the moment. It can only achieve space ability within a range of 1 kilometer. And it still can't achieve precise positioning. The surprise was swept away, and Tang Ranran was disappointed. Well, there is a gap between space-based and space-based. Don't dream about traveling through the universe for the time being. It's a space department after all, which is good. After comforting herself, Tang Ranran returned to the topic. Senior Yin Juan said she could help to find someone to search. Yes, she said she could find someone with special abilities to help. Kong Chen nodded and suggested, I think it's better for Tang Xian to come forward and ask Senior Yin to find someone to investigate thoroughly, so that people can feel at ease. Yeah, Tang Ranran agreed. I let Tang Xi show up in a few days and contact her to ask. That's good. If we don't check it out, I always feel like there's a time bomb. After confirming that they would send people to conduct a thorough investigation, Tang Ranran also explained that the pensions for the casualties must be sufficient, and if their relatives have any difficulties, they should try to help solve them. Of course, if the relatives are unreasonable and take the opportunity to blackmail, that is another matter. After a morning of discussion, Tang Ranran invited Kong Chen to have a hearty lunch at noon. After lunch, before leaving, Tang Ranran poked a finger, squeezed a few drops of blood as a sample, and handed it to Kong Chen. Although it was basically confirmed that Bai Yu was Qin Yu, it would not be troublesome to do a blood relationship test anyway. After Kong Chen left, Tang Ranran was doing two things at once. Tang Xi, who was cooking in the farmhouse, was lying on the sun lounger on the balcony, enjoying the afternoon time comfortably. Tang Ranran closed her eyes and analyzed seriously. Her intuition told her that the SSS level gangster was still alive and still on the planet. It is likely to be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity like a venomous snake. Isn't it very dangerous for Tang Ranran, the nominal girlfriend of Star Lord Kong Chen, to refine the marrow cleansing potion? There must be raw materials, right? And the wood system cannot be created out of nothing. So, in everyone's cognition, there must be living samples of the raw materials of the marrow cleansing potion planted somewhere on the planet Su Pingrui. This is also the reason why the SSS level criminals went straight to the F1 protective shield, Tang Xian residence. But in fact, Tang Ranran did not plant chalcedony in her F1 luxury house area. Chalcedony is difficult to grow. Not to mention that she wants to retreat. Even if she leaves for 3 or 4 days, the chalcedony will die. Therefore, there is no chalcedony planted in Tang Xian F1 protective shield area, and there is no ready-made chalcedony sample on the entire planet. But he doesn't know about the SSS level Earth system. It is likely that he will guess that Star Lord Kong Chen knows where the chalcedony is hidden. So it is very likely that he will kidnap her Tang Ranran as a hostage. Should we lure the snake out of its hole? But Tang Ranran was not completely sure. According to the relevant knowledge of the mental power discipline, there is a high probability that an SSS level person is a dual element psychic. Apart from the earth element, who knows what other elements he is? Not 100% sure means there is a risk. Taking the initiative to do risky things violates the word go. However, Tang Ranran did not lure the snake out, but the venomous snake might take the initiative to bite her. The news of her return could not be concealed. If the SSS criminals sneaked into the Fu Xianting residential area under the F2 protective shield of the T1 protection zone, the guards on duty would be in danger again. Tang Ranran only felt that she had made a mistake. She, Tang Ranran, should not have appeared. She should have appeared as the trumpet Tang Xian first. Forget it. Forget it. It's already like this. I can only make up for it. After a quick analysis in her mind, Tang Ranran finally decided to try to lure the snake out of its hole to eliminate the hidden dangers, cut the criminals into pieces, and avenge her personal guards and all the casualties. Getting up from the recliner, Tang Ranran stood up and returned to the room. After walking around the villa to check the doors and windows, Tang Ranran left the villa and came to the yard. She released the hover car and stood in the yard for 4 or 5 minutes before getting in the car. After the hover car started, it was a little slower than the normal speed. Tang Ranran tried to slow down her movements. Then, Tang Ranran hover car went out from the main gate of the community, the east gate with the largest flow of people. After leaving the F2 protective shield, Tang Ranran still drove slowly in the sky, and then went through the east gate to leave the large protective shield of the T1 protection area. Finally, drove out of the D2 protective shield area. After leaving, Tang Ranran drove the hover car to Ruili City. After a few hours of driving, after arriving at the new district of Ruili City, Tang Ranran went shopping and bought a lot of professional mountaineering equipment for hikers. After shopping, Tang Ranran left the new district without stopping and drove the suspension car out of the city. After about half an hour's drive, she arrived at the mountain area more than 100 kilometers away from the city. There are several mountains here, and more importantly, it is sparsely populated. Even if a fierce battle breaks out here, no innocent people will be affected. After a sweep of her spiritual sense, she found no one around. Tang Ranran found a place to park at the foot of the mountain, changed into professional mountaineering equipment in the suspension car, and got off the car after dressing up as a professional climber. After putting away the suspension car, Tang Ranran first used her smart brain to take a bunch of photos with the mountains as the background. After taking the photos, it took her a quarter of an hour to select a group of beautiful photos. Tang Ranran posted a standard 9-square circle of friends. The photos were accompanied by the text, "Come on, climber." She had made her whereabouts so obvious that it was easy to find this place. The bait was deployed, and Tang Ranran called Kan Chun, briefly informed him, and then began to climb the mountain. Tang Ranran left obvious footprints in the mountains, and the road up the mountain went from flat to winding to rugged and finally to no road. Tang Ranran bravely became a trailblazer and used climbing equipment. An hour later, as the sun set, she was sure that she was in a steep place with no people and no roads in the wild mountains. Tang Ranran threw a climbing equipment into the crack of the stone beside her, and then left a small exploration array at this location. Throwing a few seeds, Tang Ranran secretly arranged a thorn net with spiritual power catalysis, plant traps, which she was best at. Then, there were a few hidden formations that could be activated instantly, such as binding, trapping, sneak attacks, strangulation, etc. One ring after another, one after another, Tang Ranran arranged 3,721 formations in a row. Although she was not a professional formation master, she had studied this kind of dirty tricks hard. After doing all this, Tang Ranran entered the farm. The exploration array has the same effect as the eye in the game. Once the eye is inserted into the map, the surrounding specific range becomes a visible area. Returning to the farm, Tang Ranran used the matching exploration technique. Spiritual power turned into a mirror, and with the stone stuck with the climbing equipment as the center, the scene of the surrounding 30-meter area appeared in the spiritual mirror. If the fish is hooked, it will be hard to fly under her layers of traps, even if he escaped unexpectedly in the end. But as long as she, Tang Ranran, does not show up, who can prove that she did it? Yes, everything has nothing to do with her. After making sufficient preparations, she hid in the farm and waited for the spiritual mirror. Tang Ranran let the powerful Tang Xian out, stepped on the Qishao sword with invisibility, and flew with the sword. Fly, like a supersonic fighter. It took only more than 10 minutes for Tang Xian to enter the D2 protective shield area, and then arrived at the T1 protection area. The several gates of the T1 protection area are now heavily guarded, but in front of strength, everything is scum. Tang Xian, who was invisible, got in very smoothly. In less than 2 minutes, the small Tang Xian arrived at the door of his mansion. The F1 protective shield is the type that can automatically repair itself as long as the core device is intact and there is sufficient energy. So, even though it was pierced with several large holes before, it is still intact now, like a big eggshell. covering the 100 acres of area below. With the isolation of the protective shield, Tang Ranran, who was still outside the protective shield, could not see the situation inside clearly, because the F1 protective shield had privacy protection and defense functions, and even the spiritual sense detection was isolated. According to Kong Chen, there was no one in her F1 luxury residential area now, and a lot of flowers, plants and trees inside were destroyed. Although the criminals were killed, and most of the losses were recovered, the pure plants were dead. The pure plants that were pulled out and put into the space buckle failed to be rescued and all died. Kong Chen was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe, because it was Tangxian private property. The theft and death of pure plants under the F1 protective shield were not counted. Otherwise, the economic loss report would be an astronomical figure. Along the edge of the protective shield, Tang Ranran found a remote location, and after a spiritual sense scan, he confirmed that there was no one around and there was no surveillance. Tang Ranran used the highest user's authority and mental power to control and quickly opened a temporary pass for himself, opening and closing the door. The whole process takes no more than 0.1 seconds. At this time, Tang Ranran flashed into the protective shield. As soon as she entered, Tang Ranran immediately spread her spiritual sense and explored the entire area. From what she saw, she could only say, her big garden was eaten by a dog. Bald patches. Bald patches. In order to achieve the autonomous circulation of spiritual energy. In addition to the local varieties of the empire, Tang Ranran planted many spiritual plants in her own super large garden. As a person with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, she likes to classify. That is, plant one variety together. Originally, there was a piece of 1,000-layer grass here, a piece of green spirit grass over there, a piece of 3 silk flowers behind, and a piece of 7-color spirit flowers in front. Of course, Tang Ranran also considered the problem of anti-theft. The purification value of the spiritual plants she planted outside did not exceed 45. 45 pure fruits and vegetables. Each unit is only 500 to 600 million. This group of robbers is really crazy because of poverty. Look! Not only the spiritual plants were dug up with the soil, but also all the fruits with a purification value of more than 10 in the fruiting period, or the edible crops as a whole were not spared. She almost dug up all the soil. The herbs were dug up one by one, and the ones left were either low purification values, or fruits that could not be detected because they did not bear fruit. Her garden, which was originally full of flowers and fruits, looked like it had alopecia areata, which was very ugly. In other words, the fruit trees were still complete, probably because the purification value could not be measured because there were no fruits. Or it might be that the size was too large to fit into the space buckle. So almost no fruit trees were lost. After a simple check of the situation, Tang Ranran immediately searched for her pets. After sensing the contract, she felt that there were a lot fewer spiritual pet contracts. Tang Ranran was inevitably a little nervous and hurried to check them one by one. First was her number 1 pet. The only strongest pet was spiritual power, who was pitch black. Oh! It's still there. The contract sensed its position, and after searching with her spiritual sense, Tang Ranran finally locked onto the fat dragon cub in black. At this moment, it was lying on the dark roof to bask in the sun. It was almost the same black as the black roof. Without the contract sensing, it was really difficult to find it. Compared to a month ago, this guy has gained a lot of weight. He still looks like Wu Yazi, but his body is as fat as a pig during the Chinese New Year. After confirming that Hei Chi-Chi was still there, Tang Ranran paid attention to her sugar factory. In the underground ant empire, Tang Ranran first checked her sugar crystal powder warehouse. Under her spiritual sense, the many small rooms storing sugar crystal powder were full. The group of people obviously did not find the treasure of sugar crystal powder. It's just that the number of ant army in the crisscrossing ant tunnels seems to be less than before her retreat. After a careful observation with her spiritual sense, Tang Ranran confirmed that a large number of soldier ants were missing. It is estimated that they fought with the invaders, and many flying soldier ants were killed or injured. Only a group of soldier ants died, and the queen ant by Hua Hua was not injured. So there is no big problem. Of course, even if the queen ant by Hua Hua died, it would not be a big problem. Tang Ranran of the Go School naturally had 2 plans. In her fairy cave, there was an independent small ant colony with a backup queen ant. By Hua Hua number 2. After checking the ants, it was the bees. Huh? Tang Ranran could only say, "Damn!" Queen Bee Tianmimimi. Tang Ranran developed a total of 10. 2 bee colonies in the fairy cave, and 8 bee colonies outside. And now, all the beehives were taken away by her. The queen bees that were originally ranked as Tianmimimi number 10 now only have number 1 and number 2 in the fairy cave. And the 8 outside are all dead. In addition to the bee colony she contracted, some bees that can produce pure honey, that were purchased later were also taken away with their beehives. Really? It's just plucking feathers from a passing goose. So fucking angry. Furious, Tang Ranran finally checked his deep pool. The big white worms had been wiped out long ago. And most of the big fat fish and other deep water fleshy creatures that were bought later survived. But parasitism did not occur. X-rays scanned the bodies of the big creatures carefully. When there was no discovery, Tang Ranran counted the number of spirit stones without giving up. At the beginning, 100 spirit stones were thrown. 67 were still lying under the water, and 33 were surrounded by branches and lotus flowers. But these lotus flowers that entangled the spirit stones did not host living creatures. Could it be that the taste is single and only likes big white worms? It seems that I have to go to Su Shinrong when I have time to catch a few big white worms for research. Putting this problem aside for the time being, Tang Ranran, who had checked the status of the pets, once again used his spiritual sense to detect the entire area, scanning every inch of the underground without missing a single inch. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest. Maybe the SSS Earth-type criminal is hiding here. Search. 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 After searching for 2 hours, Tang Ranran was completely sure that there was only one puppet account under the entire F1 protective shield. Only then did she withdraw her spiritual consciousness. Although the person is not hiding here now, it is possible that the other party will return to the old place. As the old saying goes, eggs cannot be put in one basket, and traps cannot be placed in one place. Tang Ranran began to act. And there was also a thorn cage and a large number of formations. After a busy period, Tang Ranran covered the entire F1 area with layers of temporary formations. Trap number 2 was also ready, waiting for the prey to take the bait. However, Tang Ranran, who had been watching the surveillance in the farm, had been bored and started to make pills one by one. The monitoring screen of the spiritual mirror was completely a static picture, without a trace of change. As a hunter, you must be patient. She could only comfort herself in this way. Outside, Tang Ranran carefully checked the status of the F1 protective shield. And then the trumpet Tang Xian began to grow vegetables to repair her beautiful garden. Although Tang Xian did not appear, she gave several people access rights besides herself. Kong Chen, Qi Xingyuan and other brothers of hers had the right to enter the F1 protective shield. Others, let alone entering, could not see the situation inside the F1 protective shield. If there were intruders during this period, they must be criminals who invaded and would be killed on the spot. 2 days passed in a flash. A lot of pills were refined. The big garden was repaired, and Tang Ranran temporary formations only had a few hours of validity left, which meant that the traps were about to fail. But there was no trace of the criminals. Could it be that he was a compromiser like her? Or was her intuition not good, and the SSS level Earth system was dead? Or was it an old silver coin hiding in a corner and observing secretly? After putting up a mental invisible barrier in the farm, and putting on her own invisible formation disc, Tang Ranran took the small Tang Shi out of the farm together. In and out. The whole process was as fast as lightning. Well, Tang Ranran, retreated to the farm, leaving Tang Shi alone in the outside world. The Go Emperor did not take any risks. With Tang Shi, Tang Ranran launched a spiritual exploration. The 10-kilometer radius was explored, except for a group of more than a dozen people camping in the wild a few kilometers away. There was no one else. Tang Ranran carefully checked the dozen people, and they were all ordinary people of E level. And there was only one D level. After the divine sense detection, there was no sign of SSS level criminals taking the bait. Of course, divine sense detection is not omnipotent. Tang Ranran has tried it. For example, if it is 4S or SSS level of the same level, as long as there is an invisible barrier, her divine sense can't find people. That kind of state of not finding people at all. And if it is a lower level than her, it is also not easy to find it with the blessing of the invisible barrier. But it is not completely impossible to find it. But it is like playing hide and seek. And you have to look carefully to find the location. SSS level Earth system. In the case of active invisibility, Her divine sense really can't find it, and can only find it by mental power. But Tang Shi is an S level, and Tang Ranran herself doesn't want to be exposed. With the invisible array, Tang Shi just squatted in the middle of the trap, and explored the surroundings with divine sense every hour. Wait. The criminals didn't wait. But Tang Ranran's brain had a mandatory friend addition. Just like that, ignoring Tang Ranran's wishes, Baizhen became her communication friend. Once the friend was added, the communication came. Tang Ranran, The blood sample test results had come out a long time ago, and Kong Chen had told her that Baizhen was indeed her uncle. Although he was a biological uncle, he was the original owner's uncle. She had changed her core and had absolutely nothing to do with her. Don't let the relatives who suddenly appeared bring her any messy cause and affect her cultivation. Tang Ranran, who was not going to leave the farm, simply hung up and didn't answer. 2 seconds later, the communication rang again. Tang Ranran still hung up. After a few seconds, this time, the mandatory call came. The privileges of the rich and powerful are everywhere. Look, Baizhen's authority is many levels higher than that of Tang Ranran, an ordinary citizen of the empire. So he turned on the call mode without answering. However, due to the citizens' privacy protection regulations, in order to prevent the party being forced to call from being in the state of taking a shower or taking a shit, etc., the forced calls are all in normal voice mode, and the video will not be turned on. Therefore, on the light screen projected by the intelligent brain, there is only a single picture of Baizhen, with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a square face. Baizhen has an honest and simple face. He is just a mixed system, so he is definitely not as honest as he looks. When leaving Su Pingruixing, Baizhen asked people to pay attention to Tang Ranran's intelligent brain status at all times. As soon as she unlocked the missing status, he received the message. Niece Tang Ranran appeared. However, Baizhen still had important official business to do at this time. So Baizhen, who received the message, gave the task of playing the emotional card to Baishan and Bai Dehui, who were in Su Pingruixing. Tang Ranran did not return to Shuntang, and Tang Chui never mentioned her whereabouts. So Baishan could not find her at all. Bai Dehui dispatched his subordinates, but due to limited ability, they could only find out that Tang Ranran went shopping in the shopping mall in Ruili City New District, and then left the city. As for where exactly she went, they were still investigating. After finishing his official business, Baizhen thought of his niece Tang Ranran and asked Baishan and Bai Dehui about the progress. Well, 2 idiots. Tang Ranran has been back for 2 days, and the 2 of them didn't even see her. What can they do? They can only go in person. So Baizhen showed up. Who are you? Because the camera was not turned on, there was no need to act, but the tone had to be pretended. So Tang Ranran's tone was surprised, and there was a little panic. When ordinary citizens encounter forced calls, most of the time, they are invited to have tea. As an ordinary girl, she is afraid. Cough. With a cough in an official tone, Baizhen said in a serious tone, Ranran, I am your uncle. That is, your mother's eldest brother. Ah? Tang Ranran's tone was full of surprise. Baizhen frowned slightly and asked, After you came back? Didn't your Aunt Tang Chui tell you that you were our by family child? After 2 seconds of silence, Tang Ranran gave people a feeling of thinking, and said suspiciously, Aunt did? But, are you really my uncle? Of course. Baizhen was very sure and gave ironclad evidence. Your cousin Baishan is in the company. If you don't believe it, you can go with him to do a blood relationship test. Tang Ranran fell silent again. After a long while, he said tangledly, Even if we are really relatives, I can't accept your sudden appearance like this. I know that you may find it difficult to adapt for a while, but we are relatives. Blood relatives. This is an indisputable fact. We searched for a long time before we got the news of your mother. Unfortunately, when we found her, she was already. Baizhen's expression was moved, and his words paused here with a hint of sobs. And then he lowered his head at the right time, revealing a silent grief. Tang Ranran laughed in her heart. What a great actor. After being silent for 3 or 4 seconds because of the death of her relatives, Baizhen continued. His voice was filled with a sense of depression and repressed sadness. Your grandparents are old. They have been missing your mother. I haven't told them the bad news yet. I'm worried they can't bear it. I hope you can go back to the Bai family for a while and accompany them. Tang Ranran laughed in her heart again. Is the fox's tail exposed? If she enters the Bai family, can she still come out? I'm afraid her bones will be broken and eaten. I don't think it's appropriate. After all, I haven't seen you in the past 20 years. I'm not familiar with the place. I'm not used to it. And my grandparents are also old. Tang Ranran brought up the excuse of the old couple Tang Ming. I know you grew up in the Tang family, so it's natural that you're unfamiliar with us. I can understand. Baizhen looked very reasonable and asked, Has my sister, your mother, never mentioned anything about our Bai family to you? No, Tang Ranran said curiously. Since you're here, I want to know what happened to my mother. Maya told me that your Bai family is a big family, an upper-class family. How could my mother be stranded outside and not found until now? Ah! With a bit of disappointment and helplessness on his face, Baizhen slowly narrated. It's a long story. Back then, by pretending to be stupid and innocent, Tang Ranran got a version of the story about her adopted mother Qinyu from Baizhen. Baizhen's version was this. Qinyu was born on the Freedom Star, and then accidentally lost due to an attack by a strange beast. Bai Chengyuan and Bai Ting had been looking for her. When Qinyu was in her 30s, the couple finally found her biological daughter. The whole family was finally reunited. This should have been a great happy event. But Qinyu, who was found, had a somewhat extreme personality and kept making trouble and arguing with everyone, causing many shameful things. Finally, half a year after returning to the Bai family, Qinyu did a big mistake, which caused her father Bai Chengyuan to slap her in anger. Qinyu ran away from home in a rage. And then, there was no news. Not long after Qinyu disappeared, Bai Chengyuan and his wife, who had calmed down, began to look for her. But they never found her. So many years have passed in a flash. It was only a few days ago that they got some clues and found the Tang family mansion. The first half of Baizhen's version should be true, but the second half is more outrageous. No news or anything like that is bullshit. Although Bai Chengyuan is not the person in power in the whole family, he has a high status and a lot of power in his hands. If he is determined to find it, it is impossible not to find it. Qinyu, who was lost in Freedom Star for nearly 30 years, can be found, let alone Qinyu who ran away from home. Moreover, after searching by Dehui's soul, Tang Ranran knew very well that Baizhen, the eldest brother, knew the whereabouts of Qinyu, his biological sister. But he was too lazy to pay attention. The fact is that the Bai family drove people away and removed them from the family. As for those disgraceful things and big mistakes, Baizhen did not elaborate, but just glossed over them. But Tang Ranran, who has read novels, can imagine 3 million words in his mind. Don't ask. Just ask the plots of the real and fake daughters. Emotionally, although Tang Ranran is not the original owner, her body is Qinyu's after all. So she stands on the side of Qinyu, her cheap mother. But what is the truth? We need to search the souls of several people to know. Oh, the truth has nothing to do with her. Anyway, Qinyu has passed away, and Tang Ranran does not want to get involved in the muddy water of the Bai family. After listening to the story, Tang Ranran remained silent. What happened back then? Your grandpa and your mother were too impulsive, so that they didn't even see each other for the last time. It was really fate. Your grandpa and grandma really miss your mother. If they knew that she was gone, I was really worried that they would not be able to bear this huge blow. Baizhen said it sincerely, playing the emotional card to pave the way. Tang Ranran knew without guessing that she just wanted her to go to the Bai family. If she held her in her hands, wouldn't that give her a handle to hold Kong Chen? At that time, she could just say, "Want to marry my granddaughter? Marrow washing potion as a dowry." Look, what a reasonable reason. Tang Ranran didn't give him a chance to fully express himself. While Baizhen was pausing, she said directly, "I think since my mother left the Bai family and never mentioned the Bai family to me, she definitely doesn't want to have any contact with you anymore. As her daughter, I naturally have to follow her wishes. As for what you said about worrying that the two old people can't bear the bad news, it's actually very simple. Mr. Bai, you can just say that you haven't found anyone. It's normal that you haven't found anyone for so many years. Well, that's it. I hope you won't bother me. You can also pretend that you haven't found me. Everyone treats me as a stranger. Finally, please respect the personal privacy rights of citizens and don't add me as a friend anymore. Thank you. Otherwise, I will complain about you abusing your power for personal gain. Goodbye. After a long speech, Tang Ranran ended the communication with a backhand and blocked him. Baizhen can force her to add him as a friend, but she can blacklist him. Of course, with Baizhen's authority, he can probably blacklist him and then add her. But in that case, Tang Ranran will really complain about him. After all, Baizhen's behavior is indeed abusing his power for personal gain and disturbing the public. Over there, Baizhen, who was unilaterally hung up on, was stunned. He had already written a draft and had tens of thousands of words in his mind. He was confident that he could convince his niece Tang Ranran to return to the Bai family and change her surname from Tang to Bai, as long as the household registration was changed and she entered their family. It would be easy for Kong Chun and Shuntang Biological Company to deal with it later. Baizhen never expected that Tang Ranran would come and blacklist him directly. Didn't Tang Chui tell Tang Ranran about the situation of their Bai family? Didn't Tang Ranran know that their Bai family was big and powerful? Although he had his mind set on it, becoming a member of the Bai family would also bring many benefits to Tang Ranran, and it would definitely be mutually beneficial. Baizhen, who had no chance to show off his eloquence, was just feeling frustrated and depressed. After being upset for a while, Baizhen finally gave up the idea of contacting Tang Ranran again. Although he sneered at Tang Ranran's so-called complaint, Baizhen was a man who cherished his reputation. After all, who didn't have a few political enemies in the system? He was worried that his political enemies would catch him by the hair and make a fuss about him. And Tang Ranran was obviously rejecting their Bai family at the moment. So it was not the right time. Anyway, the person had already appeared, so there was no rush. Baizhen sent a call to Bai Shan and told him to build a good relationship with Tang Ranran, his cousin. Then Baizhen contacted Bai Dehui and arranged some tasks for Tang Ranran. Then Baizhen asked about Tang Xian whereabouts. Bai Dehui's ability was limited, and he reported that Tang Xian had not returned yet. It was said that he went to Su Delen planet. Tang Xian had not appeared yet, so Baizhen was in no hurry to go to Su Pingruate planet. In the farm, after dealing with Baizhen, Tang Ranran felt his eyelids twitching a little, and had a bad premonition. Tang Shi outside hurriedly used his spiritual sense to search again. There was still no figure within a few kilometers around. Tang Ranran in the farm took out the divination suit and used his amateur divination skills to tell a fortune for himself. The result of the divination was quite good. A smooth sailing state. However, it seemed that there was something more. Do it again. Then Tang Ranran knew. Well, there was one more cause and effect. She knew it. She knew it. Sometimes the more you don't want something to happen, the more it will happen. Continue divination. Once, nothing was found. Twice, there was some clue. 3 times. Oh, I roughly understood. This cause and effect is related to Qinyu, my stepmother. Just like the random side quests in the game, Tang Ranran triggered a side quest, the content of which was roughly, investigate the truth of Qinyu's old past when he was in the Bai family. Tang Ranran took over the body of the original owner, who was born by Qinyu. So, Qinyu had planted a good cause for her, and she had to return a good result. If the Bai family didn't show up, nothing would happen. But they showed up, and the cause and effect relationship was involved. This side quest can be done or not, because it is only an indirect one, so the impact on her will not be too great. But there is always a slight impact. Details determine success or failure. It may be because of this slight impact that she failed to become an immortal. Tang Ranran, Tang Ranran, who failed to ascend for the first time, was very worried. Forget it. The Bai family will definitely not give up easily, and she will act according to the circumstances when the time comes. After Baizhen's episode, dozens of hours passed quickly. The formations that Tang Ranran arranged in the outside world began to fail one after another. Finally, when all 21 formations failed, there was still no ghost in the surrounding area. Okay. She, Tang Ranran, took herself too seriously. Maybe the SSS criminals didn't intend to take her hostage at all. Although she didn't catch any fish, Tang Ranran didn't plan to show up. She was still in the wild, but actually hiding in the farm. 2 days. It can be regarded as a time difference. And I can use the small account. Tang Xian attention is too high. I don't know how many people are secretly trying to find out about Tang Xian. So Tang Ranran chose Tang Shi, who has little presence. Tang Shi, who was squatting among the rocks with the invisible formation plate, made another spiritual exploration and confirmed that there was no one within a radius of 1 kilometer. Then he returned to the farm and removed the smart brain on his wrist. Under the F1 protective shield, under the unremitting efforts of Tang Xian day and night, the entire area has recovered its lush branches and leaves and flowers. Her beautiful and charming garden is back again. The flowers are lush and the leaves are luxuriant. But it takes time to cultivate the bee colony. And the honey-collecting bees cannot go online for the time being. It is estimated that a bee colony will be separated in 2 days. After cleaning up the garden, Tang Xian went to the farm and took out the intelligent brain of Tang Shi. After leaving the farm with the intelligent brain, Tang Xian returned to his own courtyard, entered the room, and turned on the intelligent brain of Tang Shi. Under this operation, even if someone is interested in investigating Tang Shi's intelligent brain, they can only find Tang Xian location, which is the F1 protective shield area. Although Tang Shi suddenly appeared here, it was a bit strange, but no one would associate it with her Tang Ranran. It's better to be safe than sorry. Tang Ranran didn't want more people to pay attention to her own big body. As soon as the intelligent brain of Tang Shi was turned on, a lot of information came in. Tang Ranran was in the farm, brushing spiritual plants and commanding the robots to pull fairy grass. Tang Xuanhao was in the room, reading the messages on the smart brain and throwing spiritual plants. Ever since she gave others access to the F1 protective shield, Tang Ranran has restrained her behavior of throwing spiritual plants. She changed from throwing them everywhere to hiding in the room. Without her permission, Kong Chen and others were very conscious and would not enter her mansion. Tang Shi didn't have many friends on the smart brain, but almost every friend had a lot of messages. Tang Ranran chose to start with Yan Qian, who had a number of 28. Ignoring nonsense such as Yan Qian, "Are you there?" Yan Qian messages can be summarized into 2 things. The first thing was to share the good news of his spiritual power promotion. Then, the second thing was Kong Chen mention of looking for plants with a purification value of 100 on Freedom Star. Yan Qian was relatively more specific. It's roughly like this. At the end of February, a team of high-level psychic explorers led by Xie brought back several pure plants from Ji Zhongsen, the free star of the 13-star system, currently named Ji Zhongsen, the magical vine that can grow. The magical vine is magical in that it is the same species under biological gene identification. But the purification value of the fruit on each vine is different. The thicker the vine grows, the higher the purification value of the magical fruit on the vine. And the higher the purification value of the magical fruit, the richer and more concentrated the NQ factor contained. After preliminary identification by the healing system, the magical fruit can prolong life. And the higher the purification value, the better the effect. The lowest purification value of the magical fruit brought back by the expedition team is 26. And the highest is 73, according to the parties involved. There are many magical vines growing in the mountains where they were discovered. But the thicker the magical vines, the more dangerous the surrounding area is. And there are often powerful beasts, even high-level psychic beasts with talents and abilities. The high-altitude detective equipment of the Xie family captured a surveillance image of a magical vine that was thicker and more majestic than 73. Like a giant dragon. They suspected that the magical fruit on the vine might have reached a purification value of 100. The expedition team was mainly from the Xie family. But there were also several people from other families who knew that the news could not be concealed. So they reported the news. Then a meeting was held. And finally a group of with system and related experts, plus high-powered bodyguards such as Yan Qian. The Empire investigation team set off to the free planet Ji Zhongsen in the 13th star system. After reading the message, Tang Ranran swiped Yan Qian's current address. The display was "Your friend's current location is unknown. Ji Zhongsen planet has a low degree of development and a high degree of primitiveness. More than 99% of the planet is a signal-free zone. So they are still looking for the magical vine on the planet." Not to mention, after reading Yan Qian's message, Tang Ranran also became curious about this magical vine. Tang Ranran suddenly thought of Xie Shihe. The expedition group was led by Xie Shihe. So Xie Shihe was anxious to find Tang Xian. Could it be that he wanted to find Tang Xian to study the magical vine? Different purification values for the same species are usually caused by artificial intervention of the wood healing system. But the magic vine is obviously wild. So this situation is indeed quite special. Well, after solving the unknown hidden danger of the current SSS Earth-type criminals, she can contact Xie Shihe and go to see the fun. After reading Yanqian's message, Tang Ranran continued. Fu Jingyuan also had 25 news. And after ignoring the nonsense, the main content was similar to Yanqian. One was that he was promoted to 4S level. And then he also went to Ji Zhongsen. The chatterbox Lu Chuanping had the most messages. 99 plus after clicking on it. Tang Ranran could only say, wow, hundreds of messages. 95% of them were nonsense. And the remaining meaningful substantive content was, first, a large amount of pure fruits and vegetables were needed recently, so the military's purchase price had risen. Second, among the 9 royal families of the Zerg, a royal Zerg swarm and a powerful alien swarm had started fighting, and the other Zerg swarms watched and fanned the flames. Anyway, the Zerg and the aliens are fighting, and their 16 galaxies border has been particularly peaceful recently. Finally, the military budget gap is a bit large during this period, so there are some special products in the exchange library. If you are interested, you can go and have a look, because there is too much nonsense, and most of it is voice. Tang Ranran spent a long time and finally read all the messages from Lu Chuanping. Next, there are relatively few messages from Yan Yijuan. Only 9. Ignore the nonsense like are you there? There is only one content. Yan Yijuan has an old friend, who is nearly 210 years old, and used to be an SSS level strongman. His current mental power has declined to D, and it is estimated that he has only 10 years of life at most. So, does he have any extra marrow cleansing potions to sell? It is better to take the initiative than to wait for the rabbit. Thinking that Kong Chen said that Yan Yijuan could call someone, Tang Ranran sent a message. Tang Shi, just online. Are you free? Senior? Chat on the communication. It was daytime on the other side, and less than a minute after the message was sent, Yan Yijuan called the communication. Yan Yijuan called. The cautious Tang Ranran chose voice only, and then used the fake voice skill to produce a female voice similar to Tang Shi. Xiao Shi. Long time no see. How are you recently? There was almost no risk of communication being eavesdropped. But facing Tang Shi, Yan Yijuan cooperated very well and acted, opening with a few very normal family greetings. After a few polite greetings, Tang Ranran got to the point. Senior, Master Kong Xing told you about the high-level superpower sneak attack? Yes, he has already said it. What? Did you find any clues? Is the high-level superpower criminal still alive and still on the planet? Yan Yijuan's face was serious. Once the high-level superpower criminal successfully sneaked into the planet, it would indeed be a worrying thing. No one has been found yet, but I suspect that the person is still alive. But there is no evidence. Tang Ranran was quite worried. This situation is indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, an old man like me can't help. My tracking is conditional. Without an item with my aura, I can't start the tracking. Yan Yijuan sighed helplessly, and then changed the subject. But I know a few friends with special abilities. They are all experienced experts in tracking and arresting wanted criminals. If you need it, I can help you contact them and ask them for help. That's great. Tang Ranran was waiting for this, and followed the lead. The one who was climbing up immediately said, I want to see the person alive, or the body dead. Okay. Thank you for the trouble. Hey, what trouble is it? It's just a piece of cake. Then I will contact you first, when I find the person and confirm the itinerary. I will contact you. Okay. Thank you. You are so polite. Then I will hang up first. Well, goodbye. Senior. After the call ended, Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that the stone pressing on his heart was slightly lighter. Of course, it was only a little bit, but it was still quite heavy. After all, it is always uneasy to not be able to completely solve the hidden danger of the SSS level gangster. On Tang Shi's smart brain, there were also news about Tang Chui, Con Chun nonsense, and some other public notification information. After reading it briefly, Tang Ranran put the Tang Shi smart brain into Tang Xian space buckle. People who know high-end black customer technology can check the current position of the intelligent brain in detail. When the intelligent brain is in the farm, it is located at the position before Tang Ranran enters the farm. The intelligent brain positions of Tang Shi and Tang Ranran cannot overlap. In the room, the fairy grass has been thrown all over the floor, just like a big carpet. After checking to make sure that the doors and windows are tightly closed, and the outside world cannot see into the room, Tang Ranran uses a wall-penetrating technique to leave the room and go to the next room to continue throwing fairy grass. Throwing fairy grass in every room. She has been away for nearly a month. And the spiritual energy of the entire T1 protection area has become thinner. With more people, the income is higher. But the spiritual energy is consumed faster. Tang Ranran thought that it was unreliable to rely on her to brush spiritual energy like this. What if she has to leave for 3 to 5 years for something? We still have to plant more gas-soluble flowers. Tang Ranran had been to the Shangmo flower sea created by Hengshen, and felt the thin spiritual energy in it. So it turns out that the pure smell emitted by gas-soluble flowers is actually a trace of spiritual energy. Gas-soluble flowers with low purification values can also emit spiritual energy. Thinking about planting flowers, Tang Ranran started to explore with his spiritual sense again. Just like sight, the outside of the protective shield cannot see the inside. But the inside of the protective shield can see the outside. The same is true for spiritual sense exploration. In the F1 protective shield, the outside world can still be explored. Of course, it cannot be seen in the same F protective shields. Tang Ranran saw the public area. There are many pure plants planted in the public area of the entire T1 reserve, and a large part of them are aerosol flowers. After such a careful look, Tang Ranran frowned. She created something out of nothing on the farm. Except for the grass. The rest are almost all fruits and vegetables. So the flowers planted are basically native plants of the empire. Native plants are delicate and have a low survival rate. It is obvious that because she is not here, and the newly joined wood element Wu Pingyang is a scumbag, the overall area of the flower garden has shrunk a lot. During her retreat, many flowers in the entire T1 reserve died. Tang Ranran suddenly thought of the roses before. She remembered that she gave Kong Chen a plan. But later, it can only be said that beauty misleads people. She was busy watching the soldiers and teasing the handsome guy in her own entertainment company at the martial arts meeting. And she forgot to create the roses out of nothing. Oh! Men really affect their careers. No. If you look for reasons from others, blame Kong Chen. Kong Chen didn't even remind her to plant flowers. Yes, it's Kong Chen's fault. Just as Tang Ranran shirked his responsibility and was about to find some suitable flowers from the farm, a hovercraft caught his attention within the range of his spiritual sense. A military-style hovercraft from the planetary army. How come that route and speed seemed to be heading for her F1 zone? Tang Ranran scanned it carefully with his spiritual sense. But unfortunately the military vehicle was a high-end vehicle with anti-spying features. So his spiritual sense couldn't see the driver inside. Tang Ranran was multitasking, looking through his seed warehouse in front of the computer in the core study room of the farm with Tang Ranran large account, while paying attention to the military vehicle with Tang Xian account. Although roses are beautiful, the purification value of 18 hours, or 1.8, is too low. Of course, everything has two sides. A low purification value means that it is easy to raise. The rose love seed planting is simple to implement. Continue to look for flowers. Among ordinary crops, there are not many flowers. The one with the highest purification value, Yidianhong, is only 4.5 purification value. Yidianhong is not beautiful. So Tang Ranran doesn't want to plant it. Tang Ranran checked the VIP crops again. Tang Ranran VIP level was already very high, so she unlocked hundreds of VIP plants. After a simple glance, she saw sunflowers, platycodon flowers, tulips, Lycoris radiata, datura, a group of flowers. The purification values were high and low, but most of them were not higher than 5. The Shangmo flowers and Shangmo flower C had an aerosol purification value of 10, although hers were a bit low. The quality was insufficient, so she just needed to plant more. After solving the hidden danger of the SSS gangster, she went back to Shuntang Biology to create something out of nothing. Just choose 1.8 roses, 2.1 sunflowers, 2.4 platycodons, 3.2 tulips, 5.0 azaleas. Before she finished choosing the flowers, Tang Xian's spiritual sense detected that the military vehicles she focused on were really heading for her core luxury residential area. Arriving at the F1 protective shield, the military vehicle stopped at the gate of the F1 protective shield in a familiar way. The vehicle hovered, obviously opening the door. With access rights, as long as it is at the gate, the intelligent brain authority and mental power can open the door. Seeing a passage gate appear on the protective shield, Tang Ranran was secretly suspicious. Who is it? It must not be Kong Chen. Kong Chen knew she was back, and he would greet her in advance if she wanted to come. So, is it Qi Xingyuan? Or is Wu Pingyan here to make up for her garden? Tang Ranran didn't need to guess much. The military vehicle came in, and then it was obviously surprised by the brand new scene in front of it. It hovered for a long time in a daze, and then an S-level mental power exploration spread over. Feeling this mental power, Tang Ranran was shocked. She didn't intend to hide her whereabouts, so she immediately tightened her mental power barrier to become invisible, and pretended not to respond. This mental power is wrong. The core area under the F1 protective shield is full of treasures, with high purification value, and the richest spiritual energy. Tang Ranran territory is not open to all of her younger brothers. Tang Ranran only gives Kong Chen, Qi Xingyuan, Wu Pingyan who can grow vegetables, Fan Ling as the captain of the personal guard, and Li Zheng, a handsome guy she is more partial to. Except for her, only the 5 of them have the authority. The 5 of them are her younger brothers. But now, this mental power is wrong. Although mental power is not identifiable. Under the master-servant contract, Tang Ranran can recognize her own people with mental power. Even if she senses Kong Chen mental power, Tang Ranran can't know that it is Kong Chen. But she can know that it is her contracted younger brother. And now, this S-level mental power exploration does not belong to her younger brother. Could it be that Qi Xingyuan or someone else brought other people in? Tang Ranran secretly doubted and hid in the dark without making a sound. She even put on a concealment spell outside the mental power invisible barrier to provide a double insurance for spiritual power hiding. Although the garden has changed a lot, it can only prove that Tang Xian has been back. Does this mean that Tang Xian is still here? No. If Tang Xian is not here, then he is not here. Just like this, no matter how the mental power probed and released the equivalent of "Are you here?" to greet, Tang Ranran never showed up. The people in the military vehicle did not get out of the car, and Tang Ranran did not show up either. They were deadlocked for half an hour, probably because they were sure that no one was there. The car door opened. A man in military boots and military pants got out of the car from the driver's seat. The white face, the delicate and handsome appearance, was exactly Tang Xian personal guard Captain Fan Ling. Tang Ranran was shocked. Fan Ling appeared here? No problem. The problem was why she failed to sense it, fearing that she had made a mistake. While the car door was open, Tang Ranran quickly used her spiritual sense to check the military vehicle. The military vehicle was empty. In other words, Fan Ling was the only one in the car. The S-level mental power just now was Fan Ling. This is so wrong. Did something happen that caused the master-servant contract between her and Fan Ling to become invalid? Kong Chen asked Fan Ling. And his explanation was, he was suddenly attacked by an extremely powerful mental power that day, and the other party tried to control him. During his counterattack, his mental power was rioting, and he finally fainted? And then he woke up again in the hospital, being attacked by the SSS-level Earth system. Her mental power was rioting, causing her master-servant contract to collapse? This shouldn't be. Unlike the soul death contract of a pet, the contract that Tang Ranran had taken in his younger brother was, so far, an ordinary master-servant contract. And there was no other binding force except loyalty and not betrayal. Correspondingly, it can be terminated, and there are many ways to terminate the contract. The master can take the initiative to terminate the contract, and the servant can terminate the contract on his own after the strength counterattacks. A master with a cultivation level far higher than the master can also help to terminate the contract. And finally, the contract can be terminated with natural materials and treasures. But serious injury will cancel the contract? There is no such saying. Tang Ranran hurriedly sensed his contract carefully and counted it carefully. Brothers, there is 1, 2, 3, a total of 12. 1 is missing. Tang Ranran suddenly thought, the contract will be cancelled when the person dies. Generally speaking, if the servant of the contract dies, the master of the contract can sense it. But if it is during the closed-door retreat, then I don't know. After all, high-level monks will contract many servants. If one dies during the retreat, it will disturb them. If one dies, it will disturb them. Then how can they retreat well? And after coming out of the retreat, they often don't know which servants have died, because there are too many servants. It is normal for the ancestor to have only a few servants left after hundreds of years of retreat. But, isn't Fan Ling standing here alive? Could it be that the SSS-level gangsters tried to control Fan Ling, and this control conflicted with her contract? And then the contract was destroyed by mistake? It's equivalent to someone with higher cultivation than her helped to cancel the contract? The SSS-level Earth-type gangsters have much higher cultivation than her. Tang Ranran was shocked by her own speculation and broke into a few cold sweats. They are all SSS level. It's impossible to be much higher. Right? Could it be that the Fan Ling she saw was a fake? The real Fan Ling is dead? Thinking of this guess, Tang Ranran was shocked again, and her spiritual sense shrank back. If Fan Ling was a fake SSS-level Earth-type robber, the spiritual sense would be detected. After analyzing and analyzing, it was still impossible to determine whether Fan Ling was real or fake. While his attention was attracted by the garden, Tang Ranran hurriedly cleaned up for the fairy grass that had been thrown in several rooms before. Tang Ranran used magic like a whirlwind and picked it all back to the farm at the fastest speed. Before the facts are confirmed, put away the good things first. After picking the fairy herbs, Tang Ranran didn't care about anything else and contacted Kong Chen using the ID Tangxi. As soon as the call was connected, the tone was urgent. Fan Ling was discharged today? I think so. Fan Ling was a lightly injured person. Kong Chen didn't pay much attention to him, so he was not sure. Go check it. Also, check his relevant examination reports in the hospital. If there are blood samples or something, do a test and check the DNA data. If there are no samples, find a way to collect some. He has just been discharged from the hospital, so he should be able to find it. After being stunned, Kong Chen's face changed. You suspect him? Yes, I suspect he was impersonated. Tang Ranran's face was very serious. I know. I check it immediately. Kong Chen also had a solemn face and took action immediately. After notifying Kong Chen and checking again, he confirmed that there was no fairy grass left in several rooms, and he did not leave any traces. Tang Ranran moved and flew out of the room to a high place. Occupying the advantage of high altitude, he exerted his eagle-like vision. Tang Ranran locked Fan Ling with his naked eyes. After looking around for a while, Fan Ling put away the military vehicle and walked along the cobblestone path between the flower fields. Perhaps because he was amazed at the changes in the garden, Fan Ling walked very slowly, quite in a state of appreciating the scenery. Apart from appreciating and taking a few more breaths of spiritual energy, Fan Ling did not do anything out of the ordinary. When he encountered a spiritual plant field with a high purification value, he just stopped and watched for a long time, and did not reach out to pick it for himself. After observing for a while, Tang Ranran did not find anything wrong. If it was a fake, wouldn't the soil be pulled out? Just as Tang Ranran was confused, Kong Chen called. He was discharged today. There are some blood samples left from the discharge examination. They have been tested and the DNA data matches. I am already in the hospital. I asked someone to search his ward and found some dandruff samples. We will do a few more tests just in case. The results will be available in about half an hour. I will personally monitor it, and it cannot be faked. Okay. Blood samples can be forged, but dandruff and other things are not easy to forge. Kong Chen, the DNA data matches. No problem. Biologically speaking, it is Fan Ling himself. However, the possibility of being replaced in the middle cannot be ruled out. From Ruili City New District to T1 Reserve, there are several hours of wilderness in between. In addition, Kong Chen also reported a situation to Tang Ranran. According to the attending doctor, Fan Ling had some memory loss. Fan Ling was injured and admitted to the hospital, and his comrades who were close to him went to visit him one after another. Then several comrades noticed that Fan Ling was a little abnormal during the chat. He seemed to be a little forgetful. After a careful examination, Fan Ling's body was fine, but he did forget some things that happened. But the things that were forgotten were all small things like drinking with so-and-so, and a few others on a certain day, fighting with so-and-so on a certain day, giving brothers a few pure fruits on a certain day, helping a certain brother to come up with bad ideas to chase girls, etc. Not remembering some small things. But it doesn't have much impact. After all, it is normal for normal people to forget things. What's more, it is a serious injury to mental power, which is closely related to brain supplementation. The doctor's conclusion is, because of the mental power riot, it caused slight memory loss. After listening to Kong Chen's reaction, Tang Ranran's first thought was, I was pierced. Amnesia. The soul has no memory. so I can only play amnesia. But it's a bit wrong. How can I recognize people without memory? Fan Ling didn't fail to recognize others. So is it possible that she was controlled by someone? The same puppet control method as hers cannot be ruled out. Maybe Fan Ling is now a walking corpse with an empty body, being controlled by others. Her contract is naturally invalid. Although the special control system is rare, it is not non-existent. The former Huang Youqi is a ready-made example. SSS level. It is likely to be dual system. But all the signs show that the criminals only used Earth-based abilities in the battle. Could the second system be hidden control? The more Tang Ranran thought about it, the more it made sense. Her contract couldn't be invalidated for no reason. There must be something wrong. So it's better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. She's going to call someone. Tang Ranran made another call to Yan Yijuan. After answering the call, Yan Yijuan was a little embarrassed. COC. I'm not that fast. She knew it was urgent. But calling someone would take time. And she had to ask if they were free. Right? Senior. This is it. Tang Ranran processed it a little and simply explained the situation. I have a subordinate who has a spiritual power contract with me that has the same effect as loyalty. But now when I see him, I can't feel the existence of this contract. This is too abnormal. As you know, this is a special period. I suspect he has a problem and may be controlled by someone. But I can't see anything abnormal. So I want to ask you to take a look. Contract invalidated? Yan Yijuan asked seriously. Yes. And there is a partial memory loss. He was attacked by that SSS level gangster before. With all the coincidences, I have to doubt him. Hearing you say that, it is indeed quite suspicious. It is right to be cautious. Yan Yijuan nodded in agreement. And then said, I can find clues to most of the control methods. But if it is a special racial talent, it is a little difficult to distinguish. Look, let me find someone who is good at distinguishing control to come with me. Double insurance. Okay. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Tang Ranran naturally wanted it. And then continued. The opponent may be SSS level dual system. Or even triple system. And the combat power may be very high. If you have so many people, it is best to bring too high combat power to ensure that there is no risk. After making the request, Tang Ranran promised to give him benefits. If I worry too much, I will not let the seniors make a wasted trip. If it is really that SSS gangster, after successfully killing him, I will give you 3 potions as a thank you. If you ask someone for help and owe a favor, you can either repay the favor in the future or use money as worth favors. Tang Ranran chose the latter. She couldn't get involved in karma, so she had to pay on the spot. Anyway, she had a lot of pure fruits. And if Fan Ling was okay, she would give him some high purification fruits and vegetables as a token of appreciation. If he was killed, her basement would have nearly 4 figures for marrow cleansing pills. Pharmacy? Yan Yijuan's eyes lit up. Is that the one? Marrow cleansing potion? It was tacitly understood. Tang Ranran said affirmatively. Yes. Xiaoxi. You are so polite. Don't worry. I promise to check it out for you and bring the person to justice. Yan Yijuan patted her chest to promise. Even if the person Tang Ranran said was okay, they would still catch that SSS level criminal. Although Yan Yijuan would help even if Tang Ranran didn't mention the reward. The promise of a large sum of money would always make people more active. 3 marrow cleansing potions. This is too tempting. Will those old friends rush to send out their capable men? Senior, I leave the matter of foreign aid to you. I try to lure the people away and send you the address after success. Tang Ranran silently calculated in her heart. If we take action on Su Pingrui's star, what if the SSS level criminals behind them are not taken down in one fell swoop? And the SSS level criminals are desperate to harm the residents. Of course, lure the people away. Su Dellen, a nearby free star, is a good choice. Even if the SSS level criminals are not lured here, as long as Fan Ling has a problem, then we can always find him out by following the clues. She will feel at ease only when the hidden danger is solved. Okay. I come directly to the Space Department tomorrow at the latest. And you can just give me the specific coordinates. Okay. Yan Yijuan went to get people. And Tang Ranran was not idle either. Although she didn't do anything unusual, she still stared at Fan Ling. While looking, he sent a message to Kongchen. Tangshi, where is he? Kongchen, still in the hospital. What's going on? Tang Shi, something. Call me. Although there was no one coming and going, the hospital was still a crowded area. After seeing this message, Kong Chen understood it and explained it to his subordinates, then left the ward area, found an empty place in the corridor, a mental barrier, invisible and anti-peeping, and then called. As soon as the two talked, Tang Ranran said, I have already called someone. I plan to let Tang Xian go to Su Delin. You arrange a starlight ship for me. It must be kept secret. Understand? It must not be leaked. Especially to Fanling. Driving a mecha is too slow, and the probability of an air crash is high. So Tang Ranran chose a starship. There are also many private ships belonging to the planet. Although they are all small, the speed of small starlight ships is not slow. Go to Sudolin? Kong Chen was a little confused. Why did he suddenly go to Sudolin? I will contact you when I get there. You spread the news and sent a starship to Sudolin. On the surface, it was to transport the high purification plants found by Tang Xian. In fact, it was to select 10 potential stocks to find Tang Xian and take the marrow cleansing potion to improve their talents. Be sure to let Fan Ling know and let him apply for this transportation mission on his own initiative. I understand. Kong Chen understood. Led people away and protect the planet. Location, Planet Sidorin. Small starship. Fast speed. After Kong Chen assigned the task, Tang Xian arrived at Planet Sidorin 12 hours later. They found an uninhabited wilderness. The small starship hovered in the sky, and Tang Ranran jumped out of the car and left the starship. After watching the starship return and disappear in the sky, Tang Ranran opened her spiritual sense and explored to the east. When she was on the starship just now, she saw that there was a city in that direction. After searching all the way, a large steel city appeared in the range of Tang Ranran's spiritual sense after a few minutes. Because it was already late at night. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Ranran put on an invisible mental barrier after the city came into sight. Like a fortress-like copper wall and iron wall. As soon as it approached the steel wall of the city, the smart brain on the wrist that had been turned on searched for the signal. Beep, beep. A lot of information poured in. Regardless of the information, Tang Ranran acted out her role and edited a text message to Kong Chen. Tang Xian, I found some pure plants with high purification value. Send someone to transport them. In addition, I have 10 marrow cleansing potions. Pick 10 people to come with them. Kong Chen cooperated with the performance and replied very quickly. Kong Chen, okay. Tang Xian's visit to Sudolin was definitely a sudden idea of Tang Ranran. But since everyone is here, it is natural to make full use of it. Sudolin, the free planet. Moreover, it is a green planet with lush plants and more than 90% of the land area is deep mountains and old forests. It is reasonable for Tang Xian to find a group of pure plants here. Right. In the past month of March, Tang Xian explored Sudolin planet to find high purification value. Which is completely correct. She can create a large number of farm crops out of nothing. Huh. She is so smart. After receiving a signal and a wave of signals, Tang Ranran left gracefully in the night. Outside the cities of Sudolin planet, most of the land is mountainous. And it is the kind of deep mountainous area full of trees and plants. After wandering around, Tang Ranran finally found a small flat plot of land 20 kilometers outside the city where there was no one around and where she could place a hovercraft. After taking out the pure plant transport vehicle that Kong Chen had configured for her, and putting on a protective cover that was specially used for concealment and defense in the wild, Tang Ranran created crops and spiritual plants from the farm, while checking the messages in the offline mode of the intelligent brain. There were a lot of messages on Tang Xian communication. The messages from Yan Qian and others were repeated on Tangxi. They obviously sent 2 copies, so there was nothing to see. There were a lot of messages from the Lu family on Beiki Star. The main idea was, we want to buy goods. There were a lot of messages from Kong Chen. The two had a detailed interview when they met that day. Tang Ranran glanced at them and skipped them. There were also a lot of messages from Qi Xingyuan and others. But 95% of the content overlapped with Kong Chen report. Tang Ranran studied Fan Ling's message carefully. If you just look at these messages, there is nothing unusual. In addition, Xie Shihe also sent her many messages. Some text and some voice packages. After reading, Tang Ranran knew that she had guessed it. The Xie family obtained the magic vine, and Xie Shihe invited Tang Xian to study and plant it together. He explained some of the situations in the message. because the magic vine was too large. The expedition team did not bring back the complete original vine, but only brought back a few vines, and more were magic fruits. The planting of the magic vine is difficult and easy, but whether it is a vine with 26 fruits or 73 fruits, although the wood system can plant and catalyze the results. Without exception, the fruits produced by the vines after catalysis are ordinary fruits. That is, there is no purification value. For this result, all the wood systems were dumbfounded. Under the genetic identification of scientific means, the fruit and the vine are one species, and after catalysis, they are still one species, but the purification value is completely different. Therefore, the research team speculated that a certain specific condition is required for the magic fruit to produce pure factors and continue to improve. This is what Xiexia said. He left a message saying that after Tang Xian came online, if you are interested, you can contact him and go to the relevant research institute in the 12th galaxy to study together. If you are not free, he can mail a few magic fruits to you when he comes online. A little interested, but business is more important. Tang Ranran plans to contact Xiexia after dealing with this matter. In addition, almost all of Tang Xian's other friends have accumulated dozens of messages, either wanting to buy pure plants or wanting to buy marrow cleansing potions. In addition to buying things, there is also a special person, Meng Jianbao from Chuanxing Entertainment. At this level, Meng Jianbao obviously doesn't know who Tang Xian is, so he urges her to start live broadcasting every now and then, and threatens that if this continues, all the fans will be lost. Tang Ranran realized belatedly that she was still an anchor. It seems that anchor Tang Mu has really disappeared for a long time. It has been nearly a year and a half since the last live broadcast when she encountered the Black Phantom. Thinking about the tourism industry on her planet that has suffered a heavy blow, Tang Ranran plans to start a live broadcast to promote it after this matter is resolved. Tang Ranran is on the farm, with more than a dozen labor robots working. The work of brushing crops is very simple. One pot after another, transplanted and planted, placed in the farmhouse. Tang Xuanhao only needs to enter the farm and move it out. When the message was read, dozens of flower pots were already loaded inside the transport vehicle. There are 10 varieties of spiritual plants. Herbaceous, blooming, the kind with gorgeous flowers, and a flowering period of several years, or even more than 10 years. There are more than 10 varieties of farm flowers, all of which are beautiful flowers that Tang Ranran likes, such as roses and tulips. That's about it. Let's do it this way for now. It's late at night now. When it gets light, she will pretend to return from an expedition and return to the city openly. In the farm, Tang Ranran, who had finished her crops, began to refine pills one by one. Tang Xuanhao, who had nothing to do, took out the stealth array disc and double-insured the transport vehicle, then used his spiritual sense to open the way and curiously explored the surroundings. The environment of a low-developed free planet like Su Delin is really good. Look! The spiritual energy, although it is a little thin, it is close to the city, and the human damage is relatively high. If it is an uninhabited deep mountain forest, the spiritual energy concentration must be higher. Where there is spiritual energy, there must be pure plants, and maybe spiritual stones. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Just look for it. It's not hard. Walking into the old forest with towering trees, the surrounding area is dark and green, with a unique horror movie atmosphere. Horror movie. Very exciting. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran searched in his space buckle and soon found the live broadcast equipment. It is still a top-of-the-line flying live broadcast device. Activate. Control. Use. 8 flying cameras, with clear division of labor. Surround Tang Ranran. Occupy 8 positions above, and shoot 360 degrees without blind spots. This is Su Delin. We are now exploring the forest at night to see if there will be any magical discoveries. There is no signal. Tang Ranran will record it first, and whether to broadcast it later depends on the situation. Wandering in the dark forest, relying on his strength, Tang Ranran strolled around like a back garden, looking for vegetables while walking. In this area not far from the city, pure fruits and vegetables have basically been taken away by people. Tang Ranran could only say, "This plant looks pretty good. Let's plant one and judge." Relying on the sense of vegetables, Tang Ranran made a preliminary judgment. Look, this plant is very easy to promote. In my experience, the purification value should be around 5. After the fruit was catalyzed, Tang Ranran verified. Let's test it now. Picked a fruit and tested it with the simplest purification value detection pin. The indicator light was on. It was indeed a pure fruit. It's just that the indicator light is a little dim. Below 5. Absolutely. As expected, the purification value is a little low. I don't know how it tastes. Since it's offline, I won't try it. Only a few fruits were picked as seeds, and Tang Ranran didn't care about the rest of the fruits. Leave it to the destined person. Just strolling along the way, relying on the sense of vegetables to find pure plants. Walking and walking, Tang Ranran suddenly paused, and in a divine sense that was heading for the way. There seemed to be something strange. A group of snakes? What are they? After a careful look with the divine sense, Tang Ranran saw clearly that it was a group of vines. 2 fingers thick, dark green, smooth, without leaves, just a stem. It looked like a snake. At this moment, this group of vines were organized and disciplined, walking between the ground and the tree trunks in a snake-like S-step, all heading in the same direction. That direction. After the divine sense explored, Tang Ranran saw a scene of humans fighting giant beasts a few hundred meters in front of the snake group. 1, 2, 3, 4, including those lying on the ground, who were not sure whether they were dead or fainted. There were a total of 14 people. At this time, there were still 8 people using the cover of trees to fight and retreat, attacking with energy guns and weapons. The giant beast on the other side, with a towering body of 7 or 8 meters, looks like an orangutan, and is covered with long green hair, resembling a green-haired snow monster. The green snow monster carries a thick tree trunk as a stick-like weapon, chasing and swinging it to attack. Its green hair, of unknown material, obviously has a high defense, and it is not ruled out that it is due to the poor power of the weapon. The energy gun is probably equivalent to the effect of a cigarette, but burning a small hole in the tablecloth. The damage is low, but the burning pain makes the green-haired monster furious. The 2 sides started a chase in the forest, and the people who hit the green-haired monster did not notice that the vine green snake army was approaching. Under the condition of spiritual consciousness exploration, Tang Ranran did another mental power exploration. The spiritual consciousness exploration cannot sense the mental power fluctuations, but the mental power exploration can clearly feel the mental power fluctuations. According to the mental power fluctuations emitted when using weapons, this group of people are mostly END, with only 2 sea level. Suddenly, roar! The green snow monster roared angrily. The gun-wielding movements of several people paused for a moment. Their expressions were painful, and some even covered their heads. Psychic beast. Tang Ranran was slightly surprised. This roar, the sea level mental power fluctuation, should be a sonic attack similar to the lion's roar. If it were normal, Tang Ranran would not meddle in other people's business. But now she was recording a video, and this was ready-made material. Hey, did you hear any strange sounds? It seems to be the roar of a beast. Tang Ranran acted like a drama queen, talking to herself, and at the same time turned on the night detection function, high beam, of the 8 flying cameras to the maximum, pretending to search around. Tang Ranran said solemnly, "It's about a distance away. The visibility at night is too low. I used my mental power to search for it. Found it. In that direction. There are several mental power fluctuations there. And there is a strange mental power fluctuation that doesn't seem to be human. It's probably a strange beast with mental power. Let's go and have a look." Tang Ranran continued to talk to himself, acting very seriously. 2 flying cameras took the lead and flew over. And then halfway, the camera captured the vines of a large group of spirit snakes wandering. Tang Ranran, who was turning on 8 observation light screens, continued to act. "Hey, what is it? Such a large group? Is it a snake? It doesn't seem like it. Could it be a green demon? Let's take a closer look. The vine green snake looks like a green demon, although I don't know if it is. This group of vine snakes will definitely add to the atmosphere. The audience in the live broadcast room likes to watch these." Tang Ranran controlled the camera to take a close-up shot, but the flying camera had just dropped 2 meters to get closer. Snap! As fast as lightning, a vine snake that was originally clinging to the trunk of a tree less than 2 meters away from the flying camera suddenly jumped up and whipped the flying camera away with a shadowless whip. The screen flashed, and the flying camera was hit against the tree trunk. After falling for a distance, it got stuck between the branches. Perhaps the core system of the mental control was broken, and the camera that was shot down failed to control and lost contact. And the light screen connected to it was also black. Through another camera that was still above. Several vine snakes quickly rushed to that place, vying to wrap it up. Soon, the fallen flying camera was wrapped tightly and turned into a big green ball of hair. It's a bit dangerous, so I won't take the risk of the camera. Tang Ranran originally thought that this group of vine snakes were going to eat people, but she didn't expect that they would even chew metal products. Special metal is also metal. Tang Xian puppet body will also be attacked. Right? It's just a small vine. Her combat power must be no problem. Although she thought so, Tang Ranran carefully used her spiritual sense to find the source of the vine snakes. Following the clues, she found it easily. The vine snakes, one after another, came out from the ground. And under the ground, there were circles after circles. And each vine snake looked like a coiled electric wire. There were countless electric wire coils in the ground behind the vine snakes. The electric wire coils were large and small. The large ones were several meters in diameter, and the length was probably several thousand meters. After the divine sense exploration, Tang Ranran felt that this was a plant, but did not rule out the possibility that it was a special animal. Tang Ranran had only seen the simple basic version on the market for the relevant information of the planet Sidorin. She did not have the detailed internal version, so she could not recognize what this thing was. For the sake of her image as a helpful citizen, Tang Ranran flew forward with her spiritual power. So she soon came to the top of the vine snakes. It may be a green monster, or it may not be. It's a creature I've never seen before. We need to save people right now, so let's not go into details. We go back to the city and ask for details. After taking a few close-ups and a bunch of photos, Tang Ranran flew through the gaps in the treetops above and quickly overtook the vine snakes below, achieving a straight line overtaking. After overtaking the vine snakes, the figure of the green-haired monster was soon captured by the pioneers of the flying cameras that were exploring the way. From the time Tang Ranran pretended to discover the situation to the time she rushed to the scene, the process took about 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, 2 more people in the human camp were caught up one after another. The gorillas all paused in their movements because of the lion roar technique. When they were a beat slower in escaping, one of them was swept by the green-haired monster's big tree stick, flew out, hit the tree trunk next to him heavily, and then fell to the ground without reaction. The other person was extremely miserable. He tripped in a hurry, was caught by the green-haired monster, and was bitten off his head. The scene was a bloody mess, because of the tragic death of his companion. A burly man was overwhelmed by anger and screamed. With red eyes and a fearless attitude, he rushed towards the green-haired monster with a pistol in one hand and an energy bomb in the other. "Ah! Beast! I kill you!" The other people who were fighting and retreating shouted anxiously. "Old Chen, don't be impulsive. Don't go. Come back quickly. Come back. Brother Chen, come back quickly. Don't be stupid. You can't kill it with bombs. I'm going to fight it." The burly man was brave and fearless, and the standard was to implement a human bomb-style death. Just as the burly man and the green-haired monster were getting closer and closer, Tang Ranran, who had already arrived at the scene, jumped up and flew out from the tall tree canopy behind the green-haired monster, like a dragonfly skimming the water, with a flexible posture on the green-haired monster's head, and then swept forward without stopping, and then turned around in the air. The hand raised the sword and fell, and it was lightly drawn. Although the green-haired monster had mental power, it was too big, not good-looking, and only AC. If you get close, you can smell a rotten stench. So Tang Ranran was very disgusted and had no intention of signing a contract at all. Kill it! The sword in the void may seem light, but the power contained in it is no exaggeration to say that killing monsters is as easy as cutting vegetables. The green-haired monster, which was as majestic as a small mountain, seemed to collapse at this moment, with its head and body separated. The head of the green-haired monster, which was nearly 1 meter in diameter, was completely cut off. Because of inertia, the huge body of the green-haired monster continued to move forward for several steps before falling down. The head fell down first, hitting the ground and rolling. As the big head fell to the ground with a bang, Tang Ranran fell to the ground leisurely like a falling leaf. The whole process of killing monsters was very smooth and handsome without any convex shape. Tang Ranran was very satisfied. As expected of a Qishao sword master puppet. The sword energy of a normal attack is so majestic. Such a handsome and easy way to kill monsters. If the video is released, it will definitely attract fans. After killing the monster, Tang Ranran did not forget to look for it. A beast with spiritual power should have a demon pill. Right? Back then in Su Xinrong, with Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan, she was cautious and did not use her spiritual sense to look for a demon pill even when she encountered a beast. Now she is acting alone, in front of a pile of scum. She is naturally unscrupulous. After searching, Tang Ranran really found an energy gathering place similar to a demon pill. Tang Ranran immediately activated the vine to secretly dig that place out. The process of the beast's death takes at most 3 seconds. The green-haired monster fell to the ground, which made the survivors stay where they were. The human bomb leader, Wu Dehan, who was still charging, ran forward a few steps out of inertia. The fearless look on his face turned into the joy of revenge. Finally, he looked at Tang Ranran with excitement, admiration and gratitude. After the others came to their senses, they also looked at Tang Ranran. The bloody smell here is too strong. You should leave as soon as possible. With the cold expression of a master, Tang Ranran reminded them lightly without waiting for them to speak. Oh, okay. The big man looked dazed, probably because he hadn't come back to his senses yet. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for your help. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sir, say people quickly and pack up. We will leave here as soon as possible. After a few words of thanks, the sea-level figure who seemed to be the captain started to urge. Hearing this, the few people who were not injured hurriedly took action and headed towards the teammates who were dead or alive. There are vines coming from the direction I came from. Tang Ranran raised her hand and pointed to the direction of the vines. The direction from which the vines came was the direction they were running from. Those lying down were in that direction. What? Vines? Could it be the green demon? Hurry up. Hurry up. Take them, and go quickly. The captain shouted hurriedly. Everyone sped up, took out the speed of a short sprint, and quickly rushed to the side of the lying teammates. Ershuang is dead. Lao Imo is still alive, but he is seriously injured, and should have multiple fractures. Xiaochun, he is gone, either carried on the back or carried. Those who were still breathing were taken up by teammates one after another, and those who were dead were stripped of their intelligent brains. Ah! It's the metal-eating vines. They're coming! The man at the back shouted, not caring about the teammate whose life or death was unknown in the distance, and turned around and ran back. The dark green snake group appeared at the end of the light, and the rustling sound of crawling was very clear. Let's go! The captain gritted his teeth and gave up continuing to rescue people and collect property. Let's go! But there are still about 3 or 4 teammates who haven't been found, and some people can't bear it. Hurry up, or we will all die here. The captain ran and yelled. The metal-eating vines also suck blood and flesh. If you don't want to die, hurry up. Everyone no longer hesitated and followed the captain to escape. In order to enrich the material, Tang Ranran temporarily followed this group of people. She caught the key point. Metal-eating vines? Plants that eat metal? TSK. They have a special taste. There are hundreds and thousands of coil vines under the ground, and the number is countless. Based on the principle of less trouble is more trouble, Tang Ranran is too lazy to do it. Although the speed of the metal-eating vines was not slow, it was obviously not as fast as them humans. And compared to flesh and blood, they were obviously more interested in metal. A large group of vines madly entangled the abandoned hovercraft. After running wildly for dozens of minutes, the group escaped and shook off the metal-eating vines. After taking a deep breath and recovering a little, several people began to check the condition of the injured teammates. Lao Imo vomited blood. His internal organs must be damaged. A Ping's condition is not optimistic either. Who has medicine to treat injuries? No. I don't have any either. Feeding the pure fruit directly? Will it work? You still have to use medicine to keep them alive. Let them breathe in a pure breath. Wait. The adult just now might have it. The sea-level captain looked around and shouted. Sir! Sir! My savior! Are you there? Although Tang Ranran followed them, she took the aerial route between the treetops. At this moment, she was still blocked by the layers of dense treetops. In addition, There was no sight at night. Looking up from below, she was completely invisible. Tang Ranran, who had heard everything clearly, fell from the tree and pretended to be confused. What do you want to see me for? Sir, do you have the kind of red potion for restoring qi and blood that treats internal and external injuries? We can buy it. Exchange it with pure plants. I only have pure potions. Above 10C. Tang Ranran said lightly. None of the handsome guys in this group could catch her eye, so it was impossible to give them away. Moreover, it was a video recording, so she couldn't be too generous. Otherwise, after the broadcast, the fans would see it and would definitely clamor for her to give benefits. So Tang Ranran said the red potion of the Empire Standard. When Kong Chen prepared the items for her, he equipped her with a medicine box, which was full of regular potions. The healing red potion produced by the pharmaceutical factory uses C as the healing unit. A bottle of 10C healing effect costs about 10 million. 10C pure red medicine, in Tang Ranran's eyes, is a cheap product. But for ordinary people, it is a luxury. Hearing this, the captain suddenly took a breath of cold air. 10C is an expensive price. How can people like them afford it? Sir, this is expensive. We can't afford it. The captain was helpless, but unwilling to give up, and asked again, Don't you have cheaper treatment drugs? No. The captain looked dejected, looking at the brothers who were seriously injured and unconscious. His face struggled for a few times, and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Looking left and right, his eyes fell on the flying cameras that acted as searchlights. The captain frowned, thought for 2 seconds, and then took a step towards Tang Ranran. The captain whispered, Sir, can you lend me a step to talk? Tang Ranran turned off the camera's shooting function, and the screen was temporarily black. I have turned off the recording function. What's the matter? Sir, I have a confidential message here. I am willing to share it with you. If you think it is valuable, you can give us a treatment agent. Is that okay with you? Message? Are you sure your message is worth 10 million? Tang Ranran did not give a definite answer. If you think it is not worth it, just treat it as a few words of nonsense. The decision is up to you. In the wild, wealth should not be exposed. The captain was actually worried. He was afraid that if he told the news about the treasure, he would be killed and robbed. But for his brothers and because Tang Ranran saved them, he was willing to take a gamble. You say. Tang Ranran showed a hint of interest. We originally had 52 people in total. Ah. At this point, the captain looked sad and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he restrained his sadness and continued. Our destination was originally the periphery of the Qinghuan Mountain Group. Qinghuan Mountain Group? Tang Ranran interrupted, asking if he didn't understand. Which direction? The captain looked at Tang Ranran unexpectedly, and suddenly understood that he was a newcomer from another place. Oh, or maybe he just came here for fun. Look! The captain took out a homemade hand-drawn map from the space buckle. Interstellar special paper, with a special pen, is waterproof, fireproof and mildew-proof, and can be preserved for a long time without changing for hundreds of years. People who have been in the wild for many years like to use this set of paper and pen to record. And hand-drawn maps in the wild are almost all made of this material. The captain and his group are obviously old people in this area, and they are familiar with the surrounding terrain. The captain pointed to the center of the map and began to explain. This is Jufeng City. We are now in the southwest of Jufeng City, about 30 kilometers away. The captain pointed again and again on the map while explaining. The forest we are in now belongs to the Tusua Mountains, which is the northernmost outer area of the mountains. The Tusua Mountains are adjacent to the Qinghuan Mountains. From this small Tusua 13 peaks, we will enter the foot of the Qinghuan Mountains. There are many pure meat beasts living in this area. Our original plan was to hunt meat beasts there. During the hunting process, when we were chasing a meat beast, the beast escaped into a cave under the mountain wall. After we chased it in, we found that the inside was very tortuous and deep. Following the footprints of the beast, we tracked all the way, and finally found that after passing through the cave, there was actually a basin valley surrounded by mountains. That place is like a fairyland. Take a breath. It is full of pure breath. And that breath is particularly strong. There must be many pure plants with high purification values. Sir, every word I say is true. There must be many high purification values in that basin valley. The captain repeated excitedly, his eyes full of sincerity, followed by a regret like a billion. Unfortunately, there are often powerful beasts around high purification values. We only walked less than a kilometer and encountered several beasts. Those beasts are very fast. As fast as lightning. And we can't aim to cause damage to them at all. After speaking, the captain was silent again. Encountering beasts. There were heavy casualties. The original number of 52 people. Now there are only 10 people left. And there are 3 seriously injured and unconscious. I don't know if they can be rescued. The survival rate is almost 1 in 5. Which makes the captain fall into pain and sadness. What was that long-haired beast just now? After giving him a few seconds to calm down, Tang Ranran took the initiative to ask. And what is the metal-eating vine you just mentioned? The captain barely perked up and explained Tang Ranran doubts one by one. The long-haired beast, we call it the green-haired ape, is a solitary, high-strength spiritual beast that lives in this area. Its number is relatively rare, and its comprehensive strength is rated C level. It's also our bad luck that we accidentally broke into its territory and were chased all the way. And the metal-eating vine is a special plant. Probably half a green demon. Likes to eat metal. And also preys on humans. But they have a fixed hunting range. Be careful not to enter their hunting area. There will be no danger. The known growth areas of metal-eating vines are here. Here. And here. These are probably 3 locations. The specific areas need to be judged on the spot. Yes. Tang Ranran nodded to show that he understood. And then asked in detail about the specific situation of the Basin Valley. After Tang Ranran asked clearly, the captain took out a special transplanting and planting container for pure plants from the space buckle. A capsule-shaped container similar to glass material, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters and a height of about 50 centimeters. The lower part is filled with soil, and the upper part is plants. It means digging up the soil together and taking it back in its original state for easy planting and research. This is what we collected before we encountered the group of ferocious beasts. Among these plants, there must be gas-soluble pure plants, and the purification value is not low. Such pure plants are as abundant as weeds in that Basin Valley. I believe that with your strength, you will definitely have a great harvest when you get there. We can give you all these plant samples. Just ask you to be kind and save my brother. Okay. I admit that your information is worth the money for the medicine. After that, Tang Ranran took out the medicine box, opened it, and took out the 10C red medicine from it. When handing it over, Tang Ranran did not forget to threaten. If the information is false, ha! The captain who took the medicine looked nervous and hurriedly said, I am terrified. How dare I deceive you? I swear, everything I said just now is true. Otherwise I will not die well. That's the best. Waving his hand to signal him to leave, Tang Ranran began to study the capsule planting container on the ground. Thank you, sir. The captain held the potion tightly in both hands, and after a half bow of thanks, he immediately turned back to his teammates and distributed the potion to the 3 seriously injured people. With the effect of 10C, even if they were divided and taken, they would definitely be able to survive for a few days. After taking the potion, it took effect quickly, and one of the less injured people woke up. At a distance of dozens of meters, Tang Ranran turned on the flight camera again and gave a close-up of the capsule container. The planter, with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters, has 7 or 8 varieties of herbaceous plants growing on its surface, which is about the size of a wash basin. This is what I exchanged for with the healing potion. Let's plant one now to see if there are any pure plants. Tang Ranran explained to the camera and opened the lid of the planting container. As the lid was opened, a faint aura immediately escaped and dissipated into the air in less than a second. It is obvious that the aura in the container is slightly higher than the surrounding environment. In other words, there are indeed gas-soluble pure plants. Try this one first. Tang Ranran began to plant vegetables to identify. Based on the vegetable feel, it should be a pure plant, but the purification value is relatively low, below 5. Let's test it with an instrument. The color of the indicator light is about 3. This one is a bit difficult. The purification value may exceed 10. Tang Ranran planted one by one, and planted 4 plants, 3 of which were pure plants. 2 were below 5, and 1 had a small fruit, which should be around 15, because the 4 plants grew so big. The small container of the wash basin could not accommodate them. Tang Ranran simply pulled out the weeds. She had already collected the seeds of the 3 pure plants, so there was no need to keep the finished plants. Pull, 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 Pulling them out by the roots inevitably dragged mud and water. Oh! No water, but mud and stones. The root system of the 4 plants was very developed. When they were pulled out, a lot of mud and stones were brought out from the soil. She ruthlessly threw them on the muddy ground beside her. When she threw away the last plant, Tang Ranran saw a few small stones mixed in the flourishing roots in her peripheral vision. There was one that looked a bit like a spiritual stone. Tang Ranran, who was not that interested, scanned it with her spiritual sense, thinking that it would not cost money. In fact, she did not hold out hope, thinking that she would not win the special prize. But reality unexpectedly gave her a pie in the sky. Under her spiritual sense, the small stone glowed. After confirming it with her eyes, it was a spiritual stone. Tang Ranran looked at it again in disbelief, and then was shocked. Shit! It was really a spiritual stone. Could it be a spiritual vein mine? Tang Ranran immediately scanned the area of the lower part of the planting container filled with soil with her spiritual sense. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 more spirit stones in the soil. It's confirmed. A large area of spirit stones. Oh my god! Happiness comes too suddenly. What is this called? This is called, after searching everywhere for something, it comes without any effort, because the camera is still on. Even though she is ecstatic because she has found the treasure, Tang Ranran is calm and composed, and continues to test the plants. She looks as steady as an old dog, and speeds up the process a little bit. It took 10 minutes for Tang Ranran to test the remaining plants. During this period, Tang Ranran secretly put the 4 spirit stones into her pocket, and also secretly made preparations for both situations, and used the tracking technique on the captain and his group one by one. Although she already has a route map, if she can't find it, or if they are lying to her, she can still rely on the tracking technique to find them out. It's getting late today, so we stop here first. Goodbye everyone. Tang Ranran waved at the camera, ended the recording, and then took back the camera, turned it off, and threw it into the space buckle. My lord. You. Noticing the movement, the captain took a few steps and walked over quickly. I don't need this planting container. You can take it back. I have something to do, and I have to leave first. Take care of yourselves. My lord. Hearing this, the captain was shocked. With Tang Ranran, a master, safety is more guaranteed. The captain, who was careful, was thinking about keeping someone behind on the grounds that it was too dangerous to act at night. Without giving him a chance to speak, Tang Ranran jumped onto a big tree beside her with a tap of her toes. With a flash, she disappeared into the vast night. My lord. The captain chased her for 2 steps, and finally could only look at the direction where she disappeared, with a look of frustration. Never mind. It's just a chance encounter. Saving their lives is already a great favor. Don't even think about protecting them back to the city. Old Chen, you and I will keep watch tonight. We both work hard. The high combat power is gone. Safety can only rely on oneself. The captain made arrangements in an orderly manner. Tang Ranran turned on the invisible state and stepped on the small flying sword to shuttle between the lush forests. Shao Tusuo 13 peaks should be this one. Soaring to a higher altitude, Tang Ranran flew directly over the mountain. It's not very high. At most 700 or 800 meters. Tang Ranran passed it easily. Then find an oval lake. There. After flying over the lake, the next step is to find a bush area with small red flowers. Oh! There. Find the place. Continue. Following the guidance of several signs, Tang Ranran successfully found the entrance to the cave on the mountain wall. In front of him was a towering mountain, very high and large, stretching across a stretch, and it was unclear whether it was one mountain or a group of mountains. Tang Ranran explored the cave with his spiritual sense. There were no signs of artificial carving, and inside was a natural cave. Not big, but winding and deep, like an underground maze. After a little exploration, Tang Ranran entered the cave, using his spiritual sense to explore and clear the way. Tang Ranran easily found the mark left by the captain as he said. Following the mark, he went all the way inside. Walk, walk, turn, turn. Tang Ranran estimated that he had walked 2 or 3 kilometers. And it was like the peach blossom spring. And he suddenly felt enlightened. After leaving the cave, it was really a different world. Taking a deep breath, feeling the rich spiritual energy, Tang Ranran was full of excitement. Spiritual stones? So many spiritual stones. An absolute treasure trove. This feeling was like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Happiness came too suddenly. Tang Ranran was so happy that she almost jumped a few times on the spot. At night, there was no sight. But during the exploration of the divine sense, under the lush plants in the basin valley in front of her, there were pieces of spiritual stones in the soil. It took 2 minutes to calm down the excitement, and Tang Ranran carefully searched with her divine sense. There were many spiritual stones under the ground. Tang Ranran tried to determine the location of the spiritual vein mine by the distribution density of spiritual stones. But after a detailed search, she found that the distribution of spiritual stones was not regular. There was a pile here, and then there was a pile there. A pile of dozens of pieces. Some buried more than 10 meters underground. Some less than 2 or 3 meters deep. And some even on the ground. Tang Ranran looked at a small mound full of plants and fell into deep thought. Within the range of her spiritual sense, she found more than a dozen small mounds, most of which did not look natural. They were more than 2 meters high and cone-shaped. The plants growing on them were particularly lush. Tang Ranran inexplicably thought of cow dung. And almost all of these giant cow dung contained spiritual stones. But strangely, there were no spiritual stones under the cow dung. Tang Ranran suddenly thought of a possibility. If this was really cow dung, it must be a monster that devoured spiritual minerals. She was alert and prepared. Tang Ranran did not rush to dig spiritual stones, but looked for strange beasts in this world. There must be big beasts in a heavily protected place. This basin, surrounded by mountains, has an area of about tens of square kilometers. The exit where she was located was at the edge of the basin. The distribution of spiritual stones, irregular piles, was very consistent with Tang Ranran's guess. While searching on the ground and underground, suddenly, her spiritual sense met a pair of huge blood pupils. In the darkness underground, the sleeping snake-like giant beast suddenly opened its eyes, obviously disturbed by Tang Ranran's spiritual sense detection. The anger of being offended made the giant beast roar and began to twist its body. As the beast roared, the invisible force directly bounced back Tang Ranran's spiritual sense. Although the scene lasted only less than 3 seconds, Tang Ranran still saw it clearly. It was snake-shaped, with a diameter of nearly 2 or 3 meters, hundreds of meters long, and full of rock structures. It had a triangular snake head on its head and a sharp horn like an electric drill. In the world of immortal cultivation, it definitely belongs to the category of rock dragon. It's just that I don't know what kind of rock dragon it is. Seeing this big guy hidden underground, Tang Ranran was completely sure. It was this rock dragon that drilled the spirit vein mine. Gnawed it. And then shit everywhere. And the remaining spirit stones, digested in its body, were pulled out together. The rock dragon that gnawed the spirit vein mine was a love-hate existence in the world of immortal cultivation. What I hate is that this guy gnawed the spirit vein. What I love is that the rock dragon can act as a spirit vein mine detector. Where there are rock dragons, there is a high probability of spirit vein mines. Many spirit vein mines were discovered because of rock dragon shit. Tang Ranran was surprised, happy and angry at this time. The surprise was that there must be spiritual veins nearby. The anger was that this rock dragon had eaten so much. To grow to such a size, it must have eaten a lot. The spiritual veins must have been eaten up and consumed. As the rock dragon moved violently underground, the entire basin bottom was shaking. Even though it was 2 or 3 kilometers away, Tang Ranran felt the ground shaking violently. Just like an earthquake, the spiritual sense would be detected. So Tang Ranran decisively stepped on the small flying sword to fly into the sky and approach secretly. Relying on the Air Force advantage, Tang Ranran quickly locked the location of the rock dragon. The huge rock dragon drilled out from the ground, raised its body like a cobra, and roared angrily. On. Those roars that shook the sky were not only loud, but also full of terrifying pressure, with great lethality. Around the rock dragon, all the beasts, whether they were exotic or ordinary, suffered. Within a few hundred meters around, the exotic beasts with a little strength fled in panic, while the weak and ordinary beasts without strength suffered and lost their lives on the spot. Tang Ranran, who was looking down at everything from a high altitude, was not in such a good mood, and was even a little frightened. My goodness, it must be in the late Jinden stage. A demon beast in the late Jinden stage. Under normal circumstances, a demon beast in the late Jinden stage can beat 10 cultivators in the late Jinden stage. Of course, The cultivators here refer to ordinary cultivators, not including the second-generation Krypton Gold cultivators and geniuses, who can fight across levels. The strength of Tang Xian puppet is around the early stage of Yuanying. But she, the controller, is in the early stage of Jin Dan. She pulled the puppet's legs and certainly could not exert the puppet's full strength. Now she has no magic weapon, no talisman, and no helper. If she fights, her chance of winning is only 60% at most. 40% risk. Too dangerous. Tang Ranran decided to hide for a while, and not to conflict with this late Jin Dan rock dragon for the time being, because of its hidden and high altitude advantage. The rock dragon on the ground did not find Tang Ranran, the intruder, after roaring furiously for a few minutes. It gave a warning equivalent to, "If you trespass on my territory, you will be killed without mercy," and then went back underground. The ground shook a few times, and then returned to calm. Tang Ranran guessed that the rock dragon should be asleep. Although the divine sense was unusable, Tang Ranran could still detect the movement of such a big rock dragon underground. After hiding cautiously in the air for dozens of minutes, the rock dragon did not come back. Tang Ranran guessed that the rock dragon had not yet developed intelligence, and was probably an ordinary beast that would not plot. The entire basin valley returned to calm. Tang Ranran began to act after confirming that there were no other creatures below that could threaten her except the rock dragon. Still hiding, carefully avoiding the location of the rock dragon, using a small range of spiritual sense to explore. Under the guidance of the spiritual sense, Tang Ranran began to dig spiritual stones. She didn't want to pick up the shit-stained Mao Zedong, but this was a big gold nugget covered with shit. Although it was the excrement of the rock dragon, it was essentially just mud and gravel. Nothing to be disgusted with. What's more, Tang Ranran used the wood-type tentacle monster method, using vine tentacles to dig spiritual stones. And the puppets didn't even need to get their hands dirty. While digging spiritual stones, Tang Ranran didn't forget to pick up meat. When the city gate caught fire, the fish in the pond were affected. Look! A group of pure meat beasts were affected. Although she didn't know whether the meat of these meat beasts was tender or tough, Tang Ranran didn't pick and choose. She gave them a needle and confirmed that they were pure meat beasts, and picked them up and threw them into the basement of the farm. Digging and digging in the big garden, picking and picking, until the sky turned pale. Tang Ranran, who had dug thousands of spirit stones, also picked up a lot of pure meat. The morning light was so bright, and Tang Ranran suddenly remembered the business. She was here to catch the criminals. It was almost time. Yenny Juan should contact her. Yes, business was important. Before leaving, do a teleportation. Some time ago, Tang Ranran won a small teleportation array compass in a lottery. Tang Ranran quickly found it, and found a hidden location. After arranging the teleportation compass, Tang Ranran installed 3 spiritual stones. It will definitely be fine if it lasts for a week. After the installation, Tang Ranran did not forget to test it. A kilometer away, Tang Ranran used the teleportation jade talisman that matched the teleportation compass. After using the jade talisman, she appeared in the center of the teleportation array in a flash. Very good. No problem. Returning to the cave from which she came, Tang Ranran returned the same way, back to the previous cave entrance. Tang Ranran thought for 2 seconds, and directly threw a thorn seed next to the cave entrance. After urging the seeds, thorns grew. Soon, the endless thorns not only covered the inside of the cave, but also covered the entire mountain wall, like a copper wall and iron wall. Even if the group of people who provided the information came back, they could not find the entrance. Blocking the entrance, Tang Ranran turned and left. On the way back, Tang Ranran relied on the map and the help of her spiritual sense to find a place where metal-eating vines grow. She used metal to fish out a metal-eating vine and put it in the farm. Soon Tang Ranran returned to the place where she'd parked her car. There were some new traces in the small place where she'd parked her car. It should be that someone had been there. But the person who came obviously did not find the transport vehicle. The transport vehicle was covered with double insurance and was perfectly hidden. After a sweep of her spiritual sense, it was confirmed that there was no one within 100 meters around. Tang Ranran put away her hiding and got on the transport vehicle, started and headed towards the city. On the way back, Tang Ranran briefly studied the metal-eating vine. To her surprise, neither the supernatural power nor the skills could promote the growth of the vine. The metal-eating vine is probably not a plant, but a species between metal and life. Tang Ranran, who is not a professional, can only say that this thing is an alchemical equipment, and she will study it when she has time. After easily dealing with 2 waves of flying beasts that attacked her, Tang Ranran soon saw the city. Without entering the city, Tang Ranran found an area near the city wall, and without people in the parking lot, landed and parked. The hovercraft is large in size, so as soon as Tang Ranran appeared, someone noticed the vehicle. As soon as the vehicle stopped and just turned off, someone with bad intentions came over. Soon, several waves of people, a total of dozens, surrounded Tang Ranran vehicle from 2 or 3 meters away. Tang Ranran lowered the car window and saw that she was the only one in the car. A brave man, relying on the power of numbers, approached and leaned against Tang Ranran car window, saying in a ruffian tone, "Brother, great harvest. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share. Give me some money to spend?" Robbery. Tang Ranran was not surprised at all, and said one word directly without any nonsense. "Get lost." The instigator of the blackmail was frightened with a stupid pale face, and fled away. And the mob surrounding him also scattered like birds. After such a thing, naturally no one dared to attack Tang Ranran anymore. After driving away the flies, Tang Ranran rubbed the net. There were many messages on the smart brain. Yeniju had left her several voice messages, saying that she had already shaken a lot of helpers, but she couldn't decide who to choose for the time being. Anyway, she guaranteed that she could find the person and bring him to justice. It must be said that the temptation of the marrow cleansing potion is not ordinary. Look, the helper can still be selected. After reading it, Tang Ranran did not reply to her, but read Kong Chen's message first. Kong Chen left more than a dozen messages, both text messages and voice messages. The list of 10 people has been selected, and the transport starship has been arranged, but it has not yet set off and is still in the stage of going through the procedures. Starships and spaceships are not of the same nature, although their planet does not have large aircraft carriers and can only dispatch small starships. Small starships are also special spaceflight devices, a category of large weapons, so travel must be reported, just like airplanes need to apply for routes. Kong Chen has submitted an application to the relevant departments of the Third Galaxy, and it is expected to be approved within 3 days. Kong Chen mentioned it tactfully. Fan Ling already knew about it, and applied to go with him in the name of Tang Xian personal guard. He had agreed. Is the fish hooked? Tang Ranran felt more and more that Fan Ling was suspicious. It had been a day since Tang Ranran arrived in Sutherland. The formalities would take 2 more days. The small starship would depart from Su Pingrui to Sutherland. It would take about half a day in terms of the itinerary. Tang Ranran roughly calculated the time when the fish would arrive on the planet, and then sent a message to Yan Yijuan. Tang Xian, Sr., I am on Sutherland planet now. The suspicious person is expected to arrive in 2 days. If you have time, you can come a day or 2 in advance, and we can discuss it. Although Yan Yijuan was confident in her words, Tang Ranran liked to be fully prepared, and there must be no less traps. Then she set a current address and the license plate of her hovercraft. Tang Xian, I am here now. Please let me know in advance when you leave. Maybe there was a time difference. It was probably late at night on Yan Yijuan's side. After sending the message, Tang Ranran did not receive a response immediately. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry. After reading all the other new messages, she finally read Fan Ling's message. Just now, 2 new messages from Fan Ling came in. Fan Ling, boss. Have you been online? Fan Ling, boss. Are you on Su Dellen planet now? Fan Ling, boss. Fan Ling, not here? Fan Ling, crying JPG. A few messages, and then the latest message just received. Fan Ling, boss. I saw you. You are finally online. Fan Ling, busy? Tang Ranran checked with a smart brain. At this point, the T1 protection zone of Su Pingrui Star should be around midnight, which is the sleeping time. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Squatting online to watch her. It is obvious that he has been paying attention to her dynamics. The suspicion is even greater. Tang Ranran decided to ask some questions. Tang Xian, not bad. Just returned to the city. As soon as Tang Ranran replied, Fan Ling replied almost immediately. Fan Ling, boss. You finally showed up. A bunch of crying emojis at the end, then a series of voice messages came. Fan Ling, boss. You don't know. When you were away. In a tone of complaining to a parent. Fan Ling complained about the evil deeds of the SSS-level gangsters again, and said that he suspected that the SSS-level gangster behind the scenes was still alive and lurking on the planet. Fan Ling's tone and voice were full of gnashing teeth and deep hatred, and many of his tones were almost the same as the usual Fan Ling. It can only be said that his acting skills are quite good. After Fan Ling finished complaining, Tang Ranran expressed his attitude. Tang Xian, I know. If there are still any of them alive, I will make them pay the price. Fan Ling, boss, I believe you can avenge our brothers. Fan Ling, by the way, boss, have you been back to the planet? The garden that was destroyed by the criminals has been repaired. Tang Ranran denied this. Tang Xian, no. It was Xiaoxi who repaired it. Fan Ling did not dwell on this topic and changed the subject. Fan Ling, boss, I went to visit Xiaoming yesterday. He was in a very bad state. I found that he had signs of suicide. I counseled him for more than an hour, but the effect was not obvious. The blow of mental collapse was too great for him. Ah! The Xiaoming in Fan Ling's mouth is Meng Tao, the only living survivor in her handsome guard team. After hearing this voice, Tang Ranran knew that this was to trick him into asking for the marrow cleansing potion. Tang Xian, I know. You should try to enlighten him as much as possible. When he is discharged from the hospital, I will have someone arrange a good civilian job for him. Fan Ling, I will try my best to comfort him. Fan Ling, by the way, boss, I found that Brother Kong is selecting people. Is he going to use the marrow cleansing potion to help them improve their talents? Ha! The fox's tail is exposed. Tang Ranran threw the bait directly. Tang Xian, yes. I have saved some raw materials. Fan Ling, boss, you are so awesome. It is definitely the wisest decision in my life to abandon the dark and join you. First, it was a rainbow fart. And then, Fan Ling, I have a guess. Since the marrow cleansing potion can restore the mental power of the elderly, then what about the injured? Can the marrow cleansing potion also repair the mental collapse caused by mental power riot? Tang Xian, I haven't thought about this. Fan Ling, boss, I know that Xiaoming is only a D level, but he is your personal guard after all. Why don't you let him try? Hearing this, Tang Ranran immediately became suspicious. Could it be that Meng Tao has died, and the one in the hospital is also an accomplice? Or is Meng Tao a disguised SSS-level gangster, and Fan Ling is a controlled puppet? Pretending to think about it, Tang Ranran did not reply for a while. Tang Ranran was silent for 3 minutes, during which time Fan Ling sent several voice messages, saying a few good words for Meng Tao in a brotherly manner. Tang Xian, okay. Let him come with a transport ship. Fan Ling, boss is wise. Long live the boss. After a few more words, the chat ended. After the dialogue box quieted down, Tang Ranran's face was solemn. If that SSS-level gangster was a compromiser like her, Fan Ling and Meng Tao were puppets being controlled, and he was squatting in some corner? Then once they took action and code the puppet, wouldn't the old silver coin know what to do? Tang Ranran was not worried about her own safety. She was worried that the old silver coin would use a big move to attack the city and kill innocent people to vent his anger. An SSS-level Earth system. A big crack earthquake. The effect is a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. A city will be destroyed. However, although the massacre can vent anger, it consumes mana. Once the mental power is exhausted or disordered, it is not good for one's own safety. It is completely killing people without benefiting oneself. Unless it is absolutely necessary. The criminals will not use the ultimate move to fight to the death. Well, she can't use the mentality of a good citizen to guess the criminal's thoughts. Just when Tang Ranran was entangled and worried, Yen Yijuan replied to her. Yen Yijuan, then we will set off in about 24 hours. The space system will open the way, and we will arrive in seconds. Tang Xian, Senior, is it convenient to talk? If it is convenient, I will contact you. Yen Yijuan, it is convenient. After the phone call and her concerns, Tang Ranran could only say that the old ones are the wisest. Tang Ranran was worried that Fan Ling or Meng Tao were just puppets being controlled, and the mastermind was still hiding in the corner of the planet. Yen Yijuan had already considered this situation. Facing puppets, Yen Yijuan was very good at finding the real person by following the clues. Moreover, the helper she contacted had more professional tracking abilities, which could guarantee that as long as Fan Ling had problems, the mastermind behind the scenes could be tracked down. However, it was difficult to win without any injuries. So now there was a situation. Everything has two sides. Tang Xuanhao itself was a puppet. Yin Yijuan waved for help. But she was worried that this helper would not only catch the criminals, but also see through Tang Ranran. The helper waved was too top-notch. And she would be exposed as well. The helper waved was slightly inferior in strength and professionalism. The person could definitely be found. But there might be accidents where innocent people were injured. Yin Yijuan has contacted two candidates, both of whom are professional trackers and high-level fighters, who are not inferior to her, or even better than her. One is Yan Qihui, a SSS level 3rd class, and the other is Lu Xiao, a 4S level 3rd class. Both are members of the Empire Star Investigation Police. The Empire Star Investigation Police is one of the special departments of the Empire. It does not belong to the government or the military. It is highly independent. More importantly, it is the department with the highest single soldier combat effectiveness in the Empire. The entry level is S-level superpowers. The main responsibility of the department is to investigate S-level and above superpower criminals. When local planets are attacked by superpowers, they will also serve as firefighters. Therefore, there are many space departments in the department. Both are leaders in tracking and tracing. So Yin Yijuan is a little undecided about the candidates and gave the choice to Tang Ranran. After hearing the situation, facing this difficult problem, Tang Ranran was also entangled and distressed. She had made a difficult choice. SSS level. Will he not be able to catch people? 4S level. Will he see through her? But 4S level. As far as she knows now, Yin Qian is already 5S. Fu Jingyuan and Gu Xiao have just been promoted to 4S level. Yin Qian father has also recovered 4S strength. And there is also a veteran marshal who is also 4S. This 4S level named Lu Xiao is someone she doesn't know. According to Yin Yijuan, this Lu Xiao is the first combat force of the entire department. The second in command of the department, with both strength and professional quality. If it weren't for his age and lack of qualifications, he would have been the top leader long ago. Young and promising young talents. Don't say it. Tang Ranran has already become curious. Wait a moment. Let me think about it. Yin Yijuan, don't worry. Pretending to be silent while thinking, Tang Ranran took out her divination kit. When she can't decide, she can leave it to divination, the divine science of cultivating immortals. If she chooses Lu Xiao, who sounds very powerful at level 4S, yo, it's a good omen. This means everything will go smoothly. If she chooses Yan Qihui, who is at level SSS, there is a slight ominous sign, which means that the process may be a little tortuous, but it is likely to be successful. Although there was only a hint of bad omen, it was dangerous for Tang Ranran. The compromised faction must eliminate all dangers. If there is a choice, it must be 100% smooth. So it's you, Deputy Director of the Starry Sky Investigation Department Lu Xiao. Senior, I've thought about it, and safety is the most important thing. Yin Yijuan understood immediately. Okay, I see. Then I contact that kid Lu Xiao. But, you say, I didn't contact him about this matter. But my idiot Ah Ming accidentally let it slip when he asked for leave. And he got the information out of me. It was that kid who contacted me on his own initiative. That kid said something nice, saying that it's free for an empty trip. And if he needs to take action, he can give him a certain amount of replenishing medicine according to the mental power consumption. But who doesn't know that their starry sky, the investigation department, is always short of funds? It's just that the mental power recovery potion is insufficient. That guy must be targeting you. Tang Xian. Tang Ranran understood in his heart. It's another poor guy who lacks blue bottles, and wants to make friends with the rich Tang Xian. No. As 4S level, they are all powerful and powerful. Why do they lack blue bottles? Don't they want to make some? Is your consciousness so high? I know. Senior. I know what's going on. Tang Ranran expressed his understanding. If this trouble can be solved perfectly, I will handle this favor myself. Well, I contact you first and tell you before I leave. Okay. Thank you. What are you polite about? After ending the communication, Yin Yijuan contacted Lu Xiao with a kind of helplessness and regret that he didn't fight for it. Tang Ranran promised 3 marrow cleansing potions, and Yin Yijuan wanted to include them all in their Yin family a little selfishly. After all, the entire Yin family can only produce less than 10 marrow cleansing potions a month. And that's even when the wood elements are working hard to produce them. If there is no direct relative who can plant trees, it would take forever to line up. At first, Yin Yijuan looked for people from the Yin family, but her stupid grandson let the cat out of the bag. And Yin Qihui was not very helpful, saying that he was not 100% sure. Yin Yijuan asked a brother in the family who had the ability to predict the future to calculate. And the result was that there was a trace of blood on this trip. Although there is a high probability that this trip will be successful, Yin Yijuan is worried that if this blood is just their injuries, it will not be a big problem. What if this blood refers to the death of many ordinary people on Supingruixing? This is going to be ugly. How can she have the nerve to approach Tang Ranran in the future? Yin Yijuan changed several SSS level helpers, but all of them predicted a little blood. But when she brought Lu Xiao, a 4S level thug, this little blood disappeared. Yin Yijuan was furious about this result, and cursed Yin Qian in her heart. What's the point of coming if he doesn't show up at the critical moment? It's what he deserves for not being able to catch up with his wife for so long. Now that Tang Ranran has decided to ask Lu Xiao for help, she can only contact him helplessly, and then pull Yin Qian out again, and whip his corpse in her heart. Other people's children are smart and perceptive, and they will create opportunities to get to know people even if there are no opportunities. But these people in her family are all idiots. Yin Yijuan went to arrange the itinerary, and Tang Ranran lazily scanned the intelligent brain, and then used the spiritual sense exploration to cooperate with the mental power exploration to check the surrounding situation. After a thorough investigation, it can only be said that there is no one who can fight. In such a large Jifang city, she only felt 3S level mental power fluctuations, and there should be an SS level city lord, who may be sleeping. There is a high probability that there is no SSS level master. To be cautious, Tang Ranran still put up an anti-spying barrier and entered the farm. When he came out, he was still holding Tang Shi's number in his hand. After getting stuck in the address bug and appearing in the car, Tang Ranran connected to Tang Shi's number online, then turned invisible and used the teleportation jade token. After a successful transmission, Tang Shi appeared in the valley between the mountains and rivers, using spiritual power to perform skills. Tang Ranran transformed into a tentacle monster, controlling numerous vines, digging spiritual stones, and while digging, she did not forget to find the location of the spiritual vein mine. Outside the city, in the suspended car, Tang Shi and Tang Ranran had nothing to do, so she simply started chatting with the intelligent brain. It had not been half an hour since Tang Xian came online, and a group of people discovered her one after another. And then there was a beep beep beep. A large number of messages poured in, including Lu Chuanping. Lu Chuanping sent her several opening remarks in a row, all in clip-tone voice. Tea like tea-style care and greetings. And concluded, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Tang Ranran felt that Lu Chuanping's recent style was a bit strange, and it had a taste of a white-faced green tea. She suspected that this guy wanted to seduce her. Oh, to be precise, to hang out with her. A rich woman. LV Chuanping should know that Yin Qian is pursuing her. Right? Is this considered poaching behind his brother's back? TSK TSK TSK. This guy is really immoral. But green tea tastes good. After listening to the voice, Tang Ranran replied with a text message. Tang Xian, do you know LV Xiao? On the other end of the communication, LV Chuanping, who was reading the lines of How to Conquer a Rich Woman love chapter, was shocked when he saw this reply. What? LV Xiao? LV Chuanping immediately filled in his own mind. Tang Xian's identity appeared too strange. LV Xiao had some suspicion, and then launched an investigation, and finally found Tang Ranran. Oh my god. Bad news. LV Chuanping was so shocked that he forgot to fold his fist. Who? LV Xiao? How do you know him? Is he investigating you? Tang Xian, he didn't investigate me. Just asked for his relevant information. Lu Chuanping, oh. Curious about why Tang Ranran knew about Lu Xiao. Lu Chuanping continued to discredit him. I don't know Lu Xiao very well. He is not the same kind of person as us. Anyway, that guy has a bad reputation. He is a hypocritical smiling tiger. He smiles at you in front of you, but he might turn around and stab you. When that guy first joined the investigation department, he handled a big case. He relied on his beauty to deceive a female star thief. He infiltrated the Star Pirates as a son-in-law, and then wiped out the Star Pirates gang. In the end, his wife, with whom he had a fleeting love affair, was caught by him and sent to the guillotine. He was really ruthless. After listening to the long voice, Tang Ranran felt a little nauseous. and couldn't help but reply, "Please speak normally." "Okay." LV Chuanping immediately returned to his normal voice. "Oh, okay. Well, it was too much. Not to mention that he himself felt a little sick." Tang Xian continued to send voice. "So you are sympathizing with a female star pirate?" The slightly sarcastic tone of the rhetorical question scared LV Chuanping, and he immediately thought of the fact that Tang Ranran's parents died in the robbery and killing of the star pirates. Realizing that he had accidentally stepped on a minefield, Lu Chuanping immediately stated, "No. No. The star pirates. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just want to condemn Lu Xiao's dishonorable means." "Okay. Stop talking nonsense. What I want to know is, what are his abilities related to?" Yeti Juan said. "Illusion, water, and a special ability that she didn't know what it was. Maybe tracking or something else. Anyway, Lu Xiao is very good at tracking and investigating." Tang Ranran, Senior Yin said he has a special ability. "Do you know how he tracks?" "I'm not sure about this. Their Star Investigation Department has a confidentiality code. Special abilities must be kept confidential, and it's not easy to find out." Lu Chuanping's voice was full of embarrassment. "Forget it then." Without being able to find the answer, Tang Ranran could only give up and asked other questions. "By the way, didn't Yanqian's mental power improve? Then did he activate any new abilities?" "Probably not. I haven't heard old Yen mention it." Yan Qihui, an SSS level psychic, is a 3-element psychic. So how come Yanqian is still a 2-element psychic? Feeling a little regretful, Tang Ranran couldn't help but mutter, "What a pity. How come he is still a 2-element psychic?" Lu Chuanping, old Yen has always been a 3-element psychic. "Didn't you know?" Tang Ranran, shocked. 3-element? "Yes." Isn't it the dual element ability that is made public? Isn't it the space ability and the lightning ability? What else? Old Yen has another ability whose exact attribute is unknown. Probably the dark ability. Old Yen said that the power consumes too much energy and is not easy to control. He hardly uses it. Anyway, I have never seen him use it. In the public information, he is dual element. But only some close people know that he is triple element. Only close people know. Tang Ranran, ha. Although Tang Ranran didn't ask about this, she is a little unhappy now that she knows it. Over there, Lu Chuanping realized that he had said the wrong thing after sending the message and wanted to withdraw it. But wouldn't it seem guilty to withdraw it now? And it's too late. Maybe Tang Ranran didn't think much about it. LV Chuanping still chose to withdraw and destroy the evidence, and then hurriedly made up for it, because of Lao Yin's position. "This matter is confidential. I only tell you. Don't hurt me." "I understand. I didn't hear anything just now." Hearing this, Lu Chuanping knew that Tang Ranran already knew it, and he gave Lao Yin a negative score. But anyway, the evidence was gone, and Lao Yin didn't know it either. "I saw the news before. Your Su Ping Ruishing was attacked by a high-level superpowered criminal?" In order to avoid the awkward change of subject, Lu Chuanping reacted belatedly that Lu Xiao might be an external aid to catch the criminal. "Yes." In addition to chatting with Lu Chuanping, Tang Ranran responded to other friends more or less. Anyway, after chatting for a few sentences about the past, the final topic was either wanting to buy pure fruits and vegetables or wanting to buy marrow washing potions. Tang Ranran also learned some information about marrow washing potions from Lu Chuanping. The Empire has about 40 major forces that have the original strain of the marrow cleansing potion, and they are basically still in the stage of internal consumption. The marrow cleansing potion has been officially listed in the military exchange library, but the military merits required for exchange are terrifying, and the exchange conditions are extremely harsh. And even if you exchange it, you have to wait in line. In the market, some families have begun to auction the marrow cleansing potion, and the first one was sold for 168.8 billion. Currently, there are only 3 marrow cleansing potion officially sold through the auction channel, each for more than 150 billion. Marrow cleansing potion has appeared in the black market, with a price of about 100 billion. As for whether it is real or fake, it is unknown. Marrow cleansing potion is still a scarce commodity. Tang Xian was chatting, and Tang, she was digging spirit stones. In the form of a tentacle monster, she was digging spirit stones very efficiently. After more than 20 hours of work, 80% of the spirit stones in the entire area were dug away by her, and the number was as high as tens of thousands. The remaining 20%. Too close to the rock dragon. Tang Ranran needed to use his spiritual sense to find the spiritual stone in the underground soil. At such a close distance, even if he didn't scan the rock dragon, the dragon would be able to sense it and then come out and roar. The rock dragon was startled several times. The small Tangshi was weak and only in the chi refining stage. If he hadn't been able to return to the farm to take shelter, Tang Ranran estimated that Tangshi would have become a pile of scrap metal. Tens of thousands of spiritual stones, most of which are low-grade and medium-grade, with only a few high-grade ones. The quality is not good, but the quantity is large. So this harvest is considered rich. However, there are at least 2,000 spiritual stones in the central area where the rock dragon is located, and she can't pick them up. These 2,000 are not the key. The key is that Tang Ranran didn't even touch the hair of the spiritual vein mine. Can't find it. Could it be underground in the area where the rock dragon lives? Or in the surrounding mountains? The rock dragon is the kind of thing that doesn't eat for 3 years. And it's full for 3 years after eating. After eating, it's unknown when it will eat next time. The rock dragon is underground. Just like a fish in the water. It won't leave many traces of its movements, except for catching it in the act. It will be difficult to track its traces of activities after a few days. Tang Ranran can't squat here and wait for it to eat. Contract. Must take this dragon. However, in the world of cultivating immortals, rock dragons are not only hard in body, but also very hard in bones. Commonly known as traitors. Any monster with the blood of rock dragons is very difficult to contract. Moreover, she was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. It was more difficult to make a low-level contract with a high-level one. Hey. Tang Ranran just felt a headache. Hey. Wait. The elders, masters, knocked down the monsters. And then the younger generation, disciples, made the contract. This was the routine operation in the world of immortal cultivation. She could also ask for helpers to surround and beat the rock dragon until it was dying. Then wouldn't the success rate of the contract be higher? Yes. That's it. Helpers are ready anyway. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. After clearing some traces of Tangshi and taking back the teleportation array, Tangshi returned to the farm. Tang Ranran planted vegetables in the large garden of the farm. Prepare 10 portions of the raw materials for the marrow cleansing potion, and then select the spiritual plants and fruits that have been put on the table, with a purification value of 50 to 70, and prepare some of them. Tang Ranran threw the things into the basement, while Tang Xuanhao picked them in the basement. Not only the spiritual plants and fruits with high purification value, but also some farm fruits with low purification value, and a few boxes of small red pills, red ginseng pill, and small blue pills, green spirit pill, 50, 60, 70, 80 sugar water solutions of various grades were also taken. A number of related items were taken and stored in Tang Xian's space buckle in different categories. There is at least one space system in Yen Yijuan's group, so it is better to be cautious. Just as Tang Ranran was packing up, Yen Yijuan sent a message. Yen Yijuan, we will leave in an hour and go directly to your place. Is there any problem? Tang Xian, no problem. I'm still here. But this is the outskirts of the city. There are many people and eyes, so it's best to be invisible when you come. Yen Yijuan, don't worry. It's a secret operation. I understand. Tang Xian, well, then I wait for you here. Yen Yijuan, I find you when we get there. After finishing the message, Tang Ranran sent a message to Kong Chen, asking about the itinerary. Then she got a result that the starship travel procedures had not been approved. Well, it's still early. Tang Ranran pondered. How about going to fight the rock dragon first? According to her current guess, the 4S level is equivalent to the strength of the nascent soul. It shouldn't be difficult to fight a late Jin Dan monster with the strength of the nascent soul? Waiting and waiting. An hour passed in a flash. Yen Yijuan sent another message. Yen Yijuan, we are leaving now. Tang Xian, okay. After the message was sent, about 3 minutes later, the sense of peeping rose spontaneously. It was an SSS level mental power detection. At the same time, Yen Yijuan, I'm here. I see you. Tang Xian, I open an anti-peeping protective shield, and we talk in the car. Tang Ranran used a small portable protective shield, and with an umbrella, a pale white opaque eggshell cover enveloped the entire hovercraft. Soon, Tang Ranran felt someone penetrated the barrier. And under the perception of her mental power, there were 3 SSS level mental power fluctuations. She was almost unable to detect the invisible 4S level, which Tang Ranran had verified with Yan Qian as an example. As an SSS level mental power fluctuation disappeared, a figure first appeared, wearing a slim black long skirt inside and a black robe outside. Yan Yijuan, who had an outstanding temperament, still had the aura of a great elder, and was still a great elder with white hair and a childlike face. Oh, not as exaggerated as a childlike face, but compared to the last time they met, she was definitely 20 years younger and more beautiful. As soon as she appeared, Yan Yijuan showed off excitedly to Tang Ranran through the car window. Tang Xian, look, thanks to you, I, an old woman, have become so much younger. The effect of the potion is not that strong, mainly because of the natural beauty of the senior. Tang Ranran was telling the truth. If the foundation was poor, it would be useless to use the marrow washing potion. Ha ha. You're really good at talking. No matter what age women are, they all like to be praised for their beauty. Yan Yijuan was very happy and laughed with a bit of trembling joy. Okay. You're already an old woman, but you're still so conceited. A tall and thin figure appeared behind her, pushing Yan Yijuan aside with a disdainful tone, and greeted Tang Ranran, who had already opened the car door, warmly. Master Tang Xian, I've heard of your name for a long time. Today I meet you. You are indeed a young and promising person, a role model for the young generation of our empire. The old man in the black Shongshan suit looked very impressive, but his warm attitude was very inconsistent with his temperament. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. I don't dare to take the responsibility. Tang Ranran hurriedly said modestly. No need to think. This old man must be here for the marrow washing potion. Everyone get in the car first. It's not convenient to talk here. Tang Ranran opened the car door wide. Ming, why are you still hiding? Why don't you come out? Yan Yijuan turned her head and shouted. And as she spoke, the last SSS level fluctuation disappeared, and a tall figure in uniform appeared. Before Tang Ranran looked at her, a figure in the same uniform appeared beside the man. This is my grandson, Yan Ming. Yan Yijuan introduced him briefly. This is Deputy Minister Liu, and this old man is my cousin Yan Jinghao. Tang Ranran had no interest in the old man. Tang Ranran focused on Yan Ming and Liu Xiao. Both of them were over 185 centimeters tall and had long legs. Their bodies were absolutely amazing. With the addition of the police uniform, they looked even more handsome. Yan Ming looked about the same as Yan Qian, but he was fairer and more immature than Yan Qian. He didn't have Yan Qian's sharpness, coldness, and domineering aura. Instead, he had, how should I put it, the clear stupidity of a college student, especially his curious and admiring look, which made Tang Ranran feel that this guy was even more innocent. Tang Ranran, I feel that his fighting ability is not high, and he doesn't seem very reliable. LV Xiao, who was beside Yan Ming, had fair skin, a high nose bridge, and a pair of very beautiful phoenix eyes, like a young man from a noble family, gentle and elegant, with a sense of elegance and nobility. A very good man, elegant with the rigor and coldness unique to his profession. From the appearance alone, LV Xiao looked gentle and harmless. But Tang Ranran had preconceived the label of sinister, cunning and treacherous defined by LV Chuanping for him. After seeing it with her own eyes, she also felt that this person was very scheming, and should be a black sesame stuffed glutinous rice dumpling. My name is Yan Ming. Tang Xian, you are my idol. I am so happy to meet you. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. Hello. I am Liu Xiao. It's nice to meet you. Hello. I am Tang Xian. Nice to meet you. After Yan Yijuan introduced them, and a simple process of exchanging names, Liu Xiao immediately asked, More friends? More paths? Add a friend? Tang Ranran had already realized that her network was too narrow, so she simply nodded. Okay. After Liu Xiao started, Yan Ming and Yan Jinghao also initiated friend requests. Tang Xian number. Friends +3. After adding the communication number, several people got on the bus. The layout of the transport vehicle is similar to that of a bus. The driver's seat and the rear compartment are connected. There are several seats in the middle of the compartment, on both sides and at the back, because of the flowers and plants placed in the middle for Tang Ranran to cover. The four people were a little surprised after getting on the car, and they couldn't help but say a few compliments like you are really good at growing vegetables. And Tang Ranran responded modestly. Everyone sat in the car, separated by the flowers and plants in the middle. Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao sat in a row, and Yin Ning and Lu Xiao sat in a row opposite them. Tang Ranran sat in the driver's seat, and the seat turned so that it faced them. In the mode of a general meeting, Tang Ranran, the initiator of the meeting, began to speak. Tang Ranran first said a few polite words of thank you for your help, and then she detailed the details of the SSS-level Earth-type gangster attack reported to her by Kong Chen, including the collapse of the land space station and the subsequent siege, and finally her suspicion of Fan Ling. And Fan Ling mentioned Meng Tao the day before. After listening to the cause, the result and Tang Ranran's suspicions, the four of them discussed it one after another and came to a very consistent conclusion. The SSS-level criminal is still lurking. As an experienced professional who has been dealing with high-level superpower criminals for many years, Lu Xiao stated very confidently, an SSS-level criminal cannot die so easily under gunfire unless he is in a state of mental disorder. Tang Ranran asked very humbly, then do you think there is something wrong with Fan Ling? It is indeed suspicious. Lu Xiao, a professional, analyzed it in detail. Based on my experience, the SSS-level criminals used Earth escape in the Army's group attack, hiding in the dark. The opponent must be a cautious type, so it is unlikely that Fan Ling, your personal guard, is the real body in disguise. It is more likely that he is controlled. The specific means of control can only be known after seeing him. As for Meng Tao you mentioned, since Fan Ling has brought him to you, the probability that he is the real body is also not high, because the marrow cleansing potion is most effective when taken now. I suspect that he will hide on the transport ship and come together. He may be disguised as an ordinary, low-profile entourage, or he may be disguised as one of the 10 people you asked Kong Chen to choose to take it. I personally think that the former is more likely. Of course, it is not ruled out. He is remotely controlled, and the possibility that his original body stays in Su Pingrui's star, as expected of a professional criminal catcher. Tang Ranran only felt that it made sense. After listening, he frowned slightly and said worriedly, if his original body is still on the planet, we dealt with Fan Ling. He noticed something was wrong, and killed innocent people. LV Xiao raised his hand, waved it, and showed a confident smile. You don't have to worry about this, as long as Fan Ling is really abnormal. No matter what kind of control method is used, I can trace the source. I guarantee that I can find the original body of the manipulator hiding behind the scenes before he notices it. And the other party will never escape, unless the other party is 4S level and has spatial ability. Of course, this possibility is almost zero. LV Xiao's confident and sure-win attitude made Tang Ranran feel that he can handle it. A scheming guy, when he is a friend and not an enemy and stands on the same front with himself, then he seems very reliable. Can you tell me about the relevant arrest plan? Do you need my cooperation in the attack? Tang Ranran asked seriously. No plan is needed. I will take action directly when the time comes. And you can just watch the battle. Although he was 99% sure, Lu Xiao did not say it firmly, leaving room for maneuver. Of course, if something unexpected happens, please help us together. Since Minister Lu said so, I thank you in advance. After all, he came to help. Tang Ranran would not let people run in vain, and promised again, after the matter is completed, there will be a generous reward. You are polite. Arresting criminals with superpowers is the responsibility of our department. On the surface, it was selfless and righteous, but Lu Xiao was happy in his heart. A generous reward, a marrow cleansing potion, and some high purification value. Is it not too much? Seeing Lu Xiao and Tang Ranran talking happily, Yin Yijuan was so anxious that she stared at her grandson. Her eyes were full of two words, idiot. Feeling the sharp eyes from his grandmother, Yin Ning looked at her with a blank face. Yin Yijuan glanced at Tang Ranran, indicating that Yin Ning should speak to her. They are all catching criminals, so at least they should say a few words, show off their professional knowledge, and make their presence felt. The limelight was taken by that kid Lu Xiao. Obviously, Yin Ning didn't understand Yin Yijuan's hint. He touched his head in confusion. Why was he glaring at him? Didn't he see that he was taking notes seriously, recording the minister's analysis of the criminals and the case, summarizing and learning from it? Yin Yijuan felt a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat for her grandson's stupidity. and she was almost angry to death. She was so anxious. But she couldn't tell her grandson's identity clearly. She originally wanted to take advantage of Xiao Qian's absence to create an opportunity for her grandson to try. Unexpectedly, she had paved the way. But her stupid grandson still didn't get it. Yan Yijuan was anxious. And the old man Yan Jinghao next to her was also secretly anxious. Tang Xian favor means marrow cleansing potion and high purification value fruits and vegetables. It was obviously the work of their Yin family. But it was intercepted by Lu Xiao. A little bastard? This little bastard is now shamelessly taking on all the responsibilities. Yan Ming, that fool, doesn't even try to fight for it. If he doesn't do anything, how can he have the marrow cleansing potion? Yan Jinghao immediately spoke up and said seriously, Lu Xiao's analysis is reasonable. And I also believe in your strength. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If the other party is really a top 4S level expert, it will be bad. Lu Xiao glanced at him with a smile, but didn't say anything. Indeed, Tang Ranran echoed the two words, waiting for the next words, but was secretly wondering in her heart. Yan Ming is a space-based person, and the driver is Yan Yijuan, who is the middleman. Lu Xiao is a full-featured auxiliary tracking and high combat output. So what is the use of this old man Yan Jinghao in the team? It can't be that he is here to get the marrow cleansing potion. Right? Tang Ranran felt that since Yan Yijuan brought people here, he must be useful. As Tang Ranran was secretly guessing, Yan Jinghao continued, to ensure that there is no risk. Let me deduce it first. Hearing this, Tang Ranran understood. Divination. It turned out to be an auxiliary. Tang Ranran immediately said, Then I trouble you, senior. Although Tang Ranran had already done divination, this did not prevent her from taking out a double insurance. It's just a trivial matter. No need to be polite. After saying politely, Yan Jinghao began to use his supernatural power. He rubbed his hands in front of him like doing Tai Chi. And the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, colorful Marisu light condensed into a ball in front of him. In the supernatural ball, the colorful light kept changing and surging, gradually merging and turning into a white light. The little white ball flashed for a while. And at the very end, a touch of purple appeared in the center of the white ball, like ink smudged in water, and soon rendered the light ball into a purple light. Purple air is coming from the east, and everything will go smoothly. Auspicious sign. Yan Jinghao said happily. Don't worry, Tang Xian. This will be done, and there will be no mistakes. Thank you, senior. Tang Ranran thanked politely. It's just a piece of cake. Tang Xian. Don't worry. Lao Hao's divination is quite accurate. And he is also a great doctor of the healing system, with rich treatment experience. Maybe your controlled guard can be saved. Yan Yijuan added. I trouble you to help me when the time comes. Tang Ranran's eyes lit up with surprise. The healing system is also different from the healing system. For example, she is a wood healing system. But to put it bluntly, she can only increase the purification value of pure plants. If she didn't know how to heal with skills, she would have nothing to do with doctors. And the great doctor of the healing system is the real miracle doctor. Don't worry, Tang Xian. I will do my best to save people. Yan Jinghao promised. He hoped to save people more than Tang Ranran. After all, how can there be a marrow cleansing potion without merit? Yan Jinghao is powerful and has a high status. He has been ranked in the family. After a while, he will be able to take the marrow cleansing potion. But his wife cannot be ranked. The family allocation cannot be transferred. So he can only go through Tang Xian. As for the criminals, Lu Xiao guaranteed that he would have no problem taking action. Yan Jinghao's prediction was also auspicious. Maybe Fan Ling could be rescued. With many guarantees, Tang Ranran was finally relieved. Tang Ranran stopped asking questions and chose another key point in front of him. Starting a new topic. The starship of our planet has not yet set off. It will probably set off in 1 or 2 days. During this time, I want to invite everyone to go to a place together and do me a favor. Tang Ranran threw out the temptation. I found a good place on this planet with a very strong pure atmosphere. There are many pure fruits and vegetables growing there, many of which are in the fruit stage, and some have high purification values. This is not made up by Tang Ranran. There are indeed many pure plants growing in that valley. And there are also high purification values with a purification value of more than 30. But most of them are in the field where the rock dragon is sleeping. High purification value. Hearing this, the eyes of the four people all lit up, and they all looked very interested. But Tang Ranran changed the subject. Is there a powerful beast there? Yin Jian guessed it at once. Tang Ranran nodded and continued. Yes, there is a very powerful snake-shaped beast there. It should be Earth attribute. Very powerful. And its spiritual power level is SSS level. SSS level beast? Yin Jian couldn't help but exclaimed. Yin Jinghao and Yin Ning couldn't help but breathe heavily, with a trace of shock in their eyes. LV Xiao looked very calm, and three big words flashed through his mind. I'm rich. Everyone knows that there is a high probability of treasures around powerful spiritual beasts. Yes, SSS level beast. Its strength should not be underestimated. Because I was worried about destroying the pure plants in that area, I didn't fight it. Tang Ranran's tone was embarrassed, and he smiled distressfully. So I want to invite everyone to go together. If it's space ability, can we create a space world as a battlefield to avoid destroying the on-site environment? Tang Ranran looked at Yin Ning and asked. An SSS level beast. Yin Ning looked at Lu Xiao with embarrassment, as if asking for help, and said, if I can trap it, I have a 30% chance at most. And that's when I have enough mental strength. Minister, what do you think? Yin Ning is only SS level, but the space system is the trump card among superpowers. So fighting against higher level beasts is not a problem. Yin Ning is absolutely not afraid of fighting against SSS level beasts. But he is worried that if he makes a mistake, the flowers and plants with high purification value will be affected during the battle. Or even the most precious unknown treasure. Wouldn't it be a big sin to destroy the treasure? Looking at the disappointing appearance of her grandson, Yin Jian only hated herself for being an assistant. How can a man say no? Well, the little bastard Lu Xiao is going to steal the limelight again. Yin Jian couldn't help but pull out Yin Qian, who disappeared at the critical moment, and scolded him in her heart. Idiot! You deserve to be single. It would be safer if I take action. Lu Xiao took over the conversation. Although he thought it was a piece of cake to deal with the SSS level monster, he was very scheming and showed a trace of embarrassment. But the specific details can only be determined after seeing the monster on the spot. And in the case of protecting the on-site environment, the mental power consumption will be relatively large. Even with the treatment of Senior Yen, it may not be fully recovered in the short term. Lu Xiao's words were definitely Sima Zhao's intentions. He wants a blue bottle. I have some high purification value aqueous solutions here, and the effect is quite good. Such an obvious hint. Tang Ranran naturally understood, and casually took out a special specification fresh-keeping food box from the space buckle. Opened it, and inside was a row of 12 aqueous solutions. Tang Ranran already has dozens of kilograms of sugar powder in the ant factory, and she has a lot of sugar water solution. 4 pills. Ordinary people can only take 5 pills a day. Eating too much will cause poisoning. Pure fruits and vegetables and spiritual plants are less effective in restoring mental power than water solution. The effect of pure water solution is comparable to that of mental power recovery potion. It's just that the shelf life is a bit short. But she has the basement as a hook. Water solution? What is the purification value? Having heard that Tang Xian is generous, Lu Xiao asked curiously, guessing that he would probably give it to him, because of the high level. Unless it is a special mental power potion. The high purification value of 30 for others is not so obvious for him. Lu Xiao guessed that Tang Xian should have taken out more than 30. But 40? Tang ran through the bomb calmly. About 60. How much? Lu Xiao felt that he was hallucinating. Yin Ning and Yin Jinghao both had expressions of disbelief. How much? 60? Water solution? Is it fake? Even Yin Jian, who knew Tang Ranran character well, was inevitably surprised. 60 water solution at the beginning. Is it so exaggerated? Could it be that the strange beast was more powerful than she had expected? So Tang Ranran was particularly prepared? In the shock of everyone, Tang Ranran repeated, about 60. The freshest sugar powder has a maximum purification value close to 90. And the water solution is at least 85 under the maximum configuration. But 80 plus water solution is a bit exaggerated. Tang Ranran deliberately put less sugar, and configured some 70, 60, and 50. Because Lu Xiao's 4S level high level. Too low will not work well. But too high will be too high profile. Tang Ranran only used a moderate 60. Tang Ranran took out a sugar water solution. And as soon as the lid was unscrewed, rich spiritual energy. That is, pure breath, rushed out and penetrated into the noses of the 4 people. Here, you use this as a spiritual power potion. Using spiritual power to control objects. Tang Ranran sent a whole box of water solution to Lu Xiao. Unable to hide his shock, Lu Xiao raised his hand and took it with both hands. His movements were very careful, for fear that the still open water solution would spill a little bit. Even when he was at his richest and had the highest assets when he took down the Star Pirate's nest and got away with it, he was reluctant to use 3 billion JS elements as blue bottles. And now, 60 aqueous solution? He used 10 billion blue bottles. At this moment, Lu Xiao understood more deeply why those people in the military wanted to know Tang Xian as a friend. The rumored generosity of Tang Xian was not in line with the facts. This is not something that can be summarized by the word generous. It is simply the god of wealth, who gives people wealth and prosperity. Oh my god! Such a strong and pure breath. Yin Ning is a young man who has just graduated for less than 2 years, and has never seen the world. Even though he has heard many rumors about Tang Xian, and knows that he is very generous. Now because he is close to him, he can feel the pure breath emanating from the aqueous solution at close range. And he is stunned by Tang Ranran generosity on the spot. Yin Jinghao is a healer, with the sky-high medical expenses. He is also rich. However, Tang Ranran casually took out a 60% water solution, which is worth 10 billion yuan per bottle. It is worth a lot. Using the 60% water solution as a blue bottle, and giving it to others, is really inhumane. After being shocked for a few seconds, Yin Yijuan thought about the power of the strange beast, and guessed the treasure guarded by the strange beast. Recovering from the shock, Lu Xiao lowered his eyes, and stared at the box of blue bottles worth more than 100 billion yuan in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. Tang Xian is so rich and inhumane. Would he care about those so-called high purification values? So what does he really want? The treasure guarded by the strange beast? And Tang Xian has already produced 60% of the water solution. Is that strange beast very powerful to him? Putting away the contempt of not taking the strange beast seriously, Lu Xiao became cautious and asked, "Are you sure that the strange beast has SSS level spiritual power?" "According to my judgment, it is SSS level, but higher possibilities are not ruled out." As a hide-and-seek faction, Tang Ranran hid herself because her spiritual sense detection was rebounded. She judged that the rock dragon was a late Jin Dan cultivator by relying on the feeling of a cultivator. As for the spiritual power level, she guessed it based on her own strength. Old Hao, calculate our winning rate. Yin Yijuan suddenly thought of something, and pushed Yin Jinghao next to him with his elbow. Yin Jinghao understood it immediately and said, "Yes, for safety, let me calculate it." After that, he once again used his supernatural power to predict. It was still red, orange, red, green and rainbow, and turned into a ball of light. In the end, it was still purple. Smooth. Great luck. The prediction was a good omen. 100% victory. The result was good. But Yin Jinghao suddenly thought of something and looked at Yin Yijuan. Yin Yijuan understood it at once. And then the two of them looked at Lu Xiao at the same time. And both of them became annoyed after understanding it. Yin Jinghao calculated the matter of helping Tang Xian. He didn't know that Tang Xian would ask them to deal with the alien beast. In the previous calculation process, he included the matter of dealing with the alien beast without knowing it. So, the sign of blood was because of the alien beast. Because the alien beast was too powerful. Without Lu Xiao's 4S level suppression, they would be more or less injured if they relied on their SSS level personnel alone. Injury. Isn't it just a minor bloodbath? It's not that Su Pingruixing has casualties. So, just bring Yan Qihui from the clan. And let Lu Xiao get along with Tang Xian, the golden god of wealth. Damn it! Yin Jinghao was upset because he missed the reward for the marrow cleansing potion. Yin Yijuan, who knew Tang Ranran's true identity, was even more upset. What if Lu Xiao saw something? It's over. But on second thought, Lu Xiao had obviously set his sights on Tang Xian, and he would secretly investigate people sooner or later. As a professional, he would find out the problem 9 out of 10 times. And now that he has established a connection with Tang Xian, doesn't he save the step of secretly investigating? Maybe it was a blessing in disguise, and it concealed his true identity, not knowing whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Yin Yijuan felt complicated. Lu Xiao was thoughtful and a professional policeman, so he guessed most of the things by looking at the micro-expressions of the two. Yin Yijuan was willing to take him with him. It must be because Yin Jinghao had figured out something. They were short of a high-level fighter, and Yin Qian happened to be away, so they had to take him with them. If there was a choice, they would definitely not introduce Tang Xian to him. Lu Xiao guessed that it was related to this strange beast. That is, only he, a 4S level, could deal with this strange beast. After making this guess, Lu Xiao said frankly, "It seems that I should help deal with the strange beast. So how should the proceeds be distributed?" Lu Xiao was very curious about the treasure that could make Tang Xian tempted. And he also wanted to get a share. The purification value of that place is high. I only need 1 seed. You can discuss the distribution issue. But I want that beast. This unexpected answer made Lu Xiao confused. That beast? Yes. I want to try to see if I can subdue and control it. You just need to beat it to death. Tang Ranran directly stated her purpose. Beast? You also have control abilities? Yin Ming exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world. His eyes showed a trace of admiration. And that expression was typical of a little fanboy. Tang Ranran nodded in agreement. She positioned herself as a wood healing and special control type. As for her ability to absorb energy stones that Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan knew, it was within the scope of the special control type. Controlling energy. That is also control. Yan Yijuan, who secretly wanted her grandson to steal Yan Qian's girlfriend, was so frustrated that she was disappointed. My grandson is so stupid. It's unbearable to watch. What if a treasure guarded by a strange beast is found? Lu Xiao likes to make things clear to avoid unpleasantness due to uneven distribution of spoils later. If the treasure is a pure plant, if I can grow it, I will urge it to grow. I will keep a portion of the seed. And you can discuss how to distribute the rest. If the treasure is something else or I can't grow it, then I don't need it. You can distribute it yourself. I understand. Lu Xiao nodded, then said to Tang Ranran, I think it's enough for you to just hire me as a thug. Meaning, you want the strange beast and I want the treasure. Let's share it. The extra 3 people at the scene, Tang Ranran was speechless about Lu Xiao's behavior of kicking out the middleman and cutting the price difference. Even the righteous uniform could not hide the temperament of a profiteer. Yan Ming immediately protested. Minister, you are a bit too much. Everyone who sees it should be given a share. At least give him some soup. Yan Yijuan and Yan Jinghao sneered at him in unison. I knew this guy was not a good guy. He is indeed a bastard who crosses the river and burns the bridge. Ha! Just a joke. Liven up the atmosphere. Seeing that Tang Ranran was not interested in this proposal at all, Lu Xiao made a step and turned the page. Tang Ranran was not interested in the treasure, which was estimated to be a purification value of 60 plus. What she wanted was the rock dragon and the spiritual vein ore found by the rock dragon. After confirming that LV Xiao could beat the rock dragon, Tang Ranran was ready to go without caring about anything else. I only want the beast. And you can discuss the rest. I drive off first. Okay. Then let's go and take a look. Tang Ranran turned his seat and turned back. After confirming that the car windows were closed in stealth mode, he put away the protective cover and started the hover car. After sending a message to Kong Chen, the hover car took off and set off. Tang Ranran drove the vehicle to the location of the rock dragon. In the rear compartment, LV Xiao asked the 2 people opposite with a smile on his face. Then let's discuss it. Yan Yijuan and Yan Jinghao looked at each other and felt that this guy was smiling with ill intentions. They were immediately alert. Okay. The 3 of them discussed how to divide the spoils. On one side was the boss, and on the other was the grandmother. Yin Ming was in a dilemma and kept silent without saying anything. LV Xiao faced the 2 people alone and argued with reason without losing the upper hand. Inexplicably, Tang Ranran felt that the rear compartment had entered a scene of bargaining in a vegetable market. After about 10 minutes, the discussion was over. The final result was, each one depends on his own ability. The beast belonged to Tang Ranran. There was no doubt about that. Lu Xiao played the main role in fighting the beast, and Yin Ming and the other 2 assisted. Finally, after the beast was dealt with, Tang Ranran acted as the referee and shouted start. After the start, each one relied on his own ability to grab it, and whoever found it would own it. No one objected to speaking with strength. Taking the air route, they killed several waves of flying beasts that wanted to sneak attack them. Soon Tang Ranran drove to the foot of the mountain in the Qinghuan Mountains. They found a slightly flat place to park the car. After everyone got off the car, Tang Ranran covered the transport vehicle with a protective shield and put it into stealth mode. Follow me. After walking for a few hundred meters, Tang Ranran brought people to the place where she planted thorns. Reaching out to hold the thorns, Tang Ranran used his mental power as a cover to quietly practice his skills. The Xingqiju can not only promote the growth of plants, but also quickly drain the vitality of plants to restore themselves. Soon, the thorns that Tang Ranran promoted to grow turned from lush and green to dry and dead, and the entrance to the cave was revealed among the dead branches. Tang Ranran blasted a mental storm, and the dead branches and broken sections fell to the ground, and the entrance to the cave was completely revealed. Seeing that the cave was also full of dead thorns, Yin Yijuan kicked Yin Ming and glared, "You have no eyesight. If you don't work quickly, how can you get paid?" Yin Ming understood this time, took a few steps forward, and threw a few space blades over, directly clearing the dead branches. "I open the way." "Well, go this way." Tang Ranran pointed the way. Yin Ming cleared the obstacles, and the group went deep into the cave. Having walked through it once, Tang Ranran had copied the topographic map in his mind, and knew the route without looking at the marks. Tang Ranran, left, middle, right, in the cave tunnel full of forks. He kept moving forward. Soon, the cave entrance appeared in front of him. Once out of the cave, there was a different world. Except for Tang Ranran. The four people took a deep breath in unison after coming out, feeling the pure breath in the air than the outside world. Because the level of the alien beast was suspected to be above SSS level, the four people were curious and did not use their mental power to explore it at the first time. After scanning the surroundings and seeing only a few animals, Lu Xiao was the first to ask, "Do you know where the strange beast is?" "Last time, it was at 9 o'clock. About 3,600 meters away." Tang Ranran pointed in the direction and explained, "It likes to move underground. I don't know if it has moved. If you don't use your mental power, as long as you don't get close to the range of 100 meters, you won't attract the attention of the strange beast." After asking a few more questions about the rock dragon in detail, Lu Xiao turned his head to Yin Ming and said, "When we came here, we passed by a gobi hill. There was no valuable stuff in that barren area, so we used that place as a battlefield. Do you remember that direction?" "I remember. At 4 o'clock. The distance is about 7 kilometers. Lu Xiao, okay. Then you open a space channel next to me. I will control it and drag it over. And then you can come together." Yin Ming, "I understand." Tang Ranran was a little puzzled. "Drag it over? Don't worry. It won't harm the environment here." Seeing Tang Ranran puzzled, Lu Xiao didn't explain too much, but made a promise. Since he said so, Tang Ranran didn't ask. Take 2 steps forward. Lu Xiao took out the water solution given by Tang Ranran from the space buckle, unpacked it, and divided it into 2 parts, leaving only one in his hand, and put the rest into the space buckle, placing it in a convenient position, unscrewing the water solution in his hand. Holding the water solution in one hand, Lu Xiao bent his knees, facing the direction of the rock dragon, knelt on one knee on the grass, pressed one hand down on the ground, and probed his mental power into the ground, heading towards the location of the rock dragon mentioned by Tang Ranran. Lu Xiao used his skills, the special perception of the water system. Soon, he found an area with completely different moisture from the environment underground. The size of the area was probably that of the strange beast. After finding the target, he swallowed the water solution in his hand, waited for a few seconds, and felt that his mental power had returned to its peak state. Lu Xiao gave the order, "Yin Ming, do it." "Yes." Yin Ming immediately used his spatial ability to create a space channel beside him. The SS level Yin Ming opened the space channel so drastically that the rock dragon underground immediately woke up from its slumber and opened its blood-red pupils like copper bells. The rock dragon roared angrily when its territory was invaded. On the ground, Tang Ranran immediately felt the movement from underground. At the same time, the pressure of the late Jindan period also spread from that direction. Anyway, he had been discovered. So Tang Ranran simply covered it up with mental power, released his spiritual consciousness, and checked the location of the rock dragon. But before she could find the rock dragon, the heart-pounding pressure dissipated. The ground shaking also stopped. And along with it, Lu Xiao in front of her also disappeared. Dragged away? After exploring with her spiritual sense, Tang Ranran only found an empty area that matched the size of a rock dragon. Really dragged away? Is it so powerful? Tang Ranran suddenly felt that there seemed to be a big gap between her and the 4S level. Ugh! Yuaning. It feels so far away. No. 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 I found a spiritual vein mine. If there is some spiritual marrow fluid in the mine? Wouldn't the Yuaning be just around the corner? Yes. 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 Hurry up and collect the rock dragon. Without Yinming saying anything, Tang Ranran, who was thinking about the spiritual vein mine, moved and passed through the already formed space channel in a flash. Grandma. Grandpa how? Hurry up. I go help the minister. After urging, Yinming jumped into the space channel. Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao followed in one after another. Space channel. Teleportation. Tang Ranran arrived at the battlefield at the speed of light. Just as Lu Xiao said, the battlefield was a desert hill, with gravel and rocks on the ground. And it was very desolate. At this moment, rocks were flying everywhere, and the ground was shaking, just like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The huge rock dragon was seen jumping up and down, rushing on the ground, roaring angrily. The power contained in the roar, even if it was an indiscriminate attack. The residual power also made Tang Ranran head buzz. Lu Xiao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he expanded his mental barrier with great foresight, covering Tang Ranran together. The mental barrier not only resisted the invisible pressure, but also had a defensive function. Tang Xian was a big money sponsor, and he must not bump into him. Otherwise it would definitely affect the total reward of this trip. Lu Xiao's little calculations were clacking in his mind. Is it your supernatural power attack? The discomfort disappeared. Tang Ranran pointed at the rock dragon on the ground, which was in a state of confusion, and asked curiously, I trapped it with an illusion. Let it consume some power first. Awesome. Tang Ranran praised. No. 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 You are more powerful. I dare not use such a big move without a blue bottle. What Lu Xiao said was absolutely true. Although he seemed relaxed and leisurely, only he knew that the illusion that could trap SSS-level monsters consumed a lot of mental power. And it was a continuous consumption. If there was no blue bottle, it would not last long. After speaking, Lu Xiao raised his arm, and the second 60-water solution in his hand came to his mouth. He didn't feel bad about using other people's money. This good thing, 60-water solution, can not only restore mental power, but also has many benefits for himself. So he had to drink more while spending public funds. Fearing that Lu Xiao might use too much force to kill the rock dragon, Tang Ranran stopped talking and stared at the rock dragon below, carefully feeling its life state. If the blood bar is too much, the success rate of the contract is low. If the blood bar is too low, it may die. Therefore, the state of dying must be grasped well. 5% blood volume is the best. Of course, this is not a game. There is no blood bar data, and this degree can only be grasped by Tang Ranran himself. Yinming, Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao arrived one after another. Similarly, as soon as they arrived at this battlefield, the three of them were shocked by the indiscriminate roaring attack of the rock dragon. But the three of them obviously did not have the high-level treatment of Tang Ranran's sponsor, so they could only support a mental barrier and resist themselves. Don't do it. Wait first. With Lu Xiao's words, the three of them also understood the situation, and observed the situation in the air at a distance of dozens of meters. The rock dragon on the ground kept rolling, and its tail shook the earth. It must have seen the enemy in the illusion. The rock dragon was seen with an extremely furious attitude, spitting fire at a large rock several tens of meters high. The red magma shot directly at the large rock, with the curling white smoke and black mist. The huge rock soon merged with the magma. This rock dragon actually has fire attributes and has innate abilities. Tang Ranran was surprised and happy. Tang Ranran was observing the rock dragon, while Lu Xiao was observing her. Seeing that Tang Xian had no expression of pain and was even too lazy to look at him, Lu Xiao drank the aqueous solution with more confidence. After drinking one bottle, he immediately opened the third aqueous solution, handed it to his mouth, and took a sip like drinking a beverage. TSK. Don't say. This 10 billion high purification value is delicious, and it tastes sweet. Lu Xiao's extravagant attitude of drinking the aqueous solution immediately angered Yin Jinghao, who originally disliked him. Flying away, Yin Jinghao moved to the side of the two and threw a treatment to Lu Xiao, his voice a little exasperated. I'm giving you a treatment. Don't drink it. You're drinking boiled water. Save it for the critical moment. It's not yours, he muttered in his heart, and rolled his eyes at the old man. Lu Xiao smiled but didn't smile, maintaining the basic courtesy of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Thank you, senior. Humph. Yin Jinghao was furious and annoyed. He blamed himself for being careless. Such a good business was interrupted by this little bastard named Lu. Hey! 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 With Yin Jinghao's treatment, Lu Xiao, who continued to output to maintain the illusion, slowed down the speed of drinking sugar water. The 4 water solutions lasted for an hour, and the rock dragon below was exhausted under the illusion. The illusion was more of a confusing effect. There was no real damage, only the self-harm of the rock dragon. So seeing that the rock dragon fell into a state of fatigue without fighting power, Lu Xiao immediately shouted, "It's almost done. We can start." While speaking, Lu Xiao took the lead. The fog above the rock dragon condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge ball of water light. In the water light, countless water chains shot out, all locking the huge body of the rock dragon. The rock dragon was like a big yellow eel tied up tightly in a nylon net. The rock dragon, which originally had little strength left, had difficulty moving. Lu Xiao trapped the rock dragon, and Yan Ming immediately took action, throwing space blades at the huge body of the rock dragon. While attacking, he did not forget to remind Yin Jinghao, "Grandpa Hao, be careful. Remember to call for a stop in time." Yan Ming only dared to throw a small knife, and did not dare to use a big one at all. If he accidentally killed the strange beast, he would be finished. I know. I will pay attention. As a healing system, Yin Jinghao is professional in sensing the breath of life and checking the blood volume. After being stabbed one by one, the rock dragon was furious, but it was obvious that it had no strength to attack. The rock dragon obviously had some intelligence. After roaring a few times in incompetence and anger, it tried to escape with its innate earth escape technique in accordance with the principle that a hero should not suffer a loss in front of him. It was just a pity that the head had just entered the ground when Lu Xiao pulled it out and hung it in the air. Lu Xiao's water chain was not only beautiful, but also prevented the rock dragon from escaping through the ground. In this way, Lu Xiao acted as the controller. Yin Ming acted as the output. Yin Jinghao monitored the health on the side. Tang Ranran and Yin Yijuan were just there to make up the numbers. It was like a 5-man team fighting a boss. The rock dragon in the late Jindan period was really high in HP and thick in defense. After nearly an hour of hacking, Yin Jinghao finally floated to Tang Ranran's side and said, "I feel that this beast has only 1 in 10 left." Tang Ranran automatically converted and found that the HP bar was still a bit too much below 10%. Tang Ranran said, "I'm not sure now. Let's continue to fight. Ming, control the damage. Be careful. And fight slowly." Yin Jinghao reminded Yan Ming that Tang Xian only wanted this beast, and they couldn't mess it up. "I be careful." Yan Ming responded and attacked more cautiously, one space blade after another, with a few seconds between each attack so that Yin Jinghao could observe. After another quarter of an hour, Yin Jinghao reminded Tang Ranran again, "This beast is almost dead." Yan Ming stopped immediately. "Yeah." Tang Ranran responded and sensed it carefully. The rock dragon below was now in the posture of a dying beast, under the lock of countless water chains. It curled up like a mosquito coil, with its head hanging in the middle, its blood-red pupils tightly closed, motionless. At first glance, it looked like it was dead. Tang Ranran estimated that its health bar was below 5%. Flying down, Tang Ranran, who had been watching the battle from a distance, approached the rock dragon and hovered in the air dozens of meters in front of its head. Lu Xiao, who was paid to fight for others, immediately followed and stood behind Tang Ranran one step behind. In a standard bodyguard posture, Lu Xiao carefully tightened the water chain to ensure that the rock dragon could not move at all. He had to complete this task and leave a good impression on Tang Xian. Then, next time there was such a good thing, wouldn't Tang Xian think of him first? Lu Xiao's little abacus in his heart crackled again. Because of the high-level bodyguard, Tang Ranran was very relieved to operate his spiritual power and condense the contract. It was still the most domineering and beastless soul-death contract. The contract was so strong. Although the rock dragon was dying, it could not withstand its strong strength and was a rebellious monster. As expected, the contract encountered strong resistance. The soul contract was like an invisible net, so bound down, and the bound rock dragon soul was like a live carp in a plastic bag, jumping violently to resist, trying to tear the bondage. Tang Ranran and the rock dragon, in a static posture, launched an invisible fierce confrontation. As time passed slowly, Tang Ranran's eyes became more and more solemn. It was really hard to deal with. Just as Tang Ranran was thinking about whether to chop it twice more to make it realize its situation. Suddenly, the rock dragon in front of him with a weak breath suddenly burst out with a strong breath. How to say it? A desperate blow before death, or a violent state under low blood volume. The aura around him suddenly changed, and his strength soared. The originally motionless and silent rock dragon suddenly raised its head, and the water chains bound to its upper body broke at this moment. With its head raised high, the rock dragon roared towards the direction where Tang Ranran and Lu Xiao were. And with it, there was a rain of magma like a volcanic eruption. The whole incident happened in the blink of an eye. Be careful! Lu Xiao shouted and put up a water shield in time for defense. But the powerful and sharp aura that suddenly jumped up beside him made him feel a little palpitated. This? For Tang Ranran? The situation is like this. That rock dragon is a sinister beast. Look! It relies on pretending to be dead to launch a fatal sneak attack. The power contained in that roar is almost catching up with the attack of a Yuanying period cultivator. Its power is so great that Tang Ranran, who is still in the state of positive contract, was the first to suffer the backlash. She was shocked and disconnected. Yes, she was disconnected. Tang Ranran in the farm. Her eyes were wide open, just like the big eyes special effect. Damn! Hold a big grass. Tang Ranran reacted almost instantly. And the offline Tang Ranran immediately connected to Tang Xuanhao. Offline. Online. The whole process is at most 1 second. But a lot of things can happen in this short second. For example, a sword cultivator can send out tens of millions of sword energy attacks in 1 second. So in just this blink of an eye, it was enough for Qi Xiao's sword master to chop the rock dragon, which was in a dying state after the last blow, into many pieces. Yes! When Tang Ranran returned to Tang Xian again, what came into view was, she was holding the Qi Xiao sword in her hand, and the rock dragon in front of her had been broken into countless pieces. A state of rubble. At this time, Tang Ranran's silence was deafening, and she understood the situation without having to guess. She went offline. Facing the attack of the rock dragon, Qi Xiao's sword master automatically fought back because of the attack. Once the sword energy came out, who could compete with it? Although it was a copycat puppet, the core damage output of this puppet had the attack power of the Yuanying level. So the rock dragon was shredded into pieces by the sword energy storm, which can be described as shredded into pieces. Tang Ranran, oh my god! Oh my earth! It's over! She doesn't even know where the spirit vein mine is. The pet that was looking for the spirit mine is gone. And she has lost a lot of spirit stones. You don't need to look to know that this kind of big move consumes a lot of spirit stones. The fact is already like this. What can I do? I can only shed tears sadly. Tang Ranran is so heartbroken and sad. Are you okay? Lu Xiao asked with concern. He didn't expect that the counterattack of this strange beast before death would be so powerful. Fortunately, Tang Xian was fine. However, even if it was only a moment, Lu Xiao clearly felt that Tang Xian's aura had changed drastically, and his strength had soared a lot. Even he, a 4S level, was a little bit nervous and had an intuitive sense of danger. The completely different changes before and after. It felt like two different people. What's even more strange is that when Tang Xian attacked, although his ability was so domineering and powerful, he didn't feel any mental fluctuations. Hidden strength? Actually a 5S level? Is it impossible? LV Xiao had a lot of questions in his mind. But he chose to observe secretly without making any noise, pretending that he didn't notice anything. It's okay. Tang Ranran waved his hand, and his mood seemed very low. So sad. I finally found a spiritual vein mine. Tang Xian, are you okay? How is it? Are you injured? Do you need treatment? Are you okay? Yan Yijuan, Yan Ming and Yan Zhenghao came over and asked worriedly. It's okay. Just a small accident. It's a pity for this strange beast. Tang Ranran sighed, with a look of regret. Indeed. I didn't expect this beast to be so cunning and even pretend to be dead. Yan Zhenghao was a little annoyed. He clearly felt that it was dying. So how could it still launch such a powerful attack? Thanks to Tang Xian's strength. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It's over. It's over. I didn't do my job well. Will the marrow cleansing potion be gone? Oh my god. Your attack just now was too powerful. Is it gold-based? Yin Ming didn't think so much at all. His eyes were full of admiration. He asked bluntly without thinking. Because he was an output. He had a deep understanding of the defense of the beast. It was chopped into pieces in a flash. What a terrible damage. Tang Ranran smiled at Yin Ming's question, but didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject. The body of the beast belongs to me. I will study it. You can divide the pure plants in the basin according to what we agreed before. Okay. No problem. The rock dragon had been killed by him. Tang Ranran could only accept this fact and console himself. Fortunately, he killed the rock dragon by mistake. If he had killed a person by mistake, wouldn't it be difficult to deal with the aftermath? After changing the topic to the pure plants in the Basin Valley, Tang Ranran suddenly had an idea. Looking for treasures? Fu Jingyuan. Yes. Yes. As long as Fu Jingyuan comes back from the Freedom Star of the 13 star systems. And let him use his supernatural powers to review the situation. Wouldn't he be able to restore the movement trajectory of the rock dragon? Where is the spirit vein mine? Wouldn't it be clear? It is exactly in line with the saying, more friends. More ways. There. The problem is solved. The spirit vein mine will be found sooner or later. Tang Ranran's sadness immediately disappeared. And he turned to look for the demon pill with great interest. Demon beasts. All have demon pills. For a demon beast with the strength of the late Jin Dan stage, the demon pill is a good thing. Although it is not the world of immortal cultivation, it is similar. There should be a demon pill for exotic beasts. Right? The rock dragon is a special creature. Its blood is red magma. Because of death, it has cooled and solidified slightly, and looks like molten iron. And its meat is like yellow clay. Its bones are hard stones. The body of the rock dragon is like a pile of rubble poured with a pot of molten iron. Tang Ranran explored it with her consciousness. And soon she found the core demon pill that was similar to the heart and emitted a wave of energy fluctuations. A large piece of yellow stone that looks a bit like topaz. The demon pill is a good thing. But unfortunately, the demon pills of the rebellious rock dragon are not suitable for cultivators. Even if they are refined into pills, there is a great risk of causing infatuation. Under the name of collecting some corpses for research, Tang Ranran put some of them into the space buckle. And the topaz demon pill was naturally put into her bag. At first glance, Tang Ranran was sure that although the topaz demon pill contained a lot of spiritual essence, it was filled with the aura of violent demon beasts. It was obviously not suitable for her to use. But she could use it for her spiritual pet. Yes. Make it into a pill, and feed it to the fat dragon cub. Tang Ranran collected her spoils. And seeing that the other 4 people were eager to explore the treasure, she didn't waste time. Then let's go back there. The space channel built by Yin Ming was still there. After Tang Ranran finished speaking, he took a step forward. And the 4 people followed closely. The scene changed. And the group returned to the Basin Valley before. Seeing that the 4 people were standing at the starting line, waiting for the gun to sound and rush out to grab the treasure. Tang Ranran cleared his throat and acted as a referee. Then, let's start. As soon as the words fell, the 3 figures disappeared in front of Tang Ranran's eyes, like a great shift of heaven and earth. Yan Yijuan, Yin Zhenghao, and Yin Ming all went to the central area with the most pure aura. The 3 members of the Yin family took action immediately. But Lu Xiao, who had not given up in the previous discussion on the division of spoils, stayed in place in a very unusual leisurely manner. Are you going to look for a high purification value? Tang Ranran was surprised. Aren't you afraid that they would find a high purification value first? With a raised corner of his mouth, Lu Xiao's smile was like a fox who had succeeded in his plan. He raised his hand and waved, saying calmly, "No hurry. Let them be happy for a few seconds." After that, he had a water solution in his hand. With sufficient mental strength. Robbing treasures? Who can rob him? In a few square kilometers, he can leave the no grass. Of course, leaving nothing behind would be too hateful. So let's leave some. In front of Tang Ranran, Lu Xiao drank a bottle of water solution for personal gain. After a few seconds, he felt his mental strength restored to its peak state again. Lu Xiao looked at the area where the rock dragon was originally located and directly used a big move. Although Lu Xiao was 4S level, As a cultivator, Tang Ranran could sense it a little bit and could vaguely sense the other party's attack, with extremely subtle power fluctuations. Then, in the blink of an eye, yes, it was the time when her eyes opened and closed, Tang Ranran was shocked to find that the scene in front of her had changed. The entire basin valley was originally lush with plants, a scene of flowers and fruits. But in the blink of an eye, it was like being robbed. Most of the fruits were gone, and there were fewer flowers. In some places, even the soil was dug up, especially the central area where the rock dragon was located, which she had never approached. It was vaguely visible that the green had turned into earthy yellow, using his spiritual power to fly in the air. Tang Ranran was surprised to increase his altitude so that he could see more clearly. Taking advantage of the high altitude, Tang Ranran saw clearly that the ground above the rock dragon had become bald. That scene reminded Tang Ranran of his own garden that had been looted. Tang Ranran was ashamed silently. What the hell? Good guy. Really good guy. Pluck feathers from a passing goose. Tang Ranran was very surprised. And the three members of the Yin family, who arrived at the scene earlier, and were about to show their skills to find treasures, were dumbfounded. Where are the plants? Where are the plants that exude a strong and pure scent? After coming to his senses, Yin Jinghao turned around angrily and came back again, yelling at people. Lu Xiao, what did the senior call me for? You, what did you do? Yin Jinghao was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He clearly found a plant with fruit and full of pure scent. And in the blink of an eye, it was gone. As you can see, I took some spoils. Lu Xiao said it as a matter of course, with a very annoying smile. If you can't rob him, you can only blame yourself for not being able to do it. You, Yin Jinghao said you for a long time, thinking about the phrase each one depends on his own ability. He couldn't say anything. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say, live plants? Live plants can play a greater value. Pure plants with high purification values are all kept alive. How can they be killed at the same time? Killing the chicken to get the eggs is not allowed. Don't worry, senior. I still understand sustainable development. I have left live seedlings. You can still find them if you look for them again. After that, regardless of him, Lu Xiao began to take things out of the space buckle. While moving the flower pots, he looked up and shouted to Tang Ranran. Tang Xian, can you help me take a look? This trip was rich, and the space buckle was full. However, as a non-wood system, Lu Xiao completely relied on his perception of pure breath to judge the purification value of plants. This perception is inaccurate, because some plants with high purification values will only emit pure breath during the flowering or fruiting period. Therefore, Lu Xiao pocketed almost all of the plants that clearly had a strong and pure scent. He also plucked a large number of the plants that he liked. Like a magic trick, Lu Xiao took out a bunch of capsule-like ordinary-grade plant cultivation vessels from the space buckle. Some were only 20 to 30 centimeters. Some were half a meter high, large and small, and of various specifications. 1, 2, 3, and more. Tang Ranran fell from the air, looking at the implanters on the ground, and her eyes twitched. No, in just a blink of an eye. How did he dig so many plants from the ground and put them in the planters in different categories? This speed is the speed of light. How did he do it? Could it be the time system? Or special abilities? Special abilities are usually kept secret. Thinking that the two had just met and had no friendship, Tang Ranran was very tactful and did not ask, but studied the plants in the capsule planter. Most of them were varieties she had seen and had been included in the farm. But there was a small part that grew above the rock dragon, which she had not collected. During this period, Yin Yijuan and Yin Ming also came back. Those planting vessels of Lu Xiao almost covered all the plants in this basin valley. The three of them simply stopped looking and waited for Tang Ranran test results with Lu Xiao, so that they would not look around like headless flies. As the only vegetable grower with wood ability on the scene, Tang Ranran began to grow vegetables and judge the purification value by vegetable scents, not to mention those below 30. Among the nearly hundreds of species of plants, including those that Tang Ranran had already discovered, there were 5 species with purification values above 30, and the highest one should be around 50. Although a purification value of 50 can be considered a good thing, it is definitely not a treasure. A purification value of 50 is not enough to attract an SSS level beast. The 4 people who did not find the treasure started searching again. This time, Lu Xiao did not cheat with his ability, but searched in a proper manner. The 4 people were looking for treasures. And Tang Ranran was not idle either. He used his mental power to cover his spiritual sense and searched in the area where the rock dragon was originally. Seeing the pile of spiritual stones, she just used vines to dig them back. She mainly wanted to see if the spiritual vein mine was below the location where the rock dragon lived. Unfortunately, Tang Ranran did not find any clues to the spiritual vein mine even after the spiritual sense exploration extended to the maximum range. Tang Ranran was a little frustrated, but she was not discouraged. If she couldn't find it, there was still Fu Jingyuan. No hurry. Tang Ranran didn't find anything, and the other 4 people didn't get much either. They searched for several hours until night fell, but there was no big discovery. The rock dragon probably just liked to sleep here. As the sky darkened, because Tang Ranran transport vehicle was still parked on the other side of the mountain, Yinming opened a space channel, and the group returned to the hovercraft. There are many wild beasts and some powerful spiritual beasts around the mountain range. But for the 5 people, the spiritual beasts are just weak chickens that can't fight 5 scum. 2 more cars were released, and Yinming, Lu Xiao, and Yin Jinghao took turns to guard the night, and the group stayed here for 1 night. The next day, the sky was slightly light, and the young Yinming was full of energy and went to search in the basin again. Yin Jinghao picked a direction with great interest and began to explore in this mountain range, while Yin Yijuan, because Lu Xiao did not move, stayed by Tang Ranran's side, fearing that the 2 would have time alone and something would happen. If it was before, Lu Xiao would only think that Yin Yijuan was afraid that he would rob Tang Xian, the sponsor. After all, there was only one sponsor, and if one more person shared the benefits from the sponsor, wouldn't the others have less? But now, because he saw Tang Xian kill the rock dragon, Lu Xiao thought about it and felt that something was wrong. No one wants their little secrets to be exposed. For a professional like Lu Xiao, it is easy to find out the truth. But the hard part is how to find out the secrets of Tang Xian without making a fuss. To check or not to check? That is the question. After comprehensive consideration, Lu Xiao finally decided not to use supernatural means that might expose him, but to check quietly, and even if he found something, he had to pretend to be confused and pretend that he knew nothing. After discussing the situation of this mountain range for a few sentences in a normal way, Lu Xiao chose a direction that was opposite to Yin Jinghao, went deep into the mountains, and also started treasure hunting to pass the time. The annoying person finally left. Yin Yijuan breathed a sigh of relief, and after talking to Tang Ranran for a few words, he also chose a different direction and explored this mountain range. After catching pure meat beasts and picking pure fruits and vegetables, everyone had more or less harvested. Before the sun set in the west, several people came back one after another. All the members were present and set off. Tang Ranran drove the hovercraft all the way back and soon returned to the edge of the city. Just like last time, he stopped by the city wall and used the internet. The robbery gangs that have been entrenched outside the city for many years are obviously connected to each other. They all know this transport vehicle, and no one dares to come and blackmail it. With the signal, a lot of news came in. There was news from Kongchen. The navigation procedures were finally approved. The Starlight ship responsible for transportation has also set off from Suping Ruishing, and is expected to arrive at Silan Planet at around 9 a.m. on the 10th Imperial Time, and will definitely be near the city where Tang Ranran is at 10 a.m. at the latest. Tang Ranran calculated it according to the planetary time, 10 a.m. Imperial Time, which is 7 hours later. After confirming the time, Tang Ranran carefully checked the list of accompanying personnel forwarded to her by Kong Chen. The person in charge of this trip is Wang Zhe, S-level gold system, and a member of the station Star Force. Kong Chen left a tactful message. According to his inquiries, Wang Zhe and Fan Ling have a good relationship. As for whether there is any problem, he doesn't know. Tang Ranran, suspicious object +1. In addition, there are 3 ordinary S-level, including Fan Ling. Then there were 10 A-level soldiers, 10 B-level soldiers, and 20 C-level soldiers. The escort force was all equipped with mechas. There were also more than 20 other personnel, including Ming Tao, who had a mental breakdown. It can be said that Tang Ranran did not know most of the more than 60 people on the list. Kong Chen did a lot of homework and noted who were his confidants, who were Qi Xingyuan's confidants, who were ordinary guards, and who he thought were suspicious. After reading the message, Tang Ranran chose to leave the arrest to professionals. Tang Ranran forwarded the list to Yan Ming and Lu Xiao, 2 professional policemen. After they read the relevant information, they simply recounted Kong Chen's suspicion. This Wang Zai is also a bit suspicious. Blah blah. A lot of suspicious people. You have too many suspects, Lu Xiao said with a hint of sarcasm. It's better to let them go than to catch the wrong ones. Is there any way to screen all the people coming with the starship and check which ones are controlled? Although the prediction result is that everything will go smoothly, Tang Ranran still doesn't know the specific manifestation of Lu Xiao's tracking ability. So she is still a little worried. With enough mental power, let alone the people on this starship, I can check the flies on the starship 3 times. Lu Xiao smiled with a bit of joking. Then screen them all 3 times. Tang Ranran nodded, casually took out a box of aqueous solution from the space buckle, sent it to him with mental power, and then asked in a very serious tone. It's still 60 aqueous solution. Is it enough? Lu Xiao was shocked by this overwhelming wealth. He just wanted to drink the remaining 60 aqueous solution. But he never expected that there would be another box of 12. He wanted to say it was not enough, but his conscience would not allow it.